I'm sure it's a variety of reasons, right? Like the Warriors bowing out. The Niners are a little too far away for us to sniff football. And like it's the start of summer and everything. But I just think like the youth movement has absolutely galvanized this fan base.
No, it's giving them a jolt. It's giving us something to look forward to. We've got a little dose of Luciano. We got a little dose of Matos. And this Brett Wisely kid, Luciano, should he play? Well, I'm not sure I'm playing him over Brett Wisely right now. And the way he's playing, this kid is a scrapper. He is scrappy. And all he does, it seems like every time he comes up, he's making a big play at the plate. Big-time hits like we saw Saturday against the New York Mets. Should have swept that series, something we'll get to there as we check a look at Bob Melvin and the way he's managing this bullpen. I get it. They're tired. They're gassed. Guys are not giving you 6 innings. But you know what? The youngsters are hitting, and they are galvanizing this fan base. We want to see winners, and you're getting the best of both worlds. You're seeing the youngsters right now, Shasky, whether it's Matos, Ramos, Patrick Bailey, who's back, and he looks like the guy who came up last season. I love where Patrick Bailey's at.
I'm with you.
Brett Wisely's playing well. And then Kyle Harrison battling as a rookie pitcher. The youngsters has infused some enthusiasm with this fan base and this clubhouse. And on top of that, they're winning.
Yes.
So we're getting our cake and we're eating it too. We're getting the best of both worlds right now.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And it feels like it's like the most harmonious Giants fans and the roster has been in forever. Yeah. Now, look, I know 2021 was a fun season, and I'm not diminishing anyone who feels different from me.
Right.
But this last, let's just say 8, 9, 10 days, it has felt like the most compelling Giants baseball in a long, long time. I don't know if it's
since 2021.
Okay,
easily since 2021.
Okay, fine, sure. It's just the way these games have been going. They're never out of it. They're putting up big runs. They're doing it with home runs. They're doing it with small ball. They're doing it with clutch two out hitting. They're doing it with really solid defense. They're doing it with young guys and old guys. I mean, Bonte, I've enjoyed this brand of baseball that I've watched, and I think it's a credit to Bob Melvin and Farhan. As much as we've been skeptical on Bob and specifically Farhan, what they've put together is clicking right now, and I'm just enjoying the ride.
So yesterday you saw a situation in the game where Jorge Soler flies out to center field, and you get both runners tagging up on the base. Chapman going from second to third, Bailey going from first to second. I'm not sure they do that last season. I'm not sure they had the athleticism or the speed on the base pass. Now, they don't have a bunch of Ricky Hendersons walking around in this clubhouse, no doubt.
They don't.
You don't have a bunch of Billy Hamiltons in this clubhouse, just stealing bags left and right. Hell, you don't even have a De La Cruz in here. But you are a little more athletic.
Yes.
And you're starting to see the Giants, whether it's the ball hit to the gap, they can go first to home. All right? They could go first to third with no problem. There's no longer, you're not seeing the station-to-station baseball we saw from really 2014 all the way through until this season. Mm-hmm. They're a little more athletic on the base pass. They're a little more speedy. You got the speed out there. And so when you get a little bit of power and you're not getting home runs, you're able to generate runs and manufacture runs and keep the line moving. We saw that Saturday. We saw that in Pittsburgh. Mm-hmm. We saw that against the Mets. They know how to keep the line moving. And I just think just being a little more athletic has made a world of a difference. It goes from you scoring maybe 4 runs in a game to 6 to 7. And they're the third leading team right now in the month of May when it comes to scoring runs.
Didn't know that. Wow.
Third in the league.
Wow.
Third in the league. I think it was the Royals were number 1. The Royals are number 2. Phillies are number 1.
Well, I'm glad you kind of highlighted that at bat. That's one of those nondescript at bats, but it's called do your job and keep the line moving. Anybody that's been in a dugout knows, like, runners at first and second with no outs. Your job, even if you're a power hitter, you want to drive in the runs, right? You want to get the hit. If you're not going to get a big time hit, you got to get the runners over. And so in that situation, he flies out to deep center. Credit Matt Chapman for tagging up and taking third. But to me, the bigger one was Bailey moving up as the behind runner, paying attention to Matt Chapman as a catcher with, let's call it dead legs, even though it's 2 months in, and him taking second. Now that removes the force. Here comes Yaz, boom, big hit down the line. And so instead of getting 1 run, you get 2.
Yep.
And then Brett Wisely comes up and he whacks one right up the middle. Yep. It just, to me, the line is moving right now. There's a couple of unfortunate things that have happened. And the Lamont Wade Jr. injury is looming large.
Hamstring strain, but it could open up the phone lines for Farhan Zaidi, something we'll wait on. But if Lamont Wade Jr. is going to be out for some time, and he's playing the best baseball of his career.
He's been on fire.
He's watching. his eye, taking walks, big-time clutch hits. We see it over and over with him. Patience at the plate.
Yeah.
The guy's just having a hell of a season. So you hate to see the hamstring strain that's going to land him on the IL. It could be 15 days. It could be 20. There's going to be a hole at first base.
That feels like again, when they have a strain, like 15 days, like, for example, Conforto. Right. We thought Conforto might be back 4 days ago, 5 days ago.
He hasn't even been close.
Right? And I think they're slow playing that for a reason, and we can get to that later. But to your point on Lamont Wade, I'm guessing closer to a month than it is 2 weeks.
Right, and he's going to miss his own bobblehead day, Sunday, June 2nd, against the New York Yankees. So if he's out for a while, I look at it as a positive. Because the names that keep getting thrown out there are Vladimir Guerrero Jr. and Pete Alonso. And the Mets haven't done much winning. Mm-hmm. They haven't. The Giants gave him a game on Sunday. I put that on Bob Melvin. You gave him a game. You're pitching to Camilo Duvall in the 7-2 game on Saturday. You come in Sunday. You can't use him. So you go with the Rogers brother. He gets on 3 runs. You could have had to sweep. Whatever. But the Giants bounced back in a major way yesterday. That was impressive. Mm-hmm. You washed that away very quickly. But if there's going to be a hole at first base, and I'm calling the Blue Jays or the New York Mets, and I'm not saying the Giants are going to get Vladimir Guerrero Jr., but that's the type of player we need to start thinking about getting. All right, they've tried the free agency, Shasky. They whiffed. They whiffed on Aaron Judge. We know they whiffed on Shohei. They whiffed on Soto. They whiffed on all these guys. If I'm calling the Blue Jays, and I know everybody loves Bo Bichette. I like Bo Bichette as well. And I know everybody say, well, maybe you get Gosman back. The hell with that. I'm starting with Vladimir Guerrero Jr., who entered yesterday batting .407 in the month of May. And the guy draws a lot of walks, which fits right in with this roster. You want to talk about keeping the line moving, playing good baseball? That's the guy I'm pinpointing, number one. Pete Alonso, he's going to be a restricted free agent. We'll see what happens with the Mets. Maybe they implode, and maybe you can get Pete on the cheap. Maybe you get him on the cheap, Pete on the cheap. But Vlad Jr. and Pete Alonso are the guys I'm looking at if Lamont Wade Jr. is going to be out for some time, and I'll figure out the rest later.
Real quick, like with Lamont Wade's injury, anyone suggesting that they should bring back Brandon Belt is out of their minds.
Well,
no. Like forget going outside the organization. Like, just forget it for a second. Why would I bring back a guy no one in baseball wants?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay? No, we're done with that. We got rid of Crawford. We've moved on. Don't go back into the remember Barry bin. Like, no. He's out of baseball for a reason. All right? Do not bring back Brandon Belt.
Even if his 858 OPS? I got a tweet yesterday about that. How about Brandon Belt? It seems like a no-brainer. I didn't even touch it. I didn't want to touch it.
Because you know what it is? What it tells me? People don't understand their own system, and they're not watching enough baseball outside of the Bay Area. But, like, forget outside, because we'll talk about outside. Bonte, they're going to go Wilmer. Slater's going to come back from the IL. He's played a little first base. And there's a guy in AAA tearing the cover off the ball in Tyler Fitzgerald, who was their super utility before Brett Wisely kind of emerged here recently. If they're going to go internal, any one of those options to me, as much as I don't love Slater coming back, those guys make more sense to me than Brandon Belt. That tells me you're not tapped into modern baseball. Like, I think that is one of the dumbest conversations we can have this morning is, what about Brandon Belt? Mm-hmm. Do not go down that rabbit hole.
Yeah,
don't.
I'm with you. I'm with it. I can't do the Brandon Belt thing. It's going to be out there. I know Adrian Bagley tweeted about it, and I get that he's a nice guy, and Brandon Belt has been good to this market. He's been good to this area. But the heck with that.
We've turned the page.
The heck with that.
We've turned the page.
It's time to move on.
Good for him. He's had a great career.
Right.
The Giants have treated him well. He's made a lot of money. He's been a great member of the Giants community. But, like, his playing days are over.
And honestly, I don't want to see Austin Slater no more either.
Well,
nice guy. But you know what? When you bring up those options for first base, Tyler Fitzgerald.
They're not sexy.
Austin Slater, Wilmer Flores. Wilmer Flores, I'm a Wilmer fan. He'll get an opportunity. But Lamont Wade Jr., I mean, not only was he doing it with his bat, but to play Friday night with Matt Chapman. We had Matt Chapman on Friday. And the guy is mad about the play he made in Pittsburgh to end the game, and he makes that play Friday. I watched that thing on a loop about 75 times that night, and I couldn't get enough of the bare hand. But the picks by Lamont Wade Jr., he's become a very serviceable first baseman. He has with the glove. So you're not only losing the bat, you're losing the glove at first base. How do I replace that? How do I replenish that? Well, if he's not going to be able to go for a month, and Warmer putters at some point,
and
if he struggles, Farhan, You want to save your job. You want to win back some fans. You want to become the guy out here in San Francisco. Farhan with a snap of his fingers. And now I don't know what it's going to cost to go get a Vlad Jr. or Pete Alonso, but you got to get rich or die trying here.
Well, it does feel like if you just read all of the various reports, MLBTradeRumors.com, ESPN, Bleacher Report, The Athletic, everyone has pretty much said Pete Alonso, the contract is up in the air. He's not going to sign during the season. The Mets are in a very precarious position. They're free-falling clearly just with this season, and it does feel like they're going to allow him to walk in free agency. That just feels that way.
Yeah.
Vladimir Guerrero, from everything I've read, him and Bo Bichette, and now Kevin Gausman are all on the trade block. And it feels like Toronto had their window with their young players, and now because of the Baltimore emergence, because of the Yankees stepping up, and Boston being a much better pitching situation this year than anyone anticipated, weirdly, it feels like Toronto is now in the OKC zone from a couple years back, where it's like they're trading everything.
Well, we'll see. They're still in the race. It's very, very
I agree
early.
With you.
It's very
But
early,
it does feel like they're going to try to get something back for those guys.
When there's smoke, there's fire, right? And everybody keeps talking about, Toronto's the team to watch when it comes to the standings. We're at 24-29. They just lost a game against Detroit where they gave up 3 runs in the ninth inning. I think they lost a game like 14-11. Their pitching is just terrible. They're 5-5 in their last 10. They're 12 games behind the Yankees in the AL East. However, when you look at the wild card, they're 5 games out of the wild card. They've got to catapult a lot of teams here. Now, Toronto, will they trade everybody? I have no idea. But what if Vlad becomes unhappy? And he's having a hell of a month.
It's an interesting point.
And I don't know why the rumors came about Vlad Jr., but the rumors came out for a reason with him. Call about him. At least make the phone call. You know what I'm saying?
If we were just going to say one of the most recognizable names in baseball currently, the son of Vladimir Guerrero is one of the top ones, right? When you say that, like, and in a sport that has a poor job marketing players, he's already got a built-in name recognition. Yeah. That's number one. Number two, his style of play it just pops off the charts. He's the kind of guy, whatever team, Toronto, the Giants, the Dodgers, whoever acquires him, he could be the face of your organization for a decade.
For a decade. I mean, he doesn't have the power numbers right now. He has 5 home runs on the season, but he's batting .393 in the month of May, Shasky. On-base percentage, .474. The OPS is nearly over 1,000. He's drawing 13 walks. He has been a hitting machine in the month of May. So as the home runs haven't come for him this season, he is getting on base at an elite clip. So, but again, whether it's Vlad Jr. or Pete Alonso, now Pete Alonso may be cheaper. He may be able to be had because the Mets will implode. I don't care what's happening with Atlanta. The Mets will implode. That is a mess of a roster. It's a mess of a baseball team. The owners tweet left and right. I'm sorry to the fans. You deserve better. Blah, 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 blah. Top heavy financially. He's an unrestricted free agent. The polar bear. As much as Vlad Jr. can be marketed and sold to a fan base, so could the polar bear.
Would he be the best, either one of those guys, would they be the best power-hitting righty since Jeff Kent?
Not even close. Not even close. Who comes close?
Pence.
Hunter Pence?
I mean, and I love Pence, but Pence had the one monster season offensively.
Yeah, not even close.
I mean, look, the thing with Pete Alonso is you're getting a guy who doesn't hit for average the way Vladdy does. He is a little older than Vladdy. I think he's a serviceable first baseman. To me, he's the ultimate, like, even if Lamont Wade Jr. comes back, you could platoon the two of them defensively while having one of them in the lineup every single day, if not, both of them in the lineup every single day. But I look at Lamont Wade Jr. as someone who can also play a little outfield.
Right.
So now that gives me a little more wiggle room. If I do want to move a Ramos, hypothetically, or a Conforto to go get one of these guys in a separate deal, you can do that.
So right now the Giants are winning, and they're winning despite Blake Snell. And Blake Snell, I think that's a big, big topic of conversation here. Carter, I'm going to put you on the spot here. Light up that Blake Snell sound of him making all the excuses in the world. Because right now he's at 10.42 ERA in 5 starts.
Oh my God.
He hasn't made it through the 5th inning yet in any of his starts. 19 innings, giving up 27 hits, 23 runs, 24 strikeouts, 11 walks. The whip is at 2.0. And he's making every excuse in the world. Now, I could give you the half glass full, theory here, where in the second half of the season, he's a lot better. And the track record over the last 3 seasons says in the second half of his seasons, he's been a lot better. But right now, the Giants need him. On top of Logan Webb, who Logan Webb is dealing. He deserved to win on Sunday, deserved to win last Tuesday. But Blake Snell was brought in to be at least a 6-inning pitcher. Not a 5 and dive guy. Not a guy who works a pitch count. And yesterday, through 2 innings, I was like, wow, we got the best Blake Snell.
Totally.
Curveball snapping, slider snapping, fastball up at 97. He's blowing dudes away. And then he just lost all command, Chasky.
It's the 4th inning. It seems like every single time, second time through the lineup, he's not even nibbling. I guess the mechanics are off. He can't find the strike zone. He's all over the place.
3rd inning. What about the Bob Destroyer?
Well, I'm just saying in general this year. I'm just looking at the data. Righties are hitting almost 350 off him.
Yeah.
All right, and so this is a guy who the pitch count is just racked up. He's got 80 pitches through 4. There's no way he's getting through 5 every single start. Now, credit the Giants as a team. They're 4-6 in games that either he would have started or did start. So they found a way to overcome his struggles. He's making over $1 million a start. If you're going to make, let's say, 32, 33 starts, that's what Logan Webb, a fully healthy Logan Webb has the last couple of years. I'm giving you $1 million a start. That might be some of the worst ROI in sports right now.
Right now, it's not good.
The Deshaun Watson contract on line 2, Russell Wilson on line 3, Blake Snell on line 1.
It's not good right now. Now, post All-Star break last year, he had a 1.54 ERA, 1.14 whip. He was 8-2. In 2022, in the first half of the season, he had a 5.22 ERA and a 1.48 whip. In the second half of that season, he was 7-5 with a 2.19 ERA and a 1.02 whip. In 2021, his first half, he had a 4.99 ERA. In the second half of the season, he had a 3.24 ERA with a 1.04 whip and a 4.3 record. So the data over the last 3 seasons tells you that he's been a better pitcher post All-Star break. Now, his team right now is rolling, and they're winning in spite of him. They picked him up 2 times in a row. In Pittsburgh, coming back from a 5-0 deficit, and yesterday he was spotted a 3-0 lead, and he gives up 4 runs. They were able to rally and get the win 8-4. That's fine now. But he has to get going here.
No doubt.
He has to get going. As Keaton Wynn tries to find it, Kyle Harrison is battling, trying to get through 5. He's struggling trying to get through 5. Jordan Hicks, we know, is going to be on his innings limit. Blake Snell has to be able to give you more than 5 innings, and he's got to be more efficient. So the hope is that he replicates his last 3 post-All-Star break seasons. Again, his last 3 post-All-Star break seasons has been really good. But can you get to the All-Star break for Blake Snell? He's
been so unreliable. The team was like, we're not really sure what we're going to do tomorrow as a starter. We don't know who's going to start because we kind of have to see the Blake Snell thing. Because they didn't know if their bullpen was going to get utilized. And it did. You know what I mean? It ended up happening. So it's not just the days he starts. It's having a trickle-down effect on the next few days for how the rest of the staff is available. Like this is not a good situation. I was listening to Dan Devone and Mark Randy yesterday, and they're going on and on and on about Luciano. And it was a fascinating conversation. And there is a Luciano conversation. But in terms of wins and losses for the 2024 Giants, Lucy has been like a little bit of gold. We found some with the hitting and some of the running. I'm paying Blake Snell premium money to be the number 2 in this rotation, and he's been one of the worst pitchers in baseball. Like, the data is telling you he's been horrible. And I get it. We got to be patient. He's got a track record, all this and there. Dog, I'm paying you top tier money. You got to be better. And you're talking about the pitch count getting racked up. To me, he's all over the place. All over the place when it comes to location. And I don't know if he's trying to be too perfect. I don't know if it's mechanics. I don't know if he's got this blister on the foot. I don't really care what it is. You're making $1 million a start. The rookie, Kyle Harrison, cannot be infinitely better than you this season.
No, he cannot.
That was not in the cards this year when the Giants got him. Now, I'll give you a month. It takes you a month because you signed really late. Like, I'll grant you some grace. We're in June.
Well, let's hear from him. Let's hear from him because the curveball was bouncing that whole plate. He had a wild pitch yesterday. Here's Blake Snell after the game on what's gone wrong this season for him.
The one thing I would say, like big league spring training, you need it. It's tough to do it. Like, I thought I did everything I could to be ready. And then even just after 2 weeks, like noticing how much better I was throwing the ball, just being here every day. You can't, there's nothing like, you have to go to spring training. So hopefully I mean, for me, I hope teams see that. And, I mean, I don't know what Montgomery's doing, but I bet it's tough for him. Like, it's not easy. So I didn't face a big league hitter until I pitched my first game in the big leagues this year, and it's tough. You just have nothing to go off of. You're just kind of like, oh, let's see what we got. Faced 18-year-olds, but yeah, so it's all excuses, but it's the truth.
All excuses, but it's the truth. How does that sit with Giants fans right now? 888-957-9570. On one end, Chasky, I appreciate the truth. I appreciate the honesty, especially telling us something we already knew. You need a spring training, especially if you're a pitcher. You need to be able to ramp it up. But you're going out there, you're talking about it, and, it's kind of it's your fault. You can tell your agent, hey, I need to get to a camp right now.
Well, he's blaming teams.
It's not teams, it's your agent.
The Yankees, okay, whether you believe the rumors or not, the Yankees offered him about $30 million for a one-year deal months before the Giants ended up signing with him.
He said no.
So, yes, it's on Scott Boras, it's on Blake Snell, it's on everyone. And he can say, oh, teams. Teams want to sign guys earlier in the process. It's Scott Boras. He did this with Matt Chapman, and Matt Chapman started slow, and he did it even worse with Blake Snell. The only guy I can think of in the history of my life who's been able to just show up and pitch.
Roger Clemens.
Roger Clemens. But he's the unicorn.
Right.
I mean, he's the unicorn. So, I'm frustrated. I'm sure Blake's frustrated. I know the Giants are frustrated. And the part that's tough to swallow is that he's only got 19 more starts, 20 more starts the rest of the year.
Let's get into that. Let's get into that on the other side. That's what's coming up in the game. Brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Now at O'Reilly Auto Parts, save $8 on a pair of Bosch Icon wiper blades in-store only. We'll even install them for free at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm David.
I'm John.
And I'm Chris. We're the three brothers that own Jack's Restaurant and Bar with 5 locations in the Bay Area.
We learned the restaurant bit.
Guys, that's my
line.
Pretty sure that was my line.
Guys, we don't have time for this. Jack serves delicious breakfast, lunch, and dinner 7 days a week.
Don't forget to say we have a full bar.
I won't.
Don't forget to say it's a great place to watch all the games.
I won't forget. Look, we're much better at cooking great food than making commercials. So come see us at Jack's in Pleasant Hill, San Mateo, San Bruno, Newark, and now San Jose.
You forgot to mention our website, ilovejacks.com.
I knew he would.
The news on vapes talks a lot about the technology and teen use, but parents need to know more about the dangers of nicotine. So know this. 1. Nicotine is a poison that can rewire teens' brains. 2. It can increase mood swings. 3. It can limit attention and learning. So even when it comes in new tech, nicotine is brain poison. Go to undo.org for more.
I'm Brian from 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
We're a full-service junk removal company.
We come when it's convenient for you.
Not when it's convenient for us.
We work 7 days a week
until midnight.
So you never have to take off work to meet us.
Point at anything you want gone from your life.
Gone.
We're happy, hardworking heroes.
So when you want junk to disappear, all you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
95.7 The Game would like to remind you not to text and drive. Presented by Habas Law. Injuries happen every day. Habas Law believes that no one should suffer because of someone else's carelessness. If you've been wronged, Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
We unfortunately have a really bad situation going on in Hayward.
You can rely on your Northern California Honda Dealers Traffic Center.
Traffic is still jammed from Whipple, but I can see it starting to improve now that you have...
From your traffic leader, KCBS.
Attention landowners, got big summer plans for your property? Then here's an offer from John Deere you'll really dig. Get 0% fixed rate APR for 60, 72, or 84 months on 1, 2, 3D, and 3E series compact tractors. If you've always wanted to get in the seat of a powerful John Deere machine, now's a great time. Offer based on dealer participation. For complete finance details, call toll-free 1-800-468-8501 or online at johndeere.com/compact tractors.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Comedian and actor Kevin Hart is coming to the Bay on October 25th and 26th at the Paramount Theater in Oakland. Get your tickets today at livenation.com. And for your chance to score a pair of tickets to the show on the 26th, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast. And we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
Larry June doing numbers. We're trying to do some numbers here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Giants win again. Giants win. What a road trip for them. They go 4-2 in Pittsburgh and New York. They come back home to start this monster homestand against the Phillies and the Yankees, two of the best teams in baseball. And for one day, they outlast the Phillies yesterday 8-4. 8-4, even though Blake Snell didn't have his best stuff. We'll get to him in just a second as he has a 10.42 ERA, 2.0 whip, 19 innings pitched this season, Chasky. He's given up 27 hits and 23 earned runs.
I'm waking up this morning, and the only damper that I have on just the Giants as a whole is the Lamont Wade injury and Blake Snell. Like, they could be a couple of games better than where they're at right now, and I think everyone would be feeling absolutely lovely. We'd be on the gravy train this morning. But here's the thing. I don't want to let how bad Blake Snell has been overshadow. Luis Matos feels like he's arrived. And I don't know if this is sustainable. Like, we're going to find out with the Jung-Hoo Lee injury. I feel like he's going to be your center fielder for the season. I know things happen. And Elliot Ramos,
he's out for the year.
Elliot Ramos, has been awesome. Just the clutch hits. He's been solid defensively. Now Brett Wisely's coming through. And then Patrick Bailey. I think Patrick Bailey quietly is the best of the young guys because he has galvanized the lineup. Whether he's batting in the 5-hole, 6-hole, he's been kind of bouncing around. Clutch hits. I think he's super stout back there as a defensive catcher. He threw a guy out the other day. I don't know. I just think Patrick Bailey has been the unsung hero early on.
Patrick Bailey's been really good since he's come back from the concussion. But look at the bottom of the lineup yesterday. Yaz, Ramos, Wisely. You get 11 at-bats there. 11 at-bats between the three of those guys. All right? Yesterday you get 5 hits. So you go 5 for 11 at the bottom of the lineup. 6 RBIs, a walk. You only get the 2 Ks for Ramos. He goes 2 for 4 with the 2 ribs. Wisely goes 2 for 4 with the 2 ribs. Yaz goes 1 for 3 with 2 big-time RBIs and a walk. The bottom of the lineup is producing. Now you get to the top, you get Matos going 2 for 5, and he's hustling down the line, busting his butt, busting his hump. Seems like he's always making a play at center field these days. Tyro Estrada's starting to come alive and be steady Eddie, 2 for 5 yesterday. And then, of course, you got Matt Chapman. And I cannot get over the play he made Friday night. Oh, my God. The bare head, the call by Flip. We'll get that in a second. We got to play that highlight at some point. Did you hear Flipping was going crazy.
Did you hear Kruko yesterday? Because I don't take this lightly. Kruko says something to this effect. Yeah. I know Ray Fosse had said that he thinks Chapman's the best defensive third baseman he's ever seen. Mm-hmm. That's Ray Fosse.
Yeah.
All right. Now, Ray Fosse, rest in peace. Bill Walton, rest in peace. Mike Kruko said, coming in on a ball, he's the best third baseman he's ever seen.
Yeah, I did hear that.
And I'm thinking, this is a guy that played with Mike Schmidt. Yeah. This is a guy that played in the 1980s and saw a guy like George Brett play third base. He's seen some things.
Seen some things.
And for him to just say that, he saw Scott Rowland's entire career. He saw A-Rod at third base. You know what I mean? He's seen some amazing third basemen. For him to say that stuck with me.
It is wild that he has 7 errors so far to start the season. But you see the talent at third base. You've never felt the play Friday night to win that game against the Mets, where his base is loaded and everything's going haywire. You're thinking, oh boy, they're going to blow this. Duvall's leaking oil. Didn't we have a Luciano error that night?
Yes.
Yes, we did.
Well, it was a routine play.
I know he's just booted it. So now I can't give him play time.
I mean, I think he's got 5 errors in 37 or 38.
Yeah, Brett Wisely has to play ahead of Luciano at this point.
Well,
at this point, I'm sorry.
Look,
it is what
the reality is that if you hit, you don't sit, right?
Yeah.
So if he can continue to hit, they'll find ways to get him in the lineup. But you cannot gaff the ball the way that he has. I mean, it's pretty basic. And so, one thing I want to say, and I know I'm going to get all up into it. When you field a ground ball, if the left hand, you're a right-handed thrower, your left hand has the glove on it. Monte, glove down, hand over the top, right hand over the top. The amount of times he's turned it around and has stabbed at it, it's alarming. Like, someone's got to get with this guy, and they've got to work with the basic fundamentals of how to receive a ball. Now, Ron Washington does the whole stick it. You want to go through it. It used to be lifting up. But palm down. This guy is palm up, stabbing at the ball. It's driving me nuts watching it. But his bat is on fire as well, so it's a tough.
Palm down, palm up. To do it twice on this road trip, to have the errors that he had on that road trip was alarming to me. He's not ready to play Major League shortstop.
No.
Right now, Brett Wisely is.
I can't defend.
And right now, I have to keep Brett Wisely in this lineup who's batting 450.
I agree. And as long as he hits, he's not sitting.
And he's fielding.
Yeah, I agree.
And he seems like he knows how to turn a double play. Luciano cannot play at shortstop. They need to find another position for him. I'm out on him as a shortstop. I've seen enough. Now, maybe next year, but for this season, it's got to be Wisely and Ahmed. Luciano's the odd man out, and he may be a trade piece for you coming up at the deadline. That's what I'm seeing there. But the play Chapman made Friday night, and the pick by Lamont Wade Jr., they're going to miss him at first base.
Oh, big time.
To stretch out and get that one hopper from Chapman to win the baseball game. It's one of the more dramatic endings I've seen in a regular season game for the Giants in a very long time.
Well,
that was bang, bang, bang. We got to have it. And for Chapman to barehanded, get the one hop, and Lamont Wade Jr. with the stretch and the calm and the poise and just see it through the glove.
Yeah.
Unbelievable play. Wow.
Yeah, I think his dexterity and hand-eye coordination at third base is very underrated. We put a lot of emphasis at first base in height. Like, height is the end-all, be-all. To me, it's about hands. Like, do you have great hands? And that's the one thing about Brandon Belt that I will give it to him. He had height and he had good hands. I mean, he could dig it. And the guy absolutely can. Lamont Wade Jr., for a shorter guy, he actually gives you a pretty big catch radius because of the dexterity over there and his ability to contort his body and make plays. When Wilmer was at first base, I believe it was Sunday for the Logan Webb start, there were 2 simple plays where it's a chopper to first base and he's got to lead the first baseman as he's coming over to cover. And both times it was ball behind Logan Webb. Logan Webb almost hurt his groin or his hammy. I don't know what happened there. I like Logan Webb coming over to defensively. He's good. Wilmer is a solid hitter. He's not a great first baseman defensively. You're going to see a depreciation on defense.
There's a drop off here. There's a drop off, no doubt. Let's go down to Lancaster. It's not even football season. Our girl Rhea's back in the building on the roast. What's up, girl?
Good morning, guys. I just want to say how excited I am about my Giants and their baseball playing right now. It's must-see TV for me. I love it, but I'm over the Blake Snell project. I'm over it. I'm trying to make the playoffs. I don't have time for you to get your stuff together. I don't have time for it. I also, the Rogers twins, the brothers Grimm, we got to find a way to get them off the team. He was killing me. Tyler Rogers killed me in 2022. I went to a Dodgers-Giants game. You know, Darren Ruff tied the game with a home run, and then here he comes trotting out, and I was like, yeah, we just lost the game, and we did. I got to have the Rogers brothers. They have to go somewhere else. I need different bullpen pitching because our bullpen held up for us yesterday, and neither one of them were pitching. Yeah. So I love my Giants. I love you guys. I'm excited. I'm just over the moon at how Patrick Bailey is playing. I've loved him ever since he came down. So have a good day, guys.
You too, Rhea.
Great call. He seems to be wise beyond his years.
Oh, he's mature. No doubt.
Patrick Bailey.
His base running, his bat control, What the Grand Slam Friday?
That was
the Grand Slam.
How excited was that?
Oh my gosh!
I jumped off the couch.
Oh, dude, I was jacked up. I was jacked up all weekend long just watching. And look, I know they're playing some better baseball because Bonte Hills of the world. I'm talking in third person here. I was pissed Sunday at the boardwalk.
Why?
Because I had the Giants game on and to watch them blow that game. I wanted 5-1 on that road trip.
I did too. I really wanted that game.
And I was a little. This is where Bob Melvin. Why are you using Duvall? I get the whole, hey, you warmed him up, you got to play him. Do you? Maybe take me inside baseball here.
I mean,
he's warming up Saturday. It's a 7-2 game. You're scoring runs left and right. I got to put him on ice and say, you know what, Duvall? You pitch in high-stress situations. I'm going to just save you to tomorrow. Then you pitch him yesterday in the non-save situation. You're leading 8-4. I don't know what's going on, man. There seems to be some mismanagement with Camilo Duvall here. You play him in non-save situations. You're playing him in save. I don't like it.
So the area where I don't like the Duvall usage is in tie games. When you're up 4 runs, I'm okay with it. I really am. They blew a game because they didn't go to Camilo Duvall up 4. They started the inning with Luke Jackson, and then they went to Duvall later on in that inning.
Why did you pitch him in a 7-2 game?
What?
7-2 game.
Well, that was Saturday. You're talking about yesterday's game, the 8-4 game.
Saturday 7-2.
Yeah.
Yesterday's 8-4.
Yeah. So I have no problem with the 4 run.
Sunday you had a save situation, but you play him in a 7-2 game, and the reports I'm hearing is, well, you already warmed him up, so you had to play him.
Well, look, you want to win the game that you think you have an opportunity to.
You're not going to blow it. He's the 5-run lead, 7-2.
I mean, this has been a wild road trip. Right. You know what I mean? But here's what I say: it's not so much about Camilo Duvall. To me, it's an argument that they don't have a lot of reliable arms in the pen right now. Randy Rodriguez is like my second most reliable arm in the pen. Am I wrong on that? Like Randy Rodriguez, 1.76 ERA. He gave up 1 run in his first 3 games. In his last 5, he's been spectacular. He's been spectacular. The guy's got 19 strikeouts in 8 appearances. His whip is under 1. He's one of the few guys I trust. Right now, I don't trust Luke Jackson. I don't trust Eric Miller in high leverage situations. I do trust Ryan Walker. I'll give them that. And Ryan Walker pitched 1 inning on Sunday. Maybe you let him go out for a second inning.
But see, Saturday, I'm watching Saturday. You got a 7-2 lead. You have a 7-2 lead. You run up the score there in the top of the 10th inning. Now, you notice that right away, and they're scoring left and right. They scored a 5 spot, right? Duvall comes into the game, and I'm thinking, okay, he looks good. It's a non-stressful situation, but he pitches, and then you waste your bullet, and then Sunday comes around, and he's unavailable with a 3-1 lead, and you blow the game for Logan Webb.
I know, but they don't trust anyone right now. Right now, Luke Jackson, not trustable, right? The lefty Rogers, Taylor Rogers, not trustable. Eric Miller, not necessarily trustable currently.
Well, somebody's got to go. And 5-run lead, 5-run lead, somebody's got to pitch.
I'm with you.
Somebody's got to go. You got to figure out a way. Well, somebody in a 5-run lead, if I can't trust anybody with a 5-run lead, then we got bigger problems.
They burned Rodriguez multiple days in a row.
Yeah, but you burned Duvall right there at their Friday night, which is a high stressful situation. You don't pitch him on Sunday. You blow the damn game. And then yesterday with a 4-run lead, knowing the bullpen's leaky and Duvall may need him for later in the series, he pitches in a non-safe situation yesterday. We gotta figure out a way to be better with Camilo Duvall.
I understand being frustrated. To me, I use my best pitcher to win games, right? Like to finish out games. And they don't have a lot of great alternatives. I think that's the bigger issue. Like, again, Randy Rodriguez, who got up here 2 weeks ago, is the second most reliable guy that they've got right now. Here's the other thing. 9th inning is different than the 8th and the 7th. Ryan Walker, 7th inning, fine. Tyler Rogers, the righty Rogers, I like him in the 8th. I hate him in the 9th. But I don't trust really anybody else in the 9th. And this is where not having Keaton Wynn, not having Tristan Beck, not having Robbie Ray, you don't have a lot of great options.
Well, this is where Robbie Ray does come back and Alex Cobb does come back. We'll pick up on the other side because we may have to pull Jordan Hicks up in his bullpen. He may need to be another arm at some point in this season here. I know Jordan Hicks has started off well. We'll get to that on the other side. That'll be sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com.
BMO knows that for business
Yeah, I don't even remember that.
You know, but because of YouTube, you know what I'm saying? More than the VHS tapes and stuff that we used to watch. But when you see all the old highlights of how he used to play, and everyone's like, Jokic, he was way faster than Jokic, I thought, just from what I saw.
They said he had the chance to be the greatest big man of all time. He could pass, he could score, he could rebound, he could block shots, he could defend. He was everything. He was the number one pick coming out of UCLA. And you think about all the championships they won at UCLA under John Wooden. The state championships he won in high school. Then, of course, he wins 2 NBA championships. And then the broadcaster, I just remember him as Steve Snapper-Jones.
Yes.
On those old broadcast 3-man booth, whether it's Tom Hammond, whether it's Mike Breen, whether it's whoever it was with the 3-man booth, but it was always Bill Walton and Steve Snapper-Jones going crazy, going after each other on those broadcasts on the Western Conference games. And Bill was great. He was on our televisions for so long, and we got to just know him. He was smooth. He was chill. He was one of our friends, man. And you see him walking around Oracle Arena with his Warriors gear. And I remember it was one playoff game. He's walking down the stairs at old Oracle Arena going to the BMW game. And all he's doing is chanting, Warriors, War. And he's just getting the crowd hyped. That's who he was.
One thing that I've realized about him and then Dick Vitale as well, the era of that NBA and college basketball analysis was all about hype. And I'm talking about it, like loving the game at its purity level, and then hyping up the young up-and-comers and making them feel, accepted to the audience. And when I think about how basketball is now consumed, and one of the frustrations that I think a lot of basketball fans have is the way we talk about the game, the players, and the broadcasts and all that stuff. And when I think about Dick Vitale and Bill Walton, you get that John Madden, that Troy Aikman, Tony Romo to a degree. There's this elevating of what they're watching. This is an awesome moment. I'm happy to be here. Wow, I get a chance to watch this player, and there was a joy, purity, a joy for the love of the game and elevating these young up-and-comers. I don't get that same sense. And if we're going to take away one thing, and I know there's many things to take away from Bill Walton, but just from a broadcasting standpoint, because that's how I consume the majority of Bill's, later on in life was through him broadcasting. His love of these players and the love of the game felt so pure to me, and it's why I love sports. And when I look at someone like Bill Walton, his imprint on me, it's I love sports, and when he was on a telecast, I tuned in because I felt like it was fun. And I think we've missed that element so much in a lot of the baseball too, but basketball in particular, the discourse around the game.
Like you get Greg Olson, right? Who's on Fox. He loves the game. Talks the game.
Exactly.
Loves it. I'm hoping Brady does the same thing. Charles Davis, CBS, loves the game. Tony Romo loves the game, even though some of it, I think he's losing a little bit of steam off his fastball. But Tony Romo genuinely loves the game.
I agree with that.
Like Matt loved the game. Baldy, our Brian Baldinger,
great point.
Loves the game. So it's very well said, Shasky. When you think about the analysis today's basketball, that's why we don't. JJ Redick, man, uplift these guys. You know what I'm saying? Uplift these guys. Jim Jackson does that. He uplifts his guys when he's on the broadcast. I like Jim Jackson a lot, too. But a lot of times it's just the dialogue around the NBA. Bill Walton wasn't like that. Even with the Pac-12. He hyped up the Pac-12, the Conference of Champions, greatest conference in Western civilization. And the way he hyped up, we knew the Pac-12 was down. We know they haven't won a national championship in terms of men's basketball since 1997 when the Arizona Wildcats
did it. Is that how long it was?
Yeah, Arizona Wildcats, last team to
win the men's. I know UCLA knocked on the door. Wow.
Right, they knocked on the door a few times. Arizona knocked on the door a few times. But they haven't won since 1997. Now, football national championship, you haven't won since USC.
2000 and what?
05, 06, when during the Pete Carroll years, 04 maybe. But he always hyped up the Pac-12. And he always highlighted the great things about the Pac-12 in each of the campuses, whether it's Oregon, traveling around in Oregon, looking at Eugene and the wildflowers and the trees or whatnot, whether it's Pullman, Washington. He embraced everything about the Pac-12, and he carried that conference on his back. So, to your point, he did highlight everything that was good with the game of basketball, with everything that was good with the Pac-12. And even when he did NBA games, he's always, look at this guy, Greg Ostertag. We're watching this 30 for 30, and he's going off about Greg Ostertag. Look at the big man from Kansas. Just throw it down. It's just Bill Walton, man. He was just positivity, and he lived every day to the fullest.
No doubt. And you were talking about how you were watching the Giants over the last weekend, and when I hear Dave Fleming on that call, like the joy, the pure joy. But I get that from Mike Krukow, and that's why Mike Krukow been just such a, a guy that everybody relates to. Every single time Bill Walton was on my television, even if I didn't have the emotional connection that I do to the Giants or to the Warriors, like I'm watching Arizona State versus Washington State, and he made me care.
Right.
But I think I do think that like when I think about my life, like I want to maximize my life, and when I see someone like Bill Walton, he's inspirational because he literally lived in the moment and hyped things up and was the best of us. And I think we say these things flippantly. He actually lived it.
Now we're gonna miss him. We're going to miss him so much. We're going to miss him. We're losing some great ones, man. We're getting older, but I just never thought Bill Walton. He's one of those guys that you think is just going to live on forever.
I know.
He doesn't age. He had all the back problems. He had the foot problems. It was tough for him to get around, but he got around. He would get out there to the Maui Invitational. When the Maui Invitational, I know we don't watch a lot of college basketball, but you watch the Maui Invitational, he's out there in Hawaii in the waterfalls and the ruins, and he's walking around. He's just one of a kind, man. So rest in peace to Bill Walton. We'll talk to Roxy about that at 9:20 today. Roxy Bernstein, who worked a lot with Bill Walton, and I know he has some great stories. And by the way, Roxy Bernstein, what a great send-off to the Pac-12. I listened to the old 6-minute thing that he posted on Twitter, because it was the last softball games, the last baseball games, the Pac-12. And I know we're not as close or connected to college football around these parts or college athletics. I'm going to miss the hell out the Pac-12. That was my conference. Makes me sad because that was, I don't care who was in the Rose Bowl, whether it was Washington, USC, UCLA, Arizona State, Arizona. I don't care who was in the Rose Bowl. You always rooted for the Pac-12 against the Big Ten. And I always rooted for the West Coast teams, whether they played out of conference, or they played in some bowl game in El Paso, the Sun Bowl, or whether it was the Orange Bowl in the NCAA tournament. We always took pride. Okay, how many Pac-12 teams are in the Sweet 16? College baseball, we rooted for Stanford in Omaha. We rooted for USC in Omaha. We rooted for all these teams. Now the conference is dead. And so when you think Bill Walton passing away during the last season, after the last season of Pac-12 athletics that we'll ever see, it does make me sad not only did Bill Walsh pass away, but the Pac-12 is no more. And I know that's going to hurt Roxy Bernstein. It hurt him in the cardiac listening to him deliver that message.
Yeah, it's just... I'm not naive to the financing of sports, right? College sports now is all about money. Like, I'm not naive to that. But it does... It kind of rips it away a little for me, just a little. I look at like the PGA Tour and LIV and the fight that they've been in for the last 3 years over money, right? And television rights and all the different things. And it's really made me not watch professional golf. And I was all over it 2-3 years ago. Remember when we first started?
The pandemic, I was into it.
Now look, when
you got me into
when
it.
USC goes to the big house or when they go to, face whoever, I'm going to watch. I'm not lying. I'm not lying.
We're all going to watch.
I'm going to watch. But there is a huge part of me that feels like we're kind of being robbed of something here. To some degree. Now, I know this has been happening over a 30-year period, and it's been slowly eroding for a long, long, long time. The SEC is, not what it was, years ago. It was something totally different 30 years ago.
And it's going to be weird to see Oklahoma and Texas in the SEC.
It is. It was weird seeing Texas A&M get in there at one point, right? And so, but the point is that to see the Pac-12 completely die on the vine, I don't even know what to say, man.
And the Pac-12 had a good thing going, I thought. The Utah Utes brought something to the conference. Physicality, a team that you couldn't sleep on, and they're starting to make their way. They're starting to make they fit the conference, and they're starting to build something against USC, against the UCLAs, against the Oregons, where you had some built-in rivalries. You had the Washington-Oregon dynamic. You had the Oregon-USC dynamic. Yeah. You had the Pac-12. That was our thing, our baby. And then you had Coach Prime involved with Colorado. It just feels like the timing's all bad. And even Chip Kelly said this. It's not just football. Think about softball. Chip Kelly was like, we're not going to be able to see UCLA, Arizona softball anymore, which is a power matchup. You talk about two of the elite programs in all of America. You're not going to see that no more.
I mean, Bonte, one thing I tell a lot of young baseball players is you want to go to the coolest baseball event in the city, like somewhere where you can really, or in the area, where you could really get down close. Go to Sunken Diamond.
Yep.
Go check out a Stanford game. It's one of the coolest things that you can do because you can get right up on these players, these college players, and the entire atmosphere, the ambiance, the setting, everything is beautiful. And yeah, we're going to be robbed of that. Walking up from BART to Memorial Stadium, Not being able to get a USC game or a UCLA game or an Oregon game, that is going to suck. I remember going to see Justin Herbert play, and I was like, this is awesome. And the way that Oregon Duck fans traveled because it was so close. And I'm really sad that the Pac-12 is going away. I didn't think I'd be sad, but now that we're here, I'm really sad.
Yeah, no, I mean, all the great games in the Pac-12 that I've attended, whether it's Sam Darnold playing quarterback for USC, Andrew Luck in the Pac-12 country, Christian McCaffrey. We watched Jared Goff go at it with USC. Saw a lot of great Oregon Cal games at Memorial Stadium. Watched Deshaun Jackson return punt after punt one day at Memorial Stadium against the Oregon Ducks. I mean, it's just a who's who. Marshawn Lynch. I mean, even basketball. So it is sad. One of the biggest first events I covered as a media member was the Pac-12 tournament, men's basketball at the MGM Grand. And it was great. I was like, wow. Now I get why the Pac-12 took their tournament down to Las Vegas.
Yeah.
This is awesome. Got to see Aaron Gordon in Arizona take on Slow-Mo and Zach LaVine. So Bill Walton passing away, and now the Pac-12's dead too, man. It sucks.
One last thing. I know you want to pivot back, but leadership matters in business, in life, and especially in sports. And I look at what Larry Scott did to the Pac-12. He killed it. It was horrific financial decisions, horrific television deals, having let's call it what it is. Putting your business in San Francisco, downtown San Francisco, when you didn't need to be, when the entire region was so vast, and the cost to doing business here. Like, he made so many bad business and relationship decisions over a 10-year period. Larry Scott, one of many, he's the face of what killed Pac-12.
And I like Larry Scott. I've met him a couple times. He's a good dude.
Yeah, but he made bad decisions.
He's a really, really good dude. I don't think it was all on him. He's going to die on the sword. And, Roxy would know more than me. I've met him a couple times. I thought he was a good dude. But the fact is, the television deal was the beginning of the end. When half the region or half the West Coast can't watch Pac-12 games because you don't have either DirecTV or Comcast. I couldn't watch Cal Berkeley games from our own home. They're 30 miles away from me.
Meanwhile, the SEC has been on Channel 5 or was on Channel 5 for 30 years, 40 years, for my whole life.
Big Ten's been on ABC, ESPN forever.
ACC has been on ESPN.
Yeah, you got access to Big 12 Network.
Exactly.
You got access to SEC Network. You got access to Big Ten Network. You got access to the Texas Longhorn Network that they have for many years with strictly Texas. It was a joke how they did the Pac-12. And then having 8 o'clock games at night. And then you have 11 in the morning West Coast games. What are we doing? It's sad. It is sad. Bill Walton, rest in peace. We got this little 30. This is his last broadcast.
Wow. What was it?
Last broadcast here. Let's go ahead and fire it up.
As we're rolling along the rivers here and we're bouncing from star to star, from the Berkeley Hills to the Willamette Valley and Skinner Butte, from Strawberry Creek to the Willamette River. It's all happening right now. And with Arizona at the top playing at Colorado at the end of the day today, the winner of this game could very well be tied for first place in the all-important battle for the best seeding. As we tip this game off today, there are so many storylines, Ted, that can just tantalize the mind and the soul, imagination and curiosity. It's all right here.
February 10th, Washington State in Oregon taking on the Ducks. Ted Robinson alongside Bill Walton as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and AC1, San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter streams, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open at First NorCal, first class money market today.
One thing about Bill Walton that I was thinking about is, the 60s almost felt like it didn't exist because we didn't see a lot of footage. Like, I know that you could search it out now and you could find all the YouTube stuff for the NBA, but it just felt like an era that wasn't consumable for most people. Like, they just didn't have a lot of footage of those games. And then, Bill Walton comes in the 70s, and it was an era of kind of disruption for the NBA. You had the ABA going on and guys jumping ship, and there was some clear financial stuff going on with the league. And then you have the 80s, and you have, obviously, Magic versus Larry and what that represented. Bill really is the connective tissue from the 60s through the modern NBA. I mean, he's one of the few guys, and I know Rick Barry's another name that I throw in there. And when you see the outpouring, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Chris Mullin, I mean, it is guys on either end of the spectrum telling you how much that man meant to their basketball life, and just as a friend, but more as an impact on and off the floor. And like, to me, that resonated, seeing all the stories from so many people. There wasn't one negative story about this man.
No, I mean, Bully sent me a bunch of photos. He's on a bike ride right here. I love my bike. This is November 25th, 2015. Wow. Mully and Bill Walton riding the bike. He sent that yesterday. He's got one where Mully's at a Deadhead concert, and Bill Walton's in full costume there with Mully right there. And Mully, he would show texts from Bill Walton. He would send everybody messages. I can't wait to talk to Roxy about Bill Walton because he has so many stories. Dave Pash is tweeting right now about some of the stories Bill Walton has where he acts like he's not watching a broadcast. And I would hear that Bill Walton would come to a broadcast. And I think Roxy told me this, actually, Roxy Bernstein. And he goes, I go with the Bills like, all right, Bill, I don't want to hear what you got to say. I'm prepping. I'll just see you at the broadcast. See you at tip-off.
Sounds like you.
Yeah, it sounds like me. You got to have, hey, not everybody can have that skill. You know what I'm saying? You can turn it on right away, right? Buzzer comes out, boom, we're ready to roll.
Yeah.
Bill Walton was always ready to roll. Always ready to roll. So just thinking about him and what he represented, to your point, all the legends. Jim Barnett, I think, is going to join Starting Guru later on today. He's got stories. When I think of NBA in 60s, 70s,
yeah.
I always talk to JB about it because he knows he's got so many damn stories, taking buses to preseason games. I think he told us one day they had 20 preseason games in one season. They're playing doubleheaders in the Astrodome, and they had to wear the same uniforms as another team because they forgot their uniforms. He scored 35 in some sweaty, dirty uniform. I mean, Jim Barnett's got story after story after story. And he had stories about Bill Walton. And you think about what Bill Walton represented. Going to Portland probably was the perfect city for him to go into the NBA, considering his spirit, considering what he did at UCLA. You watch this 30 for 30, right? Where he gets arrested and he asks Bill Walton or John Wooden, hey, can you send this letter to President Nixon? I want to talk to him about stopping the war and how people are getting arrested. This is not right. And then he goes to Portland, and he's walking around Portland. He's still a living legend up there, playing at local gym or local street courts, just playing ball with the city of Portland. And then his teammates, when they all got together, the Lionel Hollands of the world, and how they all still respect Bill Walton. I mean, he was one of one. And somebody sent me a commercial earlier today of Shaquille O'Neal with the commercial, and it's Bill Walton, Bill Russell, Wilt Chamberlain, and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Wow.
And that just shows you how they felt about Bill Walton.
Wow.
He was one of one.
Well, and you haven't even brought up, when I close my eyes and think about him with the Blazers, it's the beard and it's the hair. And do you want to talk about fully encapsulating what that time was like? Because I always go back to I keep referencing my dad because my dad, that was his guy. Bill Walton and Rick Barry were his guy.
People don't understand how good he was before the injuries.
He's what we think of Grant Hill and Penny Hardaway.
Right.
But he was that, plus he won the championship, right? So, I don't think people understand his whole career was robbed because of injuries. But what he represented to that culture and that time in place, I mean, he was a time capsule. And I keep coming back to this sentence. I don't know if you believe in this, but, the Sandlot, right? Where they say, heroes get remembered, legends never die.
Yeah, he's one of those.
And in my mind, Bill Walton is a guy where, and look, everyone has their own opinions on life, and I'm not telling you that you have to think like I do, but I choose to remember the good times, and I think about people who are going through whatever, and it sounds like he was going through some very serious physical health stuff, but I always say, Bill didn't want to live like that probably, and most people don't want to live like that. I know I don't. Now, everyone has their own opinions on that, but I choose to remember the good times. And when I think of Bill Walton, that's a legend that is going to live on forever, and he's going to make people smile for the rest of time.
Look at this game. I'm looking at the box score here. Game 6 when they beat Philadelphia to win the championship. The only championship the Portland Blazers ever won. Game
their
6.
Only moment.
8 of 15 from the floor. 20 points. 23 rebounds. 8 block shots. 7 assists.
Jesus.
You're talking about a game-clinching game. I mean, a stat line like that. And Maurice Lucas, he passed away. In that 30 for 30, he goes to Maurice Lucas's house, talked to his wife, Mrs. Lucas, and the respect Maurice Lucas had for Bill Walton. A black man during those times had the back of a white guy. It was like, nobody's going to mess with Big Bill. That's our guy. Anyway, more coming up here. We'll get back to the Giants. Rest in peace, Bill Walton. We'll talk to Roxy at 9:20. That's all coming up on the game, brought to you by the Inn at the Tides.
Have you been wanting to find the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs or injections? At Abundant Life Weight Loss, we know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Our weight loss program makes it
Joey from Martinez. It's Kent from Walnut Creek. And we're just over here roasting with Bonte and Chasky in the morning. Listening to 95.7 The Game. Having a good time.
Sounds like they weren't roasted. Sounds like they were roasted. Had a great time last Thursday.
That was so
at
cool.
Copper Skillet Courtyard. Shout out to Jay and the whole crew there, man. I got to get back out there and have some breakfast. You really sit down and eat. Really sit down and eat. By the way, some breaking news from the Dallas Mavericks. They're getting some good news here. Maxi Kleber has been cleared to make his return tonight against the T-Wolves as they're one win away from the NBA Finals. They'll be at full strength when they take on, at some point. I don't see Minnesota winning 4 straight. Could be wrong there. They blowed it. Execution down the stretch has just been awful for Minnesota. Last 3, 4, 5 minutes of the game, just terrible shots where Dallas has Kyrie and Luka, and they're getting any shot that they want. I think they shot like over 65% in the fourth quarter. What was that? Sunday night.
It is interesting how just in sports, we have a playoff series. Your team goes to the playoffs, which is supposed to be successful, right? For the majority of teams. Right. And then like something happens and it's like all the stuff that happened in the regular season that was good gets negated because that guy is coming up short. Right. And I feel like the finger right now is being pointed directly at Karl Anthony Towns.
Well, it depends who you ask because Rudy Gobert got so much heat. And I'm saying to myself, no. This series is on Karl Anthony Towns. The dude is 4-32 from 3. 4 of 32 from 3 in this series. Get your big buck down on the block and dominate.
Yeah.
And he hasn't done that. And he's been MIA. I needed more from Cat.
But like I look at like the Niners losing the Super Bowl, it's like again the playoffs like Debo's got to go. He had a bad game. Like I'm not here to like cape up. He had a bad game. But like he's a really good player. I'd like to keep him. Like I know there are financial decisions and things, and sometimes you can't afford everybody. It's a different conversation. But to like say like the entire season was moot because you came up short in the final game, it's funny how like when it's not your team and you step back, you realize kind of how absurd the breakdowns are when it comes to these things.
Oh, that's all we do in today's society. We got to focus on the negative. It said I'm focusing on Dallas and Luka and Kyrie, and how Kyrie's redeemed himself. And he's had a transformation in the eyes of many, and the maturity. The guy's matured. He seems like he's at such ease, at such peace. And then you got Luka Doncic. And look, I know he got a lot of James Harden comparisons. Let me tell you something. James Harden ain't no Luka Doncic. And Luka Doncic ain't no James Harden. What I mean by that is look at their games, first of all. Luka can take it down on the block. Mm-hmm. He take it at the mid post, the elbow. He back to the basket game. He wants to fade away on you. He leans in, do the step back. He can step back from 3. He gets to the free throw line. Yeah, all the while he does get a little nauseating at times.
A little.
But when he ball pounds, he's ball pounded to make others better. The lob threats that he had in Lively and Gafford, he's throwing lobs left and right. I don't want to hear anything about James Harden. James Harden is not on Luka's level, and it's not even close.
I'm not a system player. I am a system.
I'm sorry. James Harden's prime, give me Luka any of the last 3 years over James Harden. And Luka ain't no punk either. Luka will talk that talk, and in crunch time, I know James Harden, he disappears at times, and he has disappeared. And I hate saying that about him. Luka doesn't disappear. You get petrified when the ball's in his hands late with 5 minutes left to go. You're like, oh boy, here we go. Close game, Luka or Kyrie. Great. That's why I think Boston's going to have their hands full in the finals.
Well, Luka diving on the floor late in that game is just that's the difference between him and Harden right there. And that step back daddy was so predictable. I mean, Gobert out on an island. Can we send, like, in that situation,
that was nasty.
Can you send another guy at him?
Game 2.
Like, what are you doing?
Well, that was I put that on the coach. You know the switch is coming.
That's what I'm saying.
But at the same time, Gobert's a DPOY, and I'm thinking Gobert, do not allow him to shoot a 3. If he wants to drive, let him drive. At worst, he could tie the game and you go to overtime. And he's on the island, and he's out there ice skating. Gobert was literally ice skating out there, and Luka telling him, you can't guard me. You can't bleep and guard me. Luka will talk that talk, man. So I don't want to hear anything about James Harden and Luka comparisons. That's done.
Yeah.
Luka, give me Luka all day.
Yeah, I feel like looking at the East and then the Boston Celtics, I have no idea if Boston's going to be able to match up with the Dallas Mavericks. Dallas is better than anyone thought outside of Dallas, and they've put together a perfect team around Kyrie and Luka in terms of like athletic players who can cover and defend, who can knock down threes, and then you have rim runners who you can funnel because of the deficiencies of Luka as a defender, because of the deficiency of Kyrie. You have this funneling guy at whether it's Lively or Gafford at the rim who are extremely athletic. I mean, his head getting bashed in the other day. That was scary.
Yeah,
that was scary.
Knee to the neck there, but Karl Anthony Towns. That was scary. Gafford is playing so well. Daniel Gafford, he got saved out of Washington. Think about the situations. P.J. Washington, Daniel Gafford ran, and they get out there. You got a rookie in Derek Lively III who doesn't look like a rookie, and Tim Hardaway Jr. is not playing much because you have Derrick Jones balling right now. What a move by Dallas at the deadline to get better as an 8 seed, and that's why I do have a little hope with the Warriors because the NBA is starting to turn into the NFL. Sure, you have your Kansas Cities, you have your Buffaloes, you have your team with top quarterbacks who can have some staying power as a contender. But the NBA is slowly but surely turning into a year-to-year league with the new cap and the second apron and the first apron and how you can contend and keep players and whatnot. There's a little hope for me with the Golden State Warriors in terms of a quick turnaround. I don't know how quick, but within the next 2 years, sure, maybe. But Dallas just showed you they were the 8 seed at the deadline. Nobody's thinking about Dallas in the playoffs. We're thinking, okay, how long is Kyrie and Luka going to last?
Yeah, but
and now they're going to the NBA Finals.
I don't want to overlook. Luka's a 25-year-old.
24.
Okay, and he's the height of his powers.
I know.
And he can only get better. And he's young, and he doesn't have a lot of mileage on his legs. And then Kyrie is younger than any of the big three, right? And he looks like he's in the best physical shape of his life. So there are some differences. There's a lot of differences, and they had the financial wiggle room. They're not paying a lot of older guys significant money. So
think about this, kind of like Lamar Jackson. Nobody wanted Kyrie Irving he was an unrestricted free agent.
He had a lot of baggage.
Nobody was touching him.
Well, no, people would touch him, but
not for
he wanted the price that he wanted, right? Like that's, I think, the part that is very important.
I get it.
He wanted an extension.
But think about that. How many teams are now kicking themselves saying, damn, can we have got that Kyrie? I don't think it works like this if Jason Kidd is not there on the sideline with the Dallas Mavericks.
We'll see.
The respect that Kyrie Irving has for old players, for OGs, and for a guy like Jason Kidd, I think it's done wonders. It's the right coach, right system, right ownership group with Mark Cuban and company. So he's in a perfect storm. Now I'm looking forward to him facing his former team with the Boston Celtics. By the way, be sure to be tuned in to 95.7 The Game starting Monday, June 3rd. Monday, June 3rd. You know why? Giving you a chance to win a great gift for Dad this Father's Day. You know what that gift is?
A day off?
Not a day off, because those don't exist for dads, even on Father's Day. Somehow, some way, you'll still be paying the bill for dinner. Father's Day.
I just want to be left alone.
Yeah, that doesn't work.
I want to go golfing in the morning, and I want to sit on my couch, and I want to watch the U.S. Open.
Yeah, and I want to be left alone. I'm getting calls every 45 minutes. The gift is an autographed Stephen Curry jersey.
Whoa.
Yeah. We're going to give away a Steph Curry autographed jersey. And the contest starts Monday, June 3rd. You will have 3 chances to qualify each day. Once per show. 7:30 on the Morning Roast, 12:30 with Starting and Goo, 4:30 with Willard and Dibs. So write those times down and listen starting up. Hell, listen right now so you can have all the details ready to roll. And then by Monday, you'll be ready to qualify for a new Stephen Curry autographed jersey. That's right. Stephen Curry autographed jersey. That's a perfect gift for Father's Day. So a lot of you fathers out there, hopefully you're on the good side of your wives and they call in and try to qualify for you to get you an autographed Stephen Curry jersey. All right, I want to get back to the Giants here, Shasky, because they're rolling right now. 888-957-9570. 9570. Where are the Giants fans at right now? How you feeling right now about this ball club? Don't look now. They're only 5 games behind the Dodgers in the NL West. How crazy is that? Dodgers have been sliding.
The Reds, thank you.
Swept the Dodgers over the weekend. Dodgers having a series in Citi Field against the New York Mets. They have a doubleheader today. But the Giants 5 games behind the Dodgers right now in NL West. When it comes to the wild card, guess who's tied for the second to last spot? The San Francisco Giants tied with the San Diego Padres. Half game up on the Chicago Cubs. Very early, folks. I get it. We're not even 60 games in. But it just shows you the type of baseball the Giants are playing. And they just went through the stretch with a lot of injuries. And sometimes injuries could be a blessing in disguise. Because without the injuries to Slater, without the injuries to Jung-Hoo Lee, you don't see Ramos. You don't see Matos. And all of a sudden, these guys are rolling. You saw a little bit of Luciano. You're seeing some Brett Wisely. Now you got to overcome the loss of Lamont Wade Jr. with the hamstring strain. And you got to figure out what's going on with Blake Snell. But overall, the brand of baseball and the style of baseball that they're playing right now is rejuvenated this city. It's rejuvenated this fan base. And I see the crowd yesterday on Memorial Day, and I got the Yankees coming to town later this week. Life's good as a Giants fan right now. Now we get to see how good they are over the next, 11 to 12 games.
What I've really liked about the young guys, whether it's Luciano, obviously defensively, put that to the side. We'll get to that. But Brett Wisely, Luciano, Elliot Ramos, and Matos, and I'll throw Bailey into that mix as well, even though he's a little more seasoned than those other guys. These guys are working counts, and they don't look overwhelmed out there. You see them fouling it off with 2 strikes. You see a great two-strike approach in general, but it doesn't seem like they're just up there having at-bats. They do feel like the game is slowing down, and they have an approach, and they understand what a pitcher is going to try to do to them. Elliot Ramos, I've been kind of waiting to see if he can, is the league going to adjust to him, and will he be able to make the adjustment? The amount of times he's had a great at-bat that's a 5, 6, 7, 8 pitch at-bat where he's fouling things off, and I feel like he's going to, here comes the big strikeout on the ball in the dirt, and then he just puts the ball in play. I've been very impressed with him. He was a guy I kind of gave up on as a player, and seeing what he's done and then listening to him yesterday in the postgame with Carlos Ramirez, I feel like he's a guy who understands this might be my only opportunity to show that I deserve to be a big leaguer. And I'm going to take it so darn serious. And I've just really enjoyed watching him play. Matos looks like a completely different player from last year in terms of his approach at the plate. I mean, he hit a ball up and in. You had referenced it in the group thread. There's just no way he rips that for a line drive single.
Left field. I mean, he just turned on it. It's like, damn.
And then defensively, he's made the adjustment. He's making plays defensively now. And so I like where they're at. I think Bailey has been amazing for the most part, offensively and defensively, both as a lefty hitter and as a righty hitter. But I love the calming presence he's been as a catcher. There have been some miscues defensively. That is to be expected. He's infinitely better than Blake Sable behind the dish, but his arm makes up for some of the pass ball stuff because sometimes he has trouble squeezing it. I don't know what it is. The ball will get by him, but I just think the young guys have galvanized this thing.
No, we're talking about Friday. You're so spot on there, but we think about Friday's game, right? When they come back and they win, and Matt Chapman has a great play at the end of the game. But I don't want Saturday to get lost in the shuffle. All right, you're down 2-1. It's a well-pitched game. Bailey ties it at 1-1. You get to late innings. You give up the Shaw Jelly, gives up the bomb to Beatty. I'm just thinking, oh, boy, Shaw Jelly, here we go. Just when he started to fight it. But the Giants coming back against Diaz and the New York Mets. Well, they're the best closers in the game.
Well, he's been scuffling.
Scuffling a little bit. Yes. He did this all the last season. But still, he's no joke there in the ninth inning. 2-1, Mets fans going crazy.
Yes.
And Lamont Wade Jr. Coming in and signaling to right field. Again, late night Lamont, lunchtime Lamont, anytime Lamont, whatever you want to call him, comes through there and ties that game up in the top of the ninth inning. You're like, wow, the Giants are never out of it. And then you get to the top of the 10th inning, and everything goes off the wheels for the New York Mets. Wisely comes in with a single who scores. Matos keeps the train rolling. Bailey walks to score a run. Yaz at the triple to left, where you could say, okay, maybe that was a misplay by the center fielder there, but whatever. Yaz has a 3 RBI triple, and next thing you know, you're up 7-2. That Saturday game, just a microcosm of what's been going on with the Giants. They set the record for the first road team to win 3 straight games on the road, rallying from deficits since 1932. I get the specifics there, but it never feels like they're out of it. Even yesterday, they blow the lead, the crowd's dead, and the Giants just find a way to get back into it and take the lead and win a game 8-4.
I really think that you've been kind of on this in terms of being more athletic. There was a play, they lost the game on Sunday, but there was a play where Chapman gets to third, there's less than 2 outs, and a ball gets blocked by the catcher. He takes it off the chest, and it's in front. But Chapman gets such a good secondary lead, even at second base. The catcher feels inclined to throw down. I don't know why he's throwing down. It just makes no sense whatsoever. And he throws it right into left field. Yeah. And I'm saying, I can't remember the last time the Giants had a runner at third base putting pressure on a catcher where he feels he has to back throw down there, and he throws it into left field, and you get a RTI, a run thrown in. It's just... The little things that the Giants are doing right now is really just high level. Up the middle, Brett Wisely. He was not a good defensive second baseman or shortstop last year. He looks really good.
I can't get enough of this kid. I can't get enough of the kid.
How about the turn of two that him and Estrada had late in that game yesterday? Estrada's gotten a lot better defensively.
He's at the plate. I mean, the home run he hits, it's like, all right, coming out of Pittsburgh, you're like, why is nobody talking about Brett Wisely? We got into the thread. It's like, I'm kind of feeling this Brett Wisely kid. Nobody's talking about him. He's batting ninth. He's minding his own business. He's fighting for a roster spot while everybody kind of talks about Luciano and Ramos and Matos. Brett Wisely, who came in on a low-level trade from Tampa Bay. Nobody even knew about him. It's like, all right, Farhan, what are you doing? What's the deal with Brett Wisely? Who's Brett Wisely? And he comes up, and all he's doing is making plays. To the point, Shasky, I'm saying he's got to play. And if our man comes back, okay, that's fine. But right now, I'm taking Wisely over Luciano right now in my lineup, especially if he's going to hit like this.
The rule, if you hit, you don't sit. It's pretty simple to me on this team. And right now, like you obviously have to play defense.
Right.
Let me give you a comp for Brett Wisely. Just a random one. Bear with me, okay? Bear with me.
Let me guess. Ryan Terrio.
How did you know?
I knew you were going to say that.
How did you know?
I just know you. That's all. I knew that's where you're going to go. A little scrapper.
He's just a scrapper. He's not
guy.
Eckstein. Eckstein was really good. Eckstein was very underrated.
Ryan Terrio, you put him in second, you put him in short, kind of do everything.
Perfect
bottom of the
utility
lineup.
guy.
Yeah, he'll scrap for a single.
Exactly.
He has some sneaky power at times. He'll turn on one.
Totally agree.
2-0 count. He may turn on one. I just know you. I knew where you were going.
But he's left-handed, obviously, at the plate, and Terrio was a righty-righty. But Ryan Terrio, he's just a solid player. Every team needs a Ryan Terrio.
Kind of looks like Ryan Terrio.
He does.
Does he? The hair, short,
he's in
stocky.
shape. Yes.
Was he wearing number 0 right now?
Yeah, I kind of like that.
Dude, I'm telling you, man.
Is he the first number 0 in Giants history, too?
Maybe.
I don't remember one.
This kid is scrappy. So the Giants...
That's so random that you went there.
Yeah, I knew you were going to go Ryan Terrio for some reason. I was like, all right, he's going to go with a scrappy white guy.
Ryan Terrio scored in extra innings when they swept the Detroit Tigers in 2012. Ryan Terrio was solid,
I like Ryan Terrio. Long-time Chicago Cub.
Yeah.
Over the last 4 games before, of course, the Sunday and Saturday, Giants had scored 23 runs in the 8th inning or later. 23 runs in the 8th inning or later. Think about that. First team, all right, they were the first team since 1999 to win 3 straight games when trailing by at least 4 runs. They're the first team to do it on the road since 1932.
I can't remember a team. Like, it's one thing to have some magic and win some tight games. They're going on 4, 5, and 6 run barrages right now, which I didn't think they had in their arsenal. Like, offense has been offense has been a problem for like ever. They've been a pitch first, defense second, and then we'll score just enough runs to get by. They're actually delivering with 2 outs over and over and over again.
So think about when we left the show Friday. They just beat Pittsburgh. They beat Ball Skeens. We're full of good. Winning 2 or 3 against Pittsburgh. Then we highlight the Mets series. You got the Mets. You're saying, okay, how can you beat the Mets? Well, we've had 4 games, basically, since we've been on the air. Since we've been off the air, I should say. Against the Mets over the weekend, you win 2 or 3. You should have won the Sunday game. Like, if we would have came in Monday, I would have been ticked off.
I wanted that game so bad.
I was running hot at the boardwalk off that loss. But I had to, it was all good. And then you went yesterday. I get back in time for Santa Cruz. Game's on. I'm a little behind.
I did the same thing.
I'm locked in. I'm Blake Snell said, okay, you're playing the Phillies. You're bouncing right back. We've highlighted these series. Phillies, Yankees, Diamondbacks, Rangers. It's go time, folks. It's June, and I'm not trying to swoon right now. I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to win some games here. Because, again, Farhan Zaidi told Susan Slosser a month ago, stakes are high. Last week, Flimmy said, it's all about the playoffs. So that's the setting I'm at right now. It's playoffs or bust. And you're doing it with the youngsters, which is even better. But 888-957-9570. We've had 4 games to discuss since we last talked to everybody on Friday. What is your one takeaway from the last 4 games? They went 3-1. Sunday was the only loss, which blew a 3-1 lead in the 9th inning. They gave up 3 in the 9th. Rogers, and you should have got the win. Logan Webb should have had 2 wins on that road trip. But you go 3-1 in the last 4 games since we last talked. What is your big takeaway over the last 4 games? Are you starting to believe in this baseball team? Are you starting to get 2021 vibes? Are you starting to get 1997 vibes? What type of vibes are you getting from this Giants team right now? 888-957-9570. Because they are scrappy, Shasky. And I'm starting to fall in love with this team, with the swagger, the juice, the energy, the veterans doing their thing, and Yaz and Lamont Wade Jr. The pitching has been holding up for the most part. You get late inning heroics. You got Matt Chapman making plays at third base. Jorge Soler's trying to find it. He's trying to figure it out. And if he can't, then maybe there'll be reinforcements down the line there. But what type of vibe are you getting right now from this baseball team?
It feels so early to say this, but this feels pretty real. Like it does. This feels pretty real.
Real in terms of what?
In that it feels sustainable. And here's what I'm going to call it. In the 90s, we used to drink this thing called St. Ides, and they had something called a special brew.
Shout out Ice Cube.
Do you remember the St. Ides special brew?
Well, I didn't drink a lot of St. Ides, but I remember Ice Cube promoted the hell out of it.
St. Ides special brew. And the reason why I say that is I feel like something special is brewing in that Giants dugout. I'm looking at the camaraderie of these guys right now. Like, forget the at-bats and all. Like, we could all point to the defensive play that Chapman made the other night or the home run that Bailey hit. And those are moments. Those are amazing moments. They feel so connected right now. And it's so odd because they do have so many young guys who are literally playing for their careers, at least sustaining on the big league level. And then you have some of the older guys, the Yaz's, and I'll mix in a Chapman who's not as old as Yaz. It just feels like the perfect blend of veterans, established guys, kind of cast-offs, and then young guys who don't want to go back down. You know, I'm looking at Ramos, I'm saying, like, he knows Conforto's coming back.
Yep.
He knows that Slater's coming back, and he doesn't want to go back down. I'm looking at Brett Wisely, and he's like, I don't care that Luciano was a top pick. I see that Tyler Fitzgerald is ripping the cover off the ball in AAA. I don't want to go down. I see Nick Ahmed still out with the wrist thing. I don't want to go down. Now Lamont Wade Jr.'s hurt, and that's going to give Wilmer Flores an opportunity to kind of get himself back in this lineup. Patrick Bailey is like, this is my job. I am the catcher of the future. Luis Matos is like, oh, you signed Jung Hoo Lee to play center? I want that job.
How about Luis Matos?
It feels like something special's brewing.
How about Luis Matos at the bottom of the eighth inning having that 10, 11 pitch at bats? This guy,
as exciting of an at bat. Well, the one where he dove into second was incredible. Yeah, but it was he doesn't have that at bat last year.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't. And I'm looking at him as center field. I'm saying to myself, look, I'm not trying to rip on Jung Hoo Lee. I think Jung Hoo Lee could be a player, but it's TBD on him. Right now, I feel like Matos, you take away that Dodger game on that Wednesday night where he's running all, or Tuesday night where it was a tough night for him in center field. But ever since that night, pardon me, it feels like he's made play after play after play in center field.
Yes.
It feels like he's played a hell of a center field. Maybe a little better than Jung Hoo Lee at times.
His routes have been better. I don't think he's as fast as Jung Hoo, but his routes have been better, and it does feel like his first step has been on point.
He looks faster than Jung Hoo on the base paths.
Well, he might be a better, more instinctual base runner. That's just a different thing. Like Brandon Crawford wasn't fast. He was a great base runner, though, because he understood how to get great leads.
No, I'm feeling Matos right now as your leadoff hitter. I'm feeling Estrada and Lamont Wade Jr. at the top of the lineup. This looks like a big league lineup. And if they could just get some punch from Soler, then maybe something special is brewing. But when I look at the landscape of the National League, Dodgers are reeling right now. They'll figure it out. They'll make some trades. They're going to be there at the end. The Phillies, I believe, will be there at the end. And we'll see Zach Wheeler today on a Tuesday night. The Braves just lost Ronald Acuna Jr.
It's huge.
They lost Steven Strider. Spencer Strider, excuse me.
Don't mean to correct you.
Strider. No, you're all good. Please help me. Shasky, help me.
Bonte, help me.
Shasky, help me. Spencer Strider, he's gone. Austin Riley can't hit anything right now. He's struggling. So the Braves they're reeling right now.
Yes.
They're in a bit of disarray. Just get in. Just get in and see what happens. Because then I'll bake it on a guy like, believe it or not, I know everybody's down on Blake Snell. There's 10.42 ERA, 2.0
He's been horrific.
He's given up 27 hits in 19 innings. But post All-Star break the last 3 years, it gives me some hope for him.
Yeah.
2021, Shasky, second half of the season, 3.24 ERA, 1.0 whip, 1.04 whip. All right? 2022, second half of the season, 2.19 ERA, 1.02 whip. He goes 7-5. Last year, post All-Star break, he has a 1.54 ERA, 1.14 whip. He goes 8-2 for the Padres, and he stacks up a Cy Young Award.
You like that? You like that?
So I'm making out Blake Snell, as bad as it's been through 5 starts for him, and we'll play the cut of him making excuses. He is the second half pitcher. And if I could get the second half from Blake Snell that I've gotten the last 3 years that he's produced, then I feel really good about this pitching staff because Logan Webb is the ace. You get Blake Snell. Hopefully you get Robbie Ray and Alex Cobb back, and now you got Hicks, and now you got a problem because you got too much starting pitching. I do have hope that Blake Snell can turn it around.
You can never have too much starting pitching this modern day. Let's make that very clear. The Blake Snell thing is a problem. It just is. And when you pay a guy that kind of money and you clearly need it, right? With Keaton Wynn, you don't know what's going on with the injury. Right. With Tristan Beck on the shelf and Robbie Ray, who you referenced, and Alex Cobb. Like, you need these guys. To me, though, they need to make a move for a bullpen arm like yesterday. Like, that's what they need. You need to give Bob Melvin more arms he trusts coming out of that bullpen. Luke Jackson ain't it. You know, and I love that you like the Tyler Rogers thing a couple years ago. It was cute. It's fine and dandy. I'm fighting for a playoff spot. If you don't trust the lefty Rogers, then get him out of here because you're not using him in any high leverage situation. Miller feels like a work in progress. Yep. And then the other guys that I'm looking at that are coming out of there, like, I really like what they've done with Walker. I think he's solid, but he's a seventh inning guy. The other Rogers, the submariner, he's a seventh, eighth inning guy. Randy Rodriguez, to me, is very young, and you're squeezing the lemon right now. I don't know if he's ready for an eighth inning role. He's been awesome. He's been freaking awesome. But I need more arms I trust coming out of that pen. I need another righty or lefty that I trust that I can put into the ninth inning on a day where Camilo's not ready to go. And I don't think they have that guy on the roster. Right. And then, like, I'm looking at, like, Bob Melvin. I think that he's done a pretty good job the last week and a half. But I look at the hand he's dealt, and I don't think the cards are great coming out of that pen right now. Again, Camilo you trust. Right. Randy Rodriguez you kind of trust. Walker you trust. I think you trust Rogers, the righty, in certain situations. But if Camilo's not ready in the ninth, who do you trust?
Yeah, I mean, there's not many guys you trust. Maybe it's Jordan Hicks.
Jordan Hicks has been one of the best acquisitions in baseball.
There's going to be an innings limit on him. He doesn't go past 5.
I know.
What happens when Robbie Ray and Alex Cobb gets back? I don't think it's the worst thing in the world to say, hey, Jordan Hicks, want you in the 8th inning. Want you and Camilo Duvall back-to-back.
I mean, then he could blow his 100, whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden I'm getting the best of Jordan Hicks.
Well, look,
so
he's been a great signing.
It's something to keep in mind. Maybe it's Brent Wise. Maybe it's Keaton Wynn as a bridge guy. Maybe it's him as a bridge guy. Maybe he can get you 6 or 7. I don't know, but these are good problems to have because now in the month of June and July, this is what I'm looking at, Shasky.
Yeah.
As Giants, as Farhan Zaidi told everybody, again, I want to reemphasize what Farhan said. The stakes are high for this club.
Yes.
And when I hear the stakes are high, that means, they're playing for something big.
Yeah.
Fleming comes on last week and basically says this. Oh, we don't have it up yet. But he basically says the playoffs are the end goal. That's what I mean, Carter. Playoffs are the end goal for this season, for the Giants. So right now, as you play the Phillies and the Yankees, you're going to play the Rangers, you're going to play the Cubs. Now we get to figure out what is the missing ingredient for this baseball team. What is the missing ingredient? Here's Flynn on playoffs are the end goal for the season.
I think the end goal is the playoffs. Like, this team believes we've brought enough good players in here to where we should be playing postseason baseball. And I think they also rightly believe that with Webb, with Hicks, with Snell, with Harrison, like, you get us into the postseason, I think that's the Giants mentality. We can go toe-to-toe with anybody. So I still think, until it really looks like it's unlikely, and what are they, 1 game out of a playoff spot right now?
Yep, 1 game.
You know, the expanded postseason, the weirdness of the league has all helped to keep the Giants right in the mix. The priority is going to be finding a way to get there. And so if that means the young guys aren't performing and some of the veteran players get more extra playing time, I think that's what's going to happen because I do believe this team feels like not just it can, but should be a playoff team.
Should be a playoff team. That's Fleming just last week. Just last week as he was in the city of Pittsburgh. That was right after they blew that game, the first game of the series, when they blew the game. Who played extra innings? You give up 4 in the 9th inning. I'm trying to forget about that game. You give up 4 in the bottom of the 9th, and then you lose in 10. But the good news for the Giants here, as they're winning games, and as they're 8-2 in the last 10, Shasky, the Giants did say 3 days ago that Alex Cobb will resume his story program this past weekend, and Robbie Ray will throw his first live BP. He just did that. Guys usually have a few of those before starting a rehab assignment.
Okay.
So they could be coming back sooner rather than later. And we think about the stacks being high. Are we starting to get 2021 vibes? Are we starting to get, 1997 vibes? Are you starting to get 2010 vibes when they won their first World Series in the city of San Francisco. I don't know. It just never feels like they're out of it.
Well, the one thing I would say about any of the years that they had a monster season, they made a really nice pickup at the deadline, whether it's a Freddie Sanchez, whether it's going to get a Javi Lopez in 2010, or whether it's going to get a Chris Bryant, which is what they did in 2021. They're going to need to add to what they have right now.
So who's that guy?
Well, and that's I know you're looking at first base because of the Lamont Wade injury, but before Lamont got hurt, he was one of the best players on the team. I think he was their all-star. I would love to add one of these premier guys. It just feels like to me they're going to roll with Slater at first or Tyler Fitzgerald at first, with Wilmer obviously getting the bulk of it. And maybe they bring up this Trenton Brooks guy who's like a journeyman AAA guy. But I would love to upgrade the DH first base spot. I would, personally, because I think that Jorge Soler, you can move off Jorge Soler. I like Jorge Soler. He could be some sort of a role player. You probably paid him too much to be a role guy off the bench, but maybe you move him. They got a Conforto decision to make. Maybe you move him. They've got, young pieces that are desirable. I think they need bullpen arms. Like, more than a first baseman. I think they need bullpen arms. I think they could use a shortstop.
Call me crazy, but in a nice spot, I'm cool with Ahmed and Wisely. If they're hitting, and if it's Luciano, I'm cool with that.
Just playing the numbers. Okay.
I'm cool with that. 9-hole. Okay. I'm not worried about it.
I could live with that if they both, as long as Wisely hits enough to stay up. Right.
If he hits enough or Luciano hits enough, one of those guys got to pop.
Yeah.
But if I get my hands on Vlad Jr., who's 25 years old, and it hit 393 in the month of May, you're talking about a premier hitter in baseball. All right. Last year, considered a down year for him. Batted 264. He still hit 26 jacks and drove in 94 runs. That was a down year.
I know.
The year before, he batted 274. He goes 32 and 97. All right? The year before that, we know he pops 48 home runs and drives in 111. And this whole thing that, hey, he's fat, he's out of shape. Well, the last 3 years, he's played 161, 160, 156.
Well, and he's a Gold Glover at first and Silver Slugger. So he's not only a great hitter and a face of an organization, he could pick it over at first base. But here's the thing, like Lamont Wade for fractional cost, has been really good there.
Good.
I'm just looking at the team as a whole, and I know how they operate. They're probably thinking like, Lamont will be back.
Well, that's fine. Lamont can come back. I could still bring in Vlad Jr. as a DH and move off of Soler if he doesn't want to figure it out. Or the Polar Bear. And the Polar Bear, when you look at him, 37 homers, 40 homers, 46 home runs. Now, he's not going to hit for a great average, but his career average is 249. His career average is 249.
If you put one of those guys in this lineup and you put Chapman behind one of those guys.
That's what I'm saying. You're making it deeper.
Yeah, you feel a hell of a lot better. But, again, you got to part with something. And so I'm looking at the Giants organization, and it feels like they've got a young nucleus, and I think a majority of fans don't want to move off anyone.
Who's the guy? Would you move off of Luciano for one of these guys?
It's so early, and seeing everything that I've seen,
I'm moving off.
Here's what I said. I'll let you go. I would prefer to keep him for now, and I would try to move something else. But the guy that I'm not moving, and nobody's heard of this guy, and you're going to think I'm crazy, and I showed it to you guys in the thread.
Yeah.
Bryce Eldridge, to me, is the number one prospect in the system, and it's not even close. To me, he's the number one player in their system. I think he's going to be up here mid-year next year. I think he's a superstar waiting to happen. He's my first base of the future. So I just feel like all this first base trade talk, I get where you're coming from. I want a Vladdy Jr. I want those guys.
Listen.
But I don't know, man.
Well, this Eldridge kid that you said I think he's legit. He looks legit, but why can't I have both? I got a first base and DH. The universal DH is in both leagues.
It's true.
All right. So why can't I have two power hitters? Why not?
Well, and the thing about Vladdy Jr., he could play a little third.
He could play a little third. He could play a little first. He wants to DH, fine. But he's got a great eye. He's everything that Farhan wants. He takes walks. He gets hits. So the power numbers haven't been there necessarily this season. But even when it's Pete Alonso, the thing about him is I'm not giving up a lot for Pete Alonso, nor did he a free agent.
It's a good point.
But if the Blue Jays said, we want Marco Luciano in a deal for Vlad Jr., then I'm doing it all day long.
I would probably.
I will part ways yesterday.
Would you do that for Bo Bichette, who is
Luciano for Bichette?
He's a better fielder, but he's clunky, like in the terms of just the other shortstops defensively, he's clunkier than most.
Sure, but I don't think Bo Bichette is needed as much as, say, a power hitter.
Gotcha.
Or a guy with a big batter's eye. All right, before we get to the injury report, take a couple calls here. Let's get to Brian and Palo Alto.
What's up, BBA?
Brian, what's happening?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Yeah, I think let's wait until game 81, I think. I think, these young guys, remember when Casey Schmidt came up last year and everyone got all hyped up about it? Let's see it play out over a longer period of time. None of them really hit in the minors. And so usually there's a regression to the mean there. So I don't want to be a pessimist there, but that would be my take. Let's wait until game 81 to know what these, to definitively say these guys are hit. That'd be my 2 cents. But obviously it's an encouraging start.
Do they, BPA, real quick, do they need to make a move? If they need to make a move, what are you making a move for?
I don't know. I don't know why everyone's giving up on Luciano.
I'm not ready to do that either.
From what I've seen, from a bat standpoint, I'm like, it's better than I thought it would be. He's not a shortstop. Everyone knew he wasn't a shortstop 2 years ago.
Well, here's the thing, though, BPA, on that. I feel like the organization is keeping him at shortstop to keep his trade value high. I think they want to keep him at shortstop because the thought process is for most baseball fans is if you could play shortstop, even if you're a lower level shortstop, you can play anywhere on the diamond. That's what most people think.
Yeah, I don't know. He's definitely not. He's not a shortstop. He's not really close. Maybe he's like a third baseman. I don't know, but he's a big dude. And he's got a live bat. I don't know why they'd give up on him yet. I'm actually more encouraged. You have to take the sort of downs with the highs, but yeah, right. It's an encouraging run. I'd like to see where Matos and Ramos and these guys are at game 81.
If you had to make a move,
they never really.
BPA, if you had to make a move to strengthen this roster, what's the move you're making? Who's the guys you're going after? Is it bullpen arms? Is it a starting pitcher? Is it a bat? What are you going after?
Yeah, I would I think you get one or two incredible bullpen arms, lockdown arms, guys that are going to give you a scoreless inning. With hopefully the rotation, sort of strengthening here with guys that are going to hopefully come back from injury. Hopefully Snell's better.
All right, his phone's clicking.
Out.
Here's what I would say.
They're
all at different spots. They're all at different spots. Luciano, we've seen a little taste. I'm with him. I think everyone needs to relax, stay the course. Dude, what if they moved him to second base and he was one of those power second basemen? Jeff Kent didn't have a great glove early on and then developed into it. Robinson Cano, Alfonso Soriano, these were guys that were hit first, glove second guys who had monster careers.
What do you do with Estrada?
Estrada, you've squeezed the lemon on him. I'm not saying you get rid of Estrada. He's very valuable. I'm talking long term. I'm talking long term with Luciano. Gotcha. I'm with him. If you're gonna hit, I'll find a spot for you. Tatis played shortstop. Yep. Fernando Tatis Jr. Shortstop his whole life. Led the league in errors. They moved him to right field. He won a Gold Glove.
Yeah,
I don't think Lucy's got the same athleticism as Fernando Tatis, but the bat is legit.
Giants got options. They got options at the deadline. We'll get to Richie in Queens in just a second. On the other side, actually, we'll do that. We got Roxy Bernstein coming up at 9:20, but in the meantime, let's get to the injury report.
It's time for the injury report.
That really hurt.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
All right, we all saw it in the bottom of the fifth inning yesterday. Lamont Wade Jr. sliding into second base, strained his hamstring, and he's going to be out for a while. He'll undergo an MRI today, but manager Bob Melvin already termed the injury not good. What does that mean? 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks? MRI coming today for Lamont Wade Jr., who was balling right now, batting well over 300, playing some great first base. You think about the play he made at first base for Matt Chapman to end the game, to pick, the stretch. Unbelievable there. Lamont Wade Jr., get well. And he's going to miss his own bobblehead day on Sunday against the New York Yankees. Lamont Wade Jr. batting .333 on the season, man. Tough blow for him. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking. No compromises. Your phone calls, 888-957-9570. What's your big takeaway over the last 4 days for the San Francisco Giants? Are you starting to believe in this team? And if so, what are you starting to feel? What are you starting to believe in? Is it the youngsters? Is it the veterans? Where are you at with the Giants right now? Is they're 5 games behind the Dodgers? They're 8-2 in their last 10. They're a game over 500. That's what's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, executive.
It's unrealistic, right? If guys come in and they end up being all-stars, you're hoping one or two of them at one time can come in. So I'm not sitting here saying that every one of these guys is going to be an all-star. But seeing what Elliot Ramos is doing right now, I'm really encouraged. He had a big hit yesterday with 2 outs right up the middle. It was beautiful. But I'm looking at Luis Matos in particular because he's got the biggest body of work outside of Bailey of the 3 young guys, Luciano, Ramos, and now Matos. Matos has almost 300 at-bats. He's on pace. If you were to have 550, 600 at-bats, he's on pace for 150 hits in a season. And he's batting 254. You know who had 150 hits and batted 254 throughout his first full season?
Who's that?
A guy by the name of Bobby Witt Jr. Now, I'm not saying that that's exactly who Luis Matos is, but that's above Major League Baseball's batting average for the median. The median batting average is somewhere in the 240s, low 240s, and that's above the amount of hits you're looking for. In your first full season, when we could all tell that half of those at-bats, he had like 80 at-bats last year, he was clearly overmatched. Matos, to me, is a keeper. I don't know if he's a center fielder per se. I'm not even sure if he's a right fielder because our right field is a little unique. I think he's a keeper. I think he's a top-of-the-order guy that you could feel really good about, and I want to see what the second half of the season and the rest of the year plays out for him. So I'm looking at him in particular, and I'm like, I think he's real.
Don't forget, though, the stakes are high for this team.
No doubt.
The stakes are high, and if you don't produce, you will not play. That's the point of the season we're getting to. So I don't care if your name is Marco Luciano. I don't care if your name is Brett Wisely. I don't care if you're Luis Matos. I don't care if you're Mike Yastrzemski. If you don't produce, you will not play. The only guy who's guaranteed a spot every day in the lineup basically is Matt Chapman at third base. Tyrone Strand at second. I'll put him in there as well. If you don't have many center field options outside of Matos, I guess Fitzgerald could play a little bit of center. I guess Yaz in a pinch, maybe also Slater if he gets back. But overall, I like where this team is at because the stakes are high. They're playing with urgency. That's what it tells me. When you become the first road team, they win 3 straight games, being 4 runs down in those games on the road. You become the first team since 1932 to rally from 4-run deficits in 3 straight games. Okay, now it tells me the urgency, and it tells me that you're never out of a baseball game. They're going to take every at-bat seriously. They're going to make these pitchers work. That is a good sign.
Yeah.
It's a very good sign. Well, let's just see it. To BPA's point, I know he's not trying to be a Debbie Downer, but we can't coin Matos as the second coming of, say, Angel Pagan or Marvin Bernard or whatever center fielder we have be productive in San Francisco. That's why these series are important. When you play the Phillies, when you play the Yankees, the two of the best teams in all of baseball. Yankees are 19 games over 500. The Phillies are 21 games over 500. These are litmus tests for the youngsters and for this entire roster. So, yeah, we're not coining them saying, yeah, we feel good about their future. They're going to be here for the next 5 years. We're not silly. But let's see how it plays out through the duration of the year. And I love the fact that you said something earlier, Sasky. Ramos knows his spot ain't guaranteed.
No.
So you're going to get everything out of him. Matos knows his long-term future with the Giants isn't guaranteed. So you're going to get every ounce of energy and hustle out of him. Same thing with Brett Wisely. You're going to get everything out of him. And I like that aspect of it. There's a fire to him. They're putting the fire right now, and Farhad's sitting from the top of the suite, Chasky saying, if you young guys don't produce, I got Slater coming back. I got Alnett coming back. I got Davey VR in the minors. I got Fitzgerald in the minors. You don't produce, I'll try to find somebody who can. So the urgency that these youngsters have to play with, I think it's the best thing for them right now.
Well, I think where my pushback is that people saying, well, look what happened with Schmidt last year. Schmidt had 300 at-bats last year, essentially, and batted 200 and didn't drive the ball, and the at-bats looked like he was being overwhelmed, and it was the same outs he was making over and over and over, swinging at everything, no plate discipline, not adjusting. When I watched Luis Matos at-bats, not only does the data back it up where his OPS is 100 points higher, his on-base percentage is higher, he's hitting 50 points higher on his batting average, like all those things are up. The at-bats don't look like he's overwhelmed. He looks like a guy that goes up there with a plan and can adjust mid-at-bat based off what the repertoire of the pitcher throwing to him is. And he's just so young. Like, I don't know. He feels real. I don't know about Ramos. We'll see. Ramos's OPS is really high right now. Right. He's laying off stuff in the junk. I feel like he's driving the ball. But none of these guys are home run hitters. That's one thing. Like, you don't see the power with those two that maybe you would traditionally expect from your outfielders. Luciano's got pop. Now, I know he hasn't hit one out yet, but you could just see like the bat flies off of his. The guy that I'm sticking at, who I think is as real as it gets, is Patrick Bailey. OPS is high, batting average is high, plate discipline is great. He's hitting on both sides of the plate, righty and lefty. I think Bailey's legit.
Yeah, we know he's going to be here, though. He's going to be here at catcher. He's got a lot of runway. He could scuffle. Hell, he could go 5 for 60 in the month of June, and he'll still be here. He's going to be here all year. So we know Bailey, and the concussion obviously was an issue for him. He's over the concussion systems. He looks like a different player. He looks like the guy we fell in love with last season. He looks fresh, too. So we'll see what happens. By the way, you brought this up earlier, and I've seen it all over the internet. Anybody open to a reunion with Brandon Belt at first base? Sounds like Lamar Wade Jr. is going to be out for a while. Now, personally, I don't want to see Brandon Belt back in the Giants uniform. I don't want to go down that avenue again. But there are a lot of Giants fans who do want to see Brandon Belt back, and they'll point to his OPS from a season ago with the Blue Jays, OPS of what, 858 or something like that? I'm good off that. But I understand there's some Giants fans who do want Brandon Belt back, Shasky. They want him back.
I want nothing to do with Brandon Belt. Like, so you're telling me a team that has a ton of tough roster decisions is going to bring back somebody that clearly the paying customer like has an affinity for, and you're going to make your decisions even more difficult for a guy who's at the end of his career? Like, it's not like he has a whole lot left for you.
Right.
He's at the end of his career. It's great. And look, Toronto squeezed the lemon on him, all right? And this is how we got duped in a couple of years ago. Oh, he had 400 at-bats. Oh, he was good with Toronto. And like he did that with the Giants. He had 600 at-bats in 2019. And what has happened since then? He's been hurt every single year. That was his best year in 4 years. Why are we going to turn back the clock? And then now I'm adding someone to my 40-man, and I have to cut someone from my 40-man where we already have legitimate players who have contributed, have earned their spots, and you're going to bring in Brandon Belt, who's a marginal one-way player with very limited, upside? No, I'm good.
Yeah,
I'm good. I'm totally good. Let Wilmer play there. I would and I can't believe I'm saying this. I would rather give Slater one last crack before I DFA him. No, I'm serious.
No, I hear you.
I'm serious.
No,
Slater hurt himself. He deserves a chance. If you're not going to like DFA him outright, he deserves a chance to get some at bats at first base, even though he's a righty as well, and let it play out. Or why don't you reward Tyler Fitzgerald, who has more positional versatility, who's crushing the ball in AAA? Like, any of those is a more desirable thing than bringing back Brandon Belt and then DFAing someone.
And not only that, you bring Brandon Belt back, who was the quote-unquote captain, right? What does a clubhouse dynamic look like? Matt Chapman seems to have a leadership role. Lamar Wade Jr. seems to have a leadership role. Logan Webb starting to have a leadership role. You have a new manager in Bob Melvin trying to put his imprint on the team. What is a locker room? Like, Brandon Belt gets back, say, hypothetically, and he's in his clubhouse. The stuff that he was doing as a leader, and I'm not saying it was bad, but I don't know if that flies with this current roster. You know what I'm saying? You come in midway, and yeah, sure, everybody, you may be sitting there thinking, hey, guys, kiss my rings. I know what it's like being the Giants. Nobody wants to hear that no more. That ship is sailed. So I worry about the clubhouse dynamic. Not saying that Brandon Belt brings a lot of drama to the table. I'm not saying that at all. But that is a personality. And that is a guy who's part of the core that helped win your final 2 World Series. You get what I'm saying?
I do.
So I worry about that dynamic. That dynamic with Brandon Belt coming in here. Is there a cloud that's hovering over him? And you're saying, boy, that's Brandon Belt. We really can't tell him anything because he's a forever Giant, blah, 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 blah. I think about those things off the field. Not just on the field, but off the field. What does it look like in his clubhouse? So I'm with you. I don't want Brandon Belt back. I want to see what this looks like.
Right now, they currently don't really have a backup third baseman. Wilmer's really just a first baseman, and defensively he's a poor first baseman, but whatever. Like, they don't have a backup third baseman. So you're going to bring another guy who only plays first base and can DH. Because right now Soler doesn't have a defensive position. He's only a DH. So again, we go back to redundancy. When you're filling out a 26-man roster, you have to have guys who have positional versatility. I'll listen to Slater playing because at least he can play a little center, play a little corner outfield, and he can play first base. I don't want to bring Brandon Belt back to this team. I'd rather see Tyler Fitzgerald. I'd rather see them go. Even give what's the random guy who I referenced earlier? Brooks something or other. I'd rather see him. A Trenton Brooks, who's batting .308 right now. He's 28 years old in AAA. Give him a call up, and let's see if he gets a chance other than going down the Brandon Belt Avenue. Because if you bring Brandon Belt here, you have to release someone.
Yep.
And that's something I don't want to do right now.
415. We need their championship veteran presence.
That's what I'm paying Pat Burrell for.
Bring back Brandon Belt.
That's what I'm paying coaches for.
405. It's more than just the stats. We need the captain back from the 405. There's some people who want Brandon Belt back, and it ain't 957-9570.
They don't need the droopy dog to say, hey, go get him, get one for the Gipper.
That body language.
Like they've had one of the most exciting 10-day stretches in the last, decade for Giants fans. We feel galvanized, and you want to go backwards? Nah, man, I'm moving forward. This reminds me a lot of Frank Gore's out there.
Right.
Frank Gore's out there, and it's nah, man. I love Frank Gore. He's a forever 49er. I'm not going backwards.
Yeah, I'm with you.
And I'm not messing with whatever. People we need the captain. Chapman and Yaz and the veterans that are there are already set in place.
You've got the leadership already. Hypothetically, I'm looking at it from in the clubhouse. There is Brandon Belt does have a presence, and the energy that they have right now on this team, it's a good energy. Brandon Belt strikes out. The body language. I don't want to go down that train, but I am willing to hear fans who do want Brandon Belt back. There's a lot.
I'd rather have Pablo, who you had in your system. I would rather have, and I don't want Pablo, but I would rather have Pablo. Anyone who's clamoring, and I've seen some beat writers clamoring for Brandon Belt. Look around the bigs, dude. There's a reason the guy's unemployed. Can you come up with a more creative way? Well, tell me you don't. You are just pandering to fans who don't watch other teams. And it's let's go back in the way back machine. I feel like we're giving it oxygen it doesn't deserve. Do not go the Brandon Belt route. I'm begging Farhan. You've had a really good offseason. You've navigated the year, and you've made the most of it. You're having a fun run right now. Don't go back down the Brandon Belt rabbit hole. It's not worth it.
Well, the beat writer you're talking about, let's put it out there.
I don't even think he likes baseball.
Andrew Bagley, put it out there. Andrew Bagley, put it out there. Gaslighting, right? You want to talk about gaslighting the fan base and bringing that name up. For a guy who's in the clubhouse every single day and covers this team every single day, it seems a little out of touch to bring up Brandon Belt when you look at the way this clubhouse is vibing, the way this team is vibing. We had Matt Chapman on the show Friday, and he was great. Matt Chapman was awesome.
He sounded like a leader.
Patrick Bailey looks like a leader.
Totally agree.
You know what I'm saying? Logan Webb has been a leader for this team. So I don't I don't want to see Brandon Belt. But Andrew Bagley did put it. I'm looking for the tweet that he put it out there with. I go, dear God, really? Is he putting that out there?
But
oh wait, here it is. Left-handed first base options for replacing Wade appear to be calling up Trenton Brooks, a 28-year-old veteran of 8 minor league seasons who was hitting .308 in sack, or B, seeing if Brandon Belt could get a service call.
This isn't the NFL, right? Where I just put this guy on the practice squad, this fringe player over here. When you have a 40-man and you, for example, they brought in Drew Pomerantz, they're going to have to DFA someone, right? That's what happens. And I'm looking right now, we have a roster crunch. You have the Slater, Conforto situation that's coming to a head at some point. Probably this week, they're going to have to make a decision on somebody. And I don't want to see Elliot Ramos go down, but it might just be that he's the odd man out, right? They have a decision to make when Nick Ahmed comes back. Will it be Luciano that goes back down? Right now, everything seems to be gelling. And I've told you, I feel like there's something special brewing right now. Don't mess with what they have going. There seems to be a vibe with the team. Be very careful. It is delicate. Don't mess with it. Just stick with what you got. Whatever this is, this AAA crew that came broadening up, they seem to be all on the same page. Give Trenton Brooks a look. Okay, if he stinks for a week, so what? Send him back down. He doesn't have any options. And give the guy who's grinded for 8 years an opportunity at a big league look. Like that, I would much rather see that.
Brandon Belt last year versus
he had a good year last year
versus right-handed pitching, 19 homers. 256 average, OBP 375, that's on-base percentage, OPS 890. So he had a good year. He had a good year against right-handed pitching. There's no doubt about that. Is it worth it? Is it worth it to get Brandon Belt, who's 36 years old right now, 36 years old. Still thinks he has some ball in him. I have no idea. But let's go to the lines here. Let's go to Richie and Queens and with Steve and Santa Rosa. Richie, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good,
Doing
Richie.
great. I'm super pumped with the Giants.
Well, look, I spoke to you guys last week. I mean, it's amazing. 11 games. They're 9-2. What's happened with them is a revelation. You don't want to change certain things. I'm disappointed with Salah. Salah's not giving him anything from the DH spot.
Yeah.
I thought the 130 home run guy would be him. But obviously, Chapman, this has gone crazy. Bailey looks like he's such a confident hitter. I sometimes wonder what happens with him behind the plate with the ball popping out of his glove sometimes.
Right.
But his side-on throws can be a little disturbing. But everything going well, and I was at the game this weekend against the Mets, and a couple of things Melvin did that drove me nuts, and this is not a second guess. They're up 7-2.
Yeah.
They got 5 in the 10th. Do not bring Duvall in that game.
I'm with you, Richie.
Why?
Richie, you know what they said, Richie? You know what they said about that? They said
they got him
that he got him warmed up and they had to play him, basically, once he got warmed up.
That's really bad. And you know what bothered me? Ron Darling made a comment. And I love Darling. I listened to him on the Met broadcast. And he said, well, they know that Webb gives you length, so maybe you don't need him. What does that mean? He's not going to pitch 9. That's your closer. And Webb is getting, got screwed out of that. And the other thing I didn't like was when he, late innings, he brought in the guy that's driving me crazy, guys, is Luke Jackson. Luke Jackson is number 6. And, their relief pitching is good. I really believe that. This kid, the new kid they've got.
Randy Rodriguez.
Rodriguez is phenomenal. Miller is good. And even the guy that I couldn't stand, Jelly's come around. Again, Miller. Walker is a stud. And I know Roger screwed up that game, but I'm not going to knock him. I love his demeanor. I think he's a great setup guy. Duvall is the guy that drives me crazy sometimes, some of his antics. But, yeah, it's what we're seeing. But, just to end it, you cannot hide a shortstop. I look at him, guys. He looks like, and look, people make errors. He turned his glove on a two-hopper. I don't like any. You cannot have him in cruise. And he brought him in at the end of a game. He brought him in and brought Jackson in. And I said to my brother, am I missing something? But Luke Jackson's the last guy on the list. But Hicks has been great. Really impressed that he came back and saw 96 again. Snell, I think, will come around. He's been slow and a late start. But, hey, there's a lot to be excited about. But, to answer who would I get, Brandon Bell 2021 was the coup for Crawford and him. They had great years, and he got hurt at the end of the year. But I wouldn't bring him back. I'd bring up that kid.
Yeah,
why not?
Yes.
But losing weight, just to end it, losing weight is monumental. He has turned out to be a tremendous 850 OPS 900 guy.
Yep.
So it's going to be tough to replace him.
And
good call.
And good call, Richie. It's one of your best calls in a long time, Richie. He was out there at Citi Field watching the Mets and the Giants as the Mets play in Queens, New York. He made a lot of sense. Walker's driving me crazy. Luke Jackson's driving me crazy. Bullpen usually drives me crazy unless they're Javi Lopez, Affeld, Romo, and Casilla. And even they had their days. You know what I'm saying? Just bullpen Argent. They're almost like kickers in football. You just never know what you're going to get. You just never know if you're going to go wide left or wide right. And give up a 4 spot.
It's one of the hardest jobs in sports.
It is. It so
really
hard.
is.
It is so hard there. Carter, 1 minute. 1 minute.
Well,
1 minute warning.
Quickly on one point. It does feel like to me, Logan Webb is reliving the Matt Cain experience all over again. I mean, it's like Groundhog Day. The poor guy is pitching gem after gem. What I believe to be, like, quality start has a different meaning to Major League Baseball and to me. A quality start is, hey, we should win this game, and I'm handing you the ball in the 7th or the 8th inning. Like, just figure it out, and I'm out of here. He led all the baseball in innings pitched last year. He never misses a start, and the guy cannot get a decision to save his life.
I mean,
I feel so bad for him.
You look at his last 4 starts: 7 innings, 6 innings, 6 innings, 7 innings. Yesterday, 7 innings, 3 hits, just 1 run against the New York Mets on Sunday. He deserved to win. He deserved to win on both during both games on a road trip there against Pittsburgh and the Mets, but he's pitching well. Let's get to Blake Snell, 888-957-9570. How many of you out there are done with Blake Snell? So I'm going to throw you some numbers and I know this is tough to hear, but I'm going to preach patience when it comes to Blake Snell. And I'll tell you why on the other side, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Things are buzzing in Fremont. By choosing to bank with Fremont Bank, you're helping create a more vibrant Bay Area. A percentage of the bank's earnings goes right back to local charitable causes such as education, parks and recreation, health, and wellness. Zip over to fremontbank.com to learn more today.
I'm David.
I'm John.
And I'm Chris. We're the three brothers that own Jack's Restaurant and Bar with 5 locations in the Bay Area.
We learned the restaurant bit.
Guys, that's my line.
That's my line.
Pretty sure that was my line.
Guys, we don't have time for this. Jack's serves delicious breakfast, lunch, and dinner 7 days a week.
Don't forget to say we have a full bar.
I won't.
Don't forget to say it's a great
What up? This is Big Pun from South City. You are now listening to the morning motherfucking roast with my boys Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
All right, what a big pun. Hopefully you had a great weekend. Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. A Tuesday morning here on the roast, and we're loving life right now. Giants are winning 8-2 in their last 10. Look, man, it's a lot to like. There's a lot to like. Including 925. I love your text. Infinity Mobile text line. Wishy-washy. Wishy-washy. Let's go to, you know what, Shasky? Let's start off with Steve in Santa Rosa. He has a great idea. I think Steve in Santa Rosa has a great idea as we get to Blake Snell. And I'm going to tell you, Shasky, why you should have patience with Blake Snell coming up. Steve, Santa Rosa, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Hey, thank you. As a fan, I want the Giants to listen to me. But then when I hear other fans say they want dead weight Brandon Belt, I want the Giants to not listen to fans. I mean, let's be real. That guy is the lamest first baseman we've ever had. I can't stand him.
Damn.
Now, if I'm going to go shopping, I'm going over to Oakland. And there's a whole bunch of players over there that I'd love to see on the Giants. Number one, Mason Miller. That's a plus for any team in the league. You got Rooker, Blade. The A's are an exciting team, but they're in the situation they're in. And that's about all I think the Giants need right now. Maybe, one big plus in the bullpen and leave things alone. Everything seems to be flowing real good. Like you said, and I like the idea too, bring that kid up that's been around for 8 years. Don't be spending and wasting money on has-beens and yesterday.
Yeah. You're right, Steve. You're right, Steve. Hey, if we're going to go to Brandon Belt route, why not go to Madison Bumgarner route, right? With that thinking, it's a reason why Bumgarner and Belt are at home right now.
Exactly.
They're cooked.
If you don't think that the Orioles or the Yankees or the Dodgers thought that those guys could help them, wouldn't they already be?
Absolutely.
I mean, like Arizona Diamondbacks, you couldn't use him to substitute for Walker at first base every now and then?
Yeah. The answer is not Brandon Belt. The answer is what I'm starting to think. Because Lamar Wade Jr., he's got the hamstring strain. MRI comes out today. He slides to the second base.
One of the worst slides I've ever
bottom
seen
of the fifth inning. He's playing so well. You saw it right away. First, I thought it was a knee. I was like, oh, no.
I know, I did too.
And especially after watching Ronald Acuna Jr. blow his ACL out for the second time in 3 years.
No one even touched Acuna.
No, nobody touched him.
It was so odd.
That's another non-contact injury, though.
I know.
For him. He's had a few of those.
He had one in spring training and then a couple years ago. Yeah, it was really bad. It was like the knee just buckled.
Right. So you get Lamar Wade Jr. with the hamstring strain. That leaves it open. He got first base. And you know what? We'll watch to see what Wilmer Flores does at first base. But the rumors are true about Vladimir Guerrero Jr. And the rumors are true about Pete Alonso. Then I want to pick up the phone from Farhan Zaidi, and I'm going to try to get a big boy out of those guys. And it starts with Vlad Jr. It starts with Pete Alonso. Pete Alonso's a free agent. Vlad Jr. is 25 years old. He's batting .393 in the month of May. We know who he is as a player. He's a baller. A baller. And if we're talking about playing for big stakes, which Farhan told Susan Slusser in the Chronicle, I'm going to reemphasize this every damn day when we talk Giants baseball. The stakes are high. That's the setting I'm working under, Shasky. The stakes are high. We need playoff baseball. We need to be going to the yard in October, not just in August and September. I need October baseball out here for once and for all, for the second time in the last 7 years. So it starts with Vlad Jr., and then it goes to Pete Alonso. And maybe get Pete for cheap because he is a free agent. But other than that, I'm not messing with Brendan Belt. I'm not messing with Madison Bumgarner. And for crying out loud, I hear you on Slater, but I don't really want to mess Slater. I don't want Slater on this roster either.
I'm just trying to be fair to Slater in the sense that he can play first, because he has before, and he can play outfield. So, to me, he gives me a little more positional versatility than these other guys. I'm done with the Slater experiment. Yeah. But, again, there's how the organization views someone might be different than how I view someone, right? So I don't know what goes into their thought process. The caller brought up Mason Miller from the A's. They're not going to trade him to the Giants. I just don't see that happening. Why would they get rid of him?
Yeah.
I mean, sure, the A's get rid of everyone, but I don't know why they would get rid of him, and I certainly don't know why they would get rid of him to the Giants. Would I want him? Oh, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? One of the most dynamic players in baseball. The guy's unbelievable. I'd love to have him, and he's been so red hot, it's not even funny. But the Giants do need bullpen help. They need another starter, and they need bullpen help. Now, I know that they believe that they got starters on the way that are going to be, showing up. I'm a little more skeptical on Alex Cobb returning and Robbie Ray and when those guys are going to be ready. Because, when Robbie Ray comes back, he's coming back from Tommy John. That's a serious injury. And I remember when Cueto came back from the Tommy John, it took almost a while. Yeah, I think he took 4 starts at the end of September and then a whole, off season, and then he was ready again the next April, and he still wasn't 100%.
Right.
So I think
just don't know.
Asking a lot from Robbie Ray, that might be too much.
Right.
But this team's rolling right now. When you beat the Phillies the way that they did, that Phillies team is no joke.
And we'll see Zach Wheeler tonight, and we see why their offense has been the best in baseball. 21 games over 500, but that's a big boy win yesterday by the Giants.
And that was the game to get.
Right.
Against Walker.
To be up 3-0 and blow the 3-0 lead, which Blake Snell did.
Yes.
Which transitions to Blake Snell, because I do want to get into that. And you blow the lead, and they out of lead with their bullpen, and you scrap back, and you win 8-4 going away. And really, the Phillies weren't even in the game after that. That's an impressive win.
It is.
And this is an important road trip for the Giants. It's an important homestand for the Giants, I should say. Important homestand for Farhan. Before they get out on the road to Arizona and Texas, how do you stack up against the Yankees and the Phillies? All right? How do you stack? I get it. You're playing another Pennsylvania team and another New York team, but this Pennsylvania team ain't playing in Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh has a lot of problems with their bullpen. We understand that. And this New York team, the Pinstripes, is definitely a lot better than the Mets. Mets are underachievers.
Yeah.
So this is a great litmus test for the Giants to see where they're at. They're 5 games behind the Dodgers in the NL West. They're reeling. They're coming back to the pack. Giants are now 1 game over 500, and that is despite Blake Snell not completing 5 innings in any one of his 5 starts this season. He hasn't gone 5 innings once.
Well, and I think this is where it's going to hurt you today, because they were afraid to announce a starter because they didn't know how deep he was going to go into the game. And now, considering that they had to use a variety of arms yesterday, Randy Rodriguez, I believe, went 2 full innings yesterday. Is he even available today?
Probably not.
Right? And the Snell thing isn't just on the days that he starts. It's on the other days. That was my thing about the opener last year. Everyone's like, well, the opener is 12 and whatever, 9 at one point during the year. It's like, okay, yeah, but what about the day before and the day after and how that depletes your bullpen? It's bigger than just the day that you actually participate. So I look at the Blake Snell innings, and it's not just that he's barely getting through 4. It's the fact that he's crushing your bullpen for the next day, and you're already depleted in the staff, and you have an opener going. So,
boy, they need that day off on Thursday.
Bad.
Bad. But by the way, your boy Randy Rodriguez, because you're the first.
He's been
you're
awesome.
First in line when it comes to Randy Rodriguez. He got that 8th inning last Thursday in Pittsburgh. The 8th inning, setting up the save. It was like, wow, okay, Randy Rodriguez, big spot here. Well, he goes 2 yesterday. Doesn't blink an eye. Now he has a 1.76 ERA. So to your earlier point this morning about who do you trust in this bullpen outside of Duvall, well, Randy Rodriguez moved up my book. He's moving up. His stock is growing and growing and growing and growing and growing. He may see some bigger opportunities here in the near future.
And the reason why I really like him is that if he comes into a situation where, let's say, there's a runner on second and less than 2 outs, he's a guy that can get you a strikeout. And when you have, Walker's kind of funky, but guys are going to put him in play. Rogers is funky, but guys will put him in play as well. Rodriguez is a guy that can give you that fastball up and in with a 98 plus, and then give you that slider away, and whatever that is, that sweeper thing that he's got. It's a devastating wipeout. And I just think he's got great put-away stuff. And so when you're looking at guys who can come in high-leverage situations and get that initial pop-up or strikeout and just get you that to 2 outs, he's a guy that I really like in that bullpen.
So before we get to Willa Marin here on the line, 888-957-9570, I know he's feeling good about the Giants. Let's hear from Blake Snell yesterday, because Blake Snell has been awful this season. 10.42 ERA in 5 starts, 2-3 on the year. The Giants are 2-3 in games in which he starts. They're 2-3. They've rallied the last 2 nights when Blake Snell has not had it. He obviously gave up 5 runs against Pittsburgh last Wednesday. And then obviously yesterday didn't make it into the 5th inning. That sucked. But in 19 innings pitched this season in 5 starts, just 19 innings. He's given up 27 hits and 23 runs. Now, I will say, if you have patience with Blake Snell, it may get rewarded. I'll get to that in just a second. But let's hear from Blake Snell after yesterday's poor performance. Probably the most disappointing start to me all season of Blake Snell. Here it is.
The one thing I would say, like big league spring training, you need it. Yeah, it's tough to do it. Like I thought I did everything I could to be ready, and then even just after 2 weeks, like noticing how much better I was throwing the ball, just being here every day. You can't. There's nothing like you have to go to spring training. So hopefully. I mean, for me, I hope teams see that. And, I mean, I don't know what Montgomery's doing, but I bet it's tough for him. Like, it's not easy. So I didn't face a big league hitter until I pitched my first game in the big leagues this year, and it's tough. You just have nothing to go off of. You're just kind of like, let's see what we got. Faced 18-year-olds, but so it's all excuses, but it's the truth.
He's basically giving up 2 walks, a combined 2 walks and walks and hits an inning. I think this guy's been pathetic. But here's the thing that I'm frustrated when I hear him. Like, he's like, well, I didn't have any spring training, this, that, and the other. You've referenced me, well, he's a slow starter. If anyone should be telling their agent, hey, I know, like, I want to make the most amount of money. I want a multi-year deal. I want all those things. But if I'm not going to get those, then you need to sign me right away because I need spring training to get in shape to be ready for the regular season or to get my ramp up, whatever he wants to call it, because I know that I start slow and I know that the second half is extremely important. And even if I do sign a smaller deal, a 1 or a 2 year deal, which is what he has with the Giants, like, isn't it more imperative to hit the ground running and be ready to go? The agent failed him, the player failed him, and he can blame Major League Baseball all he wants. The Yankees offered him 2 months into free agency, or whatever it was, early in January, like, here's the deal, 30-something million for 1 year. And he was like, no, I can get better. So, like, I think that Boris and him have no one to blame but themselves. And the Giants, too. They signed up for this.
I don't like hearing the excuse. Now, he brought up Jordan Montgomery. Jordan Montgomery has started 7 games this season. You know how many times he's pitched into the 5th inning?
All 7?
6.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
You know how many times he's pitched into the 6th inning?
I don't know, 4 or 5?
3 times he's pitched. 5 times he's pitched into the 7th inning.
Wow.
And twice into the 7th inning. So I know Jordan Montgomery started late, but obviously whatever he was doing off to the side is helping him. Now his ERA is a little higher. His ERA is at 4.69. I get it. He's given up some runs. He had a bad start against the Dodgers, who doesn't, where he gave up 6 runs in 3 innings. But he had a great start against Cincinnati, 7 innings, 2 runs, 7 hits, 2 strikeouts. Got rocked around in Cincinnati, but he gave up 7 hits at 5 1/3. Went 6 against Detroit. Went 6 against Miami. He's eating up innings. All right? Now, he has been a tough luck loser. He's 3-2. He's been a lot better than Blake Snell. Now, I will say this about Blake Snell. It looks terrible right now. But his last 3 years post All-Star break, he has been electric. All right, 2021, second half of the season, 3.24 ERA, 1.04 WHIP. 2022, second half of the season, 7-5, 2.19 ERA, 1.02 WHIP. And now, I say that because the first halves have been terrible. 2021, his first half, 4.99 ERA. First half in 2022, 5.22 ERA, 1.48 WHIP. So the numbers have been bad in the first half. But then you can look at last year. Second half of the season, 8-2, 1.54 ERA, 1.14 WHIP. On his way to his second Cy Young Award. He won one in the AL, won one in the National League, obviously, with the Padres. So in the second half of the season, his lifetime numbers when it comes to June, July, August, September are just so much better. So will we allow the patience, knowing what's happened? You're winning these games. Like, here's the thing. This is why I'm not going to get so down on Blake Snell, because you at least picked him up and you won these 2 games. Now, he's got to come back against the Yankees. He got to pitch well. It's time. I got to get at least 5, Blake. It's time. All right? We're getting into June. But the numbers show that he's been better in the second half of the seasons. Does that do anything for you, Shasky?
No, because, like, you're paying him premier money. And I wanted him to be a top-of-the-rotation guy. And if this thing boils down and we lose out on the wild card by a game or 2, we're going to look back at April and May. It's 2 months in. Like, if this was, like, a month in, I'd be more graceful, you know? Like, this is 2 months in. Here's the other part. Not only have you invested a ton of money, and people say, oh, it's just money. Look, like, yeah, you're right. It is just money, and baseball doesn't have a hard cap and all those things. But when you sign Chapman, because he forfeited or I guess declined the qualifying offer, you lose a second-round pick. And when you sign Snell, because he also rejected the qualifying offer, you lose your third-round pick. So you want that guy to ball out for you. You just do. You're losing a draft pick. And on top of that, because you signed both of those guys, you lost $500,000 in international free agent money. So it's made it more difficult to field your team after Blake Snell probably moves on for you, and you didn't squeeze the lemon on Blake Snell. So, they just need him playing better. It's not I want him to play better. I need the guy to win some games. Now, thankfully, they're 4-6 overall.
Right.
As a team on days he either would have started or did start.
Right. And 2-3 on games he did start. So 2-3 in games in which he did start.
It's unacceptable.
Well, I'm gonna throw some other numbers at you then. If I can't convince you on that one, lifetime in the month of July, August, and September.
Give it to me.
His lifetime ERA in the month of July. 2.67 ERA.
That's pretty amazing.
1.3 whip. In the lifetime in the month of August. And he's 13-6 in July. In August, he's 19-7. In his ERA, 2.60 in the month of August. Lifetime. 1.1 whip in the month of August. The dog days of August. We know it gets hot, gets humid. A lot of those games against the AL East probably down in Tampa Bay. Then in the month of September, October. 16-9, 2.25 ERA, 1.03 whip. So the last 3 months of the season, you see the pitcher that you signed for. Now, can you make it there? That's what I'm saying.
I love the optimism.
Will you allow for patience on Blake Snell? Because lifetime, the numbers say he's a lot better in July, August, and September than he is in. Look at his lifetime numbers in the month of May: 4.57 ERA, 1.33 whip.
Yeah,
that's not good. But lifetime numbers in the month of June: 4.40 ERA, 1.41 whip. So it doesn't matter if he has a spring training or doesn't have a spring training. The guy struggles in April, May, and June. His lifetime numbers say that he struggles in these months.
Yeah, but he's been worst pitcher in the entire bigs.
I understand.
It's not even if he just gave me his career averages where he was in the 4s and 5s ERA, I'd be like, yeah, okay, fine, whatever. He's literally barely getting through 3. And it's, to me, we could talk all about the numbers and how horrific it's been. He's given up more runs in innings pitched, all those things. It's the pitch counts are just driving me insane.
That's who he is, though.
It's just driving me insane.
This is who Blake Snell is, and this is what you signed up for. This is who he is. But I'm going to allow myself to have some optimism right now. I'm telling you, I'm open-minded when it comes to these Giants.
Okay, so how many more starts until you start worrying?
I'm going to wait till July. Let me see if he can turn around in June. But I know in June, the lifetime numbers say that he struggles a little bit in June. But if I can get to July and he's trending upwards and he's got a couple starts where he throws at least 5, then I say, boy, his lifetime numbers are July, August, September, in money time, in winning time, when it's time to win pennants, when it's time to win divisions, when it's time to win races, Blake Snell shows up. The lifetime numbers show me that he shows up.
All right.
Last year in San Diego, second half of the season, was the best pitcher in the National League. It wasn't even close.
For sure.
His lifetime numbers the last 3 years in the second half of the season tells me that, boy, 3.24 ERA. It's not bad. Wow, 2022, second half of the season, 2.19 ERA. Damn, that's pretty damn good. Last year, the second half of the season, 1.54 ERA. The guy gets better and better as the season goes along, so that's why
I get
I'm
that.
going to be a little optimistic.
But would you meet me here and be like, he's been a massive disappointment?
There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. But I can't look backwards. I can't look in the rear view, buddy. I got to look forward here.
I'm listening to the rhetoric of Giants fans, and we're crushing, Rodgers the other day, and it was a bad outing.
Snell's getting heat. You better believe it.
I feel like Luciano, Rodgers, even Bob Melvin have all gotten more heat this year than Blake Snell. And to me, I'm sitting here, I'm like, dude, Blake Snell is literally making $1 million to start.
No. People are giving Blake Snell heat. They want him gone already.
No, I don't want him gone. I just want him to pitch better.
There's a lot of people want him gone. But I'm going to, I've been consistent with the Giants all season long. So I don't know what the 925 is talking about here. When you say you guys are wishy-washy, I've been consistent all season long. Open-minded with the Giants. Play the youngsters, but we need to win. We need to win. So with that said, you're 28-27. I've been able to win games despite Blake Snell pitching like crap. But I also realize that lifetime numbers, and I'm going off the track record here, he's proven that he's been a really good pitcher in the second half of seasons. And so I'm banking on him. Maybe not a 1.54 ERA that he had last season.
He was prolific.
But can I get I'll take 3.24 that he had in 2021. I'll take the 2.19 ERA that he had in 2022 in the second half of the season. And his lifetime numbers again. Folks, before we get to Willem Marin. Lifetime numbers in July, 2.67 ERA.
Look, I'm going to give you 2 names. 2.60
August. No. Give 2 games.
I'm going to give you 2 names.
Oh.
I'm going to give you 2 names. Matt Morris, Barry Zito. There are times where you just see it's just not working. Now, look, we're a long way away from that.
He's had 5 starts so far.
What
is that enough to determine?
It's 2 months.
He's had 5 starts.
The whole thing feels like a disaster. It's got a Melanson feel to it.
He's had a deductor strain. But at least I know the guy wants to win.
Okay.
The guy wants to win.
I think Barry Zito wanted to win.
Well, Barry Zito started rooting against his club.
Well, that was later on down the line.
So that was, you know.
But I now see when we had that Padre guy on, and he's like, he will drive you insane. And I now get it, because it's like I'm watching the first couple innings. I'm like, oh my God, him and Bailey look locked in. This is great. You know, and you were talking about the curveball this morning, and he did. It looked amazing. He was locating the fastball. And then all of a sudden, it just gone. And then he's walking guys. He's throwing scud missiles. There's a guy on third base. Let me throw one bit off the plate in between Bailey's legs. Like, it's really frustrating. And then you look up and you're like, he's at 78 pitches. We're in the 3rd inning.
Sometimes
and you're like,
Jesus. Sometimes that's who he is. Let's go to Willem Marin, man. Will, what's happening? You're on the roast, baby. Good morning.
Hey, guys, good morning. Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, so as for Blake Snell, I mean, if I were to just put him in a sentence, I would just say patient process. And I know that it's easy to say it. It's frustrating. I kind of just skip his starts. I probably won't watch until July just because he is frustrating to watch. However, but I mean, he's got great stuff. Like, he won a Cy Young last year, and the league didn't give it to him because they felt bad for him. He did it because he deserved it. I'm not saying that he's going to return to that, but if he could be 75% of that Cy Young guy, I mean, he could be the Giants' best pitcher outside of Logan Webb, and that would be a great 1-2 punch late when it matters. Like, imagine, when they won 107 games and we were in that series with the Dodgers, it would have been sick to have a second half Blake Snell to go after,
no doubt,
over Logan Webb. So I'm just saying I'm cool with that. And as for Pete Alonso, I'm not down for that. Like, look, I know he has a lot of power, but the biggest issue to me is if you hit 46 home runs and you have an 822 OPS, that's my biggest problem. Like, I don't want a guy that hit 230. He's subject to on his launch angle. When his launch angle is great, he hits bombs, but Pete Alonso's never going to walk.
It's true.
He's not going to drag out at bats. He's not that clutch with runners on. So I'm not down with that. A guy that I really want, because we do need help with arms. Please, Giants, if you're listening, he fits our mold. Please go after Garrett Crochet. He was a highly touted prospect. They're doing the Chris Sale thing with him in Chicago. He was a reliever last year. Then they wanted him to be a starter. He's finally healthy. He's really good. Chicago has nothing to lose. Eloy Jimenez is a bust. Robert is a bust. Please go get Crochet. We won't have to give much. He would be a great starter for us. I know it's not going to happen, but I would love that. Thanks, guys.
Hey, real quick, Will, you still there? Will, you still there?
I'm still here.
What about Vlad Jr.?
Yeah, I'm here.
What about Vlad Jr.?
So here's the thing. I like Vlad Jr. a lot. He's great, and honestly, it's tough when you're set in the limelight like your father, because he may be one of the best just athletes in baseball of all time, and it's very hard to answer that call. Like, his first year was awesome, but then he kind of went through that sophomore slump. But the thing that I do like now is that he's making the adjustments. Would I want Vlad? Yes. At the price tag, maybe not, but I would love to have a centerpiece and a cornerstone to go along with Logan Webb. And if we got Vladimir Guerrero Jr., I would not cry about it. He's a great player, but he may not be as good as his dad. That's all.
Well, I mean, his dad's one of the greatest right fielders, most 40-year-olds have seen out there. It's like Larry Walker and Vladimir Guerrero Jr., you know what I mean? Those guys are incredible.
The guy's batting 393 in them up.
But
just to reemphasize that. He is on fire right now. So I don't know why everybody said Vlad was cooked. He's 25 years old.
Here's
25 years old with a great batter's eye.
It feels like Toronto's going to package Gausman, and they're going to be like, hey, whoever takes Vlad is also going to take Gausman.
I'll take that in a heartbeat.
On a heartbeat. I want Gausman back. I think his splitter works in our ballpark, and I think it works in our division, and I think he found some magic here. I want to bring Gausman back, but Gausman's the one that got away from me.
Yeah, Gausman is...
He reminds me of John Burkett.
Gausman was really, really good, but patience on Blake Snell. 888-957-9570.
Am I being too harsh?
888-957-9570. How much patience do you have with Blake Snell? How much patience do you have with Blake Snell? I'm going to take the half glass full approach. I'm going to be Mr. Positive. Mr. Positive when it comes to the Giants in 2024. I didn't tell you not to spend a dime on this team. I said go spend plenty of dimes on this team. There are a lot of youngsters to get excited about. I'm actually looking forward. I'm going out to the game Friday against New York Yankees after our softball game. I have to leave the softball game early.
It's all right.
What time's that game? Friday night? It's like 6:40. Yeah. You'll see me for 2 innings at the softball game. I'm out. I got to go see the Bronx Bombers. I can't say no to Juan Soto. I can't say no to Aaron Judge. Having a beer with Willard or going to watch Aaron Judge bat? Sorry, Willard, I'm going to watch Aaron Judge bat. I love you, but not like that. I love Aaron Judge a little bit more. Standing everybody. That's going to be fun.
Is the Patrick Corbin deal going well for the Washington?
Oh, it's going terribly. I mean, it's awful.
He's 1-5 with a 6.12 ERA, and he's been infinitely better than Blake Snell.
He's been awful. He's been awful. He's been bad.
Let me give you another guy
He's been bad.
who's actually...
No, listen. I'm not saying Blake Snell has been good. But what I'm saying is the track record tells you he's better as the season goes along. Does that mean anything to anybody? Does anybody care that his lifetime numbers... Listen to this. I don't think in today's game, when it's all about the home run, walk into strikeout, and stolen bases, you got the crazy shifting. His lifetime numbers in the month of July... 2.7 ERA, 2.67 ERA in the month of July, 2.60 ERA in the month of August, 2.25 ERA in the month of September and October. Does that mean anything? Does that mean anything to anybody? That Blake Snell in the months of July, August, and September has been dynamic. And if he can get there with the Giants, and despite him being awful, the Giants have not been awful as a team. They're cooking right now. They got some momentum going on. And even though he pitched terribly in the last 2 starts, they picked him up and won. I got Evan Giddings over here picking up football. Let me ask him. He's a former pitcher in college baseball. Does it mean anything to Evan Giddings that Blake Snell's track record says, boy, July, August, September, you're getting a damn good pitcher? Oh, his mic's not on. Pot him up, Carter. Pot him up.
Carter's sitting there watching. We got the...
No, Carter's on. He's a rookie on the board.
We're platooning him.
We're all right back here. No, it means just about everything because you want your best pitchers, you want your best players, to be honest, to be peaking at the right time of the year. So the fact that Blake Snell is a sub-3 ERA the last 3 months of the season, that's what you paid him $32 million for.
Are you patient with Blake Snell, Evan?
Yes, I was actually encouraged yesterday.
See, why were you encouraged? Because of that curveball and the slider?
First 2 innings against the best lineup in baseball, he looked like a Cy Young pitcher.
He did look like
without Trey Turner.
Well, so what?
I'm just saying.
No, don't do that.
Well, I mean,
don't do that.
Good morning, good afternoon, good night.
Sosa, don't do that.
Well, Sosa had a big triple.
Don't do that. The guy looked good for 2 innings. I know we're not paying
Is that what we're doing?
No, but he did. I was like, wow, we're getting to Blake Snell, and then Schwarber hit one 500 feet. You're like, oh boy,
Schwarber
here we go again.
Tanked that.
He did.
That was one of the farther balls I've seen hit.
Let's go to Dave in Fremont. Dave, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
What's going on, fellas? Good morning.
Good morning.
I just wanted to make a quick comment. Some of these names that were throwing around there, that'd be great to bring some of these guys in, but I think maybe this has to do with Farhan as well too. But who are we going to give up to get these guys? We don't really have a spectacular farm system to be able to be like, hey, New York, or Toronto for Vlad and all that type of stuff. We don't have some of these pieces. I mean, you look back a few years ago when we tried to get Soto from Washington. I mean, we basically told them, you can have whoever you want, package whoever you want from any level. And they're like, nah, we'll go to San Diego. So it'll be interesting to see what they do. But they do need to bring in, I think they need to get another bullpen arm. And yeah, that would be great. But again, just real quick, who would you guys be thinking of like packaging to get some of those picks? You guys do a great job. Have a great rest of the week.
Thanks, Dave. Appreciate the call. Me personally, top of my list when I think about guys I will package, call me crazy, but it'd be Marco Luciano and Wizard Hunt. I'm saying these two are available. I already have Kyle Harrison. Is what's his name? Eldridge?
Bryce Eldridge.
Eldridge. I'm not touching it. I love what I see in the clips of him. It's like, wow.
Come on. I sent those to you yesterday. What'd you think?
Damn. It's like, wow.
So I know it's like there's different rankings.
So
the Joe Shasky power rankings,
right.
just real quick. Joe Shasky power rankings. Bryce Eldridge is the #1 prospect in the Giants farm. Just take my word for this.
Yeah, I'm with that. I'm trading Wizenhunt, and I'd have to think about Marco Luciano. You got to pay to play. It costs to be a boss. You want one of these big time players? Then I need to go give up some big boys. I don't know what those guys are going to net you, but I'm saying I'm calling every team. And I'm saying, hey, Wizenhunt and Luciano are available.
So the Luciano thing's interesting. So, like, I was listening to Grandy and Dan Devone yesterday, and they were talking, like, why hasn't he played any other positions in the minors and played a little bit of second base? No, you can take it both ways. One thing is, hey, they have conviction in him being a shortstop long term, right? And you got to kind of let it play itself out. I've always, just my thought is, hey, if I could teach you to play shortstop, for the most part, I could teach you to play anywhere on the diamond. That's my baseball philosophy. We can argue about that. But the other thought is they're forcing him to, or keeping him at shortstop to retain whatever value they think that he has as a shortstop, because they think he has more value at shortstop in a trade package for whoever they want outside. So it's one of two things. Either they have unbelievable belief in him, or, you know, could they be saying, yeah, he's the guy we want to move, and if we start playing him in right field, or we try moving him to second base or whatever, now whatever his trade value is, it's slightly diminished versus that, because teams want shortstops.
Yeah, so
I don't know.
I don't know either. I don't know. Maybe there is value there. I have no idea. But the routine grounders he's botching, he's not ready to play major league shortstop.
I'm going to get dorky with you. I got to stand up. I'm going to show you.
He's not playing as a major league. I don't care. Glove up, glove down, palm up, palm down. I don't give a damn. What is mechanic? The mechanics are not good. And he's not ready to play major league shortstop.
If this were my glove, if this were my glove, as I'm interrupting you, okay, palm down to field a grounder. Right. Most come up. Ron Washington teaching you to stick it, short hop it, come up, come through it, right? The guy is turning the glove around and stabbing at balls that to me are waist high or lower, which means turn the glove around. I mean, these are like, this is 7-year-old baseball where I roll you a ground ball and we work on footwork fundamentals. The other part, this is going deep in the weeds, left foot front, right foot slightly back. This guy's got the feet in the opposite direction. There's a variety of issues with him as a fundamental fielder that drive me nuts.
He looks like a mess at shortstop. He's a mess at shortstop. Let's just say what it is. The botch play in Pittsburgh, I know you defended him a little bit.
I was trying to defend a young player.
Yeah, and then look, I don't like crushing young players either. But also, I need to win. Right, kid? Farhan said the stakes are high. Stakes are high. Can't afford to lose these games. So I'm willing to move. If I could get me a big boy, whether it's relievers, whether it's a starting pitching, God forbid you need another starter. You got enough starters. You need Blake Snell to turn it around. I have confidence he'll turn it around. He's not this guy that we're seeing right now.
Exactly.
Blake Snell, 2.42 ERA, 2.0 whip. Well, that's not him. That's not him.
But Bonte, the only reason that I am slightly very concerned is because sometimes pitchers have oddball years and things happen and they're not right all year. Like I look at like Rodon last year, for example. He was hurt. It was a lost year. Those happen a lot more than we want to admit with pitchers. Things are weird. Stuff happens. Very few people go their career and are Max Scherzer and Justin Verlander. Yep. You know, a lot more of them are up and down, like the stock market. Now, this guy has had incredible highs and incredible lows. He's significantly a better pitcher than what he's showcased. But this could be a lost year for him.
Could be.
We don't know. Stuff happens.
Stuff does happen. If it is a lost year for him, boy, the player option that he got with Scott Boras, man. But you know what? I'll roll with Blake Snell. I think Blake Snell will be fine.
He has to play better.
He has to play, but he has to pitch better, and I believe he will be better. And it's got to start. It's got to start against the New York Yankees. You're going up against Judge, Stanton, so that's the next time we're going to see Blake Snell against the Bronx Bombers. Volpe, Verdugo. We're going to see. And it's an old foe that he pitched against for all those years in Tampa Bay, where he saw the Yankees, whether it's Yankee Stadium or Tropicana Field. He knows what it's like pitching against the Bronx Bombers.
Now that you're bringing up Volpe, you know, like I'm going back to Luciano, and I'm saying to myself, like, look around baseball right now. And there are so many guys, the young shortstop for the Colorado Rockies, who no one will bring up. Bobby Witt Jr., obviously Gunnar Henderson is going to be the headliner for most people.
Bobby Witt Jr.
is amazing. But Volpe is another example. Look around baseball at those young players, the Cruzes as well. They either have unreal athleticism plus crazy bat, or they're fundamental studs. And I look at Gunnar as a fundamental, like the way he receives the ball, and I look at Volpe. Volpe, since high school, has been a grinder in terms of fundamentals. And his arm is plus, his range is plus, and the way he fields it is textbook. Like, you're going to get a good look at Trey Turner's another guy, even though he led baseball in errors last year. He's another guy, like, you just watch how he receives the ball. I look at Luciano, he just doesn't receive the ball the way those other guys do. And I don't think he has great footwork. He has a lot of flat feet, and flat feet get you beat, especially up the middle.
415 Xfinity mobile text line. Would you be able to field a ground ball in the major leagues, Shasky and Bonte? I know I wouldn't. It's not my job, so I'm here.
How far back am I allowed to play? I'll tell you this. Honest to God, no one. People aren't going to understand this.
Hey,
you want to laugh?
Just say no. Stop. Don't pull a guru here. What? I know Guru's back today.
That was a joke.
Nobody's filling a Major League Baseball. Not even Evan, who played college baseball.
I'll let you hit me some fungos on Friday, and we'll go from there.
It's the difference between me hitting fungos.
Well, that's obvious.
And say Ron Woda's hitting fungos.
But I would say this on the difference between your local Muni Park, where you'd get ground balls hit to you, and a Major League Diamond, is it's literally like perfect. Like, everything is perfect. So even the ball smoked at you is going to have a very predictable hop. When you go to like Crocker Park or West Sunset, Evan, hop in if you think I'm tripping. Like, that ball will bounce up and crush you in the face on the most routine thing, because the field is nowhere near what a Major League Baseball does. The Major League Baseball Diamond is immaculate.
Yeah, it is.
And even then, yes, it could pop up. But I'm telling you, your local Muni fielding ground balls, dude, you could take one off the forehead on any hit.
Yeah, but I think any ball off the bat above 90 miles per hour
that I agree with.
is going to be pretty tough to stay in front of.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
That's like an average ground ball.
I'd be wearing a bulletproof vest and a mask at shortstop.
I'll let you hit me some ground balls on Friday.
Again, it's a difference between Evan
I understand that.
Then say,
I'll give him the rocket. I'll give him the Bilko bat, the fungo, and he can hit me some Roccos.
All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter streams. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. We're going to get Roxy Bernstein. Roxy Bernstein is going to join us in 12 minutes. And it's been a while since we had Roxy on. Last time I saw Roxy, I think, was when the Sharks came back from 3-0 against the Las Vegas Golden Knights in the NHL playoffs. When Pavelski got hit, Sharks got a major penalty. They had the power play for 4 minutes. They started boom, 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 boom. 4 goals right away. They win in overtime. Roxy, I used to sit next to him at Sharks games. He'd teach me the game and what's what. He's so knowledgeable. You talk about being well-rounded. But he was also close to Bill Walton. Broadcasted a lot of games with Bill Walton. And Roxy obviously wore the Pac-12 on his sleeves. He had a great monologue Saturday that I saw on Twitter, as the Pac-12 was basically saying bye-bye to sports, bye-bye to a conference that has been a conference of champions for a long, long time. So Roxy, I know, is hurt right now. We'll get him to shed some light on Bill Walton, what it was like working with Bill Walton the first time he ever met Bill Walton, some things he learned about Bill Walton. He became a family friend of Bill Walton's. But we'll get Roxy on the 920 to shed some light on the great Bill Walton, who left this world yesterday at the age of 71 as he lost his bout with cancer.
Yeah, he's just one of the few larger-than-life characters that are left in sports, and somebody who was a champion of the game and of positivity and of, like, does anyone, like, there's not one person with a negative word to say about Bill Walton.
I don't think so.
And he really occupies a unique spot. Like, I know Charles Barkley, one day when I'm not trying to, put any negativity, but one day when Charles Barkley passes away.
Oh, it's going to hit us differently.
Right?
It's going to hit us in the cardiac.
Yeah, it's going to be totally different. And even Chuck has some things on his resume that aren't perfect, as a human and as an athlete and as a celebrity and things like that. Like, literally, Bill Walton is, he's close to being like a holy figure in the sense that everyone who's around him, their spirit was lifted by him. And isn't like when I go on one day, I want people to think of me that way. Like, I'm not of the Bill Walton way, but I'm just saying, like, every time you're around people, you make them smile, you make them feel good, and you live life to the fullest. Like, if you're going to go out, that's the way to go out.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. And he went out, he lived his life to the fullest every single day. He tried to be as positive as he could possibly be. Rick Carlisle had a great 4-minute message about, his first date with his lovely wife. He went to a Grateful Dead show in Washington, D.C., called Bill. It's like, you got tickets? I'm trying to get some tickets. His first date. He goes, just trust me. You go up to the back door, knock on the door, drop a name, tell him I sent you, and tell him you're Rick Carlisle from the Boston Celtics, and you'll be good. And Rick's like, pulls up in the parking dock or in the back, and he's, I don't know if you caught the message from Rick Carlisle yesterday before the game about Bill Walton. Obviously, they played together in the 86 Celtics, but he's like, he pulls over, and the girl's like, do you even have tickets? What's going on? He goes, just hold on for a second. He knocks on, there's 2 laminated backstage passes to the Grateful Dead show. And it was his first date. He's happily married after, but Bill Walton made that happen. Bill Walton talked about a story where, he brought all the Celtics to a Grateful Dead show, but then he slips into, this is how funny he was, just out of nowhere. He goes, well, Danny Ainge didn't go because his wife didn't give him permission, but the rest of us went. But they're just taking a shot at Danny Ainge. Just the way Bill Walton could do it.
I can relate to that.
I mean, it's 30 for 30. If you haven't watched it yet, watch it. Because I learned so much about Bill Walton, the person. Because we're younger.
I know.
We didn't watch Bill Walton play. We didn't know what was going on in the 70s with Bill Walton. I learned so much about Bill Walton before the broadcaster. It's like, wow, he's even better than I thought.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it.
All right, we got clock. All right, there we go. All right, Roxy Bernstein coming up. The great Roxy Bernstein coming up on the roast. Brought to you by Express Employment Professionals. OKC?
Yeah. I mean, there's others. I'm not trying to diminish
it. It feels like it. Elimination.
Yeah.
The shots he was making. That, to me, felt like Marv Albert's last great game on the microphone. Klay Thompson, yes. And when he had the top of the key three where he wasn't even set, he just shot it over Westbrook's like, what's going on here? He's just like what? No, yes, shots. 8 years ago today, Klay Thompson, OKC Game 6. Remember where you were?
Yeah, I was up the Russian River. It was over the weekend. And
you had a house back then?
Well, no, it was my grandma's cabin.
Ballin'.
And we were watching on a tube TV. And my grandmother, who was like 90 at the time, who's probably, it was 8 years, so she's like 98, 97. It was my Uncle Jeff's birthday, because it's always my Uncle Jeff's birthday around Memorial Day weekend. And I think it was a Sunday night, right? It was either Saturday or Sunday night. Correct?
Saturday night.
There you go.
Saturday night.
And we were all huddled around the tiny tube television. And yeah, I'll never forget. I stood and screamed and yelled, and the rest of the family thought I was completely insane.
I told you how I watched that game.
Oh, yeah.
My guy at the front office, Igor Spivak, came over to the bachelor pad on 10th and Clement. And I said no to all the invites of going to watch the game. I said, if I'm going to watch the funeral, I'm going to watch it by myself. Because I didn't think the Warriors had any chance of winning that game. I really didn't. I thought they were going to get blown out. And there were so many pivotal moments in that basketball game in the first half where OKC would be up 9, they'd miss a shot, Warriors would get it, hit a 3, or hit a basket. Like, okay, cool, you're in the game. And then I remember at halftime, they're only down 5. And I looked at Igor, who had like this 8-foot bong in the living room as he's smoking left and right. I probably was off an edible because I was just like, I just know how this is going to end. And I'm on the couch laying down. And I remember at halftime, I looked at him and said, Igor, they're only down 5 at the half. Because I know. And I'm nervous as hell. And then his guy, Klay Thompson, comes through in the second half. It scores 19 in the fourth quarter of that biblical. 8 years to the day, I can't believe it. All these memories are coming up now with the Warriors and the shows you how far away we are from that right now.
8
years ago today.
8.
Klay Thompson had that game in Oklahoma City.
That's crazy. 8 years ago.
Dude, I mean, trust me, we were on the couch, high out of our minds, and I thought for sure it was a funeral. I was like, this is how it's going to end in Oklahoma City. We're going to get a Kevin Durant, LeBron James NBA Finals.
Was it Chesapeake Bay at that time?
Chesapeake Bay Arena.
It's one of the few I remember.
Chesapeake Bay Arena. And they were standing up all game long. And then you remember Iguodala with the steal on Westbrook.
Oh, yeah.
Steph with a 3 to give him a lead, 104-101 to Marv Albert. Yes! And the Warriors have taken the lead. And Festus is going crazy on the sideline. And then finally, Curry ices up Ibaka, takes him a little, remember he hits a little runner off the backboard with the right hand. And I'm getting goosebumps thinking about this. And he looks at the crowd and he throws up the 7.
Yeah, that's
we're going to a game 7.
Going to 7.
So I remember driving to the Oracle Arena that Monday on Memorial Day thinking, I can't believe this is happening. And I'm like a kid playing the NBC theme song in my head the whole ride over to Oracle Arena. Unbelievable. I still get chills about Game 5 when Curry's dribbling up the court. When he's like, we ain't going home. We ain't going home. I feel like crying right now thinking about that stuff.
And 8 years later, we got double sweeps.
We got double sweeps. The baby. You don't think Minnesota wins tonight?
No. I think it's over.
Think it's over. Oh, man. I hope they win one. We can't take this break. I can't have this long break.
It's going to happen. And the NBA is going to completely regret it.
All right. Don't do that. All right, let's bring in our Bay Man. It's been far too long since we talked. We always talk about him, and we've been saying we're going to get him on the air. We're going to get him on the air. We're going to get him on the air. And I hate to bring him on the air during these circumstances, but he's our good friend, Roxy Bernstein. He's, when I think about my first days in 95.7 The Game, I did many shows with him. Just as cool as a cucumber, play-by-play voice, of course, ESPN Radio, Pac-12 Network, 95.7. He's on Sirius XM. He's done everything. Roxy Bernstein, of course, was as close to Bill Walton as any broadcaster out there. Dave Pasch comes to mind as well. And I hate to bring him up during these circumstances, but we got the end of Pac-12, and I saw a video with Roxy. I thought it was well said on encapsulating what the Pac-12 meant to him and what it was all about. And, of course, his dear friend Bill Walton left this world yesterday at the age of 71 as he tried to fight cancer, and he lost his battle to cancer. Didn't even know he had cancer, but that shows just how good Bill Walton was. He was always in good spirits. So let's bring in Roxy. On to the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game. Roxy, I know, hooked you up during the Pac-12 title games. He can't stop talking about it, Roxy. You know, sitting behind Roxy Bernstein and Jay Williamson. He like name drops you every other day about it.
Shameless.
He didn't mention Ken Korak. He only mentioned me.
That's right.
That's right. He didn't
I
mention
did see Ken. I totally forgot about that. It was a wild weekend.
Yeah, I mean, he brought up Carson Palmer, Roxy, Jay Williams. He brought up, who else
Kelsey
did he bring
Plum.
up? Kelsey Plum. He brought up
Sabrina Ionescu I ran into.
Yeah, Sabrina
I ran into
Ionescu.
everybody.
I mean, he brought it. He kept name dropping.
I forgot about
Roxy
Ken
hooked me up.
Korak.
Roxy Bernstein hooked me up. I was like, well, I did sit next to Roxy during a couple hockey games, but that's all I got. Roxy, how you been, man? Been far too long.
Well, first off, it is great to talk to both of you, and as you probably can guess, it's been certainly an emotional weekend, so I've been better, but just trying to get through it right now, as if the collapse of the Pac-12 wasn't enough. When I got the call yesterday morning about Bill, it was, I wasn't shocked, I wasn't surprised, I was kind of preparing myself because I knew what was going on. And in a lot of ways, what I was able to say on ESPN on Saturday night was my tribute to him. And because he defines what the Conference of Champions is about. And the one thing I'm glad about is I know he saw it. His wife, Lori, texted me, and it meant the world to him that I did that. It was as high an honor, she said, that Bill said that he'd ever received. And that's one real, I guess, silver lining for me, if you will, right now. Just gives me some comfort that I know Bill got to see that and knows how much, not just I appreciate him, but everybody does.
Wow. Roxy, I lost my pops, and we kind of saw it coming for a little while, and we didn't want to accept it, but it was very, very difficult. He's about the same age as Bill Walton, and he loved Bill Walton and everything he represented for that era of men and women and that culture and all the things, whether it was the look, the vibe, living life to the fullest. I mean, you probably knew all about him because you're a historian before you even met him. But take me to the first time you ever met Bill Walton, because he's one of those people, when I saw him on television, I would just start smiling. And I know the way you are. And when you see him, so explain to me meeting Bill Walton for the first time. I'm sure it was to work with him, right?
It was. I'd met him. I'd been around him a little bit, but I didn't know him, right? Then, gosh, I'm guessing somewhere maybe 12 years ago, Bill and I get paired to work with Bill for the first time. And we're doing an NIT game at USF. It was LSU against USF here on the Hilltop.
Wow, I remember that. I was at that game. Appreciate NIT, yeah. I swear to God, I was at that game.
And first off, I was just so excited. Oh, my God, working with Bill Walton.
Right.
And he could sense the energy from me. But Bill is very regimented about how he does things. We go to the practices earlier in the day, the walkthroughs, and I'm trying to talk to him, and Bill just says, save it for air. He didn't want to hear from me. And that was the way he always was. He didn't want anybody, there was nothing planned out, nothing contrived. He wanted our first conversation of the day to be what you saw on television. But he was so excited to do a game from USF because his idol, that's where Bill Russell played. Mm-hmm. And Bill Russell epitomized greatness to him, and that was his role model. And that was the first time that we had dinner right near USF after the game, because we always had dinner after, never before because we couldn't talk before. But that was the beginning of the friendship. And he had this special way of letting people think that they are the most important person in the world to him and that everybody's his best friend. And our relationship grew over the years, and he was phenomenal. But it's just, there's no person that loved life and loved people and loved learning more than Bill. He was such a curious person about others and so giving. Whether the countless times, every game we would do, there would be a line of maybe 50 people. Even sometimes he was there for over an hour. And everybody in that line got a piece of Bill, whether it was they just wanted an autograph, whether they wanted to just give him a fist pound, whether they wanted to take a picture. And Bill did not leave until everybody was taken care of. And he was so genuine. There was nothing fake. And I think that's why people just gravitated toward him. Bill Walton made people feel better about themselves. And I'm a better person because I was friends with Bill.
Wow. Wow, well said. Roxy Bernstein here on the Morning Roast, shedding some light on Bill Walton, who left this world yesterday at the age of 71 as he lost his bout with cancer. But he was the life of the party, Mr. Positivity. We loved him on the broadcast. But it was something that you learned before, or what you didn't know about Bill before that you learned afterwards, Roxy, because I remember watching the 30 for 30, and I was like, I didn't know this about Bill. UCLA protesting, going to jail, writing a letter to Richard Nixon, said, I'm no on war, and I want what's right in the country, because that's what he represented. He wanted what was right in the country. He was just a good people person. He saw no color. I didn't realize what he was doing in Portland, Oregon as a Blazer. There's a lot of things I learned during 30 for 30. I was like, I love Bill even more. What was that one thing for you that you loved about Bill that you didn't know about before working with him?
There's one question that was always burning at me, Bonte, about Bill. And I finally was able to ask him on the air this year that question. And I remember before the first time we worked together at USF, one thing he did say to me when he actually did talk to me before the game was, you can ask me anything. I will never get upset about anything you ask me. You can do whatever you want. And so that kind of stuck with me. And the one thing I wanted to know, because it really was never written anywhere, why wasn't Bill on the 1972 Olympic team? Because it was just after his sophomore year at UCLA. They were the national champions, and he was the National Player of the Year. Why wasn't he on the team? And I figured, was it political reasons because Bill was so outspoken in the anti-war movement? Was there people that were holding things against John Wooden or UCLA? And it was alluded to, but never written anywhere. And so I finally asked him on the air. I asked him, okay, Bill, he brought up something about the Olympics, and it was a perfect segue into it. And I asked him that, and he said that he wasn't on the 72 Olympic team because they wanted him to try out. Like, Bill was tired from the long season, didn't want to try out. He told them, I'll play. When you start practicing, I'll be there. And they said, no, everybody has to try out. Bill's like, well, I'm not playing then. And so sure enough, they go through their tryouts, and Bill's not there. And that's why Bill was not on the 72 Olympic team, because he wouldn't try out. He told them he'd show up when they were ready to practice. And then sure enough, that's the first USA basketball team that lost.
Wow.
That's crazy. Wow. That's absolutely what a great story. I love that he stood on principle. You know, Roxy, you've had a chance to work with us two schmucks. You know, I mean, two guys that know nothing. You know, but I consider you no, honestly, I mean this very sincerely. You're a champion of sports.
Yep.
Like, when I listen to you on a broadcast, you are so in the moment. You're so happy. You're elevating whatever sport it is you're calling, and it feels like you're trying to usher in this next wave of athletes to the audience. And Dick Vitale had that same kind of vibe that Bill Walton has. John Madden had that. There are certain broadcasters in sports where when I hear them, they're champions of the game, they're champions of the sport, and they're trying to elevate the next wave of people. I mean, talk about what it's like doing a broadcast with someone like him. As off the wall as he was, he truly loved the sport and elevating this next wave of guys. As I look at the NBA today, it's like there aren't enough guys who want to do that.
No matter where he was, Butch, that was the place to be as far as Bill was concerned. That is the game of the millennium. And it didn't matter if we're doing the biggest throwaway in college. We could be doing the two worst teams that you can throw together. And Bill would celebrate that as if it's the best game ever. And he threw himself into every game that way because of his love for the game, but love for people. And he wanted to get to know these kids. And he was tireless in his preparation. That's the one thing that people really don't know and didn't see, that I saw. That, they think he's just this wild guy on TV that's throwing out these random facts and stories that have nothing to do with the game. It was a calculated procedure for Bill every game. He knew exactly what he was doing. And he was inciting a reaction in you, whether you loved him or you hated him, you were watching him. And that's what Bill was going for. He was never a cookie cutter analyst, but when he did the NBA, he was more conventional.
Yes.
But when he was doing college, he was more eccentric and he was more colorful. But he also invested himself in these players, in these schools, trying to inform and educate the audience. And he tried to relay things that he thought would make the audience learn something new. And that's what he was going for. And yes, he had his quirkiness about the way he did it too, but his appetite for learning was insatiable. He just would read nonstop, incessantly, and talk to people because he just wanted to learn more and more and more, and he was never satisfied with the person that he was.
Wow, that's well said. From the crazy outfits he wore during the broadcast, the rowing outfit comes to mind when he was up at Washington calling the UW game. What I want to know, Roxy, is did you go to a dad show with him?
I did.
Oh, wow.
It's funny because I'm not much of a deadhead. Sure, the casual stuff, like touch of gray, all right, but I'm not a deadhead, but I appreciate them and how great they are. So I had never been. And so Bill is taunting me on the air. We're doing 2 games in LA, one at USC, one at UCLA, right before New Year's of 2019. And he is taunting me. You're scared. You'll never step foot in a dead show. Please. And he would just keep at it with me. And then my family was out of town, so I was home alone on New Year's, and they were playing here. And I called him the day before. I called him on December 30th. I said, all right, I'm in. I'm coming. So, all right, meet me here if you dare. And so I showed up. I rode over to the show with him and his wife, Lori. We met up with Chris Mullen and his wife.
Yeah.
And the 5 of us, because I guess Molly's wife's a huge deadhead.
Yep, Lori, yeah. Liz is a big deadhead. Yep.
Yes. And so the 5 of us are hanging out, and we're at the show, and I mean, the time of my life. I mean, come on, if I'm going to a dead show, and I'm going with Bill Walton, and so Bill, it was New Year's Eve, was dressed up as Father Time. He was on stage leading the midnight countdown with the dead. He's standing on his drum riser, like behind, like he is praying over everybody. And it just was such an experience that night to be able to take that in. And it's an experience I'll never, ever forget, that to be able to go to a dead show with Bill Walton. And then I got to meet the guys in the band, Bob Weir, Mickey Hart, John Mayer. It truly was an unbelievable night. I know I have to bring it up with Mully, because I know it sits there with him too, because that's a rare occurrence to be able to do that.
Roxy, he sent me a bunch of pictures yesterday. Him and Bill bike riding in 2015. Bill and him at a dead show, and he's wearing the Father Time outfit. Maybe the same concert you're talking about.
That was it.
Same night.
I got pictures of of Mully, me, and Bill from that one too.
Unbelievable, man.
Roxy, it's crazy. Like the deadhead thing, my dad was a deadhead for years. He used to see Bill at all the concerts, and he said he'd be out front because he was so much taller than everyone, and he had the red blonde afro thing going with the beard and everything.
You can't miss him.
No, but it's a lifestyle. It's crazy. Like, again, he represented that particular moment in time, and all those people, they lived hard on and off the workplace, and but they loved hard as well. And like, I think about, like I said, I'm soul searching with my own father and stuff. Like, what's my dad's legacy? What's Bill's legacy to people out there? If you were to, and I know this is really difficult, I'm putting you in a tough spot here. What do you think he would want his legacy to be?
I think he'd want people to remember him for making the world a better place, first and foremost. And not his accomplishments as a broadcaster, as a basketball player, but as a human being to the planet. That's what Bill would love to be remembered for. And his life was almost in 3 acts, right? Because you look at his childhood through UCLA, and he was this basketball prodigy. And you can make the case that he's the second greatest college basketball player we've ever seen, behind Kareem.
Mm-hmm.
And some people might even say that Bill was better than Kareem at the college level. Kareem was definitely the better scorer, but Bill may have been the better all-around player.
Yeah.
And then you get to the NBA, and he was an MVP, lead the Blazers to their only title. But then, unfortunately, the injuries started creeping up again. And it cost him a bulk of his career. And, toward the tail end of his career, that's really when I first saw Bill Walton as a player. I'm not old enough really to remember him in Portland, and we barely saw him with the Clippers. But when he was in Portland, he was the dominant player. And then he goes to Boston, wins the title with the Celtics as the 6th man, where he's basically held together with duct tape trying to to compete and play, and he wins Sixth Man of the Year, and they're the world champions with, Bird and McHale and Parrish and DJ. And then after that, all the physical ailments that took its toll on him and all the multiple surgeries that he needed. He was in such a bad place for a while because of the pain that he was dealing with. And he contemplated suicide because he was just in constant pain, but he came through it. And I think he's so appreciative of everything that he went through toward the end, the last 15, 20 years, that it just changed his outlook on everything. And he was so grateful for every day and so appreciative. And the little things that he would text me or tell me, that it'll sit in my head for the rest of my life. And I'm still like in shock that this was my friend, and that this is Bill Walton, and he was a friend to everybody, but he was also, a friend to me.
Yeah, no doubt. Well said, Roxy. I mean, I look at all his peers, his former teammates with the Blazers, his former teammates with the Celtics, the Clippers. They all adored him. Not one bad thing. Shasky brought this up earlier. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar coming out, telling everybody how great of a man Bill Walton was. Bill Russell, I would see them always holding court. When Bill Walton showed up to an arena, Jim Barnett's flocking over to him. They're holding court left and right. And you talk about his Blazers days before we let you go, Roxy. Think about this Game 6 clinching win against the Sixers as they were down 0-2 in that series. Bill dropped 20 points. To your point, more of a well-rounded player at that point than Kareem, maybe. 23 rebounds, 7 assists, 8 block shots.
Come on.
To win his only title. 20, 23, 8, and 7. That's absurd. That's absurd, Roxy.
One of my favorite stories he told me from those Boston years was they're playing, I think, Philly one night, and Parrish is out with an injury. And Larry Bird looks down the locker room and sees Bill stretching and getting loose. And Larry kind of looks at him and goes, "What are you doing?" And he goes, "I'm getting ready. I'm starting. I'm playing tonight." And Larry looks at him and goes, "You're not getting any more shots, so stop it."
I love that. I love that. Hey, Roxy, I love you, pal.
Honestly,
I'm hugging you through the airwaves right now. Much love to you, and please pass it on. Like, we love Bill, the audience, everyone here. We love Bill. I know you know this. Pass it on to his family on our behalf.
And Roxy, too, we're also very proud of you and what you've done in your career. We have never forgotten. I remember the great days. You schooled me at the Shark Tank, schooling me on a game of hockey tour. Now I'm watching Stars and Oilers. I'm watching Rangers and Panthers. It's all because of you, Roxy.
Now we just got to get the Sharks playing better.
Yeah, well,
we can play up hockey here again.
Hey,
number one
Celebrini. Let's go, Roxy. Hey, seriously, Roxy, I know this was tough for you to kind of speak through that, but we appreciate you spending some time with us today. We really do.
You got it, guys. Happy to.
You're the
Absolutely,
best.
man. Tell the family you said hi. Roxy Bernstein. Great stories there about Bill Walton.
One of my all-time favorites, Roxy.
He is. And the Page. I always think about Roxy because of Page, Lyle Page, Matt Page, Drew Page, and of course the lovely Rosalind Page. I always say, you got to get with Roxy. Because he's a Cal guy, obviously, and they're big Cal.
He's outraged Cal baseball.
They didn't make the tournament. I saw that on Twitter yesterday. But Ross Payne's like, Roxy's just so good, and they always spoke highly of Roxy even before I got into this profession. So Roxy, one of the good guys here.
Most people would think that you and I watch a game intensely and get angry.
Oh, no.
You ain't seen nothing till you seen Roxy Bernstein watch Joe West or Angel Hernandez before he retired umpiring an A's game, a mundane A's game.
He caught a foul ball one time. I think it was in Texas.
Yeah.
Where he caught a foul ball during the game in the old ballpark.
Oh, and I caught it. It was something like that.
Something like that. He was something else.
Back to me.
But at a Sharks game, he would, come on. We got to be better. We got to be better in our rotation. No, Roxy's been good, man. He's a good dude and shed some light on Bill Walton, the dude.
I got emotional, dude. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, let's think about what Bill Walton, just as a player, what he accomplished. As a player, I never talk about a person because he accomplished greater things as a person, but 2-time NBA champ, NBA Finals MVP, NBA Most Valuable Player in 1978. He only went to 2 All-Star games because of injuries. NBA All-First Team, Second Team, All-Defensive Team, Sixth Man of the Year, Rebounding Leader, Blocks Leader, number 32 retired with Portland, 2-time NCAA champion, 2-time NCAA Final Four Most Outstanding Player, 3-time College Player of the Year. Number 32 is retired by UCLA. Played great with Wooden. Also, had that devastating loss at Notre Dame. What was it? The 88 game winning streak, I'm going to say UCLA was on, and they lost that one. But
it's the seminal moment of Notre Dame basketball.
No doubt. Bill Walton will never, ever get over it. But anybody, we got about 10 minutes left, and I know Steiny and Guru will touch, because I know Steiny watched Bill Walton play. Not trying to crack on his age, but he was able to see that, which is why I like talking basketball with Steiny, because he saw some of these older players. 888-957-9570. What comes to mind when you think of Bill Walton? Is it the dad shows? Is it him broadcasting? Is it him being a player? Because we weren't old enough to see him as a player, to see him in his heyday. But think about him with Steve Snapper Jones at NBA on NBC back in the day on those triple headers. Bill was just a great dude. To see him work a room all the time. I never met Bill, maybe shook his hand once or twice, but just to see him interact with people, Roxy's right. He was all about the people. He showed love to everybody. Everybody. So it's just, we're getting older to the point where we're losing some of these living legends, man.
I know this is going to sound, crazy or whatever, but like the older I get, the more I realize that we think and spend so much time worrying about the wrong things just in life, right? Material possessions or accomplishments professionally or things like that. And like at the end of the day, like, does your family love you?
Yeah.
Do your friends love you? Did you leave an imprint on this world? Did you do good? And I look at someone like Bill Walton and like, so like I know you keep referencing as a player, which is you're not wrong at all.
As a person.
But yeah, like to me, it's just as a human, I just think that he just like a beacon of light. And there's very few of those types of people. I mean, this guy was like just oozing charisma and happiness and positivity and joy. And like when I think of like just again my love for sports, guys like Bill Walton are the reason. He helped solidify all my loves.
Watching that 30 for 30, I think it's called the luckiest guy in the world, luckiest person in the world, or something like that. 30 for 30 on Bill Walton. I got to watch it last summer. I was blown away because there's a lot I didn't know about Bill Walton. And it was a high during racism, anti-war, Vietnam War, and all that stuff going on. A lot of segregation, right? And I look at the way his African-American teammates treated Bill or responded to Bill. They never said a bad word about him. Now, Maurice Lucas did say, I remember he was like, look, Bill could get away with those things, some of the outspoken stuff, because he was white at a time where there was a lot of racism going on. But him and Maurice Lucas became best friends, right? Luke Walton is named after Maurice Lucas. You know what I'm saying? Called him Luke because of Maurice Lucas and what he meant to Bill Walton. He was his enforcer. He was the guy who had his back. Rhino Hollins, who I know is hurt this morning, was on that Portland Trailblazers team. Jamal Silk Wilkes, who was on that UCLA team. The way his African-American teammates looked at Bill Walton meant a lot to me, saying, oh, Bill saw no color. Bill was just about making the world a better place, and he fought what was right, not what was wrong. So to your point about not worrying about the materialistic stuff, whether or not, man, we're late to this, I don't have this, or, oh, my gosh, Carter played this out, oh, my God, I'm losing my mind. No.
The brakes.
Who cares? Bill's all about living a better life and leading a better life for everybody in society, so he saw no color. So when I watched that first 30 for 30, I was enlightened. I was like, wow, this guy was fighting for what was good in the country during the time where it was sacrilegious, especially for a white guy to stand up for a lot of people in this country. I think the world of Bill Walton now, man. From the Bullies, from the Roxy Bernsteins, to everybody out there, I've never heard one bad thing about Bill Walton. And you see the way Kareem respected him, Bill Walton, Shaq, everybody, Bully, everybody, all the players. Seeing him in that top 75 photo. How cool was that? Bill Walton there with all those legends.
I think one thing that he's done, too, a great job of was allowing us, the audience, to be in on his vulnerabilities, talking so much about his own mental health struggles, his physical struggles, and his appreciation to just be alive. I think that those are things that you could take away with you, whether you love sports or you don't, and it's just, we lose great people. And, Bill Walton felt like a great person, and then also like the deadhead thing. My dad was a deadhead.
Right.
When you see that symbol, when you see the skeleton with whatever, the tie-dye or whatever it is, and you see it with some Giants hats or whatever, it's its own movement, and you're either in or you're out, and they want you in. They would rather you come into the circus. Now, so many things are like, that's super popular. Now it's not popular anymore. Deadheads are like, no, hop on the bandwagon, let's go. And it's its own totally weird subculture that I still don't understand. No. And my dad is like one of the ultimate deadheads. And for Bill Walton to be probably the most famous of all of their fans is just chef's kiss, is it not?
No, it is wild. And he embraced it with the tie-dye shirts. He wore courtside broadcasting. He didn't care. Bill Walton, man, what a legend. What an icon. And may he rest in peace. And we fell for the Waltons. We got to know Luke a little bit. Here's an assistant coach with the St. Words. And Luke is a great dude. We watched Luke grow up in Arizona. Watched him grow up with the LA Lakers, become an assistant here, obviously a head coach, and it hasn't worked out for him as a head coach. But Luke's one of the good guys, man. And so I feel for the family there, the Waltons, all the Walton boys, and of course his lovely wife, Lori, who did a lot and embraced the deadhead stuff.
Just you're talking about as a player and stuff. He is the second best college basketball player of all time, right?
Yeah, he's up there.
Who's more decorated?
I mean, you may say Kareem. I guess you could say Christian Laettner, but there's a short list.
I mean, yeah, we're talking about a handful of guys.
Who's that?
Jimmer?
Jimmer
Oh,
Fredette.
get out of here.
Come on, man.
Jimmer
Fredette.
He had a moment in time. And then
this guy's a 3-time All-American, first team.
That's what I'm saying. And
3-time National College Player of the Year.
And also, he's the greatest trailblazer of all time.
Yeah,
I know everyone wanted to throw Dame in there, but come on.
No, it's Luke Walton. It's Luke.
Bill.
Excuse me, Bill Walton. Sorry. Bill Walton. I'm just looking at some of his, I'm sorry. I'm looking at his high school stuff, right? They won a championship, CIF championship in both 69 and 70. He went 29-2 one year, 33-0 the next year. All right. He averaged 29-25 his senior year, and they went 33-0. 29 points and 25
incredible.
Rebounds. Right? I mean, as his senior, he made 78% of his shots. It's still an all-time national record. His 825 rebounds that season ranks number 3 all-time. His 25 rebounds a game ranks number 7 all-time. This is just high school. High school. And you know who recruited him at UCLA? Wasn't John Wooden.
It was the guy with the bag.
It was Denny Crum. Denny Crum, the old Louisville coach. Remember Denny Crum?
Yes, I do.
He was an assistant.
There's a name I haven't heard in a long time.
Oh, man, that was fun. Denny Crum said, I came back to Coach Wooden, and I said, this Walton kid was the best high school player I've ever seen. And it turns out he was one of the best high school players he ever seen. So rest in peace, Bill Walton. Also, Angel Hernandez has retired. Well, let's get to Fast Five. Fast Five.
It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five. Your last chance to get in on the morning roast. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet. Only from Xfinity.
All right, final thoughts. What's your final thoughts, Jeff?
4 days, 60 games, 28 teams, and 4 champions. The 12U Mike Calero Invitational champions are the Millbrae, I think it's the Mud Dogs or Mad Dogs, and I apologize for that. South City tournament here. The 10U Tom Sutter Invitational champion is San Bruno Green. The 8U Bob Munoz Gold Bracket champion, San Bruno Green. Wow. And the 8U Silver Bracket champion, Carl's Beacon. Brent Sullivan and them boys with Jason Ramirez and Tommy Guerrero and Jim Moylan and all the kids. They ended up getting the Silver Bracket Championship. And shout out to their vendors, South City Fog Snack Bar, Mike Madrid, Dan Ordonez, Tess Ordonez, Rick Cano, Mo Cummings, and Jules Crummy. This is all in honor of Cliff Calero's dad, Mike Calero. They put on a huge tournament in South City. Shout out to everybody out there. Great work, Cliff. Great work
out there. Carter, what you got? Carter. Turn that mic up.
We can't hear you.
There you go.
Shout out to the Walton family, man. I lost my pops to cancer this year, just like Shasky, too. And it's hard. And, I feel for his friends, and you could kind of hear it with Roxy, man. That almost brought me to tears, so shout out.
It's the hardest thing I've ever done. And I think about it all the time. I'm like, I try to remember all the good stuff, not all the pain. It's so hard.
Evan, what you got? Final thought.
Shout out Willamette University. He was talking about Division III athletics earlier when I popped on, and they made the NCAA Division III Regional. Recently fell this weekend down in Southern California to Claremont McKenna, but they did win the Northwest Conference Championship for a second time in the last 5 seasons. So shout out to my alma mater.
Shout out to them. My final thought is, shout out to all the roasters I met down in Santa Cruz.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot. Big John, met Big Mike, met some people at the hotel we were staying at. I forget his name, but he has some beautiful daughters. We're getting breakfast together. A lot of roasters down there in Santa Cruz, and a hell of a weekend. Great family weekend. I had a lot of fun with Anna and baby Chaz this weekend. We had a lot of fun down at the boardwalk. So hopefully everybody else had a great holiday weekend. That's my final thought. Appreciate all the people showing love out there this weekend. We love you too. That was Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity. Oh yeah, Angel Hernandez, he retired. Boston Celtics in the finals. Will Minnesota get swept today? Hopefully not, because it could be a long break with the NBA finals. It could have no basketball for like 10 days, 9 days. It's too long. That was Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity at home or on the go. You get the fastest internet to all of your devices. We still got a few minutes left, right? Got a few minutes left. We're off at 55? What time are we off, Carter?
Yeah, we're a little early here.
We're a little early.
You guys got a couple seconds to say what you want.
All right, couple seconds as Lucas comes in. Let me see. Is he limping? Is the hamstring all right? Did he blow his hamstring out? Was he throwing 80 out Friday for the softball game?
He's on the 10-day.
He's on the 10-day. Of course he is. He pulled a Guru. Remember before the Warriors World Tournament, Guru comes in with my ankle. 2 days later, he was walking straight. Nobody said anything. We just watched him walk. It was like, oh, looks like the ankle's fine. Well, Lucas claims that he blew out his hamstring running out the batter's box. I believe he blew his hamstring out, getting struck out, and walking back to the dugout. There ain't no chance. And by the way, he didn't blow his hamstring out. It's just he knows he can't throw 80 miles per hour. And so he's bowing out. This is what losers do. They make excuses. I'm not calling Lucas a loser, but this is what people do.
What are you calling him?
Well, it's a losing mentality. You keep talking, then all of a sudden you realize, oh boy, my mouth can't back that up. I probably talk too much. And so you look for a way out. And what Lucas did was look for a way out. Just like Guru did for the Warriors World Tournament.
So you went down to Santa Cruz.
Butch, can I jump in real quick to defend myself?
Your show doesn't come on until 2 o'clock, sir.
That's true. I do want to set things straight.
I can't hear anything. I don't have my headphones on because I thought we were at the end of the show.
Really quickly,
totally prepared.
I personally never said I can throw 80 miles an hour.
Oh.
That was a joke made by Tommy Call at the great Papa Shasky's funeral. Okay? I said at one point...
Repeat what you said from the top.
I said I was not the one who said I could throw 80. That was said about me by a very close friend in a joking fashion. I understand. I appreciate that you guys think I could even mean something like that. I did say at one point at my peak, maybe 5 years ago, I could throw 80. My goal is to get back there.
There's no way you've ever thrown 80. Ever.
So
That's fine.
Lucas did say it, so we put words in her mouth. Tommy Call said that?
Yeah, the great Tommy Call. That's
Does
okay.
he have a barbecue joint?
He's just
now?
hyping me up.
Yeah, he was just gassing you up.
Yeah.
Gaslighting you. Yeah.
Back to your normal schedule.
You just said in your
and
peak,
I did hurt my hamstring.
you could throw 80. There's no way.
I think at my peak I could touch 80.
Yeah, I don't. I disagree. Maybe from 46 feet, not from 66. And that's 60
Stop making
feet,
that
6
face,
inches.
Evan.
No, you cannot.
All right. Giants today against the Phillies. Who pitched for the Giants? Are they going Keaton Wade? Who are they going with it this week? Zach Wheeler's on the mound for the Phillies. See if the Giants keep it rolling. Got T-Wolves and Mavericks. Come on, T-Wolves. Just win one. Win one. That's it for us. Signing Goo next. Goo's back off of vacation. Don't want to miss that here on 95.7 The Game.
A slow network is no network for business. That's why more choose Comcast Business. And now we're
I think they both have a great point.
Get off me, text line. He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow.
Oh, my God. And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
I am the system of this show.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Wow, dude.
95.7 The Game.
All righty. My man's back.
I see you smiling.
Welcome back, Goo. How you doing, buddy?
I missed you. I missed you all. And I'll tell you this, Steiny.
Yeah.
I've had a job where you dread it, you hate it. So when you're off, you just don't think about it.
Yeah.
But as Matt Chapman went Brooks Robinson all last week, I wanted to get off takes. But I couldn't. But yeah, my brother was there for me. But I missed you, man. A lot to get to.
Yeah. You went to Vegas?
Yeah, for 3 days.
Okay.
Got out of there before nothing happened. Got out of there before the riffraff came for the Memorial Day weekend. And Steiny, I got to say R.I.P. to Bill Walton, the great Bill Walton.
Yeah.
That one, that hurt me.
71, he passed away yesterday. Bill Walton.
I didn't even know he had cancer.
Yeah, me neither. He's kind of been laying low, I guess, the last 6 months. I haven't really seen much of him. Yeah, he's one of the greatest centers to ever play the game. And one of the most unbelievable personalities.
The definition of personality, Steiny.
No doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt. Giants, Goo. I mean, last 2 weeks, after the Dodgers left town and they beat the Dodgers the last game of that 3-game series, they're 9-2 over their last 11. They beat the Phillies yesterday 8-4. And, I mean, it looks like this team's got something going right now. And the question is, how sustainable is it?
Well, I'll tell you what. The great, speaking of R.I.P., Prince Rogers Nelson had a song, You Got That Look, and the Giants have that look. When I left you, I was like, Steiny Matos, I don't think he could play center field. He can't. Now, all of a sudden, he's a fixture out there. Ramos, Luciano, we'll get to his fielding, but they just got an infusion of youth. I like their at-bats. They're not perfect, but what happened last week, what they did in Pittsburgh and Friday and Saturday in New York, have me thinking, and I said the old version, because I feel like we're watching two versions in the early season of the Giants, and now that the youngsters came up due to injury, they found something, Steiny, and all of them, they battle. Now Brett Wisely's going Rod Carew. He's getting hits left and right. So I said to myself, oh my God, all Farhan needs to do is watch one of these teams that might give up or wave the white flag early. Could you reunite with Kevin Gausman? Could you get Vlad? And I know I'm going shopping and or Bichette, anything to go with what you have. And Steiny, right now, they're fun, they're young, and they got a damn good, what word am I looking for, mesh or balance of veteran savvy mixed with the youngsters, and it's working right now. And to beat the best team in baseball with the record, the Phillies yesterday, first game off a road trip, what's not to like?
Yeah, I mean, the
bullpen, we'll get to that. But
I heard an interview with Bob Melvin yesterday, and Andy Baggerly, the Athletic, asked him, which team do you like? The first team that played this year with the veterans, or kind of the second team that's been a lot of the young guys? And he had an interesting answer. He said the third team is the one I like, and that's the one where they get everybody healthy and the young guys contribute. The question is, who's going to be here and who's not going to be here once Conforto and once Slater and once Nick Ahmed get back, and they're all apparently getting closer. It's going to happen in the next week or so. So,
is that a good problem?
I don't know.
I think it is.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know what happens with Luciano, what's going to happen with Ramos. It looks like Matos is going to play center field, and he's just going to be their center fielder. But I don't know who stays and who goes. I don't know if Luciano plays most of the game and then Ahmed comes in defensively at the end. But he's made 3 errors in the 9th inning of games in the last 5, and
on routine balls, Steiny.
Exactly.
He can go get it, but the ones that are routine, they hurt. But I'll tell you this: Our own Mark Willard said before the season started, why is everybody talking about second place? And the Dodgers got off to a great start, still in first place, but they got a current losing streak going right now. And Steiny, I'm looking at this team now, the Giants 5 games back of the Dodgers. And I know it's still relatively early, but there's just a newness, a swag, and an excitement factor. This kind of just manifested in the last 2 weeks. And I can't remember a fielder having the week that Matt Chapman just had in Pittsburgh and New York.
They made an error yesterday.
Yeah, I saw that.
Okay.
But he was like, hey, you know what? You got a couple more of those, buddy. But Steiny, I mean, he looks like Brooks Robinson, or he did. So you got to be happy, man. And he's hitting the ball.
No doubt about it. How are you feeling about your Giants, Giants fans? And I'm not just talking about this year. I mean, I was trying to think. I mean, is this as good as Giants fans have felt since the 107-win team? And even that 107-win team, did you kind of like that team more than you like this team, or is this team more likable? It feels like this team's got some players that you can get behind a little bit, and guys that may be here for a while. So the Giants right now 9-2 over their last 11. Only downside is Lamont Wade Jr. got hurt yesterday, pulled a hamstring, so he's probably going to be out at least 10 days, you would think. He's going to go to the 10-day IL.
The way it looks, Donnie, can I just say, I'm not a doctor, and I know you're not. The fact that it's not a knee is good news.
Well,
because I didn't know if it was his knee. I was like, oh, man, he might really be done.
Yeah. I mean, 2 weeks ago, this team didn't have an identity. Two weeks ago, this team had no pizzazz, and now it looks like they found a little something. There's no doubt about it. 888-957-9570 is your number. This is from the 707, lifelong Giants fan, and this is from the Xfinity Mobile text line. But I'm being hesitant because it's a small sample size.
But it's a better size than the sample we had early, right?
Well, let's see what happens the rest of this series.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens against the Yankees. Then they got the Diamondbacks. Then they got the Rangers. So
it's baseball.
I mean, they went 4-2 against the Mets and the
Pirates.
You know,
they're never
two
done.
great teams.
Yeah, they were down 4 runs in the 8th twice, Donnie, and came back. Only 3 other teams have done that in the history of the game.
Yeah. Okay.
1932 Cardinals. What do you know about them?
They probably had Ty Cobb.
I don't know. 61 Red Sox. What do you know about them?
61 Red Sox must have been. It's probably
I wasn't here.
Carl Yastrzemski's rookie year, maybe.
And the 99 Marlins. Yeah. Jack McKeon,
Marlins.
maybe. I don't know. But I'm excited to watch every night at 6:45, Stoney. Like, that's changed, and it's a good feeling. I was like, okay, it's Niners. Baseball will get us to football season, but now all of a sudden the Giants, they've awoken.
Yeah, the question is can they keep it up? And, I mean, I just don't. I look back at the Dodgers game. We came in here after they lost 10-2. They were 19-25, and we were talking about getting rid of Farhan.
Yeah.
What about Melvin? How's he been doing?
Keep going.
Yeah, I mean, there were questions all around, and the fact is they've done what we really should have expected them to do. That is, Chapman got hot after a slow start. Solaire's starting to hit a little bit. The only guy they got to get going now is Blake Snell.
Yeah, not a good one for him again yesterday.
Not at all.
Yeah. And I won't give excuses, Downey. I'm not here for that. But, he didn't have a spring training for whatever that's worth. And if you look at his career numbers, June is his month, But even with Webb against the Pirates, you want your ace because he is the Giants' ace. You want that to be kind of and baseball's a tricky game, but you got to get run production and all that stuff. But when Webb pitches, Donnie, it's not, you could just put a win in the column for the Giants, regardless if it's how effective he is or the run support. But, I mean, Snell needs to get going here soon.
So this is an unbelievable stat. In Snell's starts, he's made 7 starts.
I got it. Go ahead.
No. He hasn't made 7 starts.
11.
He's made like 4.
Yeah.
Well, no, his place in the rotation has come up 11 times.
Yes, sir.
and they're 0-7 in those games.
Yikes.
That he's either started or that was his spot in the rotation and somebody replaced him. So the last 4 games, though, even though they haven't pitched well in that spot, they've won their last 4 games. And obviously the starting pitcher got no decisions there, but that's why they're 0-7. But they've won their last 4, and in each of those 4, they've come back from a deficit to get it done. So, I mean, this team was not hitting 2 weeks ago, and now it's hitting, and it's coming from behind, and it's scoring runs. And the question is, can they keep it up?
Yeah.
I mean, can they keep this up, and is this more of who they are? Or are they the team that started 19-25?
Yeah, I was reading I believe it was Baggerly Stein. He was pondering the question, who's the Giants all-star right now? I know it's early, but that would be one Wade Lamont Jr., batting .330 in this era of baseball and leads Major League Baseball with a .472 on-base percentage. So Lamont Wade Jr., Steiny, his at-bats are professional. He's clutch, and it seems like that clutch factor, Brett Wisely against the Pirates, against the Mets Saturday, I mean, he's on one, and I'm just telling you, baseball's a fickle game, but I just can't get over what you led with 2 weeks ago where Giant fans were at and how you feel about them now.
Well, I mean, I do think there's a...
and they're one game. I had one friend say they're one game over 500. But you have to watch the movie from the start to kind of appreciate the one game over 500. I'm not dare telling you or anybody out there print up the World Series tickets, and those come from behind losses, Steiny, you were down, but you pulled it out, so you kind of don't want to live on the edge like that. But, you know, you got to give them credit for not dying.
Well, there's another aspect to this, too, and to me, it reminds me a little bit of the Golden State Warriors when they were winning this season. And Pierce Evans on the YouTube chat.
What'd he say?
They're 7-14 against teams that are over 500.
Oh, that old
the Giants.
Yeah.
And they're 21-13 against teams below 500. So
they get some over 500s, 2 more tonight, and the Yankees coming in, they could fix that.
Well, it's going to take more than 2 series to fix it.
You're right.
You're 7-14.
You want to get off to a good start, and they did that yesterday.
So, I mean, you're right, Andis Brown. Bohm was terrible yesterday. Third baseman for the Phillies, and I got him on my fantasy
He got nice
team.
hair. I'm in last place in mine. I'm done.
I thought you were in first.
I was. It just injuries.
No.
Yeah.
Who plays first base now for the Giants without Lamont?
It's got to be Wilmer Flores, right? Who's got 1 home run on the season, Steiny?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they got a little shortage of left-handed bats.
And that's why Brett Wisely's emergence is big.
Yeah, maybe he'll end up playing for some first base for the Giants. But 888-957-9570 is the number. The San Francisco Giants, they're putting something together right now. They're 9-2 over their last 11. And my question to Giants fans is, how are you feeling about this team now, but not just this year? I'm talking about in the past. Does this 2-week stretch from the San Francisco Giants give you more optimism than at any time in the last couple of years? And I get the team won 107 games a couple of years ago, but it never really felt like that team resonated. We all seem to think that was a temporary thing, and the players that were producing weren't going to be around forever. But this team right now has got some guys under contracts that are more than 1 or 2 years. Talking about Soler,
yeah.
And then they have the influx of young guys. So how you feel about the Golden State? How you feel about the Golden State Warriors though right now, Goo?
Evan shared with us as a report out there that they're shopping Wiggins, and I'm like, yeah, the water's wet. They've been doing that for 2 years, but we'll see how that goes. But Steiny, I can't watch an NBA playoff game not thinking about them. I just can't. So we'll see what happens here in the near future. But I believe the title of the jam for the Warriors front office will be, we owe Steph something, and let's see what we can do to get him something to kind of ride this out and give him another chance at number 5. Give them another chance at their 5th chip.
We talked about a lot last week when you weren't here. It was Draymond Green talking about he's okay if they don't win for the next 5 years.
I heard that.
Yeah, what'd you think?
I didn't like it, but that sounds like a guy that's content. But I'll give Draymond this. He's been spectacular, and as unfair as I think he's.
When's he been spectacular?
On TNT during this playoff run. He's him. He is kind of like Bill Walton, but Bill never had an agenda. Draymond's agenda to me is making Rudy Gobert take jabs at him anytime he can, and Gobert's giving you that. But Draymond's Stoney, and when you watch him and he articulates his opinion on what's going on, he called out your guy Finchie for not making any adjustments.
Okay.
I had to throw that at you. I don't know how much evidence the guys were giving that to you, but Minnesota's been in every game.
Yeah, here we go. Here we go again. The Minnesota Timberwolves. Now all of a sudden they should have been the favorites, and they're choking because everybody thought they were going to win 3 months ago. Please.
Yeah. Big game tonight.
No, it's not.
Well, it is if you want your season to keep going.
I mean,
you need a win.
Nobody's ever come back from 3.
I hate that. That's not good.
0-156.
Yeah, wow.
The series is over. Nothing to be ashamed of. Their superstar is 22 years old. What do you want? The other team's got a 25-year-old superstar who's been a pro for 10 years. Kyrie Irving.
Man.
30s in his prime. Nothing to see here with the Timberwolves. I love it, though. Now, Steiny, your boy Finchie looks like a deer in headlights.
Hey, lay off. Yeah, lay off.
Yeah, he's a deer in headlights. Okay. Yeah, now Pacers, every team that's been eliminated right now stinks.
Yeah.
That's what that's what we talk about. So, the Giants though, they're going to start an opener probably tonight, so we don't even know who they're going to start against the Phillies. Philly's going to start Zach Wheeler, former Giant, and nice crowd at the stadium yesterday.
Yes, sir.
And 415 says it's World Series or bust. How about playoffs?
Yeah, it was a sellout like yesterday too, Stoney. So the place is packed. You got what you want. And I know Farhan maybe didn't draw it up at the board on the board like this for guys to go down to bring up the youngsters, but it's like a smorgasbord in regard to if you want to see what was on the farm in Sacramento, you got that. You got Chapman doing his thing, and I just wonder, when the guys come back like Conforto, how that plays out and who kind of is the odd man out, or if Matos or Ramos, are regulated to, playing 2 or 3 times a week if they're not in the everyday lineup. So we'll see how that works and affects their performance too.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. The San Francisco Giants, quite frankly, have turned their season around in the last 2 weeks. They were 19-25 after they lost Game 2 of a 3-game series to the LA Dodgers, and right now they're a game over 500. They're 9-2 over their last 11. They're getting good starting pitching. They're getting contributions from their young players. They're getting veteran players to start to come around, Chapman most noticeably. And the question I have for Giants fans are, how much different do you feel now than you did in 2 weeks? 2 weeks ago, rather, and do you think you're watching something that you could get behind for the rest of the season? Is this the kind of team you think you can get behind for the rest of the summer? Or is it just, a team that's winning some games and they'll probably regress probably to the mean at some point? But is there anything special about this Giants team that the fans see right now? What and if so, what is it? What is the upside of this team? What's the best case scenario? What's the worst case scenario?
Yeah, and I'll say this to that, Stoney. Outside of the short sample size, I do get that. If we did have a caller from Giant fans that weren't on board, what excuse outside of the short sample size could you be using not to get behind this team? Because again, version 1 coming out of spring training, I had this team making a wild card, and we know the whole thing behind the history of the wild card. You're never out of it if you don't really stink. But now they got something. I feel like they got guys, especially the young ones, playing with a chip on their shoulders, something to prove. So you figure if Snell can get back on his horse to go with Webb and Harrison and Doval in the bullpen, you got some action.
408. Is this true? From the 408 on the Xfinity mobile text line. For the record, yesterday's game was a sellout because 20% of the fans were Philly fans. That's from Philly in the 408. Yeah, anyway, you get it done. Anyway, you get it done. They still had 40,000 there. And you know what? They're probably going to have big crowds all week, I would think, with the Phillies and the Yankees in town. So there you go. 2 more against the Phillies, 3 against the Yankees. All five of those games are at home. 209, I'm loving it. And to me, it's still fire Farhan Zaidi. I believe it's all Bob Melvin now, and he's making his own lineups, and he's going with his gut feeling.
That's kind of unfair.
I mean, if you're going to criticize Farhan 2 weeks ago, you got to give him credit right now.
Yeah, I'm in that
bringing
line.
The young guys up.
Yeah, I'm in that. I mean, you had to, but I'm in that line. And the bottom line, Steiny, is it's working. Right now, it's working. And the dudes are answering the bell.
Yeah.
The youngsters.
No doubt about it. Austin Slater's coming back from concussion pretty soon. What?
No, you looked at
center fielder, left fielder.
I tell you what, I'm Matos. Just keep going, keep running them out there. If I'm Slater,
well, Matos is fine.
Okay,
I think Matos. I think
but he's got some great at bats. Plays a good left field. Luciano is the one. I don't know where you and Evan were with the Airs. You can't hide him unless you put him in the DH position, and right now that's Solaire's spot. So what do you do with Luciano? This is not a Pony League, Steiny. It's not tryouts. Where do you kind of hide him?
I play him for the first 6 or 7 innings probably at short, and then I might have to get him out of there.
All right. We've seen that in baseball.
You can't. I was listening to FP Santangelo on Friday, and he's worried about Luciano.
Wow.
He said he'd rather have a good fielding shortstop than a good hitting shortstop. He said your foundation's got to be defense when you're a shortstop.
And it seems like in baseball, Steiny, the ball defines the guy that might be having some issues with the mitt, you know?
Yeah, no doubt about it. So the San Francisco Giants have gotten things rolling. 888-957-9570 is the number. Here's what we got going today. We also got Jim Barnett.
Yeah.
Jim Barnett is going to join us at noon, talk a little Bill Walton on the other side. Bill Walton passed at 71 years old. And, man, I got a ton of memories of Bill Walton. When I first was introduced to Bill Walton when he was at UCLA, UCLA was not very well liked because they never lost. They just never lost. And Walton was at the forefront of that. They won 88 straight college games at one point.
Damn.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
It's incredible. And then they ended up losing to Notre Dame, which broke their 88-game win streak. UCLA was up 70-59. You know this about this game? Evan? Guru?
70-59, down 11.
They were down 11 with about 3 minutes to go, and Notre Dame scored the last 12 points of the game, won 71-70, and that ended UCLA's 88-game win streak.
God, 88. Just think about that.
88. All right. Don't forget a reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Goo on the free Odyssey app. You can now download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. That segment was brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for digital deals.
records. Now you got the Phillies coming to town. And as you just alluded to, they beat the Phillies. It was one game. Now you're not going to have Lamont Wade Jr. tonight. We don't know who's pitching, but you just want to build something. And Steiny, if you can, 4-2 against the Yankees and Phillies, I mean, this is real. And I get it's still kind of early, but man, this has been a metamorphosis.
What do you mean 4-2 against the
If
Phillies?
you can go 4-2 against the Phillies and Yankees.
You want to know. You got 5 more games left.
Right, but I'm saying if
take
you
them
go,
one game at a time.
No, I can do whatever time I want. If they can go 4-2,
what
that's
if they go
the tip of the cap.
3-3?
They're 3-3, but I'm not gonna be mad.
Yeah, but I mean 4-2 would be great against those
5-1,
teams.
yeah. 6-0. Who knows?
888-957-9570 is the number. If you were out at that game yesterday, I know there were 40,000 fans at Oracle Park.
Memorial Day.
What stuck out, and what has stuck out for you if you've been watching this Giants team all year, and what's changed? What has changed in the last 2 weeks for the San Francisco Giants? 888-957-9570. What do you think has been the single biggest difference in the last 2 weeks? I'm going to ask Evan that, and I'm going to ask Goo that.
Okay.
I think, to me, the biggest change has been Chapman. I mean, Chapman is starting to hit right now. He was hitting in Pittsburgh, and the Giants just hadn't had a guy in the middle of the lineup who's producing like a guy in the middle of the lineup should. And Matt Chapman got off to a slow start, but his fielding's been there all year for the most part, and now he's hitting, and the Giants have a new dimension. That to me has been the biggest difference in the San Francisco Giants, let's say the first month of the season through the, let's say, last 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm. I'm not mad at that.
What about you, Goo?
I'm going to say their ability to come back in the late innings and have that leadoff hitter or hitter after the leadoff hitter get on base. And I feel like you could say it's, a short sample size, but I feel like they know now they're never out of a game. And Friday night against the Mets, you come up Saturday, you're down a run, and that first leadoff hitter gets on. And to me, I think that translates through the clubhouse. And I feel like the Giants, again, you don't want to be behind, but the reality is you will be at times, but it's your approach. And their approach in pressure situations at the plate, to me, Steiny, have me feeling some type of way about this team. And that's Lamont Wade Jr., that's Matos, that's Ramos, that's Wilmer Flores, who got a big hit against the Mets in the ninth inning the other day. So that, to me, has been, outside of Chapman, a part of the change I like. Because when you watch a baseball team that's kind of floundering and it's just dead men walking and they're down 1 or 2 runs late, you kind of feel like it's over. You retired the first batter, nothing to see here. But the Giants are like, they just battle, and I'm here for it. And when they're down, Steiny, now, I feel like, it's not over until that 27th out is recorded.
What's been the one thing you think that's been a big change with the Giants?
Well, it has to do with the offense, but it's strike zone discipline. Like they have put together, and they do put together successive quality at-bats a lot more than they did the first 45 games. Like if you look at the last couple of weeks, the amount of walks that they have is skyrocketed. The amount of times they strike out has just fallen off the table. Like they're bottom 3 in the league in terms of strikeout rate. So they walk more, they strike out less, they hit the ball with authority. I think it just goes to show, like, whatever their approach was the first 45 games might not have been the wrong one. They just weren't necessarily executing. So I think their strike zone discipline has been what stood out to me offensively, and I think it's probably embodied or symbolized in someone like Matt Chapman, but everyone as a whole has been a lot better at not swinging at bad pitches and then doing damage on pitches inside the zone.
That's a good call. Can we give a hat tip to Pat Burrell for that?
No.
Well,
you don't like
but I think if you're going to tip your cap to him now, you also have to recognize that, like, this isn't something that they've all of a sudden just shifted. Like you don't have a philosophical change 40 games in just because you're not hitting very well. If anything, it's like, no, guys, our process is good. We're just going to stick to it. and eventually will come out of it because they have. I mean, they're hitting like 300 the last 3 weeks.
Giants.
888-957-9570 is the number. San Francisco Giants have turned their season around. There's no doubt about it. Last 2 weeks, they've won 9 of their last 11 games. They beat the Phillies. They went back east, took care of Pittsburgh, and took care of the Mets, won 4 out of 6 of those games to come back here with a little momentum. And now we'll see if they can continue after yesterday's 8-4 win. It was another game, Goo, where they were down 4-3.
After being up 3-0, I'm thinking it's over.
Exactly.
I know you watched a lot of baseball, Stoney, but I got to take it back to this East Coast trip. Friday, after the 2 just miraculous comebacks against the Pirates, have you seen a game end the way Friday in New York ended with Matt Chapman's great play defensively to fill the ball with one hand and just throw a rope to end it that way, Stoney?
It was a great play.
And Flynn, an incredible call. Just like, damn, it's going good.
I mean,
Stoney, like, damn.
Yeah, The question is, can they keep this thing going when Conforto comes back and when Ahmed comes back and when Slater comes back? I mean, if you're a San Francisco Giants fan, it feels to me like most of the fans are just ready to let Ramos, Matos, and Luciano play. And I understand that sentiment, but I don't necessarily know if that's the best way for the San Francisco Giants to be successful. Because even though
I'm all ears.
I mean, they're young. They're all hitting right now, but can you expect them to do that all season long?
Yeah. And you know what?
I mean, I don't think you can. I think if you make a commitment to the younger players like that, and Ramos and Matos and Luciano, and now maybe even Wisely, if they're going to play most of the time, you might not be as good as if the veterans are playing. And that's what Bob Melvin's going to have to decide.
Yeah.
But I think Goo, this is the part that I think Giants fans, may have an issue with is they have to make the playoffs. That seems to be a monster priority for them. And if they have to make the playoffs, it's just like the Golden State Warriors. I think the Giants are going to lean on their veterans.
And
Conforto's going to come back and he's going to play.
And he should play. But again, you talk about the leader of the ship right now, and that's Bo Mail. So, Stoney, I don't know what's said behind closed doors, but I would imagine, it's about the name in the front of the jersey, not the back. And you talk about the success from the young, the Matos, Ramos, and Luciano, but Stoney, they don't have the, I'm not looking what word, not pedigree, but I'm sure Melvin is not scared to sit them down, one of them, and say, hey, maybe your playing time is going to be cut in half or whatnot. They should be able to take that in stride. And you are right. This is a 162-game season. Slumps do happen, but there's got to be a fine balance of, when you play this Giant team, all depending on matchups and what the computers say, that'll go a long way in regard to who's out there. And that's why I just hate Luciano from this standpoint, didn't take advantage defensively of Ahmed being out, because now you're like, if we do start you, maybe we got to have a defensive replacement, late in the game. That's not good for Luciano to kind of take the job by the horns and you forget about Ahmed. But I guess it's not about that. It's, it's a fine balance, Donnie, and Bo Mail's job is to gauge who's on, who's hot, and who will play more.
I mean, I just don't see Luciano playing shortstop in a one-run game in the last 2 or 3 innings.
I'm with you on that.
I mean, that's the one thing I just don't think you can have. And the pickle the Giants are going to be in is Farhan Zaidi's got to make the postseason. I don't think there's any doubt about that. This is his 7th year. This is his 7th year, and they've gone to the postseason one time, and they've won no series in Farhan Zaidi's tenure. So it's do or die right now. They've got to make the playoffs.
Yeah.
And if you're a team that's got to make the playoffs, how do you justify keeping Luciano in the field, playing shortstop, and kind of living and dying with a guy who, I mean, it's obvious he's just not a good fielder. He's not a good fielder at shortstop, and he's not going to get a lot better anytime soon. So what do you do?
Yeah.
I mean, what do you do? How do you play him, and what's the strategy with him there?
Yeah, and you kind of wonder, Stoney, had they seen him every day for a couple years in Sacramento, if Short was a problem, maybe you get him, you find another position for him. But right now, Major League Baseball, these games the Giants are playing are not tryouts. So, again, they got lucky. When was it? Saturday against he missed Estrada tried to pitch the ball to him. Something I didn't even know who to blame, but it was a blunder, and I'm like, oh boy, didn't come back to bite him. But you know what? There's old saying, Stoney, all this will play itself out. And I do wonder, and I have to say it, you know, because you keep reminding me of where I was, and I'll say it and admit it 2 weeks ago with this team. I think this is a good problem. The more options you have, that's a good problem.
Do we know why, and maybe Evan does, do we know why the Giants are so hell-bent on keeping Luciano at shortstop? I mean,
well, you never want to give up on a guy until you absolutely have to.
I'm just talking about the position shortstop. It just feels like the Giants, you know, they've announced that Luciano needs to improve his fielding. And so, I mean, it feels like that's the question that a lot of people are asking is if Luciano can't field his position at short, why don't you move him?
Yeah.
How far away are we from that?
And don't remember
what other positions can he play?
Don't forget me telling Willard and Dibbs during the crossover, Stoney, as well as yourself and Evan. I thought Luciano was going to be. I thought he had the job coming out of spring training. You know, Brandon Crawford era was over. But now I guess I see why they didn't go with Luciano out the gate to start the season, and they went and got a veteran like Ahmed. Like, you're right. Now, Solaire's he's a bopper, Stoney. So, you know, the DH has his name on it, but man, you kind of wish you could stash Luciano there sometimes in the DH role, and you wouldn't have to. That would alleviate where do you put him in the field if you're nervous about him playing shortstop late in games.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. The San Francisco Giants, they play the Phillies again tonight. Zach Wheeler will be on the mound for Philadelphia. Giants haven't announced the starter, but it'll probably be a reliever.
It's going to be Eric Miller. Oh, Eric Miller will be starting tonight for the San Francisco Giants.
Okay, Eric Miller. On the mound against Zach Wheeler. By the way, I was reading Baggerly, and there's been some talk about Oracle Park and the dangers of center field with the chain link fence. Have you seen that?
I missed that.
Well, I mean, Jung-Hoo Lee got hurt.
Out for the year.
On the chain link fence. And then Matos.
A couple times.
Matos has gone down a couple times with that chain link fence out there, and somebody asked Andy Baggerly a question about whether the Giants are, you know, looking at that, and he said they are, but it's not a quote-unquote action item. But they got to figure something out, because if they just put a regular wall there, then the bullpen can't see the game. And so they got to figure that out. But
I'll take that over my center fielder getting hurt, starting center fielder for the year.
How many stadiums have a chain link fence somewhere in the outfield?
But, Steiny, how long has it been there for us now to, obviously, losing Jung-Hoo Lee, but you know what I'm saying? It hadn't been a lot of accidents on that street up until this season.
No. But last couple weeks, there have been some plays that have made you hold your breath if you're a Giants fan. For sure.
Yeah. No, I was just saying somebody giving me some love. I don't want it. I don't deserve it. But I said this Giant team coming out, Steiny, would make the wild card. But now I'm just excited about that. And I got to be careful here. I don't want to take that for granted, but those are the least of my expectations. If Snell can get his groove back, and you got Cobb down the road whenever he can come back, and Robbie Ray. You just envision if the youngsters can do their part and things keep the same. Lamont Wade Jr., let's say he avoids the IL.
Well, he's not gonna. He's not gonna. He's gonna go on it, according to Baggerly.
But he might be their lone all-star if he comes. Let's just say he comes back and keeps up what he's doing.
Yeah, I mean they don't have a lot of left-handed bats, so they're gonna miss his bat. What's he hitting, about 330? Among the leaders in on-base percentage.
And the gloves, Steiny. Those on the other, we're talking about Chapman, but those scoops by Lamont Wade Jr. have been incredible too.
And it wasn't long ago that everybody was down on Yaz.
Man, good call.
Everybody was sick of Yaz. And now he's hitting a little bit better, and he's still playing a solid outfield for the San Francisco Giants. And the question is, in these last 11 games, what have you seen in the San Francisco Giants that's really giving you some optimism?
I got one more for you, Steiny.
Okay, go ahead.
Patrick Bailey's ability to throw your ass out. He threw a runner out against the Mets, Steiny, and the ball must have been in his hands a millisecond. Now, I know there were a couple games where where's the ball going when he was trying to throw runners out, but he's got past that. But do you know how big that is we're the home of Buster Posey, so we've seen the catcher position at his finest. But he'll throw your ass out late in games, Steiny. And, I mean, that's just another facet defensively to this team that they got something going for them, too. You can't – and I know pitchers, a lot of stolen bases are on the pitcher, and Webb's been having a little bit of a problem with it. But, I mean, Patrick Bailey has been something to write home about behind the plate, throwing guys out.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. I hope everybody had a great Memorial Day weekend.
How about you? Did you golf?
I golfed, yeah.
How you do?
All right. 86.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Usually you brag.
No.
Yeah. Because I left here, you were talking about giving up the game. You hit 86, it's pretty damn good. I'm not here to cheer you up, bud. If you know what 86 is, that's pretty damn good.
Did you win money in Vegas?
Snitches get stitches, Steiny.
That's not snitching. I'm asking you a question.
Oh, no.
How'd you do in Vegas?
So
wait, you don't even tell? You won't even? So you didn't gamble?
I could have tucked something, but yeah, we got a lot of people listening. So yeah,
but
I didn't lose. I didn't win.
But if you gamble responsibly, you're not gambling away any money that you don't have.
I don't know how to do that, pal.
So you lost.
Yeah, I lost. Let's do that.
How much?
Hey! I'm winning because I'm here. You and Evan held it down, but I'm back, man.
I lost. I'm out.
Yeah.
Want to talk a little NBA playoffs on the other side? I'm not going to tolerate slander, though.
Have you been getting a lot? Well, somebody's taking over your Twitter account, bud. People are texting. They're acting like they're you on Twitter. I know some entity, but we got to get it back.
What are they doing?
They're using your followers to tweet their mess.
What are they tweeting?
Just different random stuff.
Stuff about the Warriors?
No. Just
stuff about sports?
Oh, the life. But it ain't good. She looked out for you. Warriors World, he texted me yesterday like, what's up with Steiny? I go, nah, he's off Twitter. But then that person that's invaded your account, they're tweeting stuff out on your name to your followers.
But it doesn't have my avatar or anything. It's got... Can somebody help me with this?
Yeah, we need help.
888-957-9570.
Some young gun, some nerd.
So they're actually tweeting out. So if you hit Steinmetz NBA,
your tweets come up at the bottom of whatever their rhetoric that they got going, and then you see your stuff, and you're like, "What's Steiny doing? What's he turned into?" Because I told him, I was like, "He's off, bud. It's good." And then he sent it to me. I go, "Oh, we got a problem in Houston. We'll figure it out."
Well, the boss, they'll probably try to figure it out.
But nothing is worse than when Evan tweets he's in for me, and then you see it looks like Tiny. It's Steiny because it's in regular font. There's no at. Come on, Steiny. We need you back in the game.
I got you. Well, somebody can tell me how to get back in the game.
And Steiny.
Although, you know what? I looked at some of the last tweets I had, and all I do is get grief from people. 888-957-9570 is the number. I want the best part of this Giants stretch where they've gone 9-2, and also I need help on how to fix my hacked Twitter account. That segment was brought to you by Liberty Mutual.
I can't see it.
Hi.
show. Let's go.
All righty. Somebody says I'm playing a dangerous game with my Twitter.
And no, seriously, that's
what's dangerous about it?
Well, what if somebody
I told
appeared to be you and then went off with some political stuff or, some stuff that not cool? It could get you into hot water. You wouldn't be in hot water because it wasn't you, but you don't want that.
Yeah,
one of these young guns or guys or gals are going to call us and tell us how to get it back.
But what's in it for them? The person who has my account now. Just tweeting out stuff. I don't know.
That I don't, that's like, why do bippers bip? Well, they're looking for something, but I don't got the answer.
Anyway, all right. If anybody's got some answers for me, I'm all ears.
We need to get to a damn Giant game this week.
Well, they probably got 5 straight sellouts.
Well, you might be. They had one yesterday.
Well, no, you could probably. I'm assuming they play at night tonight, and was Wednesday a day game?
That I
against
don't know.
the Phillies.
I got to imagine that's
thumbs up from
night
Evan.
game. Oh, okay.
Then Thursday's off, and then Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the Yankees are in town.
Well, we can't go Friday. We got the company softball thing. I can't even
I'm
sleep.
out on that. You weren't here yesterday.
Well, nobody was. It was Sunday.
It was Monday, but. Yeah, no, I got into this last night. I'm sorry, I got into this last Friday with the boys during the crossover.
And what happened? Come on, man.
Dude.
You playing pickleball?
No.
You're golfing? You got a new hip?
Nope.
I'm going to drag you there. Yep.
My daughter is having her graduation party Friday.
Well, okay.
Unfortunately.
Now, that's awesome, but that hurts because that's a real reason.
And just to let you know what happened.
So now you'll miss my homer.
So on Friday, we had the What's Bugging You segment.
What? I missed it.
Well, and I said, look, there is something bugging me, but it's not annoyance. It's been on my mind that I'm going to have to tell you guys that I can't play in this softball game, and it's been bothering me.
Man.
Because I know you're going to give me grief.
No, I'm
not
looking at you.
People are going to give me grief about it. And
I wanted to see you catch a ball. Now you put a glove on.
Not because you want to play?
I was going to play.
You're worried about the grief?
No, he was.
Well, no, I'm worried. People are going to say now
you
they're
chickened out.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You know how they do that.
And last time you had a mitt on. See, that's why I wanted to see you.
Last time I put a glove on.
Oh, boy. But anyway.
Did it have 5 fingers?
Yes, I was a slick fielding second baseman in my day.
Wicked Steiny.
No speed, though. None at all. Blake Snell, he stinks. No, he's just struggling.
Yeah,
right
Blake's
now.
stale right now. How about that?
Blake what?
Stale.
How about Blake Smell?
Steiny, New York Post. That's pretty good.
Hey, Blake, he was asked yesterday why he's struggling so much, and he gave you a predictable response. But take a listen.
The one thing I would say, like big league spring training, you need it. Yeah, it's tough to do it. Like I thought I did everything I could to be ready, and then even just after 2 weeks, like noticing how much better I was throwing the ball, just being here every day. You can't. There's nothing like you have to go to spring training. So hopefully. I mean, for me, I hope teams see that. And, I don't know what Montgomery's doing, but I bet it's tough for him. Like, it's not easy. So I didn't face a big league hitter until I pitched my first game in the big leagues this year, and it's tough. You just have nothing to go off of. You're just kind of like, let's see what we got. Faced 18-year-olds, but so it's all excuses, but it's the truth.
Where you come out on that before I go?
He's
that's on you and your agent. If you knew you needed it, why? But I get it. It's all about the Benjamin. Shout out Ice Cube. But Steiny, I guess the one thing Giant fans can take is, hey, this dude just won a Cy Young just last year. He's notorious for getting off to slow starts. Even if you think that's invalid, you still got something to look forward to.
I don't know.
That's the rat on the table brought to you by Atco, Steiny. No, that ain't I don't know. He better.
No, but he's had bad years. I mean, it's possible he could just have a bad year, and this is one of his bad years.
Well, then that would throw a super monkey wrench into how far and what this team can do if he's not right behind Webb or above Webb when you talk about 1 and 1A in regard to aces, Steiny.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just
35 pitches in the fourth inning yesterday, 4 strikeouts. In 2 hits the first time through the order, and then after that, just like all his other starts, even the Pirates, 90 pitches in 4 innings.
Yeah, last year, obviously, he was 14-9 with a 2.25 ERA.
Damn.
Made 32 starts. Year before that, he only made 24 starts, ERA 3.38. And then the year before that, he made 27 starts, and his ERA was 4.20.
Well, we don't want that one. You don't want that one, yeah.
I mean, he's year before that in 2020, he only pitched 11 games, but that was probably COVID.
So do you get a Bosa feel to this where Bosa kind of, we know he held out, he missed camp, came back, and, nobody will say it was his best year, but there was definitely, a price to pay for missing what some people take for granted.
Well, I mean, first of all, he's a notorious slow starter. And they sign him late, and he's not in training camp. I mean, you have to prepare for getting a guy who doesn't help you early in the year at that point.
Well, you're living it now. No spring training.
Exactly. So, I mean, I don't know. If you're a Giants fan, do you look at it positively or negatively? And what I mean by that is, do you look at it and think, you know what, we're a game over 500 and Snell hasn't given us anything yet. So
I hadn't looked at it.
We're a game over 500, and if Snell starts pitching better, now we have another starter who's going to gobble up at least 5 or 6 innings. But right now he can't even gobble up more than 4. He was through 90 pitches.
And you mentioned those 11 starts, the 7 of the 11 that were his turn. Steiny, what if I told you? All 11, no pitcher, whoever filled in for him the 4 other times has gone 5 innings.
I know.
Like that's not good. That's that affects everybody. So again, all you can say is when he gets the ball again, hopefully I thought yesterday you're coming home, the place is packed, and again, it's Bryce Harper and the Phillies. I thought there you go. This is the game. You get a 3-run lead, and boy, Schwarber hit that ball almost where Ohtani hit it, if not farther.
That was a bomb. The Phillies hit. There's no doubt about that. But Snell, he can't pitch much worse than he started the season. He's already still over 10.
I guess.
Made 5 or 6 starts now.
And you know what, Steiny? I'm looking at you and Evan and telling the listeners it'll subside. He'll be right. But now you got me thinking, Goo, what if he's not? But you can't live your life like that. He's got to get it in. And, he's a veteran pitcher. So when he held out, I always, just real quick, Steiny, I took it as he knows he's a pro. He's been through this, dog and pony show of spring training a million times. He knows what he needs to do. Now it's kind of interesting to see when he'll get it back.
The reality is our producer, Evan Giddings,
former college pitcher,
really deserves a victory lap. There's just no doubt about it. Because on the day the Giants signed Blake Snell,
stand up,
Evan Giddings said, I hope Giants fans realize that they're not going to like him.
He said those words.
The first month or 2 of the season.
I go, Evan, why are you being so negative?
And he said he always gets off to a slow start. And this year, he's really going to get off to a slow start because he hasn't had any spring training.
Well, I do want people to know I'm not reveling in this whatsoever. I love Blake Snell. I think he's a great pitcher. And I did not expect him to be this bad. Okay. Like, he's been pretty damn
ERA
terrible.
Is 10.
Yeah, he ain't doing too well. But
right.
I actually was encouraged a little bit by the last start just because.
Yesterday, you mean?
Yeah, yesterday. He made one bad pitch to Schwarber.
But 90 pitches in 4 innings,
Yeah, but he's never cracked 200 for a season, I don't think. So he's not a guy that goes deep into games that often. I think he set such a high bar last year with the Padres. The one thing that I feel like most fans should look for with Snell, always look, if you're like to the box score, how many hits he gives up. The one thing that I was really confused about his first, I think, 4 starts, he'd been giving up like 13 hits per 9 innings. He misses contact. Like, that's his whole game. He walks a ton of guys. He strikes out a ton of guys.
You ain't going to square up on him.
Generally, you don't, but teams have been squaring him up with frequency. That didn't happen as much yesterday, so that's what I was a little bit.
Well, there you go, Steiny. The positive in, obviously not his best start, but hopefully the best is yet to come.
Well, I mean, he's got to be better than this.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no way that he's this bad. Bob Melvin was talking about his outing yesterday and said he thought he had better stuff yesterday than he's had all season, but he just didn't get the results.
I feel like if that was his first start of the season, people would be fine with it, but it's the fact that it's followed 4 awful starts. I mean, I do wonder how long fans are willing to give him before they're okay with people ripping it.
Because that Pirate start was the one that I was like, oh, there's trouble here. He was laboring. I'm like, this is the Pirates. Evan can pitch against the Pirates.
They're barreling up a lot of baseballs against
no
them.
doubt.
Yeah, and here's this is what Bob Melvin said, and you could tell he was a little bit.
I feel better about Bo Mel.
Edgy.
Go ahead.
A little edgy. He said when he was asked about Snell, he said, look, they just made him throw a lot of pitches again. He struck out 7. He was getting some swings and misses. It's just frustrating he can't get over the hump and get his pitch counts down in each inning. Once they start to mount, next thing you know, it's 90 pitches, and he has to come out after 4 innings. But I thought his fastball had good life. His slider had good life, and that usually takes a while for him. And his curveball had bite on it. He's just not getting the results right now. So,
all right,
if you listen to Bob Melvin, I think there's a chance that maybe his worst games are behind him. But I mean, it's funny because what are you going to do if he's healthy? I mean, you gotta run him out there every 5 days, no matter what.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
But he's not producing.
He's getting 32 mil.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying. When Chapman wasn't hitting, when Soler started out.
You preaching now? Go ahead.
Soler started out poorly.
So you preaching patience right now?
No, I'm preaching because
that's all they can do.
Right, but what I'm saying is, what if he just doesn't get any better?
Then that would be a big blow.
I mean,
that would be.
Has he ever pitched out of the bullpen?
Like
Snell.
If that even was brought to our, like if that happened, it's all bad in the streets, Steiny, for the Giants.
Well, it's already all bad.
Well, no, you got Hicks, you got Harrison, you got Webb.
Right, and that's my point. I mean, he started 5 games. He's got a 10.4 ERA. I mean, how much, again, like this is I know he's a veteran, but what's the difference between the Giants wanting a playoff spot? Their goal is to get the wild card, and so they're worried about Luciano's defense. I mean, how long do you just go with Snell?
Well,
I mean, if you're telling me he's going to start 20, 25 games, but
I'm telling you
he's not going to win?
Well, that's nightmare on Giant Street, so we're a long way from that. But I hear what you're saying. So it can get, what was a Yogi Berra, it can get late early. So we'll see what's going on. Nathan Hyatt, Snotty, what the hell did he do all offseason? Eat ice cream and play video games? WTF. Why can't he still pitch even with no spring?
Who's this?
Nathan Hyatt on the YouTube chat. But if you listen to his soundbite, he's telling you why, but he's also, and this is what I appreciated from the soundbite, he's being honest, Donnie. I know it sounds like excuses, but that's the reality is, you got to get the money. You got to pay the bills, but damn, they need him. And they're one game over 500. They were 6 under. That was their worst mark. They're one game over. You feel better about the team. I feel better about every component of this team. Even before I left, Steiny, I was letting the Jackals get to me about Bob Melvin. And now all of a sudden I'm watching him, oversee these comebacks, watch these youngsters gain this experience. So he's even looking more fresh to me. And they go out and beat the Phillies yesterday. And they went Martin Luther King. They overcame his bad outing or not up to his standard. So I guess, Steiny, there's nothing to see here until they start losing these games that he's pitching.
Who, Snell?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess now in his starts, they're 4-7.
Not good.
No. And the 4 games that they've won in Snell's starts, I shouldn't say Snell starts. It's either Snell or the person who replaced him because he was on the injured list. But there have been 11 starts with Snell or his replacement, and the starting pitchers those days are 0-7. And they're 4-7 overall, so that means the games they won after the starting pitcher of either Snell or his replacement got shellacked, and then they ended up coming back. So,
well, he needs to get on it. And I'm looking at Randy Rodriguez out the bullpen, Stoney. What's not to like about him? I mean, a youngster getting it done.
Man, he got the win yesterday for the San Francisco Giants. So 888-957-9570 is the number. The San Francisco Giants, they beat the Phillies yesterday 8-4. They fell behind 4-3 after getting up. But, this team has showed some resiliency in the last 2 weeks. And, it's one of those stretches where they've had 2 series that have been just strange series. They took 2 or 3 against the Pirates. They took 2 or 3 against the Mets, but they came from behind in both series. They blew leads in both series, and it's just making for some very interesting and exciting games right now, and it looks like it's kind of filtering over into the fans, and they're getting excited about this team.
No doubt, and we talked about it, the lack of people on 3rd and King, and I'll never forget you saying this about 3rd and King, what it meant to you, Stoney, or what you looked at, that cathedral on game day, but you said it was a party. And they keep this up, and it'll be a party. And right now they're winning 1 game over. Rome wasn't built one day. But the Luciano thing to me is I'm really watching how that plays itself out. And I've never, wasn't an infielder when I played, Stoney, but it's just amazing. He can go pick it if it's a difficult play, but the kind of routine ones to where they change the fortune of a game late innings, we've seen like 3 or 4 examples of like, oh my gosh.
This from the 501 on the Xfinity mobile text line. Steiny, have you looked at Snell's game log from last year? Yes, I have. Do you realize it could mean a playoff and World Series run to have him pitch toward the end of the season the way he did last season? Have you seen his consecutive games allowing 1 run or less? No need to panic at all. This is how Snell ramps up for a season. Evan, did you write that? Was that you?
No, the one thing that
was Sam in Berkeley.
No, the one thing they did leave out is that Snell, even in his best season, which last year, I guess, well, it was his best since he won his first Cy Young with Tampa Bay, he does not go very deep into games, like at any time. Like even when he's got his best stuff, I think the most innings he threw in a single game last year was 7. Like he has never gotten to the 8th in the last now year and a quarter.
And yet he won the Cy Young. Oh, wow.
Well, yeah, because he usually doesn't give up any hits.
Wow.
Or runs.
Well.
Yeah. So he's made 5 starts for the Giants. And he'll get the ball against the Yankees, you would think, over the weekend. This week. 888, by the way, what do you think about this week? Did you put 2 and 2 together, Goo?
I know it's 4.
Right.
But where are the 2 and 2?
Well, look at their last 2. Their next, so they're playing the Phillies,
Yankees,
and the Yankees.
Okay, 2 heavyweights.
Right. Now, who are the best players on each of those teams?
2 guys that they flirted with.
There you go.
Look at
there you go.
That would be Bryce Harper and 1 Aaron Judge.
Yeah, so both those guys. Let me ask you a question. I mean, you'd rather have Harper than Judge, right? I mean, I would.
Wow.
Who are you taking, Harper or Judge? You can put one of those guys on the Giants right now.
It would be Judge. It would be Judge, Donnie. And I love me some Bryce Harper. Judge is younger, and those majestic home runs, the ones I'm going to hit Friday, those just appointment TV.
See, I would definitely take Harper.
And he's at first base now. It's weird. I know it's been a couple of seasons. It's just like, dude used to be all right.
Judge has no personality.
But to a guy like you, does it matter? Well, like Ant Edwards has a personality, and then when things go bad or he has some turbulence, then we don't care about the You know what? It can take you so far. It's about the game.
I don't think Judge is better than Harper.
Oh,
I don't think he is. And so if you got two players who are the same or who are equal, give me the guy with the possession.
Well, how about this? Your life's on the line, bases loaded, 2 outs. Who you want up?
Harper. Have you seen Harper's connection with the city of Philadelphia? Well, he could have done the same thing out here.
Yeah,
but Judge doesn't have a connection. Judge is just a guy who hits home.
Oh, I think that New Yorkers love him.
They do, but not like Harper.
But they love differently in New York.
Harper is taking over
he's a phenom. Yeah. Chuck from Uniontown or whatever. Remember that? He called in, wanted me to hit a homer. I'm going Bryce Harper when he cited the radio guy that called in, wanted him to hit a homer, and he hit one for him.
Yeah, Harper's a gamer, too.
Lost yesterday.
They're the best team in baseball.
But that was...
Here you go again.
No, I was on X, Twitter, and the people, let's see what they do. And they started the homestand off right after a long road trip. That's all. That was a big win yesterday, even with Snell not having his A stuff.
Yeah. 925. Yeah, I think people... Evan, who would you take, Harper or Judge?
What do I need?
Well, you're dropping him on the Giants line. Giants.
I actually think if you're telling me I get 100 and if I get a full season of both just because of the position, I think I would take Judge. But if you're asking me, like if I need a hit, I'm taking Bryce Harper. I think he's a better hitter, but Judge plays a more premium position and might also just break an American League home run record.
Man. Evan, when I said that with the life on the line, I was like, "Goo, come on now, it's Harper." I think he's got more plate discipline than.
He's just been a better postseason performer.
This is a good text from the Xfinity mobile text line from the 415. Who's going to yell, "Guru has just struck out"? If I'm not going to.
Well, that won't. Yeah, this is my sport now.
Guru's been eliminated. He's been eliminated from the home run
Steiny
contest.
Nance. That was incredible.
You're way too excited about this game. This has been your history. You get way too excited about these things, and it's going to be a monumental letdown.
I'm not
again.
facing Snell. It's softball, as big as a watermelon.
But you weren't facing Snell.
You might want to face Snell.
You
right
weren't
now.
facing Snell in the knockout. Nice, Evan. You weren't facing Snell in the knockout game either, and you were the first person eliminated.
Well, you forgot
weren't facing
something.
Snell in the Warriors World Tournament, and you guys got eliminated.
I hoisted up 14 shots in that game. I'll leave that there.
That's great.
Right.
That's great. But you weren't facing Snell in either of those games. And
this is what I do, Steiny.
You're about 0-4 now in events since I've started working with you at 95.7 The Game. Have you won any event like this?
You said I had one of the strongest arms you ever seen. You saw me bowl. I think
but you didn't win that night.
It wasn't about winning.
Won.
It was about physicality. You were like, Guru, you throw the ball harder than I've ever seen.
Right, but you still got to score.
But Steiny, they were strikes. Stop it, man.
Based on the trends, I think Goo's going to take Willard yard if he pitches.
Good. And you forgot my score on Willard at the knockout.
That was in warm-ups.
Took him down to the block.
I did. Hey, I watched the video a couple times a month.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, make sure to listen next week. That's the week of June 3rd. Every show is going to give you an opportunity to win a Steph Curry autographed jersey. Times to listen will be 7:30, 12:30, and 4:30 all week. Next week, starting June 3rd. Great Father's Day gift for Dad out there. Autographed Steph Curry jersey, and listen next week to win one. And that's exclusively on 95.7 The Game.
The economy is rough, and traditional four-year programs are just
Fleming call? Oh my God. I said it's a tie game. And then somebody tried to hate and say, that runner was one of the slowest runners in MLB. It don't matter. That was a hell of a play. Man.
Yeah, it was
almost made me wanted to be at the station Saturday so we could react to it. Friday's game where he got it into the dude out. That's when I wanted to be back.
On a Saturday.
You know what I mean. I miss you, man.
By the way, call me crazy, but if the Giants start winning, why would they need to make a move? They're loaded.
Well, they're not really.
What do you mean? What position do they need?
The back end of the bullpen. They need
forget
another
the bullpen.
Okay.
I'm talking about
one more starter. What if Snell is?
No, I'm talking about their offensive.
Oh, okay.
Players.
No, hey, Snell. Man. You got me stumped. I could see them standing pat, but when you look at Toronto, the Blue Jays, and what they have, and if you talking about Farhan, if he could swindle Gosman and maybe Bichette or Vlad Guerrero, who's on fire, I get it. But if you could, oh my gosh.
So you get Bichette, then what happens to your two shortstops? Or you get Pete Alonso. What are you going to platoon Wade
he's
at
feast or
first?
famine. No, Wade is about to have an all-star year if he can just make this a short stint on the IL and come back and he's your all-star right now.
Right. So why would you go? People are talking about Pete Alonso.
Yeah.
I mean, who's going to play first? Which one of those guys? And then what happens to Soler? I mean, it feels to me, and I get it, they're not household names yet, these young players, but we're already talking about a glut at some positions once Slater and Ahmed and who am I missing? Conforto come back.
Right.
So if you acquire a bat, a Bichette,
well, what if you use
Luciano? Go bye-bye.
But what if he was in the package to get that bat?
Luciano?
Yeah, or
man. I mean,
I just think that's where this thing is headed. And that's one of the beautiful things about baseball, Steiny, is, you think you're close, and we saw it with the Warriors, and they kind of didn't do anything. But I think the trading what's the deadline? The 30th?
It's usually end of July.
Yeah, July 30th. So, I mean, man, but you got me stumped now. Like, they're lightweight loaded. Like, there's a line.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they're loaded, but they have a team right now, and they're going to have to make some decisions on the players who are coming back, and we're all going to wait to see what that means for Ramos, Matos, and Luciano. But I'm wondering kind of how you'll feel or how Giants fans will feel if Luciano and Ramos go back down.
I think
Conforto and Ahmed come
that
back.
would be negligence. I don't see how you could do. I'm not trying to make the parallel with the Warriors, but I can. Like, this happened. By you were desperate. Desperation is the reason that the youngsters all came up simultaneously, and now you're saying pull the plug. You can do it, but my question is why? And Conforto, I missed a week, so I don't know where Willard and Dibbs are at, Steiny, but I know when it wasn't good for the Giants, Willard was like, hey, when the vets come back, they go right back out. They supersede what's going on with the youngsters. Do we still feel that way today?
Yeah.
Like, Conforto's going to go to left,
right,
and you got to deal with Matos. His playing time's going to suffer. But is Conforto a professional hitter, more seasoned? So
Conforto is going to play for Ramos, and Ahmed's going to play for Luciano.
That one doesn't bother me as much, the Ahmed. After I found out Luciano Steiny has got a frying pan as a mitt, late in games.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what they do with Luciano, either now or late in games when, man, 3 errors in the 9th inning.
Good God.
In the last 6 or 7 games. You just can't.
Yeah. And we got Barnett in 20 minutes, Donnie, the great Jim Barnett.
Jim Barnett coming on in 20 minutes at noon.
Mark Abanyas texts you something about, you won't read it, Bill Walton.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bill Walton passed yesterday. Jim Barnett, a colleague of Bill's and knows Bill very well.
One of the greatest centers you ever seen?
Yeah, definitely.
He was
Not even
never,
close.
to me, bitter about his career in the pros being short. You know, Snotty, some people hold on to stuff that doesn't go their way. You know what I mean? He just loved the game to me, and he could explain the game. And you know my greatest line, can I give it to you all?
Yeah.
The 1996 NBA Finals, real quick here, Sonics and Bulls, Hersey Hawkins was not guarding Michael Jordan with any imagination. That is the sickest bar for a play-by-play. And if you think about it, that's what he needed to stop Mike. Imagination, Steiny.
That wouldn't have gotten it done.
But
Hersey Hawkins using his imagination would not have won the Sonics that series.
But the way you needed an outer body experience for the assignment. Bill was bad. RP, man.
Do you know that Bill Walton, do you know his numbers in the 1973 championship game?
I do not.
Evan, are you aware of these numbers? Do you want to hear them? They're unbelievable. In the 1973 NCAA championship game,
give it to me.
Bill Walton scored 44 points. You know what he went from the field? 21 for 22.
Not a trip to the free throw.
2-1-2-2.
No free throws.
2.
Wow.
2 free throws.
Bill was bad. I saw him dunk.
21.
He was on the Blazers on Kareem. He flushed it on the couch.
21 for 22 from the field. Think about that.
No,
it's unbelievable. It's incredible.
Yeah. And
they beat Memphis State. Memphis State had, who'd they have on that team? I can't remember. You know what's funny is there were some people that didn't like him as an announcer.
Oh, my. I know the morning guys had on Roxy Bernstein, the great Roxy Bernstein, Stoney. He would just set Bill up, and Bill would go. He operated to his own drum, Stoney. How about that? He was just who he was. He never faked it.
Somebody was critical of Bill Walton.
Skip Bayless.
Like in a month or two ago about how he just doesn't follow the game anymore. But
oh, please. He's great, man.
And
he saw the Grateful Dead over 1,000 times in concert. Just think about that. I need somebody to love me the way he loved the Grateful Dead. Jerry Garcia. Yeah.
Back to Wiggins.
Yep.
Warriors are trying to move him, by the way.
Water is wet.
There you go. San Francisco Giants, ladies and gentlemen.
Man.
They've turned it around. They've turned it around in a big way. 9 of their last 11.
Well, the Dodgers are losing.
Settle down.
But come on.
What?
5 in a row.
That's irrelevant.
I think you got hot as they came back to the pack.
So what?
No, I'm just saying the NL West is still Operation NL West. With over 100 games left.
Why do you have to jump like that?
Because it's fun.
Already.
Because it's fun.
No, it's not. It's unrealistic.
And I'm looking towards the deadline. That's too far.
What do you say we bet? I'll bet you that the Giants don't win the NL West.
No, that would be a dumb bet because the Dodgers are low.
Okay, well then don't say that they're going to.
No, I can hope that.
Well, but that's
fun.
And you could hope the Warriors, won, and they never did when you hope.
But 5 back, Stoney, they got major action, man.
They have action.
The Dodgers got a doubleheader today.
Right, and so when they win 2 and the Giants lose to the Phillies, are you going to say, well, 6.5, they're still right, they're still knocking on the door? Guru, nobody is looking at the standings right now except you.
I want to fight you.
That's a fact.
Baseball fight.
It's a fact.
Yeah.
Like, watch this. Evan, what's the A's record right now?
I think they're 11 below 500.
Yeah, something like that, right?
He might be. I think he's
23
correct.
and
right.
34.
But you see, and how many games out of the wild card are they? See,
a lot.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean.
I'll give you that, right?
I'll
give you that. But I'm just happy for Giant fans and something's Buffalo Springfield, Stoney. Something's happening here.
Something has happened the last 2 weeks. That's it.
Right. And we got 100 weeks left, and hopefully it's of what the last 2 weeks have been. That's what makes it exciting.
So if Phillies win the next 2 games, they're in trouble. Giants are going to be in big trouble.
See, now you dumb it down because you know I don't react like that. Baseball's a different
You reacted
beast.
that way 2 weeks ago.
162. No, everybody did. Everybody was like, what's going on? Now they got flair. They got swag. You know, they got young guys with a chip on their shoulder. Steiny, listen to me. Evan, listen to me. I love watching Matos and Ramos hit. Like, they could be down 0-2 in the it's just, again, they're not perfect, but I like the approach, Steiny. And they're growing up right before our eyes. They got a jolt. They got some speed. They can swipe a base. Bailey, and now Wiley looks like Brett Butler. And they are light on the lefty bats. I don't get that, but Steiny, right now they can do no wrong, and they come home to start to, let's say they go 6-0 on a homestand.
Stop!
You think I'm going to come in here?
Stop!
No, this is for you. You think I would come in here and say, they're going to win the World Series?
Yes,
That's
you
what hurts
would.
me. No,
You absolutely would.
I wouldn't do that to you.
You absolutely
I'd
would.
be excited, but I wouldn't go to that extreme.
Of course you would.
Nah.
Of course, you'd say they're the team to beat. You absolutely would.
That's why
Are
you got
kidding?
off of X.
So
but
the
I'm not.
Giants, so you're telling me if they win 6 in a row,
If they win the next 5 games against the Yankees,
so
and Philly,
that means they'd go 14-2,
and they'd be hot as hell, which we already know.
Let me tell you something. If they win their next 5 games and they're 14-2 over the last 16, there's no way you don't say they're the best team in the NL. There's no way you won't say that. Like, they were the worst team. They were the worst team 2 weeks ago, and now they're the best. They're good, but they handle business against the Phillies, and you'll
And
be
this is
excited.
game 1 tonight without Lamont Wade. Who'd you say is pitching tonight?
Miller.
Miller.
Mac
okay.
Miller.
Yeah, the tall guy
From Pittsburgh.
Easy.
Wow, Steiny.
Too soon?
Yes.
No, he's been gone for a while now.
You're playing.
Mac Miller.
Yeah, but it's a bit.
Yeah, it is a bit, but he's passed for a while now. He's like 3 or 4 years ago at least.
All right.
So it's
All right.
Oh boy.
I didn't like it.
408. No.
Evan, real
Thank
quick.
you, Guru. You just jinxed the Giants.
Now, why
No,
would
it's
you
your
laugh?
Yeah, just for effect.
So I'm in the gym yesterday. Nobody asked.
God.
And I ran into little Daryl's baseball parent, one of the dads. We hadn't seen each other. Why did I scream across the gym after he said, Daryl? I said, Happy New Year. And the rest of the people at the gym that I didn't know go, good God. It's damn near June, bro.
What are you doing?
I didn't have anything, but I hadn't seen you. Happy New Year. What was, and the people around me I know they wanted to stop and be like, dude, how about a hello? Good to see you. Happy New Year in late May. Boy.
First time for everything. In 2024.
Dude, I almost got my keys and took off. Like, boy, Goo. I'm just sharing my life with you, man.
Yeah. A little too much of it, quite
It is
frankly.
fun.
Why would you say that?
I had nothing. But boy.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, is that better than just saying I got nothing for you?
I just Happy New Year.
About just wave.
We went back to the white bench and did you just say that?
You can use what I do when I never remember somebody's name. Just go, hey. Hey, what's up, Steiny?
Oh, you
Hey,
stole
what's
that
going
from
on?
me.
Hey.
Yeah, I've seen you do
Hey.
it many times.
Hey, Paul.
I feel
It's
so
Jim.
bad for those people.
Oh.
Hey. It's Sarah.
That's pretty well.
Hey.
Yeah.
It's not Bill. It's Tony. Nice try.
Hey, I missed the Payday Friday. Any activity at the cafeteria?
It was pretty loud.
Oh, okay. I think
can't
about you guys, man.
I can't even
Damn, I got to shake it.
I can't even remember what Friday. That's so long ago.
And not because of the cafeteria.
What did we did we go Friday?
Oh, come
Yes,
on.
we went. We didn't have that many.
Yeah,
It sounds like we did.
I was out by. I'm just staying there now until about 3:20.
You've been good though. You've been going to the lab.
Well, that's really the biggest reason that I'm sad that Steiny can't make it out to the softball game on Friday. Is I'm gonna just put the rap on the table at this point.
Evan.
Steiny and Guru, this show is the most in shape show of any show
I'm
at
feeling good about
95.7 The
myself.
Game.
Steiny, you're golfing and playing.
I
I
don't
told
know
Norm
about
you
that.
play pickleball.
Yeah, not anymore.
Yeah, I said it.
I haven't played in the last couple months.
Well, a lot of neighbors are complaining about the noise the game makes.
Yes.
It was on KTVU. I was like, okay. But Evan, I appreciate that. I'm feeling better about myself, Steiny. So you'll miss the homer.
Shasky's in very good shape, and Bonte's lost a lot of weight.
Yep.
And if you look at the afternoon show, Dibley's lost 25 pounds, or so he says. And Willard's
a thin mint. Yep.
We may be the fattest show.
But can you play?
What do you mean?
It ain't about that. What do you do with the bat in your hand? That's when you'll be proud of me.
Well, I think there's only
Bartolo Colon pitched until he's like 45.
His head was him and Bochy.
Prince Fielder.
I think of the 6 of us, though, there's only one guy who played college athletics. Pretty sure. So maybe that would count for something.
No, there's none of it. Dibbs didn't play. Willard didn't play. Bonte didn't play. Shasky didn't play.
Yeah.
And you and I. Oh
my God.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. That was a nice one. It was D3, but hey, go ahead, baby. I hope the boss is not listening. Let's get back on it.
Go ahead. Let's.
Guru,
why are the Giants going to win the World Series this year?
Blake Snell.
That's where I was not going, but I'm just telling you, Stoney, there's a metamorphosis that has happened, and it's by default, but Farhan still gets credit. The youngsters have been ready to play, and all that you have now in your way, again, you still got to play good baseball, better baseball, but all that you have in your way now is, hey, is Stoney or Evan going to crack the lineup? I guess to me that's a good problem to have. I would rather have that than, we need to make a move. Dave sent a text, but go ahead. Did he play? I'm a checking. He might have played. But go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, talk while I do it.
Go ahead. What did he say? What did he say?
Just wrong. WRONG is what he takes.
What is?
Whatever. He must have played some sport in college. Volleyball.
No.
Golf. Tennis.
Maybe.
We'll find out.
Maybe. Yeah, I know we will. At 1:48. We'll find out. Should be a...
Were you at home watching the game?
Which game?
Yesterday. The Giants yesterday. The sellout.
Yeah, I was at home.
Schwarber smoked that one.
Yeah, he's on my fantasy team.
Well, that's...
I need one of those 15-12 games today. I got 5 guys in the Giants-Phillies game.
Now, who you had on the Giants?
Estrada and Soler. I put Soler back in the lineup.
Yeah, I knew you took him out for a little while.
Yeah, but he didn't hurt us.
No.
He didn't hit. And then the Phillies, I got Harper, Schwarby, and the worst fielding third baseman in baseball, Bohm.
Well, look at you.
He's a bum.
I'll tell you this about Soler, Stoney.
He doesn't drive in runs.
No, you look like Thomas Hearns in his prime. You need to be playing a position. I just get to watch him hit. You watch his physique, it's like, dude, what's up with left field or right field, Evan? But he's a DH, I get it. But damn, dude he's put together.
Yeah, I'm with you, 415. Pump the brakes on the Giants. They go 2-4 in these series. We're back to normal.
Understand that.
Nah, you don't. You don't. No, you do.
I turned you on last week going to the airport. You were excited about the momentum that the Giants have been building, and that's all it's about. Nobody said, hey, Sonny, they're going to win the World Series. I could tell my partner was juiced about what he's been watching. And so was Giant Nation.
All right. Giant Nation.
Gigantes.
Yeah. Jim Barnett coming up on the other side. Bill Walton, one of the greatest basketball players of all time, passed yesterday at 71 years old. Jim Barnett knew Bill pretty well and was predated him a little bit in Portland. But Jim Barnett's going to talk about Bill Walton, the great Bill Walton, on the other side. What's coming up next on The Game is presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. And that segment was brought to you by Lucky, California.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition.
And we got him?
The great Jim Barnett.
Oh, the camera. You got to talk. I got to fix my camera.
Yeah.
So Jim Barnett, we're going to have Jim Barnett on. Bill Walton, one of the greatest players of all time, has passed. He passed yesterday. And we figured we'd get Jim Barnett on. Jim, Jim played in the Pac-10 back then before Walton got to UCLA. He played at Oregon, Jim Barnett, and then Jim was in Portland and Barnett, and Walton came a little bit later. Let's welcome in Jim Barnett. Hey, Jim, how you doing?
Matt, nice to hear from you.
Yeah, nice to talk to you too. Circumstances aren't great, but I gotta believe, you were at Oregon a little bit before Bill at UCLA, and you were in Portland a little bit before him in Portland. You were colleagues as announcers. I mean, I know you had a relationship with him, and what, just give us your thoughts on Bill Walton.
Well, I knew him. I first met him when he was a junior in high school at Helix High School in San Diego. It's actually a little suburb called La Mesa, and I lived out there because I played for the San Diego Rockets for 3 years after my initial rookie season in Boston. I was a San Diego Rocket. It was an expansion team in 1967, and so I got to know Bill because he went to Helix High, which is right in my neighborhood, and we used to work out at his high school with him when he was in high school. The San Diego Rockets with Pat Riley, myself, Don Kogis, Elvin Hayes, and he had the key to the gym, his high school gym at Helix High School, and we used to go over there in the summertime and off season and work out with him. And let me tell you, he could keep right in rhythm with us.
Wow.
Jim, let me ask you this, because I still miss you on the broadcast, and you know what it takes to be entertaining. And when I heard Bill Walton behind the mic just talk the game of basketball, it was like Picasso. How shocked were you that he was able to do it in a way that it was just him being himself, and it captivated a lot of people? Did you ever say to yourself, I didn't know he had it, I didn't know he had that in him?
Well, certainly, because he was very quiet in school because he had a speech impediment and he stuttered. And I read somewhere where he said, English is my fourth language behind stumbling, stammering, and bumbling. And so he didn't talk a lot because he had a very difficult time enunciating, but he overcame that to become, in fact, I think I've read different things through the years. And when he was on television, and particularly doing college games, and he'd go off on tangents, and he would forget about the game, and he'd go into. But he was a very smart, very intelligent man, well read, and he just knew a lot of things, and high IQ, and all the stuff he'd be talking about, he might be talking about events in World War II or something that have nothing to relate to the game that they're doing, particularly the college games, and he'd go off on tangents like that. He was his own man. The last time I saw him was a few years ago after the broadcaster died up in Portland, Oregon, and
Bill Shonley.
We were pallbearers. We were pallbearers at the funeral. Yeah. And so I think that's the last time I saw him a few years ago up in Portland, Oregon. But, he was a great player. He was MVP in the league. But he never played more than 65 games in a season because he was injured all the time. And if you look at his stats, his scoring and everything and total number of points is way down because, he missed 4 complete seasons. In fact, in 78 and 79 in the early 80s, he never played at all. And the most games he ever played in Portland, which was at the peak of his career, of course, were 75 games. So he was a different guy. I got to know him very well. I knew him in high school when he was in high school, and I was a San Diego Rocket, but I got to know him later on. As I say, we were pallbearers at the funeral for Bill Shonley, the long time, I think 28 to 29, 30 years, broadcaster for the Portland Blazers. And he and I and 4 other former Blazers were the pallbearers. So that was an honor that was really one of the last times I ever had close contact with him, just a few years ago. when Bill died when he was 83 or 93 years old. So there was no. I tell you what, he was the consummate team basketball player. He was such a great passer. He was sometimes one of his teammates would cut through the basket, and he'd be open for a layup, but he's not looking at the ball, and Bill would throw the ball purposely off his back, and they'd go retrieve it. And so people learned that he was such a great passer. When they cut to the basket and they were going to be open, they're going to get the ball from Bill Walton, because he was a very, very unselfish player. He was the consummate team basketball player. That's who he was.
Yeah, Jim Barnett joining us on 95.7 The Game. We're talking about the late Bill Walton, who passed yesterday at 71. Jim, when Portland won the title in 77, I know you were on that Sixers team earlier in the year. And
yes.
that finals, I remember, because it was considered a huge upset, because the Sixers had McGinnis and Irving, and they had what people called an all-star team. And Portland was just the quintessential team, and it was kind of the perfect team beating a group of individuals, and that's the way that one was billed.
Yes, and that's kind of maybe the lowest part in the history of my experience in the NBA, because I had been let go by the New York Knicks earlier that season, or actually, earlier that season during training camp. And what happened is I came home because we'd just had a child, our first child, and Jennifer was born. And I went back. Somehow, Doug Collins got hurt for Philadelphia. And this was 77 there. And they called me, and they signed me to a contract, and I went back and played for the Sixers. I was on that Sixers team, but I did not play in the finals because I really, as I say, it's the low point and decision I ever made. I got very homesick. We had just had our daughter. She had some physical problems, was in the hospital. I was very concerned about her, and I left the team. I left the team just prior to the finals, and as it turned out, an injury. I was put on injury reserve anyway at the time, and so I didn't think I was going to play. But I'm trying to think. Somebody got hurt. It might have been Doug Collins, in fact, and I would have played in the NBA Finals in that series. But I was home, and I missed that, and it's one of the biggest regrets I ever had. But I also, I had to get home for personal reasons, and so I'm very aware of that, all that whole championship series between the two teams.
Jim, I'm just hearing you talk about Bill as a team player, and I'm thinking, as I'm growing up and I'm watching him with the Celtics, just rooting on, Larry Bird and the rest of the gang. He was a team player. He loved life, he loved people, and he loved ball. And I kind of wish he could see the impact and effect that he had on people, all the outpour of emotion and the impact he had on people's lives. I just want to share with you, being behind the microphone and his NBA career being shortened, Jim, he never once sounded bitter. And I've met and I've been around bitter people, but does that just speak to the man that he was, that he still, when you heard him, loved the game?
Guru, you're exactly right. He had an infectious personality, and it almost brings me to tears thinking about him right now, because whenever I would see him later in life, he would light up, and he treated me like I was one of the previous, one of the greatest players in the NBA and the history of the NBA. That's how he illuminated with me. Jim Barnett, and he went on and on and on, and he made you feel so good. He just was so positive, and I'll never forget the way he reacted whenever I came across him. And, of course, we go back to his high school days, and so we had a lot of history. But he just was so generous in his compliments all the time, and he made you feel like $1 million. He really did. He made you feel like an NBA All-Star, that I'd been an All-Star for, 10 or 12 years. And that's the way he was. He was so upbeat, and I think he was just he had so many injuries. He had, I don't know, what was it, 35 to 40 surgeries in his feet and his ankles and finally his spine. And he was put together. He was, mechanical, and he could hardly walk later on. In fact, sometimes later on in life, he would be such pain that he had to crawl back to his house a little bit on his steps. And he just, he had the good and the bad, but he was a consummate team basketball player. And of course, with John Wooden and those years, and when he was in the midst of that run where they had 9 titles in 10 years, something that'll never be duplicated when John Wooden was coaching at UCLA. So he was one of a kind, and he died way too young, age 71. We know that, but he was in a lot of pain. I know he's not in pain now.
Yeah. Jim, one last one for you, because when he got out of UCLA and was in Portland, he had a lot of injuries, and, he wasn't always this gregarious, loved person.
No.
He was very quiet and like, can you speak to his early days in Portland? Because it seemed like there was acrimony toward him because he couldn't get on the floor.
Yeah, in fact, his MVP year in 77, 78, he only played 58 games, but he's still an NBA MVP. But part of it is he was an activist, and he was outspoken.
Yep.
And he was a champion for racial inequality. And that's why he had so many great black friends, because he always felt he'd done them wrong. And he was kind of a hippie type guy. He got involved with in a way, with Jack and Mickey Scott, who were part of the Patty Hearst Symbionese Liberation Army, if I remember. Yeah. And so he later on, divested his interest and all in that and disclaimed it all. But he was an activist, and so sometimes he got a little confused. And so I think he might have he knew Jack and Mickey Scott, and they were very active and wanted by the federal authorities. Right. And he actually, I'm not sure, he might have lived with them for a short time or something, but he could be very extreme.
Yeah.
One to the other. But he finally got all straightened out except for his health. And, he could barely walk when he was, in his last few years of life. And it was very, very tough to see him like that. But I just remember him as that 16 and 17-year-old kid at Helix High School, and the San Diego Rockets used to use his gym and work out with him, and he could keep pace with us right there.
Wow.
It was unbelievable. And so I knew him when he was a kid, and I've always loved him.
Yeah. Jim, thank you so much for sharing about Bill. Really appreciate it, and glad to hear you're doing well.
Thank you, Matt. All right, Guru.
All right, take it easy.
Yes, sir. That's Jim Barnett talking about the great Bill Walton.
Steiny, MVP in 58 games?
Yeah, they were like 48 and well, look at how they started. That was the year after they won the title. And they were having an even better year the following year.
He was hooping then.
Then he got hurt. He was an interesting guy, man. He was
a lot of surgeries, and I forgot the spine thing at the end.
Dozens of surgeries.
You just look at all the outpour, and I know it happens when people are gone and they pass, but Bill seemed like he was the same person with everybody, and that, Steiny, is a skill set that is very rare, where you have a guy or gal that is just themselves no matter who they're in front of. And I'm going to tell you a quick story while you look that up. Chris Webber, when he was on the Kings, had a restaurant in Sacramento. It was called Center Court.
Okay.
So I keep talking about my 1996 finals. He's not guarding them with any imagination. I saw Bill. It was a Friday night after a Kings game, had a few. I said, Bill, I got to give you some love. I'm the guru. I was just starting. He just looked at me, Steiny, and like I was an Ewok because he was so tall and I felt that small. But he just had that smile, man, that it could light up a room. And I told him, you said this about Hersey Hawkins. And he kind of just looked at me and turned red. That I remembered that. But Stoney, that's a line, man.
Yeah. Yes. I met him a couple times, and he was always really nice and smiling. And I told you that when he saw me.
He said you're doing the Lord's work, or
he said you have important things to say.
That's a 3.
He pointed at me. I'm like, hey, what's going on? He goes, you have important things to say.
Wow.
I was like, oh, thanks.
Now I didn't know he was down for the cause too with the black folks.
Oh my God.
I didn't know that part about him. How did I miss that?
Well, he was part of the tune in, drop out, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Followed the Grateful Dead.
Over 1,000
smoked
times.
Marijuana.
Yeah.
Everybody knew it. And probably did a lot of other things too. 76-77, they won the title. He led the league in rebounding and blocks. And then the following year, he won the MVP, playing 58 games, but he didn't play in the postseason.
I was going to ask Jim, I'll ask you, Stoney, because I always think somebody has a doppelganger or whatnot, or the game reminds you of somebody else's. Have you seen another big remind you of Bill Walton's game?
Not really.
Okay.
Not really.
Well, damn.
I mean, Sabonis, maybe, but he was a lot bigger, and Sabonis could shoot from the perimeter. Walton didn't really do much from the perimeter, but Bill Walton he's widely considered the greatest passing big man of all time. And I know Jokic is the flavor of the month right now, but Bill Walton was an unbelievable passer.
Yeah, R.I.P., man.
There's no doubt about that. So R.I.P. Bill Walton. Bill Walton. 71 years old.
Now that is real. That's young, man.
I know.
And you and I have gone back and forth because there's no right or wrong way to do it. If we were in his shoes, or you're dealing with, a disease or something that, there's an end date, and some do it publicly and some do it privately. I didn't know he was dealing with cancer. A guy that just goes to, you know what I'm saying? He didn't want to burden anybody.
So I'm looking at the TV right now, and it says, they're talking about the Timberwolves and Dallas, talking about the playoffs, and it says, what's the biggest reason why the Timberwolves are down 3-0 in the series?
Oh, I have an answer.
Has anybody been watching? I mean, it's Doncic and Kyrie Irving.
Now, what if I said
That's it.
Execution?
Period.
Well, and Edwards out there throwing the ball
He's
away.
22.
I
He's
get
22
that.
years old.
But he's still not. I can't take him away from mistakes, though, Steiny.
No.
You can't leave your feet and think your guy's waiting for you in the corner and you throw the ball away. You got to get a shot or have them D you up. I know what you're saying, because this Luka-Kyrie thing it's taken off. But Steiny, I can't, even though Ann is 22, 2 weeks ago I was calling him Jordan.
I know you were. Why?
Because he reminded me of Mike.
Okay. Well, now he doesn't.
But I'm not saying...
Don't do this. Like, he's 22. Luka's 25. Kyrie's 30. It's like, yeah, this is growing pains.
No doubt about it.
I mean, he's going to go through... he had a great series against Denver. Now he's struggling. They'll be back. Like, everybody's killing the Timberwolves. Why?
No, see, yeah. Well,
they were a third seed. They weren't the best team in the NBA.
Like the game winner from Luka the other night, and Gobert was could that have been Karl Anthony Towns or Sanaz Reed on Luka? I get what you're saying.
Those guys are shooting 60% in the fourth quarter. They're making tough shots.
And the greatest NBA trade may be this Kyrie Irving trade, Steiny. But I've always been a supporter of Kyrie. It just seems like now the world's opening their arms because he's saying all the right things. But as far as a basketball player, man, this dude, he took one from the Warriors with LeBron.
Yeah, absolutely. What do you think of this one? Black Nimbus. Can't Man.
Evan, I'll let you. He was Evan? Just Jordan. But Steiny, I got you, man. I'm not down. No, don't say it was just me. It was you. You said it. You saw all the contingency.
It was everybody.
You're on the radio.
Yeah.
No, me and Spadone actually talked about this yesterday. Of course, you were listening on Memorial Day.
I turned you on.
Yeah, thank you. Everyone was comparing him to Jordan.
The world.
Literally everyone. Yeah. On the television you're watching right now.
Right, and that's stupid. It's absolutely stupid, and anybody who did it is dumb. He's 22 years old. Michael Jordan didn't even win a playoff series at 22. Who does that? Who would compare a 22-year-old kid to the greatest player of all time because he can dunk?
Yeah, he put himself in that conversation with the statistics that he was.
It was a compliment to Steiny. It was a compliment.
He's 22.
Yeah,
but that's
you
what we do.
know
nobody except for Jordan had as many consecutive 40 games, 40-point games.
What we do. That's what we do. And you know what? That does piss me off.
But nobody's
because now we're ripping it.
Oh, no.
We absolutely are ripping it.
Who's ripping Ant-Man?
Nobody's ripping them.
He's just like game execution. He can't make a shot. He's jumping up in the air, passing to nobody.
Those are plays that happen. It doesn't minimize what he's built and what Evan just talked about. It was a compliment when people were using Jordan as a comp.
It's foolish. It really is, don't you think?
Yeah, but it's a compliment at the end of the day.
Why would you compare him to Jordan?
Because he was balling like that, Steiny. And then you see another test, and you're like, oh, okay, little more season. Might need a little more help. But that pass, when they're up 3 and you throw it out of bounds, I don't care if you're 18 and you gave it to me. Yeah, that's a bad play. Like, that ain't on Finchy. Now, having Gobert on Luka, knowing they're going to switch or Hunt Gobert, Steiny, that's a different story. But, yeah, Ant-Man is incredible. It's just, you're right, he's not Jordan.
I said it the minute I saw it. I said it the minute I saw they were talking about him and Jordan.
Yeah, you did.
It's like, what? It's just...
It's what we do, though, Steiny.
Well, you know what? Like, this is the thing. I don't do it. Like, we don't have to do it. If they do it, they do it. Why do we have to do it? Just because they did it?
No, I was speaking on my own accord. When I would watch him play, especially against Denver, his mannerisms reminded me of Mike, and they still do. But now it's like, okay, are you reading the double teams as good as Peyton Manning? You know what I'm like, all the little stuff, and he needs some help too, though, Steiny.
Are we not allowed to call him Michael Jordan until he wins 6 championships? And that's going to take a while.
Like when Mike had 63 against Boston,
if you want to look like an idiot, go ahead and compare him to Michael Jordan at 22. Like, it makes no sense. It doesn't.
Are you sure it's just because, I don't know, the Timberwolves aren't doing too hot right now, that you're mad that they're coming down Ants Road?
No, I was mad when they were coming down Ants Road calling him Michael Jordan when they beat the Denver Nuggets.
You said that on air.
I'm like, it's just dumb. It's just stupid. Like,
but we still can criticize him, though, Stein.
Michael Jordan, over the last 10 years, has become this perfect player who's never lost, and he's the greatest basketball player of all time.
Never played in a Game 7.
Right. So now we're going to, like a 22-year-old, we're going to say, is Michael Jordan.
Okay, if we compared him to Latrell Sprewell, that play that I keep mentioning, it was just one play. That was a bad play, Stoney. That has nothing to do with Jordan or the comparison. They've been in every damn game. So if Cat has been a no-show, Finch, maybe a couple adjustments, maybe tonight we see Gobert's ass on the bench and you come off the bench and Naz Reid is in there. But I don't think they're above that, looking at Minnesota having those questions, Stoney.
888-957-9570 is the number. We'll get back into maybe some NBA talk. And Guru's also saw something on Instagram involving Brandon Ayuk.
Oh, man.
We'll try to decipher that on the other side. And don't forget to download that Odyssey app on 95.7, The Game.
Prize Picks is America's #1 fantasy sports app.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, this is a familiar script. Surprised we're not used to it by now.
Which is?
Compare Anthony Edwards has a great series against Denver. Compare him to Michael Jordan so that the minute he fails, you can say he didn't live up to these expectations that were unfair to begin with. Like, that's what people do.
Yeah. It's
Seriously.
not what I'm doing. Like, I'm still high on him, man. I'm just keeping it 100, Steiny. Like, I keep going back to that play. It was like, damn it, they could have closed that out. And, again, you got to give credit to who they're playing because they're getting after it, the Dallas Mavericks. But, yeah, nobody said he's Jordan.
Well, yes, people did say he's Jordan. But he's the next Jordan.
But when I said it's his game, it's his flair, it's how he looks when he lands and jumps. And we saw the dunk the other night, so that's where I was coming from it as. Well, not, he's no good, get out of here, or what he's accomplished already.
Well, he shouldn't
is not valid.
What's not valid is comparing him to Michael Jordan. That's what's not valid. Like, everybody says that Michael Jordan is unequivocally the greatest player who's ever played basketball.
I believe that.
Okay?
Yeah.
So, okay, this guy's the next Jordan. Jimmy's in Bayview. What's up, Jimmy? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Great show, as usual. I had a Bill Walton kind of story. I remember 30 years ago listening to him announce, he wasn't my favorite, but he said 30 years ago, the NBA should widen the court 3 feet on each side. And those were the days of David Stern, and I never saw him on TV again. But I just wanted to say I think that is never more true than in the game today with how fast and athletic the players are. What do you guys think? Thanks.
Yeah. What about the widening the court? I hear that it's hard to do, actually.
Well, if I'm wrong, you help me out. It sounded like he said that on air during the NBA games because I remember when NBC had it was Hannah Storm, Peter Vesey. What was my guy? The sniper, Jones. He passed away. Rest in peace. But, man, I used to look forward to him call games. But he said it is Walton was saying the court should be expanded, and Stern didn't like that, and we didn't hear him on games anymore.
Well, the problem with expanding the court is that they put in a basketball court, and the arena's got its specifications. So, like, it's not as easy as it sounds widening the court because it involves all kinds of, intricacies about the arena that you got to get sorted away. By the way, you know what happened 8 years ago today?
The Guru computer, I'm fresh. Klay Thompson.
Yep.
Game 6.
Yes, sir.
That's incredible, man.
Klay had 11 threes, 40 points. And
they needed every one.
The Warriors won game 6 of that series in Oakland. They won it 108-101, and then they went to OKC and finished off that series against the Thunder, rallying from 3-1 back.
Yeah, I was at that game. You were doing you were getting down on the air. I was just doing weekends at that time. But Stoney, they were down 11 at halftime, game 7 at home against OKC, and they came back.
Yep. JC's in the city. What's going on, JC? How you doing, man?
Hey, good, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
Just wanted to share a really quick little Bill Walton story.
All right.
I went to Arizona with Luke, and we hung out a little bit, and I met Bill, I think it was 2002 or so. And this is a lot like with Jim Barnett's story, just reminded me of this. Bill Walton told Barnett that he was like the best ball player of all time, right? And he just made him feel good. I met Bill for the first time, barely knew Luke, but met Bill for the first time, and he treated me like he had known me his whole life. And that's how he treated everybody. He had this presence that was just hard to explain, and it didn't. The thing about him that felt weird was it wasn't fake; it was just genuine. So. He just started talking to me about ball and, hyping me up like I was the greatest ball player of all time, just like Jim said. So I just wanted to reiterate that he was just a different kind of dude. He was just built different, and feel badly that he's passed so young.
Yeah,
Good
anyway,
stuff.
thanks, guys. Appreciate
Yeah,
it.
thanks for the call, JC. Appreciate that. Hey, by the way, Spadoni asked a question on the thread last night.
Spadoni.
He said,
"Oh boy, I know where you're going. I think."
He said, if a team's down 3-0, why would you want to go to Game 4 if you're a fan?
Because it could be your last one, Spadoni, and that's what I typed back. And you're a diehard.
Like, why wouldn't you want to go to Game 4?
I'm with you.
That's the one you might win.
And it might be the last one that you see for the season.
Yeah, I mean, I don't.
Spadoni with the front runner bus a little bit.
I didn't understand.
Me neither.
That one. I didn't understand that one at all. And who knows? Maybe you go see Game 4, you get your win. I mean, he's not talking about tonight in Dallas. He's talking about when Game 4 is you're down 3-0, but you have that fourth game at home. You're down 3-0.
Well, you're down 0-3.
Fourth. Yeah. And so he was talking about yesterday's game. He said, why would a Pacers fan even want to go to that game yesterday?
Oh, my gosh.
Almost won it.
Man. They almost won every one, Steiny. I missed last week when they were up 5 with a minute left, and Halliburton threw the ball away.
Yeah.
Now, there's two. I got to add one more name. Okay. And this is honor of Bill Walton, and you tell me what you think, because I know how you think about my Rick Barry assessment. Steiny, growing up in this market, hearing Rick Barry do radio, take calls, I called him, and just who he was as a player, I swear to you, Steiny, I've called numerous times to different stations wanting the Warriors to have him as their head coach. How would Walton have come off as a head coach? Because when he would grill you or he didn't see something from a player, he would do it on air and tell him just how lethargic that player was. I'm wondering how he would have been as a head coach.
I actually think he would have been terrible.
Okay.
I just don't think he had any interest in coaching.
Well, it starts there.
Yeah, I mean, he just never, to me, even though he was like the smartest player, one of the smartest players in the league, I just never thought he had the, disposition to coach. But I don't know. He never coached as far as I know. So go ahead. You have the details on this. So Brandon Ayuk is still looking for money.
So there's okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
we've learned since Deebo Samuel and the inception of social media, the younger generation, Steiny, they communicate with their IG, I believe. We saw Klay Thompson at the beginning of this season, Tupac, Me Against the World, and he ended up sharing with us where he was at mentally or whatnot, but that's what they do with their IG. So this morning on Brandon Ayuk's IG, Steiny, he has his hands up, he's in the car, and he's got the caption, "I'm way too hungry to be splitting my food up like that." Now, he could have just had round table pizza, chicken fingers for dinner last night, or pancakes for breakfast, but me, in my shoes, and his situation looming with this contract, I took that as Brandon Ayuk subliminally sending the message, Steiny, that he's not taking one penny less. I could be totally wrong, but I'm way too hungry to be splitting my food up like that. And I took that as pay me what I'm worth and what I'm asking for.
I mean, I'm starting to think that one of the reasons the Niners maybe didn't trade Deebo Samuel is because they know Ayuk doesn't want to be there. What if Ayuk doesn't want to be in San Francisco?
He would do stuff just like this.
Maybe.
And this can be his way out.
Possibly. By the way, you guys, you and Evan blew it.
Oh, boy.
I made a big mistake and you didn't correct me.
Well, I got one that I made you guys incorrect, so we're even. But go ahead, share with us.
I said that Game 6 they won at a home, and they lost Game 7 in Oklahoma City. That was wrong. They won Game 6 in Oklahoma City.
Yeah, that was Game 6 Clay. So I assume I didn't even.
No, I got it wrong.
Well, it sounded right because I assumed you knew that the game was on the road, and that's why I said Game 7. I was at home. I was at that game. They were down at half.
Yeah.
It's all right, pal. But Ayuk, Snotty, what if
What'd
he
you get
truly?
wrong?
I don't even. A word. I butchered a word.
Which one?
Early on. I've written it down. I'll get it to you later. But Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah.
Steiny, here we go. I do believe he feels like this offense cannot give him what he truly, truly yearns for. And I could be wrong in that assessment. But if you're sending subliminals like this, if I'm right, and it's about your contract situation, it's almost like you're poking the bear, which is the organization, by not coming down and I'm not telling BA to take a hometown discount, but Steiny, this to me, this is known by the coach and the general manager behind closed doors. So he's sending some type of message that if you can't meet my number, and there were some reports last week that he wanted more than St. Brown got from Detroit, this is what you do. I could be totally off base, but this is what you do if by you doing this can kind of hurt or your relationship with your current team can suffer. If you've already accepted, I want up out of here, this is what you do.
I mean, I might feel that way if I hadn't seen Deebo Samuel essentially do the same thing a couple years ago.
And won. He got his money.
Right, and he had basically made it clear. He said he wanted out of San Francisco. I mean, I'm pretty sure he said he wanted to be traded. And so, obviously, the 49ers and Deebo Samuel worked through that. I don't know where they are with Brandon Ayuk. I know when they paid Deebo Samuel, they didn't have another wide receiver making 20-plus million like they do now with Ayuk, and it happens to be Deebo Samuel. But I don't know.
The Pearsall draft pick more and more is coming into focus to me, Stoney, about they know more than they're letting on in regard to what's going on with his mindset, Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah, I don't – there's no way to know how serious or not serious it is when a guy does this on social media.
And let's not to cut you off, let's not forget his agent has come right behind him the last 3 or 4 months on social media saying, my client – doesn't mean that or this, he's always kind of cleaned it up. But Ayuk is saying, Sonny, you've been in the streets. I'm way too hungry to be splitting my food up like that. That means chicken to me.
Well, what does he mean splitting it up?
Like if maybe they're telling his, representation, hey, we got some other, parts of the team that need attention and this is what we have for you. And he ain't buying it.
I wonder if it has something to do with Deebo Samuel, meaning,
wow,
I want as much as he's getting, but maybe they're not willing to, and he said he's not sharing. I don't know.
We just had OTAs. You don't want a holdout, right? You just had a holdout with Bosa, which Ayuk could do if he wanted to get down and dirty and jiggy with it. He could do that. We see, Snell, it's a different sport, but Steiny, if I'm the Niners, I don't want that. We're coming off a year where it's about revenge, getting back to the Super Bowl. So
maybe they think he wants too much money.
Now that could be the right on the table. I mean, and he knows they feel that way.
I mean,
wow.
The other thing is we don't know. I mean, I know Brandon Ayuk knows Pearsall, but we don't know how Brandon Ayuk feels about the 49ers drafting Pearsall with their first-round pick.
He sent the fire emoji. Remember that to Lynch. Fire pick.
Yeah, it may have been, but
no doubt.
Maybe after some time he's realized that they may have drafted his replacement.
And call me naive, Steiny. I just can't see a scenario to where Brandon Ayuk is not a target for Brock Purdy in a year that is so important, not just to the Niners, but to gauge, and you may already know or feel, the organization about Brock Purdy and his money. So to have Brandon Ayuk and tell me Pearsall is going to pick up or be Ayuk, I'm like, there's no way this happens.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. That's the way,
man.
To me, that's the way you stay good. You stay relevant, and you continue winning over a long stretch. Is you have a player like Ayuk, and you think he wants too much money, and you have a guy waiting to play behind him who's on a rookie deal, and maybe you don't lose that much at that position. I mean, will Pearsall be any worse than Brandon Ayuk was as a rookie? I don't know. And is that good enough if you're a Super Bowl contender like the San Francisco 49ers?
What has me mesmerized, Steiny, is the fact that all the numerous reports that came out and all the buzz that was around the Niners on draft night or the days leading up to the draft about could it be Debo, could it be Ayuk? And here I am waking up the day after the draft, and I know, the fan in Pittsburgh, who was it, Pony, joined Bonte and Shasky after they had heard a report that maybe, a Niner receiver was still a possibility or a target. I just accepted there would be no movement after the draft. But just, again, I don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill, but this to me is he's talking to the Niners like, pay me.
From the 925 on the Xfinity mobile text line, he's already signed for this season.
But he can hold out.
Yeah, he can. He can. The question is, will he? And what do the Niners do?
Wow.
I mean, Bosa held out. He got his money. How long did Debo hold out? I can't.
He didn't hold out. He signed his contract in July.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
He requested a trade, however.
Right. So they got his done in time for the offseason workouts. Bosa ended up missing some of the preseason. So who knows what's going to happen with IU.
And I guess if you're a Niner fan, Steiny, I'm sitting here trying to, be a mind reader here by this post on his IG. The fact that he has not verbally, Brandon Ayuk that is, said what Debo did, I want to be traded. I guess if I'm a Niner fan, that you relax, right? Because he could easily say that and play that card.
I don't know. I mean, that's the thing. Only the Niners know where Brandon Ayuk's coming from right now and how serious he is about, A, wanting to get paid, and B, wanting to get paid even if it's not by the San Francisco 49ers. This is why it's tough to stay on top year after year because different guys, different years have agendas, and this is his year to get paid, and
he wants it too. He can taste it.
Yeah, he can taste it more than a Super Bowl. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. I mean, this is his window to get paid, and he wants to get paid. And I feel like the 49ers have been in this position before, and it'll end up working out. But the question is, will it work out in a timely manner, or will this thing drag on into the middle of the summer, into the late summer, and into preseason, and maybe even later?
You kind of hope not. And I'll say this: I know the joke on the show is, "Goo, you wouldn't make a good GM. You guys would be broke, or what? The team would be broke." But I'll say this: football, that we know, is a violent sport. It could be over on any play, Steiny. And if I were the Niners and they were high on Ayuk like I am, I wouldn't have you come play that lame duck year knowing you could tear or rip something and then where you're sitting. That's happened to one guy, Dak Prescott, and they folded and gave him the money. My point being is, if I think highly of Ayuk and he's a part of my future, I give him his money the year before the year.
Right. And I think the 49ers want to, but I think that Ayuk's asking for more than they want to give him right now. That seems pretty apparent. And the question is the San Francisco 49ers, and here's the other thing that may be factoring into this, is McCaffrey.
Oh, I forgot. I hadn't even.
Because there's word that McCaffrey is going to want to renegotiate before the season starts.
Oh, boy.
And so
maybe that's what he means by sharing.
Maybe. He might.
Boy.
Maybe he means it with Purdy. But the reality of the situation is they have three guys who want to get paid and are on the verge of getting paid.
But who's first in line?
I don't know. Who is it? I mean, it could be Ayuk, but it doesn't have to be.
Yeah. Unless you're him.
I mean, the bottom line is Ayuk knows that McCaffrey wants money, and Ayuk knows that Purdy wants money. And maybe what's happening to Ayuk is he's getting squeezed because the Niners know that Purdy's money's coming and McCaffrey's money is going to be messed around with.
You could be onto something.
So Matthew Nathan on the YouTube chat says, no truth to the CMC rumors, though. Well, we kind of got into this last week.
What did I miss?
McCaffrey's wasn't at OTAs.
Okay.
And it was Juwan Jennings, and Ayuk who wasn't there. And then, there's been speculation about why McCaffrey's not there. And there seems to be a consensus that it might not be totally contract related, but that it might be contract related, quite frankly.
Could you imagine that?
Yeah, I can.
Well, then you got a litany of problems when it comes to the finances then.
Exactly. So how do you prioritize those three? I mean, I got news for you. If you got to prioritize Purdy, McCaffrey, and Ayuk.
Oh, my gosh.
Ayuk's third.
Well,
Ayuk's third, especially because we have a receiver in Deebo Samuel, and we got a rookie in Pearsall. If you have to, prioritize those three.
But put yourself in Brandon's shoes saying wouldn't that piss you off?
So? I mean, not so.
No, I'm like, you could be like, hell with Steiny. It's my turn. I watched Deebo get paid. It's my turn. And he might be feeling he's better than Deebo.
I think Klay Thompson's feeling the same thing in Golden State. Things have changed. We can't pay you what we've been paying you anymore.
But see, I was going to bring up Klay's injuries. I was going to say, he's not that same player as the last time he got, re-up. But hey, partner, you're coming up with some good stuff. I'm just saying you might not be far off the mark when you see your second stud receiver say, I ain't sharing, and you just list the possibilities of what disposable income and where it might have to go. Because I never, real quick here, in a million years, thought that McCaffrey, not that he can't, it's Bobby Brown, his prerogative, but if he pulled hey, we need to look at my situation card, oh my gosh, the world, here's the blank check, right?
Yeah.
How much you need?
I would think. I mean, could it be as simple as the 49ers realize that they got to pay those three guys at some point, and they can't? What if they know right now they can't move forward with Purdy at 40 or whatever he's going to get, with McCaffrey, whatever
then you're playing hardball, and you want to do this year with Ayuk in his last year as a Niner, and you hope you can get it done with them. That's what you would hope. Right. And if I'm Ayuk, that's why I'm a no-show.
For how long?
For camp. However long it takes. I cannot risk getting hurt and jeopardizing myself and my family and my money knowing you're kind of just using me up because you can't give me what I'm worth because you want to go give it to Evan and Steinmetz, which I understand, but it still doesn't make me feel good. So what can I do? I can withhold or render my services, Steiny, and say, I'm not playing. Let's see what you guys do without me.
Right. And how does every 2 weeks you getting $0.0? How's that going to work?
Hey, I'm the man. Oh, man.
And the other thing is the reality is they're not. I get it. If he comes back on just this 1 year deal, he risks
injury.
Yeah, but by the same token, it's like you're a running team anyway. It's not like we're gonna, we don't use you like McCaffrey. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
you're only involved in about 8 plays a game.
Well, that Steiny, it's more than that.
Not
if
really.
You look at what he did on the season. I know we think different of Ayuk. He's a stud to me. You need him out there.
Okay. I don't know if the 40. Well,
you might be again.
I mean, I'm just telling you what the 49ers might.
It's amazing what we're privy to and what we're not. And I know we're up against it, but could you imagine if what we're saying is right? That nobody Lynch ain't sleeping well. Either is Kyle. Because this ain't running it back. Now it's egos and me.
I mean,
not Brock Purdy, because he ain't that will get handled, but this is different.
Well, I mean, the 49ers had to see this coming. I mean, they had to. McCaffrey doesn't have any more.
Pearsall was their draft choice.
Yeah. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was brought to you by Alameda County Probation Department.
Want a career with purpose, great pay, outstanding benefits, and a promising...
I was at the Circa putting in work.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Was Circa jumping?
Yeah, it was popping. It was popping, Steiny. God, I could live there, man.
Did you go into the pool?
Yeah, we did, but it wasn't about 83, 85 degrees. But we had some good conversation. My brother's birthday day before mine, so we had a couple of days of reflecting. How about that?
What'd you reflect on?
It's private.
Yeah, it's such an intrusive question, Steiny.
Dude, man, I don't.
Well, then don't bring it up.
Well, I
Don't
thought you were
bring it
being
up.
vague. I didn't think you want to know what it, you know?
What'd you reflect on this weekend, Steiny?
I reflected on how stupid y'all in the media are. That's what I reflected on.
So you're talking to Stephen A?
Talking to you.
No.
Talking to Evan?
No, stop.
Talking to Stephen A?
Look at him.
We need Minnie to win tonight. Get him a win.
Yeah, gentlemen.
I won't even dare ask you, have you text Fincher? You shouldn't. Let him.
What's he got to do with anything?
You broke your rule this series.
Yeah, you let him. He's got stuff to do.
That's what happened.
What are you talking about? I haven't texted him.
You said you wouldn't text Finchy during the series.
And I haven't.
You told me you broke your rule last week.
I didn't.
Oh, no.
Yeah, pull the tape.
No, I didn't.
Ernie Chavez, line one. He'll pull it.
I did not. No, I did not.
Oh, you didn't text him? Good.
No.
Yeah.
He's not even coaching.
Well,
why do you think they're down 3-0?
I got to give him. Nah, he's the.
Why do you think they're down 3-0?
I get a lot from his post game presser, Steiny. I mean,
he's thankful. He's really appreciative of that.
Well, you don't know if he is or not.
He's not. He's not.
But I really feel like you're coaching the Timberwolves. It's just amazing.
Why?
Man. The hair, this hair is just. He's you. You know, that's your dude.
You guys,
Mia's on it. The kids are Milan's on it. It's just like that's Steiny's dude.
You guys doing it? You did it again.
A little too diplomatic, am I right?
Boy, Steiny, come on, man.
Come on, man. What?
Nobody's doing what you think we're doing.
Yeah. You just told me everybody's doing it, and you're right. You're absolutely right.
Wrong.
No, it's okay. Hey, you see, Cincinnati started their OTAs, and then T. Higgins and Jamar Chase aren't there.
What is going on? I mean, it's OTAs, the OGs. You know what I'm saying? It's a long season. That's why I'm not tripping on McCaffrey. But I would be shocked if McCaffrey was not at OTAs because of money. They would know that. He just, he's an OG.
Well, they might
had a
know
disappointing season, and
well, they might know that. They might know it's got. I mean, you weren't here.
I guess, yeah.
You weren't here yesterday, but why don't you listen last week? But why don't you listen to your boy Brian Balding?
Okay, Baldy.
Not only that, but he's seen every other great player on that team cash in.
Yep.
So, I mean, what's he going to do? Like, take a pay cut, take a haircut, not cash in? I mean, it started with Fred. Fred cashed in. Nick cashed in the last minute last year. Debo Juice cashed in for a second time.
Yeah.
So, like, he's just looking at it going, okay, we've got a team of great stars, and I'm one of those players. You can rank him any way you want, and you could say anything you want about the running back market. He was the MVP of the team. So why wouldn't he try to cash in while he can right now?
See, that's
wow. And what if Ayuk is thinking that way, Steiny? Like, oh, so now y'all just put me at the back of the line. Or I feel like you guys are putting me at the back of the line. Because you talk about gravitas. I mean, McCaffrey has it all. So if there's something there, you want to go like, I guess my question to ask to John Lynch, Steiny, and you tell me if this is fair, you had to see this coming, and you had to put something away for a rainy day. So I get it on Ayuk if there's you know what? We don't think Ayuk's worth that. We draft Pearsall, but now you talk about McCaffrey wanting the Benjamins. I mean, now you're just behind the 8-ball.
The problem the 49ers have is that while running backs have been devalued throughout the league, Christian McCaffrey's the most important offensive player on the 49ers.
Yes, sir.
So I get wide receivers are paid more than running backs, but the reality of the situation is that Christian McCaffrey should be more higher paid than Debo Samuel or Ayuk.
Yeah, and don't forget.
They just should. So how do you rectify that?
That's big. You got to choose. Steiny, let's hope they don't have to choose, But every day that goes by that Ayuk is not getting his money or we don't hear anything on the home front and we see social media posts from Ayuk, that leads me to believe they're not whispering sweet nothings in his ear or his agent's ear. Like what he's getting back is he doesn't like what he's hearing. And don't forget that, I was leading the brigade in regard to running backs getting, disrespected. Your boy, Christian McCaffrey, was a part of that. He was on those calls with the running backs in the NFL and the NFL Players Association about, what's going on with running backs. So for him to say, give me mine, I totally get that.
I mean, everybody else is doing it.
Wow.
Everybody else is doing it. Hey, you guys want to win a Steph Curry autographed jersey? I can tell you how right now. Make sure to listen next week. That's the week of June 3rd. Every show is going to give you an opportunity to win a Steph Curry autographed jersey. Times to listen next week will be 7:30, 12:30, and 4:30. That's all week next week, starting on June 3rd, and it's only here on 95.7 The Game.
That's huge.
We have a super chat on the YouTube chat. It's from Too Much Sauce. He's paying $2, or she. The most important offensive player is Trent Williams, according to Too Much Sauce. Too Much Sauce.
Well, I'll just tell Too Much Sauce, if that's your opinion, that's your opinion, but there's nothing to see here with Trent. It's about who you just mentioned. McCaffrey, if something's funny with his money and he wants more, and Brandon Ayuk. That's what this is about. Nobody, I won't even argue. If that's who you want, the most important, hey, we get, but we're talking about the money and what's the delay with Brandon Ayuk. If you deem it a delay, he's popping off though, Steiny. That's what that post today lets me know he's not happy.
The 818, McCaffrey changed the entire future of the 49ers team. You've got to keep him happy. Remember what happened? Remember before he got to the Niners?
Well, they're in the Super Bowl, a couple NFC championship games, but yeah.
Are they better with McCaffrey?
How could you say they're not? You know what
I mean? You could say they're not because they still haven't gotten it done.
Well, let me ask you this. Are they better without Ayuk?
What's that?
Are they better without Brandon Ayuk? I would say no, but I feel like there's some people to be like, hey, Jennings or whoever steps up. He ain't McCaffrey.
Well, it may not be a matter of being better. It may be a matter of you got to mitigate that position because you know you're not going to have Brandon Ayuk. I mean, if I don't know what you do if you're the 49ers and McCaffrey wants money and Ayuk wants money and you know Purdy's going to get paid next year.
What do you think they want to do, Stoney, if they had it their way, Burger King?
I think they probably, ideally, the 49ers would want Ayuk to come back and play his last year at $14 million or whatever he's due. And then we'll get you at the end of the year, or we won't, depending on what kind of year you have.
Wow, man!
But I do feel like if they got him to come back on the 1 year remaining on his contract, they're gonna let him walk at the end of the season because Pearson will be in year 2. I mean, I don't think it's a stretch to believe that the 49ers know right now they cannot pay both those guys. And it's just a matter of when they're going to get off one in the next year.
See, I thought I thought the win was after this year. So there was nothing to see here. You know, those tough decisions and somebody going somewhere else would be after this season was complete. But the one thing that Brandon Ayuk has, Donnie, and it sounds like, again, this just me, you know, I'm guessing, the one thing he has control of is his whereabouts and him showing up. So the monkey wrench is him, if this leads to a holdout, to be like, nah, y'all, you can do that, but I got some leverage or what I deem leverage, and I'm not showing up. We got to get this fixed.
The 925 running backs are replaceable in the Shanahan system. I mean, but they kind of are, they kind of aren't. I know what the texter's saying, and you're right. They were in a Super Bowl without McCaffrey. They lost. They lost the Super Bowl without McCaffrey. They lost the Super Bowl with McCaffrey. So, do I think they're better with McCaffrey? Of course. He's terrific. But I mean, if he wants to get paid, I like, who's got more leverage, McCaffrey or Ayuk?
Wow. I would go McCaffrey.
It's got to be McCaffrey,
because the offense is McCaffrey-centric, right?
Yeah.
And
that's why they don't want to pay Ayuk what he wants.
But that's not good enough. It seems like that ain't good enough for him, Steiny.
Sorry.
And if you want me to be a downfield blocker for a guy that gets to rock more than everybody else, pay me at least.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it sounds to me like the 49ers are between a rock and a hard place right now. In terms of what they're going to have to pay McCaffrey, what they're going to have to pay Ayuk, what they're going to have to pay Purdy.
What's your saying about teams that like the Kings last year, the year before the year? I just feel like this is the offseason before the offseason that I thought they would have to deal with stuff like this. And again, this is all predicated on innuendo, Steiny. We don't know if McCaffrey didn't show up because of his contract, but I'm just thinking, boy, what if there was something there? I mean, if I'm Kyle, I ain't sleeping well.
I mean, I think there is something there with McCaffrey because too many people are talking about it. Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk said or reported that McCaffrey wasn't at camp, not because of a holdout, but he's dealing with, he's getting married apparently this offseason.
Oh, all right.
But he also said that contract is going to be an issue as the season gets closer, and it's going to play itself out some way, one way or the other. It's going to play itself out. Maybe the 49ers are realizing that they don't have an extra year to kind of play with the money, that they're going to have to make tough decisions this year.
What about this from the 707? Ayuk, not to be a jerk, but BA needs to humble himself a little bit and take a deal that works for both parties. Now, I would say to that person, easy for you to say, right? But maybe that's what the Niners are hoping Brandon would end up doing, and he's not.
Listen, I think Brandon Ayuk's really good. Okay. I don't think he's a top 5, top 10. I wouldn't pay him like that.
But to the Niners, what is he?
Less, because they run the ball.
But Steiny, I go to that 3rd and 5 pass in the rain against Green Bay. He made a great catch.
So you're going to pay him $30 million off a move he made that he never got the ball thrown to him.
The Detroit game, where you could just throw that away and say, where it bounced off the helmet. But his ability to catch the acrobatic ones are big, and I already love his route running. He blocks downfield, so this has a giant feel of when the guys come back, it's not as treacherous. Somebody's going to get left out, it seems, right now, Steiny.
Yeah, and to me, Ayuk's the guy that it's logically probably Ayuk who's the least valuable.
It's got a feel of earlier than later, though.
Maybe.
Like, boy.
Nathan Hyatt. All these guys have massively inflated opinions of themselves. It's part of the gig, being that good. I mean, Brandon Ayuk's just doing what any receiver in his spot would do. And the 49ers got to figure out how to handle it.
Right.
I mean, like the 49ers, it doesn't feel like they've been secretive about where they're going in terms of the salary cap. They know that they've got to make tough choices, and maybe instead of kicking the can down the road, they're going to do it. They're going to make some moves they're going to make their decisions, I should say, this offseason.
But we heard the draft was April 25th. We heard the State of the Union with Kyle and John talked about he liked where they were at, and I'm paraphrasing, the lines of communication were open with Brandon Ayuk. And again, Steiny, you could tell me I'm overreacting, but that's been a month, almost a month. And looking at this post on IG from Ayuk, I don't think it's going in the right direction.
What?
You know what I mean? You've had a whole 4 weeks, 3. It's like you would hope it's getting better, And again, this could be about round table pizza, but I think it's about money from his team.
What do you mean round table pizza?
It could be about food. He don't like sharing his food.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean,
splitting his food. That's pretty damn good, dude. Like I get that. We're in a barbershop. Like, I know what you mean. Like, you want to get paid.
The 818 says on the Xfinity Mobile text line, Niners were 4-4 in 2022 before they got Christian McCaffrey. They weren't headed toward the bowl. CMC changed everything. No one has been more critical for Brock Purdy than Christian McCaffrey.
Now, those are
facts.
With you.
I'm with you.
But, okay, now I'm on your phone line, Stoney. I'm Ayuk. What does that mean for me?
What do you mean?
Okay, nobody's been more critical for Purdy's success, but you still need receivers, and you got one in number 11.
And they just drafted one.
So you kind of saying read the handwriting.
I don't know. Why did they draft why did they draft the receiver?
That was a shocker. We can all admit that.
I think they.
But why wasn't it? If this was all bad or toxic, wouldn't he have been traded though? Like, that was the time to do it. And Mike Silver's reporting.
The 49ers have had a history of asking ridiculous and exorbitant prices for their players.
Even when you don't want to give.
The 49ers don't want to trade Brandon Ayuk.
Okay.
And so the way they do it is they ask for a ridiculous amount. That's what they did with Garoppolo. And everybody's going to balk at that. Nobody was going to give up a first-round pick
or a couple
and then pay Brandon Ayuk. Like that, nobody was going to do that. And they knew nobody was going to do that. So now they got to figure out what to do with Brandon Ayuk, and I don't know how much urgency they've put on it.
Well, hopefully it doesn't turn in, Stoney, and I'm sure Niner fans feel the same way. It doesn't turn into a holdout.
And the 415, I mean, there was a report out there. He says the 49ers should let Brandon seek out a trade partner. There's a report out there that the 49ers gave him permission to do that, and I actually believe it. Because when Matt Mayoko asked John Lynch the question, is it true that you guys have given Brandon Ayuk's agent permission to go seek out trades? Lynch didn't answer him. Mm-hmm. He didn't answer him. He said, yeah, that's not important. We're not going to talk about that. We're going to talk about Brandon Ayuk and the team and this and that and the other thing. But he would not acknowledge that they gave him permission to seek a trade. And the reason, to me, that means they gave him permission to seek a trade.
Well, I'll tell you this, Tiny, and you haven't asked, and I'll tell Evan and everybody listening. There is no doubt in my mind, if Brandon Ayuk is not a part of the 49ers offense this year, they're not better. There's just no way. And I don't care if Pearsall's name was Lou Ferrigno. There's just no way you can afford to lose what I believe the effectiveness that is Brandon Ayuk to this team. And what he does for Debo and what Debo does for him and the confusion that they cause to opposing defenses and defensive coordinators, I just can't see that's how you're going to try to defend your Super Bowl or your NFC crown by getting rid of Brandon Ayuk over some money.
See, I look at it differently. I look at it as, can you be better without Brandon Ayuk? Yes, you can be better without Brandon Ayuk. You might not be as good at the wide receiver position as you were last year, but there's all other kinds of facets to football. Maybe their offensive line has a much better year, and maybe Kittle reemerges. I mean, they can be better without Brandon Ayuk. They're going to have to make up for it in other spots, though.
Man, you said Kittle. I thought about the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame when I went with Bonte. We got to talk to the great John Taylor, who was inducted, and he wanted to see more of 85 in the passing game. It's kind of funny you say that, and I'm thinking to myself, like, if that were on Kyle's brain, like, you guys don't even know where those targets could go if he were gone.
669, I think they drafted Pearsall because Debo or Ayuk are gone after this season. Looks like they can't keep both. I think that is conventional wisdom.
But what if Ayuk holds out and is not going to show up and play good soldier?
Then
the chips fall where they may.
Yeah. I mean, I remember we had Jeff Chudea of the Bucky Brooks, former NFL scout.
Oh, boy, I remember that
he
call.
He just says the guy's got no leverage, meaning Ayuk.
And then he said in the Super Bowl, they got both of the Niner receivers, Debo and Ayuk, weren't getting separation at all. Remember that one?
Well, I thought Ayuk's one of the best receivers in the game. Bucky Brooks said, no, can't get separation.
Yeah, I told you we were at the restaurant. I didn't like that.
What restaurant?
You pulled up. I was already there, and we were listening to him on Willard and Dibbs as they did the interview with Bucky Brooks, and I was like, did you hear that? You kind of agreed. I didn't.
Rembry6 from the YouTube chat. Guru, you're right. We won't be better, but they won't be hurting that bad either. I mean, the question is how much room for error do they have over the NFC team?
Well, let's think about it. Did one playoff game, did we see the Niner offense collectively ball out like we had saw or got accustomed to throughout this season? I have my answer. Not one game, including the Super Bowl, a Niner offense fully healthy, Stoney, I thought never once looked like the team that was getting compared, it came out my mouth, to the 94 Niners at some junctures of last season. So I'm just, now if you tell me you're removing 11 and you got a rookie or Jennings, maybe I'm missing something. But that's the rat on the table to me throughout last year's playoffs. They got to the Super Bowl, but that offense in the playoffs, and 2 games were at home, and you didn't look right.
It's because they're playing better teams, too, in the playoffs. Packers, Lions, Chiefs. Those aren't the Cardinals.
No, now you got me thinking of the Ravens and what they did Christmas Day.
Yeah, it feels like there are things happening behind the scenes with the San Francisco 49ers.
There you go.
How serious things are, I don't think we know. And I think as we get deeper and deeper into the summer, obviously things will come to a head.
June is around the corner, Stoney.
Yeah. 818, why are we not factoring in Juwan Jennings? I think Kyle Shanahan is. They've got to factor in Juwan Jennings if they feel like there's doubt with Ayuk's future.
Now, why wasn't he do you know why he wasn't at OTAs?
He hasn't signed his deal yet. All right, 888-957-9570. You want to jump into the conversation. On the other side, I got to tell you, this is what we're going to do. Stephen A. Smith was, I know he's your guy, so Stephen A. Smith was on last week, and he and Draymond have some beef. And we had Stephen A. Smith on. I have not heard this yet.
Either have I. I heard the Draymond
I haven't
part.
either, and that's why I'm gonna play it.
What did he say
on the other side? Because I haven't heard it, and I know you haven't heard it. And Evan said it was kind of an all-timer.
Okay.
So I want to hear what's going on between Stephen A. Smith and Draymond Green. Of course, Draymond Green spending his offseason doing little else but criticizing Rudy Gobert. How'd you spend your offseason? Oh, I criticized Rudy Gobert
for
3 months at a time.
Well, he's consistent.
What's coming up next on the game is presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Ready to upgrade your savings? Well, here's your chance to earn 5.64%.
Dude, I just busted in his office this morning. The door was closed. It was all bad.
I'm busting wood.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Guru's back in the house, and I want to catch him up on a few things. We didn't even play this one on. By the way, we're going to, in a minute, we're going to play you some sound of Jose Ramirez.
Oh, boy.
His coach speaking for Jose Ramirez.
Oh, okay. Was it through an interpreter? Jose Ramirez had some interesting things to say.
Through his coach. He's told his coach in English.
Oh, okay.
This quote.
Okay. Oh, let's just go ahead and play that now.
Because I heard it. I'm like, come on.
All right, you know what? My bad. Go ahead. All right, let's do Stephen A. first, and then we'll do Jose Ramirez coach.
Well, first things first is that it's utter Let's get that out the way right now. I don't appreciate the position that Draymond took. I was not aware that Draymond felt that way. I had no idea because I haven't spoken to him directly in months. And I found out about it literally when I woke up this morning. And my producers of First Take sent me the clip, and I saw it for the first time. I got a lot of love for Draymond Green, got a lot of respect for Draymond Green. Anybody in the business that knows me, anybody outside of the business that wants to know about the business knows how I feel about him, not just as a professional, not just as a winner, but as a man. And for me to have the relationship that I have with him, to hear about this because you on Shaq's podcast, he pissed me off. So now both of us are pissed. Because to be quite honest with you, I don't think what he's saying has a shred of merit whatsoever. And that's the first time that I've ever found myself in a position where I could listen to Draymond Green and don't feel he has a shred of merit to what the hell he's saying.
All right, so that's the first time I heard that. What do you think?
I love Stephen A., but I have been noticing a pattern. Isaiah Thomas came after him because he said something about Jaylen Brown not being marketable, Steiny. Stephen A. did, but he said he loved Jaylen Brown, but he's going ether, and that's a diss track. He's going at guys, but he's always doing it with, I love Steiny, and I don't want violence, but I heard Draymond say that he felt stabbed in the back with what Stephen A. said, so that's a hell of a response. I guess I'm asking you, do you know, or are you privy to if Draymond responded to that?
No,
that's heavy.
Not that
okay.
Not so far.
Yeah.
He hasn't responded to that. But I guess the one thing Draymond was upset about was that he was listening to ESPN one day with Stephen A. on the panel, and a couple of the analysts apparently were kind of ripping Draymond Green. And I think he was upset. He said he was upset because Draymond Green never Draymond Green was upset because Stephen A. Smith never stuck up for him or tried to change the narrative or something.
Well, he also said, Steiny, he's mad that Stephen A. knows the person that Draymond is off the court and never once, as they had that discussion of him being suspended. And I think that's where Draymond's missing the boat, Steiny. There's an offense. There's a foul, and the foul was you getting suspended, and that's what people were reacting to. They cannot not react to the part that you did. Stephen A. was responding to you hitting Nurkic, and it's just like he heard Nurkic and Durant. So your boy had a pen and a list of Draymond Green of everybody that had something to say, but it did hit me in the cardiac muscle when Draymond said Stephen A. should know the man off the court, and that's what kind of hurt him. And he felt he should have called him first before saying what he said.
Yeah, and I guess Stephen A. said he always calls guys before, texts guys before he's going to say something about him. Are you guys going to talk about Angel Hernandez's retirement?
We did it this one. Go ahead.
Did we?
Yeah, he had a racial discrimination case against Major League Baseball forever, and that got threw out, and I guess the price was right, Snotty. But he's gone.
Yeah, three decades, Angel Hernandez. All right, Jose Ramirez, Cleveland Guardians slugger.
I love him.
Let's let Evan set this one up for us here on 95.7 The Game.
Well, yeah, because you guys were watching all the baseball games this weekend, and you saw, I'm sure, that the Los Angeles Angels kind of pitched around Jose Ramirez with the bases loaded in a very Bonds-esque manner.
Man.
And so on the Cleveland Baseball Talk podcast, Paul Hoynes, a member of the staff, joined and was discussing something that actually happened around it. Jose Ramirez, he said something in comparison to a pretty famous San Francisco Giants slugger. Here's what he had to say.
Ron Washington gave him the ultimate show of respect yesterday in the sixth inning with the bases loaded. He has Matt Young, former Cleveland lefty, come in out of the bullpen and not intentionally walk him with the bases loaded to force home what proved to be the winning run in that 5-4 win.
Right, yeah, he got the Barry Bonds treatment basically, and you asked him about that after the game. What was his response?
Yeah, he told me, he goes, they did not want to pitch to me. They definitely pitched around me. And he goes, and I said, you got the Barry Bonds treatment. He goes, I'm better than Barry Bonds.
All right.
Well,
go ahead.
Hey, I love the bravado, and Ramirez can hit with the best of them. I think his career high is 39 bombs in the season. He's got 36, 29 twice. But I saw the 4 pitches, and why it's not Barry Bonds-esque is because Bonds got the intentional walk. This pitcher, even though he didn't want to throw it to Jose Stani, the ball came over the plate. You couldn't do anything with the pitches, but there's nothing like Buck saying, hey, you just go to first base. So to me, it was different, but I got to believe there was some he was joking. There's only one Barry.
He was probably joking.
Yeah.
He was probably joking. I can't imagine.
I don't think he was.
So you don't think he was?
Jose Ramirez is not a guy that, he'll toot his own horn, basically.
But that's like Ayuk saying I'm better than Justin Jefferson. Well, I guess they're the same, and Bonds is coming
Or like Justin Jefferson saying I'm better than Jerry Rice.
Okay, something like that.
Yeah.
I think they believe it.
I mean, your boy can mash, Steiny, but let somebody say that you're good. Steiny's as good as Gary Radnich, not Steiny say I'm the new Gary Radnich.
I could see somebody just saying that in jest and not even thinking twice about it.
But what if he meant it, like Evan said?
Then he's got confidence.
There you go.
I mean,
cocky and confidence. I'd rather have that than being timid.
It's like when James Harden said they're not that good about the Warriors during one of those series.
I forgot he ever about that.
They're not that good.
Yeah, how'd that work out?
It's like Luka Doncic says, when he gets heckled by fans, Luka stinks, whatever. He said, yeah, they don't believe that. Do you think they really believe that? Because of course they don't.
Let's do 60 seconds. Maybe 120 on Luka. Stanley, I've never seen anything like him. The dude beats at his own drum, plays at his own speed. I knew he was going to make that shot when he was going to release it. The dude's incredible.
You said minute and a half.
No, I wanted you to rebuttal. Because he had Brunson. No shade at Brunson, and they went to the Western Conference Finals, but they win tonight. I think they're going to beat Boston.
I don't know.
I think Boston has that stigma of they're leaving something on the table, the way they don't play. Now, if Porzingis is healthy, it's a whole different ball game, but I think Boston's going to be left for that. And you and Evan, tell me what you give me for this, a nickel. I think Kyrie Irving is on a different tour now. Not that he has to. I never was offended that he wouldn't want to get jabbed with the needle for COVID, but a lot of people hate what the words that came out of his mouth. And Evan had something over the weekend or last week about a lot of people are more receptive to this Kyrie Irving, Stoney, because he's saying the right things.
Yeah, as long as he doesn't. I mean, there was some anti-Semitism too that he was associated with.
When he
tweeted out, I believe he tweeted out a film,
and he claimed he didn't know what was on there.
Yeah, exactly. But it just goes to show you that, to me, basketball is about fit. It's about fit and it's about chemistry. And Kyrie Irving is
one of the two coldest closers.
But he doesn't have to dominate the ball for 45 minutes like Brunson. I mean, you can see why Brunson and Doncic could not play together. But Kyrie's able to play without the ball. He's able to be a number two. He's able to make Doncic better and then take over a game when he has to.
And they got the lob aspect to Gafford and Lively, Steiny.
Yeah.
I don't think he plays tonight. I don't know if you heard anything lively. That was a wicked hit.
Wait, you don't think this version, like this season's version of Jalen Brunson, could play with Luka Doncic?
No.
Okay.
I just think Brunson dribbles the ball way too much, and that's why they wouldn't. I mean, they just.
So you're saying he got a lot of Luka in his game.
Kyrie doesn't need the ball.
Man.
Not nearly as much as Brunson.
Man.
I mean, who handles the ball? It's going to be Brunson. The whole.
Well, he plays more like Luka. He need dribble.
Yeah.
But what Dallas has now, shout out to J Kidd and Cuban, Stoney. They got something going, man.
Cuban's no longer the owner. FYI.
But he sits right behind them.
Yeah, but
he'll always be the owner for me.
He's a minority owner now. He sold his majority stake in the. All right. Coming up on the other side, we've got Willard and Dibbs. It is the crossover. And that last segment was brought to you by
Stoney. Be ready for because I love you. I saw Dibbs out there. He said he golfed with you yesterday, and
no, we didn't. We didn't golf.
You were an hour ahead of him, but he said something to you, and I can't speak for him.
I'm really not. Today, I'm really.
I got you.
Let me be sincere.
I missed you.
And honest.
I'm just getting you ready.
Really not in the mood.
I got you
for whatever. A reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Goo on the free Odyssey app. You can now download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. That segment was brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for digital deals for their members.
I was at the Circa. Putting in work.
Blake Snell. He stinks.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, it's the crossover with Willard and Dibbs.
The show before the show.
Gentlemen, yes, sir. What's
popping?
What's going on?
Lots. I mean, you're the one who just came back from Vegas.
But the streets say you were at Bottleneck. I saw that picture.
I was in a Bottleneck. I was in a Bottleneck leaving the place. I don't know about Bottleneck. Bottle Rock.
Good Lord.
It becomes a bottleneck.
You're doing it on purpose.
Bottleneck is a form.
Bottleneck.
No, that's when you weren't looking at the accident, right?
If I had known about the bottleneck after, I might have not have got to the Bottle Rock. But no. It is a good 3-day weekend.
Oh, boy.
We got a lot done. Good 3-day weekend.
And a good week for the Giants. They were just dead men walking, and now all of a sudden they got youth. They're exciting. A sellout yesterday. Good God.
Do you know what's weird about them right now? They've won 9 of 11, and I don't know that they're playing well.
I mentioned this.
Honestly, think about it.
To come back, you got to be down.
You got to be down, right? You've had 2 hellacious blown leads in your you're 9-2,
yeah,
and 2 hellacious blown leads. Yet you can't get mad at it because they've stolen 4 of the 9 that they've won.
It's still for real,
and they're kicking like the young kid we're supposed to be excited about. Literally cannot pick up a standstill ball over its shortstop. I mean, these games are wild, though.
Yeah.
They're all over the place.
And I sided
working for them.
I sided you and Dibbs. You backed me up. I told Stoney right before the season started, I said, why wouldn't Luciano get the gig to start the season? And you said, you both, it was the consistency of the routine play, not the go-get-it play.
Yeah.
But those two, he got away with a couple, but man, that's a problem.
He's made 5 errors in 8 games. So,
but only in the 9th inning, apparently. Also,
right?
Like, what is that?
I mean, if you want to put that out over a 162 game schedule, he's going to make 100 errors.
No,
he's on pace to make 100 errors, which I think, and I'd have to Google it, would be a record.
Right to him, though.
The Luciano thing is highly confusing to me on so many levels. Why did he not start the year as the shortstop? Why is he still a shortstop?
Why brought it up?
Why can't you pick up a ground ball? You don't even need to be a shortstop in order to. Gosh, one of the errors, Tyro just threw the ball to him at second, and he just.
That's what I was like. Oh boy!
I'm not going to cite who, but I'm going to tell you somebody who is dialed in, and this is a quote. He's just not a baseball player.
Oh wow.
No way.
And what he means by that is the instinct. Remember the way he pulled up at second base? That's what I'm worried about. When everyone goes, well, move him over there. Why the hell would he play well there? Move him to second. Well, he's just going to boot the ball over at second. You can't have him there. I don't know where you can put him. And I'm out on this. Well, he's young, so he makes mistakes. A bunch of people are young. You don't need to be old, young, or anywhere in the middle to pick up an absolute little league ground ball that's hit right at you.
And he's been in the minors for 6 years.
Correct.
And 1 year he didn't play because, and I think so, and you're probably going to see Trenton Brooks get recalled, and you need a first baseman because you don't have Lamont Wade for, I mean, who knows how long. We'll talk to Doc Pandia today.
4. Yep.
Yeah, he might be out for 2 to 4 to 6 to maybe 8 because that thing looked bad, and so you need a first baseman, and I do think that Luciano goes back, and when he goes back, try him somewhere else, please. Yeah. He's not a shortstop. I said it last week.
What is he?
He's probably a left fielder or a DH.
I mean, but like, I know that sometimes we do this to the outfield and first base where like someone can't do the other position, so we go stick him there. And that can be a problem too. You want Jock Peterson in left? I don't.
Right.
And does he look like that out there? I don't know. He is.
Well, let's find out.
And that's the key.
That's fair.
You should have already found out is where it sounds like you're going.
And that's what it's very confusing to me that he looks like this. Even at age 22.
Exactly.
But the bat is also intoxicating.
Well, you got so low at the DH.
So you can't just be like, you stink, get out of here. Because if he can man something in the infield especially, then you got yourself something special. I don't know, man. It's confusing.
you brought up that you don't even know if they're playing well right now.
Well, they're all over the place.
I know.
Right? Yeah.
You know what, though? You know what's more important than playing well, at least at the start, is winning games like they won on the last 2 road trips. Like, that's almost better than playing well because they were such crazy games, all of them. The 2 they lost, the 4 they won. It's impossible to pay attention and not be thinking, well, this is one of the craziest 2 series back-to-back we've seen in a long time. And look at this. They won 9 of 11, and we're back in it.
Well, I mean, it's been almost 100 years since someone did what they did last week in baseball. So you're 1,000% right. It's exciting. They're scoring runs in buckets. I don't find those runs to be very quirky either. It's not like you look at it and go, boy, just every flare is falling. No, Bailey's coming up in key situations.
Flores is going to lead off with a hit.
Right
through the hole.
Chapman comes up. They come up in moments in the late innings where you're like, you need someone to hit a bomb. And they're like, cool.
3-run bomb, Chappie.
You know what I mean? Like they're really swinging the bat. And so, yeah, even if they weren't 9-2 in the last 11, what if it were 7-4? It looks like a viable team. It's exciting baseball. And yes, we do look at it and go, I don't know if they're playing well, but I also know it stands to reason that this rotation is going to keep getting better. It should be a rotation that, if they make the playoffs, scares people. It should scare the Braves and the Dodgers and the Phillies. Yeah. It should scare them.
I mean, they need Snell to be Snell, but
I think he will be.
Yeah, if you look at his splits after June 30th, his career splits are 2.5 ERA and a WHIP of 1.16, and that's just with spring training, no spring training, as a Giant, not as a Giant. When you get to July 1, I think that's when you look at Blake Snell and you decide what exactly is he, because right now, and I heard his quote, and we'll play it, or maybe we'll just talk about it, whatever it is. But
we'll play it, yeah.
He owned it a little bit. Excuses.
Well, he owned it, kind of, and then he pointed the finger at the teams, which, you know what, my friend? Point the finger at your agent, because you could have settled for whatever you needed to settle for to get in, and you didn't, because your agent wanted every last dollar, and I don't begrudge you for that.
And you wouldn't do it differently if you could. But when you want every last dollar, and you have to wait until March, whatever, 11th or 23rd or whatever the date was, when you want to get every last dollar and you wait until March, then that's what you get. So you can't point the finger to me at the teams. It's your agent, Scott Boras.
Well, I don't know. If you're not going to begrudge him for waiting for extra, I would say this. To me, it's everybody. I have no idea how that process went. Who was holding out on who? And if you did want a few extra dollars and you got it, then you were smart for waiting.
For the money, you're smart, but not
the
for
streets were saying he thought he was going to be a Yankee. He was waiting on that, and that fell apart.
Obviously, Scott Boras had a rough offseason. One of his Boras 4 fired him, and nobody got the long-term deal that they were expecting.
Well, that member of the Boras 4 is actually pitching better than this one.
Yes, he
Jordan
is.
Montgomery.
Although he named him. He's like, I don't know how this was for him or whatever.
Well, he actually was quoted, 2 days ago, talking about the same thing. Talking about spring training and how it wasn't.
What'd he say?
He said, spring training, man. I miss it. Am I right? But he actually started better than Snell did, he's actually regressed a little bit.
I have no idea what that process was and who was playing hardball and how many teams were involved. But I think the bigger picture to me, and we've all felt this on some level, baseball needs a deadline. They need a free agency deadline.
Makes no sense.
This waiting until spring training starts, and I don't know how you do that, because the players are probably the ones who will pay for that if there's some sort of a deadline, but they've got to figure out a way that big names are not still sitting there in March waiting for teams to come through. I don't have some sort of a great idea about what the fix is, but that's bad for everybody. It's bad for the players. It's bad for the teams.
It's bad for fans.
And of course he's going to point the finger at the teams. And I guarantee you Farhan nodded his head and said, no, that's same thing you said. That's your fault.
But it should never happen.
It's all of your fault.
It's all Boras.
Give
a deadline.
I mean,
the sense I get in the negotiation was the Giants had an offer and they made it early, and then they went and shopped and shopped and shopped and shopped and shopped, and they didn't get longer, they didn't get more, and then they came back to the Giants and said, Well, okay.
If that's the case, then you're 1,000% right. I never know what to believe in all
You
of that.
never do.
You know what I mean?
But I look at the number one culprit, like the one, the centering, the most connected person in all of this, and it's Scott Boras.
Sure.
A guy who wants every dollar, and so he's telling his clients, just wait, they're going to cave, they're going to cave, they're going to cave. And the Giants, they didn't really cave. The Giants came to the table in March, and Snell's like, cool, I'm a Giants, and now, spring training's over. Now what? Well, now let me pitch to a bunch of 18-year-olds and see if that works, and it didn't work.
Yep.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. What do you think's going to happen with Luciano when Ahmed gets?
He gets sent down.
Probably.
You think?
Yeah,
Probably.
he has to.
Well,
he has to.
I don't know about he has to. If Wisely keeps doing this, he gets sent down.
And they're light on
Wisely's gotta play
left-handed
first
batters,
now.
man.
Well, maybe. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like
Flores will be out there tonight.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't.
One home run on the year.
Yeah, he's not playing great, and now if he's going against right-handers too, I don't know.
But can Wisely keep this up? Because he's been on fire.
I wouldn't think he can keep this up.
Yeah.
But can he look like a big leaguer? Because he has not when he's come up in the past, and maybe that's the definition of this year. A lot of these guys are ready. They've had enough cups of coffee so that they're comfortable now. And it also depends. Is Wade, like you're saying, is Wade out 3 or is he out 6?
Yeah.
Like that, but he probably gets sent down. They're not. They look unwilling to put him in the lineup anymore.
Hey, man.
Right. Like
So
this is a Major League Baseball team. I got to. What do they when they look at that? The Major League Baseball team is watching somebody kick slow bouncers to short. They're like,
when he missed that Saturday, I said, good God.
We're not doing that.
Saturday? What about Thursday and Tuesday and Monday?
The
and
one where
I don't even know anymore.
To him, I said, and Fleming was just
And think about this, Goo. The dude is raking. You can't get him out. So you can't get the guy out, and yet you look at him and you go, dude, we can't play you.
We can't put you out there.
What does that mean?
That means you have to DH him, but your DH is,
Soler.
Yeah, and he's a guy who you want to definitely
from
keep.
Major
Exactly,
League.
you want to keep him in there. So I think it's Wisely, and I think I don't even know what the moves are in yet, Mark, and you have a good finger on the pulse for that with the pregame moves. I think that you're going to see Trenton Brooks come up, a left-hand hitting first baseman who's done well at Sacramento. You bring him up, and you put you put Luciano back in AAA, and Lamont Wade goes on not the 60-day. But he probably goes in the 10.
No, he won't start on. God, I hope it's not.
Oh, man.
No, but it's got to be 10 to start. But I would imagine in Doc Pandia today at 4, we'll have a better idea about what the hamstring strain is like. But that feels to me like more than just 10 days.
Well, I mean, you know this. Hamstrings are the ones that you have to be so careful with.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that might be. But the Luciano thing, he
doesn't have a position.
You're waiting for Nick Ahmed. You're waiting for Austin Slater. You're waiting to see who else is hurt at that time. And then you figure it out then. But I'm just judging it based on what they've done with the lineup the last few days. That tells me they're not thrilled about trotting him out there right now.
And imagine had he not had the debacle with the glove, as well as he's hitting, Tibbs, they would have made that decision. It would have been more difficult to sit Luciano down or not start him. And then he just
he doesn't sit, he plays.
Man.
If he was even decent with the glove, he plays because he's absolutely raking, but you can't put him out there now. And much like
that's crazy.
You think about a free throw shooter who can't shoot free throws anymore, and now he's shooting jumpers. And I'm trying to remember who used to move Steiny to the right hand side of the line, and there were guys who were so bad that they had to try anything to make it work.
I can't remember who you're talking about, but I have a recollection of somebody doing that. What about Ramos? What's going to happen with him?
I love his at-bats. I love Matos. They battle.
I don't know. You're talking Conforto and Slater when they're back. I mean, if you know, we haven't heard it.
Slater is.
We haven't heard it. I know, but that too was 39 at-bats. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Like, they're going to be real careful. I know everybody's out on Austin Slater right now, and I understand that, but they're going to be really careful about just dumping someone who's been on the team for 7 years because they didn't like 39 at-bats at the start of a year. But no, Ramos has got more of a presence at the plate than Slater ever has, and he's supposed to. By the way, he's been a top prospect for a while. So I don't know how they figured it out. I wouldn't feel terribly comfortable if I were Yaz, and I know he's had a decent little week here, but when Conforto comes back, is that a Ramos thing or is that a Yaz thing? Do you end up with some sort of a Yaz Ramos platoon?
I asked Steiny
I don't
this.
know.
All of these are good problems, though, right?
For sure.
Besides the Luciano, because you want his bat in there. It's just like, damn, dude, what can we stash in the field? That's incredible.
Yep.
Like, he should have been in the outfield in Sacramento all day, every day. Somebody should have seen.
He's only played 3 games at second base in the Dominican League. Other than that, he's only played shortstops. Wow. If you want to criticize Farhan, that to me is a point where you could look at him and say, even like 10 games in September in Sac or 8 games in San Jose, could we not see him in left a little bit?
I mean, the whole thing is confusing. I wonder what his spin has been on it. He's been the top prospect in the organization for about 3 or 4 years now. So I bet he has a say. You know what I mean? Like, what if you go out to left field? His agent's like, we're not going. And
if you want to get on the field, you are.
Well,
if this, fast track me on the field.
I get it, and I doubt that that's happened. But this is a top prospect.
Right.
This is your number 1 prospect. So it's the only word I have for it. Yeah. The whole thing's completely confusing to me.
I just think it's interesting that over the last however long it's been, we talked about Luciano, and they've been laying the groundwork for. He's not a great fielder. He's not. He might not be ready yet. Why is he not up here? Well, he's still got some stuff to work on as shortstop.
Boy,
and then he comes up and you watch him for a week, and you're thinking, wow, well, they were telling the truth. That's why he's not further along. Clearly,
you could write this script and they'd throw it out because they're like, that's not believable. That he only boots everything that comes to him in the 9th inning. I was driving
the routine ones, man.
Listen, I'm watching that one. Which game was it? Was it? No, was it the 8-7 game? They've all blended together. What a mess last week. But the one where he just dropped the ball that Tyro threw to him.
That was the Mets Saturday.
Okay, so I'm watching this one, and you're thinking it. We're all thinking it. I'm like, you put Luciano in for the 9th? I'm like, that's pretty brazen. And here we go. We got a runner at first.
The ball finds
and
you.
1 out. And I was so relieved. The ball comes off the hitter's bat. And I'm like, oh, good. He grounded it to second. He can do that.
That's bad.
It was bad. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, you have to be kidding me.
Yeah. So they got to fix it.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fix is.
Bob the Builder.
I'll tell you what, if I told Evan this, you guys tell me what you think. And I got to be careful because Stoddy was like, Goose, slow your jets. Toronto is 5 games under, but I'm watching that situation to see if they just have a fire sale and if you could get Gosman back in this rotation, assuming everything is going to stay copacetic with the Giants, if not get greater, that would be an arm. You already was part of your team. If you could get them back, you need one. To me, they need one more arm for some insurance or another just. If you really want to take down the Dodgers, you need a guy like that has a swing and miss capabilities.
I think they've got arms coming, though.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, I keep hearing
Cobb and Robbie Ray.
Keeps every time is kick the can down the road.
That's fine, but you don't need Cobb until Jordan Hicks reaches his innings limit, which I do think is about 100 innings. I don't.
Where
think
are we getting that, by the way?
A track
What is
record.
that about?
I don't think that they're going to let him go 180.
I don't know.
What is his career high, like 70?
Yeah, but his velocity was back. Like that whole concern.
He's been pitching his ass off.
Yeah, he's pitching great. I don't know that they are sitting there like, you know what I mean? That would be weird if they're just letting him rock 6 innings every time and they knew, like, we're going to do this till July and then was out.
Right.
Like, I think that's a fallback. You could do that. You may end up, if you're blessed with health, you may end up with too many good starting pitchers. And maybe that's what you do.
You need an arm in the bull, one more arm, man.
Yeah. Bullpen arms that's usually the easiest thing to find at the deadline, too.
Right.
I agree with you.
How confident are you in the Roger brothers? Dude, he goes the deal. Some days I'm
Not
like,
very.
They're
Not very.
unhittable.
I was with my father-in-law yesterday, and we're doing Memorial Day, and he's like, I can't believe they keep pitching that Frisbee guy.
Do you know what?
And I love my father-in-law. His takeaways are like very crisp, and they're very emotional. And I'm like, yeah, the Frisbee guy's having a hard time right now.
Why have we not had your father-in-law on?
Oh, we should definitely get him on.
Boy. Crisp, hot takes.
Yeah, he does.
I think
he does.
You know what? Every time the Tyler Rogers conversation is always just
the Frisbee guy.
Well, it's a tough one because every year at the end of the year, his metrics are that he's a fantastic reliever.
Not in the ninth.
Well, I wouldn't see that. My issue with that game was not the whole Duvall thing. My issue with that was that you picked Rogers.
Man.
Because there's a reason that in the ninth inning, you want someone who's got swing and miss stuff. Like, you get a runner on base, you need to fall back on that.
And you had Duvall in a game where you're up 100 runs, and you could have saved
I'll
that.
explain that. No, you couldn't have. No, you couldn't have. And we'll get to that later. But I'm going to have Bomels back on that one all day. But I would not, why not Ryan Walker? Why not hold him for the ninth?
Well,
where was Rodriguez?
Who's been just filthy.
He's filthy.
Are you talking about the first game in Pittsburgh?
I'm talking about the one that they blew on Sunday.
Yes,
the Mets.
the Mets.
You're up 3-1, and you went to Ryan Walker in the eighth, and he's been so lights out. You knew Duvall wasn't available.
Yeah.
So I have no issue with Duvall not being available, but like slot that different so that Rogers is not your shutdown guy because he pitches to contact.
Well, and he didn't start Duvall in game one when it wasn't a save situation, but then he brought him right in. The first game against Pittsburgh. You're right. I can't remember.
He had pitched 5 games in 6 days.
Right.
Yeah. So anyway, I'll
save our Ayuk stuff for you guys tomorrow. What's up? We got time. What's up with that? I don't share my. Wow, Dibs. He's calling the shot.
I think it's not even June. And I think that he didn't like some sort of an interaction or an offer that probably was exchanged.
And you saw Nico Collins sign today.
No, I didn't.
Oh, it just broke. Yeah, Adam Schefter over your right shoulder. Nico Collins got a 3-year, I think $75 million, but the guarantee is maybe not as big as we think. And we're going to wait for the actual guarantee, the real guarantee, because David Lombardi today on Twitter had a good tweet about, the Amon-Ra actual guaranteed number, and everyone's saying, Ayuk
wants more than that.
Right. And he can get more than that as far as the eye candy goes, but the actual guarantee is where that money sits. And I think Amon-Ra got 38.5 actually guaranteed, and that's about more like what Brandon Ayuk will get.
All right. Well, it sounds like you guys got a lot going on.
Oh, yeah. You're getting off the hook. I like that.
What do you mean?
You took a couple shots at me when I was driving in, so it's all right.
Which
I didn't hear this.
You questioned my weight loss. You questioned my 25-pound weight loss.
Oh, we're at 25?
Yeah, we're at
Congrats.
25. And according to me, that's what Steiny said.
Look,
that was a rat-a-tat-tat. And you aren't the only college athlete on the staff.
This is what
Who is?
I am. I played college tennis.
Not intramurals. Like in tennis.
Incorrect.
All right, you were on a college team?
Yeah, exactly.
What college?
It was junior college, but California junior college is like Podunk D3. It's very comparable.
Yeah, well, it's 211. So I
had to get those in there.
I agree with your take.
Thank you.
On
95.7 the game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs. On 95.7 The Game.
Give me Bomels back right now. Give me his back. I want it. I want it.
You want his back?
I want to have it.
You've got his back?
I want to have it.
Yeah.
I want to have it in my hip pocket and keep it there. I have Bob Melvin's back.
Kind of.
What do you mean, kind of?
I mean, you have his back as far as not going to Duvall.
Correct.
But then you bury the guy for going to Rogers. Which one is it?
I don't know if I buried. No, I'm allowed to do. These are two different moves. Can I not like one and like the other?
What if I told you don't have his back, you have his side? You have his oblique.
That's fine. Okay. I got his rib cage. Yeah, give me your rib cage, Bomel.
Yeah.
Give it to me. Yeah.
Because I think you're right about the Doval piece, but I mean, you're right about the Doval, and you're probably right about the Rogers as well. But I mean, what's he supposed to do? You have a high leverage 8th inning guy. He can't go out there and get 3 outs.
Yes, he can. Yes, he
Come
can.
on, Frisbee guy.
But there's a reason. I like Frisbee guy. That's fun.
That was one of the first takes yesterday for Memorial Day.
Frisbee guy.
He's out there cooking burgers.
Yeah.
3rd pound, medium rare, delicious. And he turns to me and he goes, why does he go to the Frisbee guy?
Why does he do Frisbee guy?
What's going on with Frisbee guy? And I said, what?
Well, he's out there throwing Frisbees.
Yeah,
What do you want, Pops?
Exactly.
I mean, yeah, I love it. No, there's a reason. And maybe this is even just a figment of our imagination. There's a reason that closers have strikeout stuff. Because sometimes you get a mess on the base paths and you need to be able to huck one by some people. Or Trevor Hoffman. He didn't throw that hard, but you have to have just an absolutely absurd changeup. You need to have a crazy pitch that is your out pitch. And Tyler Rogers, the way his deception, it works based on delivery, not the actual pitch itself. I know there's constant Tyler Rogers frustration. You should go look at his numbers. He's actually a very good, very successful reliever, very consistent, has been so for 4 years now with the Giants. But I get not wanting to go to him in the 9th inning because he doesn't usually have swing and miss stuff. And that's what you want in the 9th inning. So yes, I would have gone to Walker. I would have maybe thought about Rodriguez. I would have maybe gone to his brother in the 8th so that I could use Walker in the 9th, something along those lines. So didn't love that move, but super easy to second guess the selection of reliever when someone goes out and has a bad inning. What I constantly heard, and Dibs, I'm not kidding, I heard this everywhere I went this weekend, because I hope everyone had the sun was out, Memorial Day weekend.
It's awesome.
Hope everybody had their thoughts also for a few minutes about what Memorial Day weekend's all about, because I know, I even saw FP be like, it's not happy Memorial Day.
Exactly.
It's not a happy day, right? But I hope people did spend a little time and think about those who served and who have given their lives so that we can enjoy the freedoms we have. Absolutely hope that you reflected on that. But I do hope you enjoyed the hell out of the weekend. It was a wonderful weekend, and it was a weekend where I saw a lot of people. I was out and about a lot and saw a lot of friends, and people were all freaking out about why would you pitch Doval when you're up 5 and then you don't have him available the next day when you're up 2. Stupid Bomel. Okay. Please explain, someone once said on this radio station.
Roxy Bernstein.
I just want, this is my only thing. You can go wherever you want with this after I'm done saying it. But on Saturday, when the Giants are in extra innings, it would have been malpractice for Doval to not be gassed up for the bottom of the 10th. The Giants go up 3-2. Then they scratch out one more. They're up 4-2.
And then?
Bases loaded, 2 outs, pitching change. So during all that time, what's Camilo doing?
He's gassed up.
He's gassing it up because that man needs to be ready for Yaz to come up, ground out in one pitch.
Yeah.
Get your butt in the game and close this sucker down.
With the runner on second.
And no moronic manager would have done anything else. You have to have him gassed up and ready. That's 5 games in 6 days for Camilo. Once he's gassed up, now this is not me anymore. This is every Giants reliever I've ever talked to in my life.
Well, it's every pitcher ever.
Once you're gassed up, that's an outing. It doesn't matter if you come in the game or not. That's an outing. You are now gassed up. That means you have been used that day. So he's already been used on Saturday. He is therefore out on Sunday, the second he's gassed up. So you have an option there. We could go to someone else and mess around on a crazy week, or we might as well bring him into the game because he's not pitching tomorrow anyway. So this idea, and my God, I've already had the conversation 8 times this weekend.
And you'll have it again when Mark Grandy joins us.
Good Lord. He was already gassed, And it is not Bomel's fault that Mike Yastrzemski put one in the gap off the wall and made it a 7-2 game.
They all score.
Dude, I love those.
Me too.
Doval is out for Sunday the second that happens. So that is why, for all the messages I got about, relievers never stood up and sat back down again. Yeah, no, not in that case. Not someone who's throwing 100 miles an hour in center field for about 6 minutes. He's gassed. He's done. He's out for Sunday. So my issue is not the Doval plan and usage. My issue is picking Tyler Rogers on Sunday.
And that, I think, is a bigger question about, the future of this bullpen, because you mentioned Rodriguez, who also, by the way, throws 100.
Yes,
so
sure does.
If you're looking for a guy throwing closer stuff, and this reminds me a little bit of a friend of the program, Sergio Romo, when he would come in as the closer and he would not do well, we would all say, how can you have a guy throwing 88 with the slider and, 84 with the changeup and all the rest of it? How can he be your closer? And when he goes 3 up, 3 down, it's like, oh man, he's filthy. His stuff is nasty. And it's a little bit like that with Tyler Rogers, who, when he's effective, when he's pitching down, he's a very uncomfortable at bat. But when the pitches are getting up, he's not overwhelming enough to really be your closer, and that's where we kind of got to on Sunday.
Well, the other thing about him, and what I think Giants fans have dealt with before with Tyler Rogers, is the idea of him pitching in extra innings, where there's already a runner at second. And you kind of now need to play extra innings differently, which is, again, you need someone who has the ability to strike someone out. Because when there's a runner at second and nobody out, you can score that guy without even getting a hit.
Right.
If you simply can put bat on ball. Well, Tyler Rogers is easier than most late inning relievers to simply put the ball in play. And that kind of pitching to contact, that's fine. You absolutely can be that kind of pitcher. I'm just not putting that pitcher in, if I don't have to, in the 9th inning of 1- and 2-run games. And that, because also with now the fact that you need to face at least 3 guys, you go out there, 1 or 2 guys get on base, and now you're in a funky spot because people are out of position, they're moving around to cover bases, and you know that hitter is going to get the bat on the ball because he's not a strikeout guy. So yes, that's for me. I'm going with a strikeout guy. And you had a few.
Yeah.
You had a few available.
You did, and that's where, you can go back to Bo Mel, and I know you want to have his back, but you probably have his side, and you have more of toward the back oblique than you do have the front oblique, because you do have his back. But it got a little bit uncomfortable when you saw Rogers go in there, and you look at his splits, and for his career, his ERA in the 8th is 2.3. His ERA in the 9th is 4.69.
There you go.
So he's not a closer.
He's the Marco Luciano of relief pitchers.
Boy, that got
Do
awkward.
not put him in the 9th inning.
Jeez.
Don't put him in. No, I'll tell you why I'm going to move back from the oblique to the back, to the way back.
Okay.
Way back machine.
His neck and his back.
I got Bomel's back, and I think it's a fun time. We're right at the 1/3 pole of the season, and so maybe time for us to take stock of a new manager. 888-957-9570. What are your thoughts? What is your assessment of Bob Melvin, the Giants manager? It's not something you can really assess after 20 games. I feel like we're starting to get to a point where we can have this conversation. What the last week and a half, 2 weeks now of Giants baseball means to me is that I am a Bob Melvin fan. That's what it means to me. Because as we even said in the crossover, I'm not 1,000% sure that the Giants are even playing well right now. There's like, these games are all over the place. They're a mess, and they're winning a lot of them. So what is that a reflection of? Well, what if I asked you, let's go step by step. Has their starting pitching been unbelievable?
No.
Has their relief pitching been unbelievable?
No.
Has their defense been unbelievable?
Oh, don't ask me that.
Okay, so they're not playing great.
How about their base running?
Right? I mean, they're hitting the ball. I'll give them that.
There you go.
They're hitting the ball.
Yep.
So they are not playing like what I would call this like well-rounded baseball that has them on a winning streak. But what they are doing, to me, is a reflection of a good manager. Look at the clues we have. So, first of all, a team that we thought couldn't hit now doesn't ever give up and starts erasing deficits on a nightly basis. That's a reflection of a good manager. And we already had a couple clues. Who are their two biggest name free agent signings this year? Well, it's Matt Chapman and Blake Snell. What do both of them have in common? Used to play for Bob Melvin and chose to do it again. The longer we get from the previous era, the more I believe the Giants were wrong to talk about San Francisco being a detractor to free agents. I wonder if Gabe Kapler was more of a detractor to free agents. I do know that I've never felt in his, how many years was he the manager? 4 or 5 years?
4 years, I think.
Never did I feel like, gosh, free agents are choosing to play for him. And before Bob Melvin had even managed one game for the Giants, you had two pretty big-name free agents sign up to play for their previous manager again. So when you have a belief in the clubhouse, when you're getting performances like this from both young and old, when you have what looks like an inspired dugout and you have guys who are choosing to play for the same manager just like they have previously in their career, I think Bob Melvin's doing a really, really good job, at least to start.
Yeah, and he looks better based on what they've done the last 10 games. 8-2 over the last 10, and they're averaging, wait for it, 7.6 runs a game.
I mean, it's
they've scored 76 runs, Mark, in the last 10. And I go back to, they put up 10 against Colorado and 14 against Colorado, but those were home games. That's not Coors Field. And then they've gone on to go, they have only scored fewer than 4 runs once in the last 10. And that was a loss, a walk-off loss, the 4-3 game that you talked about with Rodgers, unable to get it done. They're averaging 7.6 runs a game. So, yeah, that makes Bob Melvin look a little bit better over the last 10. And I'm not taking away from your point.
No.
Because I've always been a Bob Melvin guy. And I do think that this team now, whether it's Kurt Casale coming in, and I think they're 9-2 since he joined the team, and, the vibe is good. And even though, Blake Snell can't get a win because he can't make it through 5 innings, and Logan Webb can't get a win because he leaves every game in a 1-1 tie, or you're down 2-1, whatever it is. The fact that this team is fighting late and young guys are coming up and playing well and the veterans are contributing, that to me speaks to the manager.
Well, but exactly. So you can say, hey, he looks better because of the 9-2, and I'll be like, right. And the 9-2 is partially a credit to him because of the way they've gotten this done. There's a leadership thing that's going well when you have a team that continually looks at deficits late in games and just stays positive and doesn't give up. That's not all the manager, obviously. These guys have got to go get the hits. But there's definitely a cohesiveness, a leadership aspect to it, in my opinion, that speaks very, very well of Bob Melvin. And yes, as of 3 weeks ago, I thought the jury was still out, partially because there just hadn't been enough data, but also because, look, they weren't a very good baseball team. And here's another kind of conversation I had a few times over the weekend, because the Giants have moved into a playoff spot, which means absolutely nothing after 55 games.
But if the season ends today,
which it doesn't, I do think having a winning record matters
for sure,
right? But
being in second in the division matters.
But the fact that they're in a playoff spot, when you look at their roster, and I really hope every Giants fan starts thinking this way. My God, of course they should be in the playoffs this year.
Right.
Look around the league. They have no excuse to not be in the playoffs with this rotation and this and who they've got at the back of the bullpen.
Man, Ronald Acuna, RIPT.
They have no
rest in physical therapy.
There you go.
You're welcome.
Second ACL, both legs now.
Dude, that sucked.
Yep, really does. We're sponsored by Pacific Coast Termite. All right, assess Bob Melvin through 55. 888-957-9570. That's the number. Hunter Pence is on the show today as well. Glad you're with us. It's Willard and Dibs.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage.
Here's Estrada. He wraps it on the ground, and it goes over the glove of Bohm. How about that? This game is tied.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
I remember this from 2021, and I never used to think this way when I grew up as a baseball fan. Like, it never sort of like crossed my mind, and maybe it was because, when the Giants come to town, it's bye-bye baby. Maybe I just never even noticed, because through the majority of my time coming up as a Giants fan, you had either a Barry Bonds or a Will Clark or a Kevin Mitchell.
Yeah, Matt Williams.
Or Matt Williams, or even an Ellis Burks, for God's sakes.
Look at you.
It's like somebody who could put a charge into a stadium, and then suddenly it's become an issue here the last few years. The number one characteristic I want, if you could offer this to me, right? Get a genie and rub the belly and give me one wish.
You rub the bottle. You don't rub the belly.
No, you rub the belly.
What's wrong with you?
You rub the belly.
That's a Buddha.
No, you rub the belly once the Buddha.
You should probably dump that.
You rub. No, you rub the bottle and then it comes out and then
slap
you
it up, flip it,
yeah,
rub it down.
Oh no!
All
right,
thank you.
Anyway, here's the one characteristic I want is a team that can rally back from down 3 runs. It is the most debilitating feeling for a baseball fan when your squad falls down 3-0 and you feel like, well, game over. And the Giants now have reached a spot, at least in the last couple of weeks, where they can fall down by 5 in the 7th. And you're like, all right, let's see what happens next. It makes a game measurably more exciting when you can go down, when you can fall behind.
Yeah.
And stay engaged in the baseball game.
I thought you were going to go Daughtry right there. It's not over.
It's not.
It's not.
It's not over.
No, and they have now the bats, and cheers. I mentioned 76 runs in 10 games. That tells you that the lineup is now one that can get turned over. And even Yaz contributing. And I say even Yaz because he's been a little bit cold. And you look at the names who are contributing with the big hits, and it's Brett Wisely. What? At a AAA? And I know that Matos before has been tearing it up and still is, and Ramos has contributed, and Luciano when he doesn't have to play the field. And you look up and down the lineup now, and you've got tough outs all over the place.
Well, let's go live to one of Bob Melvin's greatest haters. It is Mark Grandy in the other room with this Giants roster update.
Thanks for the awesome introduction.
Yeah, you got
Willard.
it, buddy. No, I'll let you. You should expand on the conversation here in just a moment. But go ahead.
I don't think we have any official roster moves just yet from the Giants, but Alex Pavlovich, our Giants insider, is reporting that Tyler Fitzgerald is back at Oracle Park. He hit 6 homers in 6 AAA games. He won PCO Player of the Week, so he is back. I imagine Lamont Wade is about to go on the IL, and that will be the move there. They also got a bullpen game coming up, and then the other news is that Austin Slater has officially been cleared to begin his rehab stint with the Sacramento River Cats.
Oh, boy. So here we go. The roster churning and burning is on. And yes, Eric Miller is going to start tonight in a bullpen game, which may also lead to some roster movement and shenanigans and whatnot. So, yeah, good to see Tyler Fitzgerald back. He was phenomenal down there. Maybe that's just the Wade thing. But it's also true that we're all sort of sitting here like waiting to see how this is going to be played by the Giants, Conforto, Slater, etc. And the Luciano thing, I think I can probably capture the way most Giants fans feel. You don't want him to be sent down. But you can sort of feel like they have a right to do it. You don't want him to do it, but what exactly is it? What are they supposed to do with him? Like, give me one idea of what you can do with Luciano on the roster right now.
Send him down. I mean, you can't play him at short, and you want him to play every day, and you don't want to put him out in the outfield where he's never played an inning in professional baseball.
Yeah, you can't do that.
So you got to send him down. To me, that's what I called for last week. You and I talked about it, and I said, he's not a shortstop, so let's go ahead and put him somewhere where he can learn to play somewhere else other than shortstop. It's hard, though, because his OPS is, 1,000
Well, he's only
or 1,100?
It's 23 at-bats.
It doesn't matter.
I mean,
Take his 23 at-bats against Austin Slater's 36 at-bats.
Yes, he's he's supposed to project to be a more effective hitter than Austin Slater.
But if we're going to small sample Austin Slater to being a DFA, which many people are, then you could small sample Luciano into being a guy who is a much better hitter than Austin Slater. And so do you want to send him down? No, but you need to figure out where he can play defense, because for me, it's not shortstop.
His OPS is 1,027.
Yeah.
In 23 at-bats. 26 plate appearances. He's got a few walks in there as well. Yeah. So, you want to send him down and do what with him while he's down there?
Put him in left. Or, put him at, I don't know if you want to put him at second, because you have Estrada at second, and he's pretty ensconced there, and you don't want to have Estrada play shortstop because he's not great at shortstop. You got Wisely. You've got Ahmed. For me, defensively right now, Luciano is probably fourth on your depth chart at shortstop, and that includes Casey Schmidt.
Oh,
defensively.
I don't even think he's fourth defensively. Right. You would rather have
Soler?
No.
Okay, sorry.
You'd rather have Ahmed. You'd rather have
Wisely. Fitzgerald, you're right.
Fitzgerald, Schmidt,
Estrada.
And actually Estrada. For sure.
So what are we doing then? What are we doing? We can't play him every day.
You're trying to figure out an electric bat and your number one overall prospect. And there are questions that need to be asked that we don't have answers for.
Right.
My question is why? Why has he been at shortstop the whole time? But they very easily could answer and say, well, we didn't think it was going to look like this until now, or it hasn't looked like this in the minors. I don't think it looked like this in the minors. He didn't kick every ball in the ninth inning of every game in Sacramento. You know what I mean? So I know that there have always been questions about it, but did this last week and a half remove shortstop for the rest of his life? Is it that bad? I'm asking.
Yes.
It is.
The answer is yes.
So you are now closed not only to now, but ever of Marco Luciano at short.
Right.
Interesting.
If you want
That's
him,
interesting.
and I said it last week, which was even before he committed all 5 of those errors. I think he might have been 1 error in or 2 errors in. I don't know what the sample size was, but just watching the way he makes the routine plays, he looks awkward. And even if you look at his minor league stats, it's not like he was a great glove, and then now that he's up in the bigs and the bright lights are too bright and he's getting nervous and he's making errors. He's made errors at shortstop.
Yeah.
And many scouts will tell you, they've told me,
sure.
They've come on this station, they've come on MLB Network and said, yeah, I don't really think he projects out as a shortstop, yet this team has tried to square peg and round hole him. And I think you get to a point where you realize that he's not a shortstop. And for me, that point is here. So let him go down, give him a month of left field, right field, second base.
Before we even get there, though, can we try to answer the question? Why? You said square peg, round hole.
Right.
To what end?
To the end that if he is your shortstop, what value he gives you. The value over replacement player. The VORP of Luciano at short. A guy with 1,000 OPS, small sample size.
Or the trade value.
Sure.
Or the trade value he presents.
Why do the Reds have Ellie De La Cruz? Or why do the Pirates have O'Neal Cruz, rather, at shortstop?
Oh, both of them make tons of errors.
Exactly.
However, here's what I'll say about those two guys. They also present to you the opposite, which is they show you from a physical standpoint things that are so special that you're like, if you can grow and stop the silly mistake, then you have an opportunity to be just a completely next level special player. They have an arm that just pops from short left field. Marco doesn't have that. Marco, you're just like, and I mean, he made actually he made some nice plays.
Yeah.
He made some nice plays last week. So I'm not saying he's just like a chump out there, but like he doesn't project as a special defensive player. And if he's not projecting is special, if he doesn't have a Machado, Tatis, De La Cruz type arm, if he doesn't have that over there, and the routine play is a total adventure, then yes, the question I want to know is why did you not at least try putting him somewhere else? Or do they just clearly not feel like that was an option? And if it wasn't, why? Like, why? Look, I know that we love to play this because it's right. We're fans and it's sports media. It's just so, the Giants are idiots. All right. Like, this is the San Francisco Giants. This is a major league organization.
Yeah.
They're not looking at Marco and being like, okay, I know that he's got a cement block for a glove, but let's put him at shortstop and we'll see if anybody notices. Like, they're not that dumb. They're not that dumb.
They're not, but they're drunk with possibility. They are in love with the what if. And, you look at what Luciano could be, a guy with a 900 OPS or 1,000 OPS, and I know he won't keep that up, but a guy with a live bat and athletic and 22, what if he could play shortstop? We could make him be our shortstop for the next 10 years. We are drunk with possibility.
Dibbs, that's who he was. But
somebody needs to breathalyze them on possibility.
That's what they drafted him to be. It's what he's always been. He's been here since before Farhan.
Right.
That, like, all along the way, multiple regimes in multiple nations went, this guy's a shortstop, and he's one of the top prospects in baseball. And yes, scouts have been like, I'm not sure he projects as a shortstop. That's one statement. It's one thing to be like, I'm not sure if he projects as a shortstop. It's very different than what we saw last week. The statement is more along the lines of, what in God's name is that guy doing at shortstop?
Right.
Is what it looks like. So you know what I mean? What if the last 4 or 5 or even 6 or 7 years of this guy's life, what has that entailed that led tons of smart baseball people to be like, yeah, shortstop. That's what we're doing.
It's just like a relationship where you're with somebody and they've got a flaw. And, I don't want to put an addiction on it. I just want to say that it's a flaw. And you look at that person and go, you know what? I can change him. If we just this and that, I've got a husband who's maybe 40 pounds overweight. If I can feed him right, if I can get him into the gym, if we can walk 3 days a week, I can fix him. My dad's got an awesome set of tools. I can fix it. So I think you look at Marco Luciano and you go, oh my God, he's young. He's athletic. He's got all the tools. Yeah, his glove's a little bit clanky, but you know what? If we can just hit him a couple of 100 fungos a day, we can turn him into the shortstop of the future. This guy's bat. Imagine that bat at shortstop.
But why?
Mark. I can fix him.
But why? Like Elliot Ramos came into the organization with a cool bat, but nobody was like, shortstop. Why? Why? There has to be something in this guy's history that says shortstop. Not like he's got a great bat, so let's stick him there, or else you would do that with everybody.
Right.
And you don't. So why? Why does the world, for the last 7 years of his life, think he's a shortstop if he gets to the bigs and looks like this?
You'd have to ask the scout who initially tabbed him as a shortstop, and you're right. It spans multiple regimes because he was drafted and he played in 2019. And he went and played for 2 teams.
Yes.
Fielding percentage, 923. COVID year. The year after that, fielding percentage, 925 with 22 errors across Eugene and San Jose. Not good. And then you look at the next year, 929 fielding percentage with 12 errors. The guy's made errors, a lot of errors at every stop, and yet they've continued to think, we can fix him. We can fix him. He's got good athleticism. He's got a good arm, not an elite arm, but a good enough arm to be a shortstop. And that bat. Imagine if we had a shortstop with that bat. I can fix him. That's what I think it is.
That bat works anywhere.
But it works better at shortstop. Because then you'd have like a left fielder, a center fielder, a right fielder, a first baseman, a third baseman, all with better bats.
Even if, let's say, okay, he's an infielder, he's got that pedigree, but he's not like a great infielder. How come someone didn't put him at second base then?
Right.
Everything that you're saying would be true about a second baseman as well. It's Jeff Kent plus. It's like, are you like that power, that look, that bat speed? at second base, where it's at least the chances are a little bit less of a problem. That's why the only word that I can use in watching the way that this has developed in the last 3 weeks is confused. I want the farm director on. I want Bobby Evans back on.
Yeah.
I want these people back on, and then the reason I don't want them back on is because they're not going to answer the question that I have in any sort of a real way.
Which is, what the heck?
Well, what did you see? They're not going to be like, well, I was wrong. Guy's got a cement glove.
Right.
No, we believe, and he's young, and then work the kinks out. And so, what?
He did play 6 games last year at second in Sacramento.
Okay.
He made one error in 24 chances. Not terrible. A .958 fielding percentage, but he did play 6 games, and he also played 3 games with Escogido in the Dominican Winter League.
At second?
Yeah.
How'd that go?
8 chances, no error.
Okay.
1 double play turned. It was nifty, as I remember it from the film. So he's played a tiny bit of second, but the Giants don't need a second baseman.
No.
What do they need? They need his bat.
Well, they need a shortstop.
Right.
They need a shortstop.
Then put him out there tonight. They won't.
Maybe they will.
They might.
I'd love for them to do it.
Yeah.
Do it. You won't.
Exactly.
Do it.
They did
Do it.
They haven't for the past 3 days, right?
Do it. But then take him out in the 8th.
Right.
Just do it. I got no issue with it. Do it. He hasn't made any errors outside of the 9th inning all year long.
Pretty much, right?
I mean,
fielding percentage this year of .865.
That's embarrassing.
Lower than his OPS.
That's way lower.
It's hard to find. It's hard to find a guy whose fielding percentage is lower than his OPS.
I'd love to switch the two, and I'd take it. His .865 OPS would be amazing.
Yep.
His 1,027 fielding percentage is also not even possible.
Right.
But I'd switch him if I could.
No doubt.
Oh, God. I don't get it. I don't get it.
Yeah.
Why is he still there? And if they know something that we don't, are we being too impatient? I think the issue with Marco is not that there are errors. It's the errors that he made.
Easy ones.
It's not that you've made 5 errors. It's, my God, those are some of the easiest plays we've ever seen. And we're all thinking about the ground balls that were right at him. Missing a ball that Tyro just throws to him? Or how about the obvious automatic double play that should have been where he caught
Game ending.
caught the line drive that he caught.
Yeah.
And he throws it to first. He's got the guy dead to right, and he hits the guy with the ball.
Awkward.
Throw the ball off to the side. Your first baseman can catch it. He's a big leaguer.
Yeah.
It's just...
That's the part that makes me a little bit hesitant to defend him is the lack of baseball awareness plays that he makes, The plays, like you're saying, and he got picked off a second last year where he just wandered off the base and he got picked off. The baseball awareness things, that should be innate at this age.
888-957-9570 is the number. Okay. We got a lot going on. All right, you want hit it? Go ahead. We got breaking news.
He won't.
Yeah, hit the thing.
95.7 The Game. Breaking news.
First of all, score one for the Dibbers. We got roster moves for the San Francisco Giants. Lamont Wade Jr. has gone on the IL. And then in the most Farhanian way that you could possibly do this, Ryan McKenna has been DFA'd.
Wow.
So has Drew Pomeranz.
Gone too soon.
They just got
God.
48 hours ago.
Sorry, Drew.
Right-handed pitcher Spencer Howard and first baseman Trenton Brooks.
Let's go.
Along with Tyler Fitzgerald have all been called up. Those are the 3 on the way out, which means for at least another day, Luciano stays.
Wow, okay.
He made the cut.
Yeah, he did. A whole new team. A whole new team. Pomeranz.
Drew Pomeranz.
Dang.
I also have a starting lineup if you want to hear it.
Oh.
Give me Luciano.
Give me Luciano at short,
Take a guess. You think he's in?
No. Wait a minute. Who are the Phillies pitching tonight?
Wheeler.
Giants legend.
Yeah, no.
It's going to be Wisely. Yeah, no doubt.
in.
Give it to us, Lucas.
Luis Matos in center. Yaz in the 2-hole playing right.
Nice.
Tyro 3 playing second. Chappie playing third.
Chappie.
Bailey behind the dish. Soler, DH. Brett Wisely up to the 7-hole tonight playing short.
Playing shortstop.
Elliott in left. Trenton Brooks getting the start at first base.
Let's
Batting
go.
ninth and playing first base. Trenton Brooks.
I love it. 17th rounder by Cleveland back in 2016 from the University of Nevada. Bats left, throws left. Welcome to the club, young man.
What do the numbers look like? How's he been doing?
He's been good in Sacramento. He's got, 4 home runs, 18 driven in, batting average of 308.
Okay.
The ops is 888.
888, yeah.
Tough on righties and, a guy who can come in and play first base. And you wonder how long he'll play first base because, you got Wilmer there, but you need Lamont. And Lamont, I think, and I hate to jump the dock coming up at 4 o'clock, but just based on the way he limped off the field with help.
Didn't look good.
No.
Although it didn't look, I've seen worse. Like
Right.
it's not, he could walk.
If he was a soccer player, there would have been the freezy spray and a stretcher.
If there was a soccer player, he'd have retired. He would have retired. There would be an investigation. It would be out of control.
You know what that would have been?
I do. It would be an investigation sensation. Let's
Don't
go.
shy away from it. Let's go.
First one of the week. It's already Tuesday.
Let's go.
Let's go to Skills in Vallejo. Skills, what are you doing? You're on Willie and Dibby.
Hey, good afternoon, Willie and Dibby. I'm sitting here and I'm going over Brandon Crawford's stats with the Cardinals, and it pains me to see that he's struggling this bad. He's 3 for 31 with them, albeit with no errors, but that's only because they hit Cardinal pitching over and off the wall all the time.
Well, Brandon Crawford is Brandon Crawford. I don't want to use the D word. Brandon Crawford is
I will. I used it back in November. He's done.
He's not going to play great baseball anymore.
He's done.
I'm going to have the Giants back on moving on from Brandon Crawford. That was not the answer either.
What about the idea of a left-hand hitting first baseman who has patrolled that yard before, who happens to be just flitting about Texas, hanging out with his kids?
He's got a great eye.
He sure does.
He's got a great eye.
He's kind of like Lamont Wadian.
He is.
Brandon Belt.
Oh, God.
3-2 pitch.
Strike 3 called.
And he's aboard.
And then he looks at Angel Hernandez and goes, you should retire.
Angel.
And then Angel goes, fine, I will. Skills, did you have anything else? That was a super quick call. All right.
Yeah, that's all he had.
Go on.
Skills with a Tuesday walk-off. Yeah. Angel Hernandez gone too late?
Way too late.
Yeah.
Way too late. And Angel Hernandez, quote, stepping down or whatever the hell word they used, hysterical.
Totally.
Absolutely hysterical. He's had a lawsuit against the league.
Yep, lost
He's had a national story in The Athletic last week, basically with a line of current big leaguers saying that guy's awful at umpiring. The whole thing's been a total embarrassment. And baseball finally said, look, if we cut you a check that's got a bunch of zeros at the end of it, will you just leave, please? And he finally said yes.
Yep.
This is in all of sports. Marco Luciano is a better shortstop than Angel Hernandez is umpire.
No doubt. No doubt.
How about that?
Well, and you know me, I love to defend umpires and referees everywhere, but this one's tough. This is kind of like the teacher at your school who is tenured, who has been terrible for 15 or 20 years, and you just can't get rid of them, and finally they retire, and it's like, thank God, you're terrible.
Absolutely brutal. Okay. 888-957-9570 is the number. What is your assessment of Bob Melvin? What should the team do about Marco Luciano? Plus, Blake Snell comments that if you have not heard them yet, you absolutely have to hear them. It will lead to a very, very interesting conversation. We'll have that for you coming up next. Hunter Pence next hour. Doc Pandia with a Lamont Wade update. Eric Burns in the 4 o'clock hour. We're loaded, but let's keep going with your phone calls next on Willard and Dibs. Hey, it's Willard and Dibs.
the Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Wrap to right. Over the head of Castellanos, who dives on the wall. And second and third with nobody out. And Wade. Is Wade hurt?
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. The Blake Snell comments were interesting. And we'll play them for you in just a second. But first, as we bring you back in, Willard and Dibbs, and Hunter Pence is going to be with us here in about a half hour. Doc Pandy on Lamont Wade about an hour away. Eric Burns on the show today as well. I knew Skills and Vallejo had more to say, and maybe he choked on an apple or something like that.
Oh, geez.
Let's here, Skills. What happened to you, man? Why'd you stop talking?
My bad, Will and Dibbs. Honestly, I was laughing so hard at the Angel Hernandez and Brandon Belt conversation. I missed you trying to come back to me. I apologize.
It's
All
okay.
right, Skills.
It's okay.
Shake it off like a Luciano error.
Well, yeah, the point I want to make has to do with Luciano and Matos and Ramos.
Okay.
And here's the thing. Those guys, I'm afraid that as long, because, you know, a lot of general managers, a lot of team executives, they want to just, they don't want to just win. They want to win with their guys. It's that Jerry Jones thing. And Farhan, you know, what was first thing he comes in when he took over this job? He cleaned out Bobby Evans' guys, brought in all his own guys. And right now, he's got three guys in Ramos, Matos, and Luciano who are not his guys. Those are Evans' guys. And he'll look better if Ahmed succeeds at shortstop ahead of Luciano. He'll look better himself. Whether or not the team or Luciano is better, it doesn't matter to him. I don't think it matters to him. I'm afraid it doesn't matter to him. But I hope I'm wrong. That's my thought on the situation.
Skills, love you. You have to be wrong. And here's why. Like, at a certain point, I would hope, and I know Farhan has got a lot of people out there listening to us who are not fans of his. I get it. But at a certain point, I can't think his ego is that big, because if his ego is that big, he's essentially going to fire himself. What you're suggesting basically is that the Giants have finally started winning baseball games, which in theory is the only thing that will keep Farhan here for another handful of years, is the Giants winning games. By the way, there's one other thing. Now, they kind of go hand in hand. I don't know how many of you know. Did you see pictures of the ballpark yesterday?
Looked pretty crowded.
Packed.
Sellout.
Packed.
40,000, right?
Okay?
Yep.
I know it's a holiday weekend and the sun was out, but understand that anybody whose last name is Johnson, that's what they care about. That's what has Farhan in hot water, is a lifeless team and an empty ballpark. If this thing starts filling up, and newsflash, it's going to be full again this weekend.
Should be.
I've heard that the opponent has, a little bit of a name value thing.
Arson Judge.
He's coming. So as long as that building is full and the Giants usually score more runs than the other team, Farhan's going to be incredibly safe. He is not going to look at what has happened these last 2 weeks, kick himself in the shin, and go, I'm sending them all back down because Slates and Conforto and Ahmed are back. Can you imagine what would happen if he just does that, and then all of a sudden the Giants start losing baseball games 3-2 again?
It'd be a mutiny.
So he's not come on. He's not that out of his mind.
He's not. And, you look at other things about, the roster construction and Luciano at short. Well, he'll have to make a decision there. And Austin Slater, I think, is the big one when he's actually rehabbed and ready, although I'm guessing that his rehab is longer than most rehabs are. I think they're going to give him a nice long stretch at Sacramento to get better and get healthy and see if he can't find his swing again before they promote him and bring him back to the big club. Ideally for Slater, he would play well in Sacramento, come up here and have a week or two, and then maybe they would be able to trade him and get something for him if they decide they want to move off him.
Yep. Listen, and by the way, I know that this is sort of counter to Skills' point because this is, quote, a Farhan guy, but this whole youth movement thing, I love what FP said to us last week with regard to the Latin flavor and the vibe and the energy that is brought by these three guys. it's not just these three guys. Elliot Ramos is 24. You know who else is 24? Patrick Bailey is 24.
Yeah.
Patrick Bailey is going to be an all-star. Patrick Bailey might be a perennial all-star at the catcher position for the Giants. The way he is playing both on offense and defense as a switch hitter. Now he's about to be 25. I had to get this comment in today because he's turning 25 tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Yeah.
Happy birthday, Patrick. But anyway.
And what's Logan Webb? 26?
Logan Webb is...
I mean, it doesn't feel like he's much older than that.
Logan Webb is 27.
Okay.
And will turn 28 before the end of the calendar year.
Right.
So he's got a little bit extra.
But as far as your point and, to what Skills is saying about the young people, you do have a lot more young people than just, the core three that have come up. And Doval will turn 27 on the 4th of July, so he's a young person as well. So when you look across what this team could look like in the next 2 to 4 years, it's going to be less about Conforto and Yaz and Chapman and more about more about Matos and Ramos and Luciano, hopefully, and the other young guys.
Don't forget, there's another 25-year-old also that his name has not even come up today. It's Jung-Hoo Lee. 25 years old.
Okay, there you go.
So like this is far-ranging, the direction this is going.
Far-ranging.
Tyro Estrada just turned 28. So
still young.
Yep, ish. And by the way, a cool acquisition that this team made a few years back. So we'll see what this Tyler Fitzgerald situation does.
Right.
6 homers in 6 days. Holy smokes.
Crazy.
So this could go a lot of ways.
And he'll be 27 in September, so another young player.
So I don't know what they're going to do with Luciano. There's 2 things. A, I find the whole situation confusing as to why he is still at shortstop or what it is that was seen years ago. However, I'd also argue the Giants are quickly arriving at a spot where you don't need to be so beholden to 1 or 2 specific players panning out from the minor leagues. You don't have to do that. You know what I mean? If Luciano's a bust, Luciano's a bust. And I'm not saying he is, and I'm nowhere near that. But the Giants are not in a spot, in my opinion. This is another thing I hope the last 2 weeks is done for people. The whole play the kids thing.
Right.
Which you and I have talked out. I really appreciate it. I had a few people come up to me this weekend about the play the kids thing.
Yeah.
There's a few of you out there that understand what we're getting at. There's 2 different play the kids statements.
Right.
Play the kids like, hey, play the kids. They're doing great is very different than play the kids.
Totally.
Which means I hate this team. Let's give up.
Right.
And just huck all the at-bats to young people.
It's either play the kids and win or play the kids or win. And that's the way you said, just play the kids.
Yes.
That's play the kids or win. Like, we don't even care if we win, just play the kids. But they're taking the approach of play the kids and win because the kids are helping you win.
Right, but that's not great for Luciano. Because if you're going to kick balls at short, the bottom line is I hope these last 2 weeks have helped this organization and all of us fans understand that this team can compete. Yes, this year, yes, they can. And so absolutely nothing, in my opinion, should be given away this year in the name of development. Nothing. If you can't play, you don't stay. Period. That's it. And that's exactly how they have to play it. There is no time to lose. This is not a rebuild. It's not a building year. It's not an anything. It's a make the freaking playoffs year because you are one of the top 10 spending teams in all of baseball, and you have a rotation that, in theory, if healthy, should scare the crap out of anybody in October.
Right. In October, and right now it's not as scary because Blake Snell is a 4-inning guy, and you've got, other than that, you've got an opener tonight, and Harrison's been good, Logan's been good, but he can't get a win, and Jordan Hicks has been the best in the staff.
There's another young name we didn't even bring up.
22, Kyle Harrison,
22 years old.
Yep,
and contributing,
younger than my oldest.
Oh,
and that's the one that hits me. And just a quick aside, I remember being a certain age where it's like, man, this guy's younger than I am. Boy, I'm getting old. And then it's like, oh my God, every single person on this roster is younger than I am.
Right.
Geez, I'm getting old. And now it's, oh my God, that guy's younger than my oldest child.
Younger than my kid.
Younger than my kid.
I don't like that at all.
No, and you're going to get there because, not yet. Not yet. And I don't know if there are any pro athletes who are younger than your kid. Maybe there's a tennis player out there, a couple of golfers, but
I would hope not.
In the majors.
Cringy.
And we were going through the roster and we were talking about the age of these guys, and so I'm clicking on everyone's name, and I just clicked on Kyle Harrison, and I looked at it, and he's exactly 2 months younger than my oldest son.
22.
Yeah.
22.
My kid's turned 23 in June. Kyle's birthday's in August.
What'd you make of this?
I'm old.
Go ahead. No, I got that part.
Anyway, back to you.
What'd you make of this? Blake Snell, after another frustrating? Does that count for yesterday? Frustrating.
For sure.
Yesterday was not embarrassing, though. They've gone from bad to just not that great. These outings are not right. They didn't take him out of the game. They were still able to win the game.
He lowered his ERA.
Right. Well, of course he did.
To 10.69 or whatever.
You have to get shelled for that ERA to go up.
Yeah.
But these interesting comments after the game.
The one thing I would say, big league spring training, you need it. Yeah. It's tough to do it. I thought I did everything I could to be ready. And then even just after 2 weeks, noticing how much better I was throwing the ball, just being here every day. You can't, there's nothing you have to go to spring training. So hopefully, for me, I hope teams see that. And, I don't know what Montgomery's doing, but I bet it's tough for him. It's not easy. So I didn't face a big league hitter until I pitched my first game in the big leagues this year, and it's tough. You just have nothing to go off of. You're just kind of let's see what we got. Faced 18-year-olds, but so it's all excuses, but it's the truth.
Yeah, okay. So, it's all excuses. Don't want to use it. But by the same token, the interesting comment in there is, quote, I hope teams see this.
Yeah.
And, I completely acknowledge, and you should say it again for anyone who missed the crossover, I totally acknowledge what your take is on this, but I also for me, that feels frustrating. To me, that feels like when two of my kids are fighting over something stupid. Right? There's one bag of microwave popcorn left. I want it. No, I want it. And you're sitting there, you're like, dummy. It's very clear what you two should do here. I know you want the whole bag to yourself, but you're going to make the bag, and there's going to be two bowls, and you get your bowl and you get your bowl. Stop being dumb and fighting about this. The answer's very clear.
Yeah.
So same thing here. I'm sure Blake Snell thinks it's the team's fault. I'm sure the teams think it was Scott Boris's fault. I have no idea how those conversations went. I just think you're all wrong. You're all wrong. And in fact, so is baseball. You have to find a way so that especially high-level free agents are not sitting there looking for a job in March. That just doesn't. Who wins?
Scott Boras. Scott Boras wins.
Did he?
He gets whatever percentage of $32 million. He wins.
He wanted a 7-year deal, and he got one.
Right.
So that's a lot less money for Scott Boras.
It is, but...
And he got fired by one of his guys.
But it doesn't matter that Blake Snell has a 10.42 ERA. He's not getting paid based on Blake Snell's performance.
Well, it does based on the fact that I'm sure their hope was, okay, we're not going to get the long-term deal this time. Go kick butt, and we'll get the long-term deal next offseason.
Well, he'll kick butt next offseason when he actually shows up to spring training.
Well, but he's not going to get a long-term deal again if he pitches like this.
I didn't like his tone of, I hope the teams realize that spring training's important. Oh. Memo to Blake Snell. Every team has held spring training since before you or I or Blake Snell was even born. Spring training's been a thing for, heck, I don't even know how long, 70 years? These teams understand the value of spring training, which is why they hold spring training. They open up camp in February so that their players can come in and be the best player that they can be. So don't try to pretend like, boy, I hope the teams realize that spring training's important.
No, but
Blake, they know that spring training's important, right, my friend.
But what I don't know, and therefore why I'm not willing to rip Blake, is I don't know what the teams said to Blake Snell and Scott Boras. Maybe the Giants were like, yeah, we have this offer, but it's on hold right now. We're going to see how some things play out with some of our other players here at the start of spring training. We'll let you know if it's on the table or not. I don't know. Maybe that happened. Maybe it didn't. I don't know. It would have been great for a follow-up question, which apparently we did not get. But maybe next time we have Blake on, I'll ask. So when you said maybe the teams will realize that, what did you mean? What did you mean by that? Why is it the team's fault? But to me, it's everybody. It really is. Scott Boras clearly misplayed his hand. However, the teams also did not do whatever was necessary in order to get these players signed on time. Baseball has done a horrible job of making its free agency period a thing, the same way the NBA and the NFL does.
Right.
They figured it out. Free agency opens, and it's a flurry. It's a week of unbelievable entertainment on social media when those two sports open up for free agency.
Because they have an actual period.
Right.
They have an opening date. They don't have a closing date, but they have an opening date.
Right, but
that's when it all happens.
But why does everybody sign right away? And in baseball, free agency opens, and they're like, it's the winter meetings. And everyone's like, we're making calls.
Right.
And we're laying groundwork. Oh, God. 6 months later, will somebody do something? You got to figure that out. You got to figure it out.
Well, their winter meetings should be in January, honestly, or they should be much later in the year. That way, guys can sign and they can just get right to work with their new teams. There's no urgency in the winter meetings in November and December. So these players, and when Scott Boras is your agent and he's known for getting every last dollar, and you sign on with a guy who is known for getting every last dollar, don't come crying to the teams over no spring training when you hired an agent who is known for dragging you out into the 11th hour.
Yeah,
that's for me. And when he says, I hope the teams realize about, the importance of spring training. Yeah, they've been holding spring training year after year after year. Of course they know the value of it.
He's talking about timing. And again,
And he dictated his own timing.
Not necessarily.
He probably could have come in and said, you know what, I'll play for $25 million.
Well, nobody shouldn't do that. Why should he do that?
He shouldn't do that, but at the same time, don't hold out for every last dollar and then complain about no spring training.
But that's what people do. Again,
you can't have it both ways, is my point.
No, but
he's trying to have it both ways.
But you don't know what the team did. You don't know. That's all I'm saying.
I know what the league did.
No,
the league said we don't want to pay whatever you think that you're worth. If the league as a collective thought that they could get a deal with Blake Snell and Scott Boras earlier, they would have. I'm sure many teams, almost every team was calling and trying to get a deal done, but Scott Boras wanted more than the teams wanted to pay.
I hear you, and you might be right.
It's just an assumption.
I just think you're making an assumption.
I think it's a safe assumption.
Yeah, except for, Blake Snell's the one with a microphone here. There's no person in the history of negotiations ever that doesn't think the other side was the one who messed it up. That's just life.
Right.
You think that with your deal. I'm going to think that with my deal. Everybody's going to walk away being like, that other side. What a bunch of idiots.
But when I get the microphone the day after my deal's done, I'm not complaining about corporate or management. And, I can't do a good show today, Mark. The next 2 weeks of my show is going to be bad because I didn't have spring training.
Well, but our job's a little bit different.
It is.
But if you were out here just uncorking bad shows and
bad takes,
I didn't know if I was going to have a deal.
Yeah, so, exactly how that played.
Kind of got out of practice. I just started eating popcorn and going to the zoo every day.
Haven't watched a second of sports.
You know what I mean?
Had that play in the corner office. I need a month of free shows.
And he also said, he's like, I thought I was doing everything that I could without facing big league batters to stay ready and in shape.
And then he takes a shot at 18-year-olds.
Well,
I'm out there pitching to 18-year-olds. I mean, what can you expect?
Well,
here's an idea. Go to spring training and pitch against other grown-ups, and then maybe you wouldn't be so bad.
I'd like to take a shot at teenagers, too. They have no clue about anything. Anyway.
You're asking an 18-year-old who's never been in the bigs to go up against a 2-time Cy Young Award winner? Of course you're not going to be sharp.
All I'm doing is leaving open for the possibility that I don't know how the Giants or the Yankees or anyone handled this. I don't know what they were doing. Maybe they were playing hardball, too. I'm sure they were. This is big-time stuff. These are $30-something million deals here that we're talking about. I have no idea who did what.
Right.
So from that position, all I can do is kind of hold everyone accountable. Baseball, your free agency's boring. Blake, Scott Boras did you dirty, and you went along with it. And Giants, you also have traditionally played the waiting game. And your reasoning for doing that is to save every single dollar. Blake wants every dollar. The Giants want to save every dollar. Like I could just as easily, if you're saying, hey, Blake, go play for 25, I could say, hey, Giants, give him 35. What the hell's the difference? I don't care.
I don't either.
Right.
Just don't sign in mid-March and complain about no spring training.
Well, again,
that's my take.
Everybody's head was hard, is my read.
Right.
Most likely.
Right. And here's my biggest takeaway in all of this, and this is what I said to the group, and it was earlier today. I'm not even worried about how badly he's pitching because he always pitches badly until July 1st.
Not this bad.
Correct.
Not this bad.
No, but after June 30th, his career ERA is 2.50. And that's across his entire career. July is 267. August is 260. September is 225, his ERA. In July, August, September, and a little piece of October. So I'm expecting that even with no spring training and being absolutely horrendous so far, and he hasn't been that bad, but your ERA is 10.42. And we're now coming up on June, and I know he's got a baby on the way. He and his girlfriend are having a baby, so maybe that's a distraction. When we get to July 1, for me, that's when it all starts.
Did the baby not come last week?
I don't think so.
He went on the paternity list.
He went on the leave, and then he went as long as he could on the leave, and the baby didn't come. I think he might be going back on the leave.
Back on the leave? You allowed to do that?
I think so.
I don't know how it works.
Yeah,
I don't know how the paternity list works.
I don't either.
In Major League Baseball.
Get me Doc Pandia.
Yeah. That'll be a
not
curveball.
that kind of doctor.
I don't worry about Blake Snell
I don't think
either.
that the girlfriend had the baby yet.
The only reason I don't worry, like what you're saying is very fair. He's always been better in the second half. I'll take it even a step further. I don't worry about Blake Snell because that's Blake Snell. Like, don't forget. Like, he didn't forget how to pitch. This person has won 2 Cy Young Awards. Is he fantastic every year? Some years are better than others. But this is Blake Snell. He is not a 10 ERA pitcher.
As of yesterday afternoon, the baby had not come yet.
Okay, no baby. Very good.
Thank you, Grandy. Appreciate you scrubbing in for that that real-time update.
You're tapped in on hospitals around the Bay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if water breaks anywhere, Mark, what's wrong with you people? It's just a father about 21 months ago.
God.
I'm dialed in.
You've been one for a really long time. Happy early Father's Day.
Thank you.
You
better be careful. You better start early.
Anyway.
A father longer than Granny's been on Earth, for crying out loud.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Not that close.
We are also sponsored by the Alameda County Probation Department, and Hunter Pence is right around the corner. No, I think you can see it with Blake. Blake is a little bit off, right? And I got touched up here, touched up there, but like if you watch him pitch, you can see those are Blake Snell curveballs. I remember those. Those are like he's going to be fine. By the way, I also want to mention this. I was told by a friend, one of the games I think on the last homestand was Little League Day. And so tons of Little Leaguers were out there pre-game, and they cover up, like 2 or 3 sections of the outfield. Blake Snell, Giants representative, went up there, spent almost an hour with all of the Little Leaguers, and did not turn down one autograph and could not have done a better job. And there are plenty of you out there who are saying, Willard, I do not care. Fine. I do.
Yeah.
That matters to me.
No, it's awesome.
That matters to me.
I actually got a report from that same outing, and I'm told he also gave up 5 runs.
to 8-year-olds. To 8-year-olds. Yes. Little Bobby took him deep. It was crazy. All right, Hunter Pence joins us next on Willard and Dibs.
Want a career with purpose, great pay, outstanding benefits, and a
hanging out and day drinking with your friends. Look for the bright yellow cans. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Hell no. We're in the freaking Bay.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I can't wait for this conversation, largely because every time we have it, no matter what the hell's going on, he's fantastic. It can be Warrior playoffs, 49ers playoffs, but now it's Giants baseball. And they are finally on a heater, and they are capturing the attention of the Bay this summer for the first time. It's Willard and Dibs, and it's Hunter Pence. Hey, Hunter, what's going on, man?
Oh, man, it is good times. You are right. It is heating up, and it's been, man, what a pleasure this season so far has been. You're absolutely right.
Well, look at these last 11 games and help us figure this out, because they've won 9 of them, but their defense is all over the place. They're pitching. It's like coming and going. They're fighting, right? But are they playing great baseball?
I would say yes. You know, I honestly, so the last road trip that I got to call and you know, really be involved in all of it, and I got to be there in spring training, and to me it's like the season is long. It's a symphony. It has its ups, its downs, it's the waves of the ocean or whatever. But man, like when everyone was down on the Giants and they had that horrible road trip coming back to face the Reds and the Dodgers, and it was just like weird things happening, because like for my whole life has been the study of baseball, and just like watching the work that was going on in spring training. Like it's easy to have faith in this team when you look at it on a talent level in general, just coming in. It's like, you know, you added a Chapman, you added a Soler, you added a Jordan Hicks. Obviously what he's doing, I had high hopes, and it's like, let's see how long he can go, but it's been even better than I thought. You know, then Blake Snell. So like the talent and collection, you're expecting, you know, Tyro, you keep letting him cook, he's going to go off. But it's like, it's a real team. And the way that Bob Melvin, the wisdom and the way they walk and the way the players are responding to him with a Logan Webb at the top, what Kyle Harrison's doing, adding the Jordan Hicks and what we have coming behind him. So like, I know this is a big, long-winded answer to that question. Are they playing great baseball? Winning is great baseball, if you ask me. But these are like grinders doing the right things, and like Pat Burrell and the wisdom and the way he walks and the work that's going in. It was a huge head scratcher when they were playing bad, because, or like finding ways to lose these games, because you know the work that's going in, you know the commitment, you know the talent level. It's like there's no freaking way, you know, that these guys aren't going to play good, and they're not going to get it done, and they're going to, you know, like Matt Chapman made 3 errors in 2 games, and you're like, this is a platinum Gold Glove winner and like one of the best third basemen in the game I've ever seen. So let them cook, and it's cool to see them catch that hot streak, get some young enthusiasm, and there's a lot more to it than that. But yes, they're playing good baseball, and yes, they are really good, and yes, they can even get better.
They've won 9 of 11, and a lot of it's come since they had the youngsters come up, and we know that the young people have given them an infusion of life in the clubhouse. But why do the young players do that when you're a veteran team that maybe is a little bit stuck in the mud?
You know, like it's just like your environment, right? And like imagine just being a young player and getting that call. And a lot of these guys have had the call, had the nervousness, been sit down, and a lot of cuspy guys that have that talent level that can be big. We're watching, you know, Elliot Ramos, man, he's given some amazing at bats, and honestly, I think a lot of it is kind of the culprit of the undercurrents of a Bob Melvin mindset, of a Pat Burrell mindset of walking in that confidence, also being forged through the fire of failure. Wisely's had some tough stretches and making some adjustments. Matos, man, I mean, he's just a crazy talent that is going to be unlocked. Like, this dude is the real deal, and he's coming into his body. He's so young. But what an elite IQ, baseball senses. He's just like a ball player. So like they come up and they're not in the environment of the tough losses and this deflating spirits that, you know, they've taken, where it's hard to like pick yourself back up when things are going bad. And these guys are riding a wave of absolute excitement to be there, trying to prove so they give you a jolt, because they haven't taken a little bit of that like spiritual hit that you take in tough times, and then they pop off, and then it wakens you up, and it's kind of like a chain reaction. So it helps to have a little bit of that movement, And sometimes, let them give you and ride that, the wave of that. And almost every single great team, and even like World Series champion teams has a young player, a balance of great veterans. And usually I prefer, if I look at it in my study of the game over a long time, it is a very veteran pitching staff with a few veteran ball players mixed in with some crazy young talent. Like, you have to have both, and maybe a couple young arms too that are just really talented. But to me, that's kind of the mix and the recipe that you have to have, a balance of all of it.
We're talking Giants baseball with the great Hunter Pence right here on Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Hunter, you're such a big pitching and defense guy. You're always preaching it. So talk to us, man. What do you do with the Marco Luciano situation?
Yeah, I mean, your shortstop has to be able to play defense. I mean, unless you're hitting 50 home runs, and he's gonna get there. But if you're not playing defense at the shortstop, and the Giants, let's face it, this is a team that's expected to go and make a push to win a World Series. They're capable of that. They are talented, and it's expected. These guys know that they're good, and no matter, and they're overcoming a lot of difficult things. But you just got to play. You got to keep playing. You think back to even Marcus Semien, right? This guy, it took him a lot of years to really turn into the defender that he became. But there was a lot of years where he made a lot of errors, and it doesn't mean you're not great. But you have to really master that skill to be a part of a team that's going to go and win, because you can't shoot yourself in the foot too many times. So as far as I'm concerned, let him play when we don't have anyone else, but you got to get your best defenders at short. When Ahmed's out there and these guys that are ultra defensive pros, it's pretty insane. So we'll see what they decide to do. But for me personally, I think you got to get someone that you can count on, especially with our pitching staff and the kind of the veteran crew we got going. This is where a Matos, the fact that his glove can just absolutely carry you. Man, I love that. And I think that he's going to hit, and he's going to hit at an all-star caliber.
So when you look at Luciano now, and I know he's sat the last couple of 2-3 games, is it more important that he gets regular reps at AAA, or can he actually gain experience by sitting and watching with the big club and being coached through games while actually not playing?
No, I think you got to get reps. There's no better knowledge gained than experience. But at the same time, you aren't always at liberty with roster and who's available to make all of those decisions exactly as needed. Because just depending on who's healthy and who's hurt and who's not, you might not have a backup shortstop you can trust. So. Farhan and Melvin and the crew is got to juggle a lot of those crazy things. Obviously you didn't expect a lot of the injuries that happened and to lose a Joey Bart, right? There's just a lot of tough things that happened throughout the year, the season. So we'll see what they decide with Luciano, but I definitely agree. You have to give yourself every chance to win, and it has to be a stable, consistent, trustworthy shortstop with how good this team is. And unless you're a talent that's going to hit 50 home runs, and Luciano may do that one day. We'll see, but he does need to play. If you want to develop him, you have to play.
I just look at him, Hunter, and there have been scouts for years who have used this phrase. Well, we're not sure he projects as a shortstop. So it's one thing when you're young and you make mistakes, like you've just detailed, but if there are that many people also looking at his body, his hands, everything, and going, I'm not sure he's projecting as a shortstop, it feels like the Giants have been stubborn with the idea of, maybe try him somewhere else. Why do you think they haven't?
Well, I mean, let's be honest, where else is he going to play right now in the big leagues? It's, Lamont, obviously, with the hamstring, but first base would be the closest thing. And is he a first baseman? Well, he does have the athleticism where you could see, are the hands where Brandon Crawford's were? Probably not just yet, but these tools can be developed. And I think he does have the speed and he has the arm strength. He has a bigger body, but we're seeing a lot more of those guys do it. I think it just takes kind of reps and like I said, I really believe in being forged through the fire, but Chapman's going to be holding down third base. This season especially. Second base is Tyro Estrada. This is our guy. So as of right now, maybe third base, but probably not, or first base. And It would take an injury or a couple injuries to make that possible. So I think keep him at shortstop as long as you can. The other positions, I think, personally, are easier to learn on the fly, but shortstop is the most difficult and most challenging.
Hunter Pence here on 95.7 The Game. We're getting word that Lamont Wade's going to be out for some time with the hamstring, which means Trenton Brooks makes his Major League debut tonight down there at Third and King in a big spot. Do you remember your Major League debut, and what advice do you give to Trenton Brooks, who's coming out here in the orange and black at first base tonight?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot more information. The game has changed a lot. These kids are coming up, used to and have a good idea of a lot of this, but really it's just go out there. It's the same with everything, and be free, be yourself, trust what got you here. There's a reason you're here, and there's a reason they chose you, and that's to come and help us win. So my advice to every young player when they came up was that, look, we're a unit. Every one of us is the same. We need you to help us win. If you need anything, come and see me, but trust what got you here. It's the same game. That's your plate. We got your back. Let's go, kind of thing. That's how we kind of ran it whenever I was there. And I know he's got great advice around him. They have such an amazing, just even mental team for these young players, and so many tools where they can see. And you'll have all the research, and it's actually going to be a lot of times you have so many more tools at your disposal. So the biggest thing is be yourself, know that what got you here is enough, and go and trust that and let it fly.
How long does it take? Go back to when you got called up. What were some of the things going on for you mentally and physically, and how long did it take you?
There is a bit of a mental hurdle where the agreeing that you belong. And to me, it was there was a moment where I started off kind of okay, and about a week and a half in, I was hitting 250, and I was like, that's not who I am. I'm giving these guys too much credit. And that's why I try to use that experience is don't give the opponent any credit. They're humans. You can hit any pitcher. You can hit any pitch. And I'd always played with kind of a mindset I learned from one of my junior college coaches the whole way getting there is that this is my plate. You have to throw the ball over the plate, and I can hit anything you throw over this plate. I'll set the tee up. I can hit it off the plate. So my thing was I own this plate. And as soon as I took that mentality, and I remember just being I'm not a 250 hitter. I'm going off. This is my plate. And I started just being, my personal self. I'm an aggressive person, and I was aggressive in the box. And so instead of being oh, this is a big league pitcher, I was no, this is my plate. Come and see me. And so once I switched that mindset, I took off that year, and you're still going to have your ups and downs and go through that a little bit but at the end of the day, it's don't give them credit. Trust who you are. Do your homework. You're going to know what the pitcher's going to throw. We didn't really have all of those scouting reports and all of the data these days. So I was kind of going up there well, let's find out what he's throwing. I didn't even know the difference between a sinker and a cutter. I was kind of wet behind the ears. And, but I did have the hand-eye coordination. I did have the physical, strength and speed and tools. But mainly that mentality is we are the Giants. We are the best team in the world. Come and see me, and let's go get it.
Is that something that's infectious too? Because it seems like right now with this batting order and the lineup, they're all kind of feeding off each other, and big hit is following other big hit. Is that something that you as a hitter can feed off of when the guys around you are having that same mentality?
100%, because this is a team sport, and it's a buying into each other, and it's a buying into picking each other up. The good times and the bad, and I've watched this team how they walk when they've taken a couple. They've been knocked down. And these dudes are still walking with confidence, and these dudes are still coming back and still thinking and grinding and spending time together and not pointing fingers. And so it's one of those teams that's next man up. We believe in you mentality and finding a way to win and knowing also the longevity of the season, that it's going to come in waves. And so you're just witnessing really, really beautiful baseball. And honestly, I've had this feeling is that they're going to just continue to get better as the season goes on, and they're going to get more dangerous because they've all bought into kind of the Melvin and the Matt Williams and the Burrow, the theory of let's sit around, let's talk the game, win, lose, or draw. Let's hang out together. Let's get off our phones a little bit more. Let's this is be in the dugout watching the game with the guys, seeing what we can pick up. So you're just seeing a really big rhythm of focus, of detail-oriented focus, of care, of fight. and it's that edge. It's kind of, it reminds me of that edgy baseball and the guys that we had, and it was a special group. And this is obviously they're right in their own path, but like I'm seeing that edge again that makes you excited to be a Giants fan.
Hunter Pence with us here, Willard and Dibbs. Hunter, I want to ask you about Blake Snell, and he made some comments yesterday with regard to needing spring training, and in those comments he said, "I hope that this helps teams basically understand that players need to be in here earlier." And so, with full respect to the fact that this may get better, I wonder what your perspective is on what went wrong. What has led to Blake Snell having an ERA of 10 here at the end of May?
I mean, obviously, like you want to sign that deal earlier. And I think it's a realization because a lot of players are like, oh, spring training is too long. And I was always like, man, I want every bit of opportunity to get prepared. Like, I love all of this. You need it. And especially like pitchers, right? Like getting that timing, getting that rhythm. And there's nothing in the world that you can do. And I had crazy off-season trainings. Like, I would do crazy psychotic workouts. And you come in the first week of spring training, even the first 2 days, you can barely sit down when you get home because there's nothing that can replicate the adrenaline that goes through doing that stuff in the big league uniform and metal spikes in spring training. There's just a different level of energy, of adrenaline. And so I think it's a realization to the players too. Like, hey, I need to get to spring training. Like, no matter whether you're Cy Young or All-Star, the practice matters. And I think he's just like, it's an excuse, but it's like true. Like, what did you realize? I realized that I'm really behind and I have to catch up. And this is where, like, even injuries a lot of times make me worried for some players because, like, it's super tough to just come back and get back in rhythm. It takes a little bit of time to get into that flow. And no matter, like, how hot you are, it's just tough until you get back into the baseball cocoon is kind of what I think Wade Boggs used to call it. And I always thought that was a really good phrase, is because there's like a cocoon of the rhythm of the season of being with you have all the access to the trainers and the thing and the game. And it just like, it forges you and it takes a little time to attune to that energy and that level and that skill of play.
Do you have any sort of a sense in your mind for, like, when, I like what you just said there. You're like, well, it's not just on the teams, it's on the player. We've brought up Scott Boras with the way he played this. Like, that whole off season and it taking so long, who's that on?
It's on both. It's what is the new Post Malone song, man? It takes two, my guy. It's like, you have some help. I do love that song, not gonna lie. But it's a two-way street, and that's always, and obviously, I was a player and whatever, but I've always felt like I look for deals to be a win-win in life in general. I'm not trying to, take somebody for something. I want to give back to whatever I'm going into. And like the idea of both of these sides, and even within the owners and within the players, there's different mindsets. But how can we do this that's the best for the game of baseball that we love and best for the fans and best for everyone? How can we work together because we can both succeed really heavily? And so I always like, and maybe I'm crazy, but I tried to look at it as like how we have this great game and this great fan base, and we're doing amazing things for the communities as well. And there's a lot of opportunities. So like, how can we all really be honest and really create a win-win? That's what I look for in everything I'm doing. I don't want a win-lose at any point in any deal I'm doing. And I'm not like blaming Snell or whatever, because I don't know what his agent, and obviously Boras has been a tremendous success to some. That wasn't really kind of how I like to do it. I wanted to, with the way I can't really compare apples and oranges. I have no idea what went on with Snell's thing, but I think players should also look at this and make an emphasis on, I need to get this deal done before spring training. But at the same time, you have a small window to play. And like, this is your only window to make money for the rest of your life that could take care of your family and change your life forever. So there's a lot to juggle there to really get the right answer. But I'm sure Snell is going to dial in and hopefully catch up. But it is definitely you're a lot behind by missing spring training. And I think part of even like the injury is like, you pay that much money, you're so excited to have him. And an athlete and a competitor is going to be like, I got this, I can do it, before they're ready. So you have to hold him back probably 2 starts before he wanted to go to get him actually ready. And that's just like impossible to do, because he's not going to want that. they want him as soon as he wants to go, and it's a tough spot.
Hunter, great stuff, man. We appreciate you coming on. Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolute pleasure. Willard and Dibs, y'all take it easy. Have a good one. Enjoy the game tonight. Let's find a way to beat one of these great pitchers, huh?
I mean,
let's do it.
Zach Wheeler, that would feel good. I mean, measuring stick week, right?
I mean, listen. The thing I said right before that road trip after they lost that really tough one with the Pirates, me and Buster were talking about it. You got to have some comeback wins. We literally said that, and they put that together. They're putting together all the little pieces that are the mark of a great team. Now let's go beat some big-time aces. Let's go get them. And I believe in these guys. It's going to be fun to watch. Do they do it? I don't know, but I'm believing it more and more. So keep going, Giants, and thank you guys for having me.
Hunter, thanks so much, man. All right. Yep, there he is. The energy of Hunter Pence.
Yeah, the energy of 100 people.
Largely unmatched.
Completely.
He was out at Bottle Rock over the weekend doing that. There was like a Williams-Sonoma stage or something.
Okay.
Steph Curry was at it.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
Hunter Pence, Bradley Cooper. People were throwing sandwiches at each other.
Pretty cool, yeah.
Something like that.
Cheesesteaks, I think they were throwing.
They were throwing some cheesesteaks.
No doubt.
Well, they were shooting them. They were shooting them in like hoops form. At least Steph was.
The chef is staying sharp for the Olympics.
The chef
should have launched a couple of croissants as well. Getting ready.
Hunter was out there one of the days doing energetic things
for sure.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
Yeah. So that's
a little fun outing there. And I like what you said about Blake Snell. And of course, the truth always lies in between, and you never know what side is the one to blame. But here we are, and you have an ERA north of 10, and you're coming up on June, so it's time to go here.
Granny, do you want to hit the breaking news thing? You want to hit the breaking news sounder? I think we probably should. I think this is big enough. Let's hit the thing.
95.7 The Game, breaking news.
Lamont Wade has a grade 2 hamstring strain and will miss approximately the next 4 weeks of Giants baseball.
How many weeks?
4.
Oh,
so bye-bye June for
number 4
for Lamont Wade Jr., who is having an all-star type season. This is an absolute gut punch, not only to him, but the whole team as well. And they're going to have to quickly figure out exactly what it is they want to do at the first base position. So yes, there is Wilmer Flores, and yes, among the call-ups from earlier today. And in the lineup, batting ninth and playing first tonight, is a kid by the name of Trenton Brooks, who's first baseman down in Sacramento, who's been playing well. And so we'll get a look at him and see how well he can do his Lamont Wade impersonation for the month of June.
It would be an impersonation sensation.
We hope.
If he keeps the job. And you use the word kid, and he'll be 29 in early July.
I'll take anybody with a 2 in their age.
As a kid?
Yep.
I'll allow that.
Yep.
I mean, he's a guy who has been in and around baseball for a long time, going back to 2016, rookie ball, and high A, and then some double A, and a lot of triple A since 2021. So this guy's a grinder who's making his major league debut tonight.
We get a look
at first base as a almost 29-year-old. Good for him.
Yep.
Like, what a long road it's been.
Shows up, and here's Zach Wheeler and the best team in the National League. Go get him.
Go get it. Exactly.
Kid.
Lots of luck.
Yeah, exactly.
3,793 plate appearances, including collegiate baseball and the minors and winter ball and fall league. And
no majors? Not once?
I'm not seeing it.
Is this his first at bat in the bigs tonight?
I believe so, according to baseballreference.com.
Damn.
17th rounder who has stuck with it.
Hang in there, kid.
Yeah, it's a big league. Hang in
days
there.
ahead, and
Totally.
it's today. You're in the lineup in the bigs, boy.
Yep.
All right, we're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. We'll get further into Lamont Wade with Doc Pandia next. Eric Burns is going to join us next hour. Also coming up next, I do believe that a current Major League star has just said the stupidest thing that I've ever heard a baseball player say. And we'll give that to you coming up next on Willie and Dibby.
BMO knows that for business owners
like me,
time is money, so BMO moves fast.
Real fast.
live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
You know, what is the new Post Malone song, man? It takes two, my guy. It's like, you had some help.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
It does.
A little country vibe to this.
A little bit of that vibe, yeah.
Totally.
This would have fit right in at Bottle Rock over the weekend.
No doubt.
For sure. And Hunter's right. Hunter's right. And so, listen, I have no idea how the whole Blake Snell thing played out, but I do know that everybody could have done that better. But I'm with you. I got no worries. About Blake Snell. I do have some Lamont Wade worries.
Big time.
So let's get into it with Cleared to Play. We're going to take you inside the tent, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya. Doc, what's going on? Glad to have you today.
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
We're great, although Lamont Wade being out for 4 weeks is a bummer. Grade 2 hammy. What do you know?
Yeah, so typically with grade 1 microscopic tear, very, very common. Grade 2 is a partial tear, so definitely a little bit more severe. Luckily, it doesn't sound like it's anything kind of higher up, which would be an even longer period of time out. So the fact that he's had this injury before, out 4 weeks, I mean, the biggest thing you get concerned about, because baseball players, is that you have about a 15 to 20% chance this could creep up again during the season. So the fact that it'll be back in 4 weeks, obviously, is a positive sign, but you do worry a little bit. Is this going to be something that lingers as the season goes on? Because it's just hard with baseball. You're starting, you're stopping, you're sitting in the outfield for a long period of time. It's just a setup for injuring that hamstring again and again.
What about the position of first base as it pertains to the hamstring? Because it looked like he might have tweaked it on a couple of those big stretches out to try to get the ball.
Yeah, that definitely puts more strain on it, because you imagine you're cold for a while, you're doing some stuff, and then suddenly out of nowhere, you've got this big, stretch out, and then that kind of will injure it as well, too. So, yeah, that kind of like big load on the hamstring can cause an area that maybe potentially was just a little bit kind of injured, kind of become a bigger issue. So any kind of overexertion, sprinting, stretching absolutely will cause that to become problematic.
Doc, Austin Slater has been cleared for some activity, but we also know concussions, right? There's some mystery there. Patrick Bailey just went through this. What are you looking for when you're coming off of a concussion and you resume activity?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is you're looking to make sure that there are those symptoms, whatever those symptoms may have been, and it's different for everyone, whether it's headaches, whether it's nausea, it's light sensitivity. You're kind of slowly going through each activity progression and seeing, look, do those concussion symptoms come back? It's almost like a sore muscle, right? You kind of start slow, you start some jogging, you kind of start sprinting, and then, oh no, you have to stop because that muscle starts hurting again. Same thing with the brain. So if you're going through running, you're okay, but then suddenly you get up there to bat or you do something more explosive and those symptoms come back, you gotta hold people back a little bit. So it's really looking at what does this player need to do? What's the most intense thing he needs to do? And if they can do it, then you get them back. Now, obviously for a catcher, that could be a little bit longer period of time because there's much more kind of mental energy. You're kind of reacting a lot more quickly than, say, an outfielder or someone who's not constantly having to make decisions. So it definitely does vary from player to player, but you're looking for those recurrence of symptoms. That's really the key thing.
Michael Conforto getting close to coming back from his hamstring strain. What do we look for in terms of what he can do in the early days coming back off the IL?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing from his age, I think when you get over 25, 26, he's 31 right now, you really have to be good about, are there other injuries cropping up elsewhere? Like, is your calf a little bit sore? Is your back a little bit sore? And those could be secondary kind of compensation issues you're doing to compensate for that initial hamstring injury. So that's number one. And then number two, I think the one thing that we have shown with baseball players is that if you're taking even kind of almost load managing them, if you're playing multiple games back to back, you're playing more innings, you're having more plate appearances, that puts more strain on the hamstring and is associated with a greater risk of injury. So you might actually see him kind of being load managed a little bit just to make sure that doesn't get re-injured in these first couple weeks.
Doc Pandya with us, cleared to play. Hey, the Ronald Acuna thing caught our attention because it's the other ACL. Is there any tie between his previous ACL injury and this one?
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things we found now that with the research, we've been really good about preventing re-tears. They're actually relatively rare in professional athletes, but your risk of re-injury, particularly for professional athletes, can potentially even be higher in that other knee. A lot of it has to do with the fact that you spend 9 to 12 months really rehabbing the right side, and then you develop some compensation, your mechanics are off. you're just not the same on that other knee because you spent so much time on that original knee. So absolutely, particularly when you have a non-contact injury, that's what you see. 2 to 3 years later, that other side tears, and it's a problem. So we counsel a lot of patients, say, look, I know you've really, really worried about that one knee that you had surgery on, but you need to make sure you're doing the work on the other side because that knee may potentially be more at risk than your original surgery knee.
Doc, you're an actual doctor. I'm a wannabe radio doctor, but we had one that I was unfamiliar with, and hopefully your actual medical training will help me here as opposed to my radio training. Lonzo Ball getting a meniscus donor surgery? How common is that, and what the heck is going on there?
Yeah, so it's not super common, particularly in professional athletes. So you imagine you get meniscus surgery. If your meniscus kind of keeps getting cut out or it doesn't heal, meniscus doesn't regrow. So eventually what happens is that meniscus can't absorb shock, and then you're getting a lot of pain, swelling, and then the bone above and below starts wearing away as well, too. So one of the things you can do for people who don't have a lot of arthritis is you can actually get a cadaver meniscus from someone who's passed away. Basically what happens, you say you need it, you get an MRI, and then they basically have basically it's a bank where you have different menisci, and you basically match it. And then what they do is they actually transplant that meniscus in. It's not alive. And at the same time, what they'll sometimes do is kind of transplant cartilage of bone above and below to help prevent people from having pain. The key thing is this surgery is really to prevent you from getting a knee replacement and allow you to be kind of functional day to day. Very few professional athletes have ever gotten this done. So what it means for his knee moving forward, it'll be interesting to see because that cadaver meniscus is good for living your life. It's not good for playing professional basketball. So it'll be interesting to see how his season ends up.
I will say this. I learn something most of the time when you come on. Today, it was that menisci is a word.
That's incredible.
It is.
Yeah.
More than one meniscus. There you go.
I would have gone with meniscuses. That's what I would have said, but not anymore. That's what I would have done until today. All right, Doc. Great. We'll talk to you next week.
All right. Sound good. Take care, guys.
Thanks, Doc.
You too. Yeah. Proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health.
And I could use a couple of meniscuses.
You want some menisci?
And I was with you, and he dropped menisci, and I went,
I'm like, hey.
Menisci. And I didn't know that the cadaver menisci or meniscus replacement was a thing because I have an ACL from a cadaver because you can either take part of your patella tendon or part of your hamstring and use that as your new ACL.
Okay, you didn't steal someone else's ACL.
You don't know that.
Did you?
I might have come up on the lab. I was in the lab.
What's the plural of ACL?
ACLI. ACLs, I would imagine.
You just told an ACLI.
Yeah, I may have.
Anyway.
I didn't know you could get a cadaver meniscus to replace your menisci.
I've never thought about any of these things.
Oh, yeah?
And I hope that I never have to again. But there it is from Doc Pandia. Okay, Lamont Wade is out 4 weeks. Mark Grandy says it was a big misunderstanding. We'll get to that in just a second, but I got to get this stupid thing off my chest. This is absurd.
Okay.
Listen, I'm actually usually the one who's like, let's not overdo it on history. I'm not right. You know me, the barbershop, LeBron, MJ stuff.
Right.
Like, look, different eras are different eras. I don't get too excited about comparing the eras and the stats and the this, that, and the other. And, let's make sure that we've always got respect for the history. Like, what did I go off on last week? I'm so sick and tired of hearing ex-basketball players talk about players today and about how they wouldn't have been able to function back in 1998.
Steph Curry couldn't have scored in the 70s.
Because we were tough back then. We had hair on our chest. You were slow, so stop it. I hate that stuff. But my God, there's also a breaking point, and we've hit it. Jose Ramirez of the Cleveland Guardians. I hope Stephen Vogt goes over there because I believe in Stephen Vogt. And I hope Stephen Vogt benches his butt for a week just because of disrespect. This guy got pitched around late in a game with the bases loaded. So it walked in a run. And he comes into the clubhouse after the game, and someone says to him, my gosh, you got the Barry Bonds treatment. This menisci looks at the reporter or whoever said it to him and goes, I'm better than Barry Bonds. What are we talking about? What are we doing? And I'm the first one to line up and go, I understand the ego that it takes to be great. And Jose Ramirez is legitimately great. He's probably one of the most underrated, underdiscussed stars in baseball of the last decade or so. The guy is tremendously consistent. He is really fantastic. He's leading the bigs this year in runs driven in. So he is all that he is cracked up to be. But my God, I'm better than Barry Bonds. I don't know, Dibs. At a certain point, maybe some acknowledgement for the past, some respect for what's come before you. I'm better than Barry Bonds. Beyond laughable.
Right.
Beyond laughable.
Well, I mean, he has finished in the top 15 in the MVP as many times as Barry Bonds won the MVP. So there's that. He's got 7 top 15 MVP awards, and Bonds has 7 first-place MVPs, so they have that in common.
And was robbed of 2 more at least.
Yeah.
Because people in the media didn't like him.
So they both have been top 15 in the MVP 7 times.
Okay.
And I'm sure Bonds has actually been top 15, probably 15 times. But that whole, comparing eras, and I know you want to flex on how good you are, and he is a good player.
He's a good player.
I don't know if he's going to be a Hall of Famer. Maybe he and Bonds would have that in common as well. Not being a Hall of Famer.
No, you know what the crazy thing is? If we put odds right now on which one of these guys gets inducted into the Hall of Fame first, Ramirez would be the favorite.
Well, yeah, because Bonds is off the ballot. And Ramirez he's probably got about 7 more years and then 5 years after that, and he's not a first ballot, so 7 years after that, so 15 years until Jose Ramirez gets a crack at maybe being a Hall of Famer.
Career 854 OPS, career 278 hitter, 231 career home runs.
Okay.
As you said, let's see, he's been an all-star 5 times. Silver
and he's like,
Sluggers.
31 years old?
Yeah, 4 Silver Slugger awards. And is he 31? Boop. I don't know how old he is. That sounds right.
Okay.
I'll try to find out his age. Jose Ramirez is, he's 31.
Okay.
Nice job.
Well, and 31. If he gets to, 400 home runs, he's got a chance at it. And it looks like he's trending in that direction. 8 more years of 25 home runs, he gets there.
Also only needs another 600 or so hits to get to 2,000.
Yeah.
So,
and we've had to lower our standards.
Totally.
Because, players don't play as long as they used to.
Right.
And, it's not really about the big sample like it used to be.
So, anyway, Bonds will get in. But someone will get him in. They'll figure out how to get him in.
Well, it's going to have to be the Veterans Committee, I think.
And then they will.
It's
like it'll all, you know what I mean? Like there's too many years left in society for him to not end up in there, right? Like these things, they seem like poles in the ground, and then over time they fall. Reggie Bush will never get the Heisman. Yes, he will. Once everybody every area of sports and life just needs to chill. And when they finally do and realize that they're not the most important thing on planet Earth, then they'll realize the way that it should be. It was just like when the Washington Commanders used to have that stupid offensive name. We'll never change it. Yes, you will. Yes, you will. Reggie Bush will never get his high. Yes, he will. And Barry Bonds will go in the Hall as soon as all of you sanctimonious people chill. Once you chill, you realize there's 0 reason for him to not be in. And then he'll get in.
Yeah, it's interesting, though, about 10 or 15 years, like how long it takes, because, some would say that the Pete Rose thing is equally sanctimonious, and he is not, it's different because he bet on baseball, and now you can't watch a sporting event without 1-800-GAMBLER along the bottom because all we're doing is talking about gambling, and you've got, pro athletes in all sports. Heck, the most famous and popular player in the sport is semi-embroiled in a gambling scandal, Shohei Ohtani.
Yes.
He's not really embroiled, but he's at least gambling adjacent.
Yeah, but that's a tough comparison with someone who managed a team and bet on baseball.
I'm not making the comparison. Yeah. What I'm comparing is the sanctimonious nature about what Pete Rose admittedly did.
Fair enough.
40 years ago versus what we do now in sports where 8 to 5 odds that this next pitch is a ball. 1-800-GAMBLER if you have a problem. All we do is gamble on sports.
That's all we do. And it's only going to change for that direction going forward.
And so you could look at Pete Rose as a trailblazer, and you could be thankful for the impact he made to the game.
That's a little hot, but yeah.
Might be.
I hear what
Might be a little hot. And, I'm coming for the hot take right now. But, on the one hand, we're so sanctimonious. And on the other hand, it's, and the same thing with Barry Bonds. It's like, you can't juice your body, but we're going to juice the ball as we see fit.
Of course.
And we're going to juice the bats, and we're going to shrink the ballparks, and we're going to do everything that we want. But God forbid that you try to help yourself.
Oh, but
we're the ones who get to juice the game, not you.
But yes, actually, you can go ahead and juice, and we won't really do anything about it unless we're put in a spot by our government where we have to do something about it.
By our government.
Yeah.
Because our government's got nothing else to worry about.
No.
Other than a guy breaking the home run record.
Everything else is perfect. Have you been outside before? It's great out there.
I went to bed about 2 years ago, and I woke up in Seattle. Whatever happened to spring and summer around here?
Oh, what are you talking about?
It's winter, kid.
It's beautiful out. Did you not go outside this weekend?
It's foggy and cold, and then you get a
Where you live?
2 or 3 hours of sun, and then back to fog.
You live in the East Bay. What are you talking about?
It's been a little foggy.
Really?
I'm not complaining.
In the East Bay?
Truly blessed to live where we live. Oh, in the mornings, yeah. Saturday was freezing. We were at the Oakland Zoo. I'm talking cold.
My daughter
shivering.
My daughter went out to Bottle Rock. I dropped her off at about 2 in the afternoon.
That's like Sacramento climate.
But you're in the East Bay. Listen to what are you talking about?
It's different over there. It hits different in Oakland. No, I'm serious. Oakland's weather is a lot different than Napa's weather.
Don't act like you live in Oakland. You don't live in Oakland
there for 25 years, kid.
Not anymore.
Yeah.
East Bay.
I live in the East Bay.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's warm over there.
You don't know.
Dude, it's sunnier there than anywhere else in the Bay.
If you want to get out to like Livermore and Antioch and Brentwood, yes,
it was sunny. It was sunny in Marin.
Yeah.
How was it sunny in Marin and not in the East Bay?
It's one of those weird weather patterns. Not that sunny, man.
There's some menisci going on in this room right now. I don't know if I believe anything that's coming out your mouth.
A little cold at the zoo is all I'm going to say. Shout out the Oakland Zoo.
What up, zoo? I miss zoos. We've aged out of the zoo.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. It's too bad.
Yeah, you get out there.
Yeah, we could.
I know a 2-year-old that you owe babysitting to.
I do.
Maybe we could do a drop-off.
Still waiting for some pizza and donuts around these parts.
You got your pizza now.
I'm waiting for some donuts.
You got your pizza.
That's true.
All right.
888-957-9570. We started off today, and Eric Burns will join us in 10 minutes, and he obviously knows a thing or two about playing for Bob Melvin, and that's one of the main reason we wanted to have him today, because 55 games into the year, what's your assessment of Bob Melvin? And I thought he took undue criticism this weekend with his handling of the bullpen in New York. Now, there was, in my opinion, one thing I wouldn't have done, and that is I would not have gone to Tyler Rogers in the 9th. But for everybody out there who's taken shots over his usage of Camilo Doval because he, quote, got put into a game where the team was up by 5, he has to be ready in the bullpen because they were up by 1 and then up by 2, and Yastrzemski's at the plate with 2 outs in a 4-2 ball game. It would have been total malpractice for Camilo to not be ready and totally gassed up. Not his fault that Yaz then tripled and made it a 7-2 game, but the second that Doval is gassed up, that means he's out for Sunday. And then Grandy, we talked about this earlier. Grandy says I misunderstood his point because he fired on Bomel on my phone earlier today. Grandy, would you like to explain what it is you're trying to say?
Yeah, so I think I agree with everything that you're saying there. Okay. I also thought maybe you let Logan Webb come out and you pitch the 8th on Sunday.
Fair
maybe
point.
you extend Ryan Walker, let him try to pitch both innings.
Pitch count 96?
96.
Is that
he
what
said
it was?
pregame, I'm good for 115 today, Skip. So that's a thought.
Fair thought.
My thing yesterday was you're up by 4 in the 9th, and the Giants scored 2 in the 7th to go up by 4. So it wasn't a situation where Doval was warming up and he was ready going into a save situation, and then they scored a bunch of runs in the bottom of the 8th. That's not how it happened. They're up 4 for a whole inning before the 9th inning, and they bring him in. And he's available. He's ready to pitch. Obviously, I get it, but it's a 4-run lead. you'd think that you could be able to get out of that with a win without needing your closer. And I know maybe recent history suggests otherwise, but the reason you got into a situation on Sunday where you lost a game that you should have won was because you couldn't pitch your best reliever, your closer. And you probably could have gotten out of yesterday with the win. And who knows, maybe he closes the door on a 1-run win today, and maybe he's unavailable on Wednesday because he pitched in a game yesterday that he didn't need to pitch in. Well, that's my only thought.
I actually appreciate the urgency of putting him into this game. I do think the last 10 days have taught us that a 4-run lead is not safe. They blew the first game in Pittsburgh, up by 4. And Doval ended up in the game. Yes, Luciano was the shortstop. That usually cost you about a 1.5 runs right there.
No earned runs in that one.
Correct. But my point is I appreciate the urgency of first game of your measuring stick homestand, Phillies and Yankees coming to town. You cannot mess with that game. You have got to win that game. It's a very, very good lineup. And so I also think that's a little bit of a reliance too much on like stats and fantasy baseball. Like I don't care that it was 4 runs instead of 3, and that means Doval doesn't get a save. Like, are we conditioned that they only come in when it's 3 runs or more?
Used to be
3 runs or less because it's a save situation. So what? It's a 9th inning. And it's still a 1 swing of the bat game if they load the bases. Well, so, get the win. Don't worry about tomorrow. That'd be my take.
Well, the other piece for me is if you're going to go to Doval, and if the first couple of guys reach base, or if you had second and third with 1 out, you're going to Doval, and now he doesn't have a clean inning. So if the thought is we want to go to Camilo Doval to close this out, give him the inning. Give him the clean inning in the 9th, and don't worry about having him come in with runners on in a true save situation. You already had used Walker. You used Rodriguez. Nobody wanted to see Rogers. So now where are we going to turn for an arm to set him up in the 9th with a 4-run lead?
Plus, you also have to consider, so he took Sunday off.
Yeah.
In theory, I know they hesitate to use guys 3 days in a row, but you can. You can, and you have an off day baked in this week. And so he could pitch all 3 nights or all 3 games of the Phillies series. I doubt that he will. If he throws tonight, very unlikely that he turns around and throws in a day game tomorrow. But then they've got the off day on Thursday. I don't know. Like, I get it. I do. I understand. We want closers to come into save situations. But I also just think right now the Giants are on a roll. Don't mess with it. If there was any hesitation, and yeah, I like what you said. Like, how different would it be? You bring in someone else, they have to face 3 batters.
Yep.
If 2 of them get on base, then it's 1 out, and now it's a save situation because the tying run's in the on-deck circle. Now you go to Doval, and it's a stressful inning already. Like, let him go out there and just kind of get his feet in the dirt and be fine. I had no issue with that one.
And I don't know about, the whole idea about saves and closers. That feels a little bit antiquated in this day and age, especially like you're saying, you've won 8 of 10 coming in. You're looking for 9 of 11 and the all-important first win in the homestand in the series against a team that really dominated you back in Philadelphia. So you wanted to get that win by any means necessary.
We're sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. This show is just full of caffeine today. We had Hunter Pence on, and now we're going to have Eric Burns on. Like, absolutely just getting crazy. And here he comes. He joins us next on Willard and Dibbs.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
I tell you what, this was one of the most perfect ways to end this sunny, glorious day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan. You know what I'm saying? It was pretty cool.
On 95.7 The Game.
Clearly a Dan day. Hope everybody had a great long weekend. Eric Burns is going to join us in just a few, and he's energetic, fantastic. Obviously knows playing for Bob Melvin very, very well, and we got a lot of questions for him, and so we'll have that in just a sec, but wanted to take a moment to address the great Bill Walton. I never knew the man. I don't have any amazing stories other than the ones that I've watched that all of you have maybe consumed as well. Phenomenal basketball player, one of a kind. Just that's the only thing I can think of. Just totally one of a kind in terms of his broadcasting and his humanity and all of that, and so many ties to the area, being not just a California guy, but Berkeley and his son and everything that Bill Walton was, passing away over the weekend at age 71. We certainly wanted to acknowledge his greatness.
Yeah, no doubt. And Eric Burns, a fellow UCLA alum, so the Bruin vibe is pretty rich right here in this segment. And I had a chance to meet Bill a couple times in person, and the kind of guy you meet, and whenever you meet anybody, celebrity or whatnot, you always think, man, if only they're exactly the way that I expect them to be. Right. And he is that guy. And the few times that I was able to call him and book him for the show that I used to book guests for, he was always just the greatest. And, the sensibility of just ask me one question and I'll take it from there. And that's any interview you ever heard with Bill Walton, like, hey, Bill, how you doing? And you go ahead and put your headphones down, and that's pretty much the way the interview goes. So that one hit kind of hard over the weekend, and then you see all the tributes pour through, and you think, man, is anybody ever going to say anything even slightly bad about the guy? And of course not.
No.
And not on that day or not on any day.
What is there to say?
Nothing.
He
lived his best life.
I think what's craziest at the end is people who were huge in the hoops world didn't even know. Yeah. Didn't even know that he was fighting cancer and had been fighting cancer for some time.
Yeah.
So that was kind of, I think, why many of us were kind of stopped in our tracks and taken aback over the weekend, because I didn't even know that there was an issue going on.
Yeah.
And so, 71, which is kind of like the new 56, I think.
Easy.
No, I'm just saying it's easy. It's young.
It's super young.
That's young,
right?
It's really young. So it's sad. It's really sad.
Really sad. I thought of Roxy Bernstein first, a guy who I know has worked with him for many, many, many years, and the other broadcasters who have broadcasted alongside him, from Dave Pash all the way through so many others. It hit so many people so hard. It just was sad.
One of the most impersonated people in sports.
Yeah.
Right?
For sure.
You know what I mean? Like Ronald Reagan, Arnold Schwarzenegger, like these voices that everybody thinks thank you. They think they can do. I don't have a good Walton. I'm not going to try one now. I'm just going to say one of the most impersonated people in the history of sports.
For sure. And God, it must have been in college or after, we would just say horrible, because when he would be on with Marv, that's horrible, Marv, and just, it's a terrible Walton, but it's something that my friends and I would always do. We would just say horrible, like he would say horrible when talking about anything after Marv Albert would make the call on NBC.
I'm actually going to forward this to you, Grandy and Lucas. I'm going to forward you something. I just sent it to you guys, and that is Bill Walton being impersonated by Frank Caliendo right there in front of Bill Walton.
Oh,
so
perfect.
It's actually a basketball game where it's got the play-by-play guy, and then you've got Bill, and then Frank impersonating Bill, and they're both together on the broadcast. Might be a fun way to actually end the show or something like that.
Yeah,
like a little bit. I know Burns about to hop on here, but yeah, it was a broadcaster, and then Bill, and then more Bill.
That's
because
so
there's
funny.
Nobody better than Frank at doing stuff like that.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, having Frank in studio and having him explain how he gets to all the work he puts in to do those impersonations. He doesn't just do it like willy-nilly.
No. He's in front of the mirror doing Morgan Freeman for a year and a half before he rolls that thing out. All right. Speaking of great energy, how about Eric Burns? Okay, Eric Burns joining us right now here on Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. What's cooking, Eric? How you doing?
All good, guys. What's going on?
We're just hanging, and we're figuring after 55 games and a 9-2 run and a lot of come-from-behind wins, I sort of figured, there's some leadership that must be going pretty well. Let's talk to somebody who knows what it's like to play for Bob Melvin. And you were the first name that popped to mind. So in your words, what does he bring to the table to his team?
I think first and foremost, consistent character. And when things were not going well for them in the early going, you could see him get upset. I think probably more than anything, sort of like I challenged my 12U team from weekend to weekend. And I mean, it was funny because so much of it now, like coaching youth baseball, think back to all the tactics that the managers that I played for, at least the best ones, would use to try to, say, motivate me, but most importantly, right, motivate the team in what worked. And one of the things that Bob was so great at was very subtly kicking you in the ass. And I say it in the sense that he would challenge you essentially to become accountable for your actions. And so if you have an offense that's struggling, he's going to get in there and be like, boys, look, we need better at-bats if it comes to putting the ball in play, moving runners over, making sure we get that guy in from third base in less than 2 outs. Those are the details that he would harp on when I played for him. Those are all the details now that I'm trying to pass on to the next generation. And, ironically, those are the things that win baseball games. I guess this isn't hard. You throw strikes, you put the ball in play, and you play catch. If you could do those three things, the game's actually pretty easy, and the Giants have been doing it well.
What do you do then as a skipper with Marco Luciano, a guy who's been hitting it great with an OPS over 1,000, but you mentioned just play catch. That's the part that's been a struggle for young Marco through his short stint this year with the big club. How do you handle that, Bernsey?
Moving to the outfield. I'm serious. You think I'm kidding? I'm not. I mean, eventually that's where I think he's going to end up. And he's got great actions and certain times and situations, but I'm just not sure that he's going to be able to play shortstop at the big league level for an entire career. Now, you could go back and say, well, Derek Jeter made all these errors when he was in the minor leagues, and he ended up being fine there. A lot of young kids will make errors. The question, the thing that's a bit disconcerting, at least I could just tell you from an outfielder's perspective, because I was a infielder turned catcher turned outfielder. Like there's just certain actions that I've seen that I'm like, man, he'd probably be better served just to be in the outfield, and I'm sure it'd be a lot less stress for him. It's one of those things where, I mean, at this point, you got to get somebody in there late for defense, and you try to ride the hot bat as long as you can. It'll hopefully get the lead and then make a change here. But if you're not playing catch, you're not going to win games. It's just not going to happen. And the one, what was it, a week ago, where he missed the 2 double play balls, the one that was just, routine. It could not have been any easier. And then the second one was, I was on our No Filter Network podcast, Juices Wild, with Will Clark last week live when this was happening. And it was actually, the feed that was just off. And so even though when you look at it, you're like, well, it didn't look that bad. And he seemed to do everything right. When you're playing the middle infield, you have to be a perfectionist. And so when you're a great athlete like Luciano, and there's it seems to me a lot of moving parts, I'm just not sure if he's cut out for it, and that's okay. There's so many really good infielders that have gone out to the outfield and had incredibly successful careers, right? Like a Mookie Betts, and then now he's back playing shortstop. So I just think, Fernando Tatis Jr. is another one that I think of who he had some really difficult throwing troubles, and then eventually he had the whole PED thing, whatever, and then they signed Xander Bogaerts, and then that was a permanent move, and now he's a Gold Glove right fielder. So it's not necessarily always a terrible thing either.
Eric Burns with us here on Willard and Tibbs 95.7 The Game. Burnsy, I get everything you said there. My question is, why have they not tried that yet? If you hear from every scout, I don't know if he's going to project like a shortstop, and then he looks like this after playing shortstop in the system for 4 or 5 years, why have they not tried that yet?
Mark, I would love to tell you I have the answer, but I don't. I mean, this is one of those things that it starts from the top down, right? This would be Farhan saying enough's enough. You pull the plug and you go to the farm director. I'm sure, Will and I have talked about it. I know he's in San Francisco this week. I don't. He said he was going to talk to the big Marine, Matty Williams, just about Luciano and the defense and everything else. But it's one of those things, and I just brought it up to him last week, again, on our podcast, and I'm like, dude, why are we trying to force this? This game's really, really hard. And, when you bring a young kid up to the big leagues, and it's already hard enough just trying to hit the ball, and ironically, it doesn't shock me that he's swinging the bat well, because he's so gosh damn stressed out on defense when he's out there that when he gets in the batter's box, it's like this relief of thank goodness I'm finally at home and comfortable in a spot where I can just play, where the dude's in his own head from a defensive perspective. And it's hard. Defense isn't easy, and ultimately it's your job as an organization to put your players in the best position to succeed. That's it. But I have whole confidence in the staff that they have there right now. I love the changes they made this offseason. They have a lot of real good baseball people around. And eventually, I would be shocked if the move isn't made in the near future. If you can play shortstop, you can play anywhere. That's the other thing. You play shortstop, you can play left field, play second, play third, play first, no problem. You basically do everything but catch and pitch.
Yeah. Do you think that adjustment can be made on the fly in the big leagues, or would he have to go down to Sacramento for 3 or 4 weeks and kind of reacclimate to playing a new position?
Dibs, this is 1 week of hitting fly balls to him in the outfield. Just get ready to go. That's it. A week. Early work. Let's go 30 minutes of straight fly balls. Hit him fungos, and then you pull out the jugs machine or whatever they say, and then you start firing sky-high fly balls. Higher than any big leaguer can hit. And then once he gets comfortable catching those, he's fine. It literally is I'd say a 7-day transition. And then it's taking, you really get to become, anyone can go out and catch a ball. But to be a great outfielder, the key to the key to it is essentially live batting practice. So a good thing to do is a lot of times teams will have the early BP, so to speak. So to go out there and take early reps off of the bat live and reading those. That's basically game situation, right? And so when you do that, that's how you get prepared. But no, I laugh at it because, again, I bring this back to our Let Them Play 12U team. I got 11 kids that I swear to you can play every position. Every position. No problem. Even the lefties can play shortstop. No problem. And these kids love it. So I think too often we pigeonhole ourselves to this guy's a shortstop, or this guy's this guy's that. Well, guess what? If we ever get a shortstop and he's not making plays at shortstop, you know what I do? I move him. Right? For the short term, give him a couple words of encouragement. Hey, you pick that, shortly, but you just keep moving them around. You figure out what works and what's best for the team.
Burnsy, Blake Snell's ERA is over 10. He said after the game yesterday, yeah, it turns out I needed spring training. So what have we learned from all of this so far?
Look, I don't know Blake Snell's regimen. I don't know exactly what he did to prepare for the season. I thought that he would be going to, I don't know, a junior college, a college, throwing live simulated games. And if that was the case, great. But the bottom line is, like, until you're throwing to live hitters in intense situations, intense games, and then, when you get to the big leagues, that's obviously going to be ramped up. But that's how you prepare for a season. I mean, that's you have to. That's why you have spring training, right? So to go into it without that spring training, thinking, oh yeah, everything's going to be normal, we'll see. He's playing Snell. I mean, he should be fine. But I haven't looked at the stuff metrics and if they're off and how far off they were to his Cy Young years. That's the thing that matters. And what's crazy is that they have ways to quantify that now too.
Yeah, it's wild with all the advanced analytics with exit velocity and pitch tracking and all the rest of it. And I wonder if there's analytics on the play Matt Chapman made late last week at third base. Have you ever seen a better play on defense, Bernsey, than him running in, getting the bare hand in between hops and firing it across the diamond for the last out in the win?
He does it as well as anybody I've ever seen. And I had an opportunity a few years ago when he was still at the A's to go down in spring training. I felt like a couple hours with both him and Matt Olson. And we did an MLB Network special on these guys. And one of the things was at third base. And the thing that I noticed about Matt Chapman at third base is that this dude is ready for a ground ball like nobody I've ever seen. And if you watch him, he gets really, really wide, right? And he's on his toes, and he's in this ridiculous athletic position. And it's, I yell pre-pitch all the time, right, to the kids, pre-pitch. And that's the pre-pitch I'm talking about. When I say pre-pitch, and what do I mean by pre-pitch? I say, look at Matt Chapman. He's the definition of pre-pitch. And it's funny because you wonder why maybe more people don't do it like that. If he's the best of the best and he's doing it a certain way, why wouldn't you try that? So I love the way he preps before every single pitch, and he's one of the best third basemen, if not the best third baseman that we've seen in our lifetime. I mean, obviously it was Brooks Robinson is the one that everyone talks about all the time, and I didn't really get to see him play. We shoot a lot of good ones. Nolan Arenado, obviously being one of the best of the best. But Chappie's right up there.
Eric Burns with us here, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Burns, do you think, now that we're getting a look at all this, are the Giants a good team? You expect this to be a playoff team?
I like the youthful exuberance that's going on right now. Because for a while they were just like, oh, man, this isn't good. But yeah, I mean, it's look, when the staff is healthy and getting healthier, when the bullpen's firing, when you have the combo of the vets and the young guys, swing the bat well, it's a playoff team. I mean, they're sitting in the playoffs right now. I don't think they play their best baseball. So do I think they're a good team for sure. Do I think they're a great team? No, not at all. I don't think they're in the upper echelon. I don't think they're not what the Baltimore Orioles are. They're not what the Dodgers are. I'd probably say they're not what the Braves are, but the Braves without Acuna, without Strider, you wonder what's going to happen to them and if those injuries are going to start taking a toll. But yeah, they're a top half team. They're a team that should get to the playoffs. And now I think the Giants fans will tell you, man, just get us in the dance. That's it. You guys get the dance, and you have a chance. And Bob Melvin's the type of manager that I won't be shocked to see pull 2010, 2012, 2014 run like Coach did, and run the entire table. If you set the rotation up right, and you got Webb, and then you have Snell. If he's able to throw the ball better, him being a Cy Young type pitcher, that could end up being the difference, right? I mean, if you have an ace like that, it's a game changer.
Burns, before we let you go, Angel Hernandez, gone too soon, right?
Dibs, I mean, for years, bro. This poor guy has been bashed and bashed and bashed and bashed and bashed and bashed. I don't don't know Angel at all, other than having him obviously umpire my games. I always kept my distance from umpires. I never wanted to get too close. I never, I very rarely ever would argue anything. Even if it was a terrible call, I just kind of put my head down, and I just knew I couldn't change it, right? But it's amazing the hate in the world for this guy. And maybe hate's a strong word.
No, it's right.
But
it's right.
Yeah, it is. It's been tough to watch, and I don't know how everything went down, but the last time he upped a game was 3 weeks ago, and then now he's retiring, and there was a lawsuit against MLB. Hey, look, Angel. Good on Angel doing Angel. Fantastic career. Wish you the best in retirement. And hopefully, all due respect, we see the robots take over here shortly.
Yeah, that's going to be a conversation for a different day. But yeah, it's coming. It's definitely coming. Bernstein, great to have you, man. Thank you so much.
Martin, good talking to you, boys.
All right, Bernsey.
There he goes. Eric Burns right here on Willard and Dibbs. Look, maybe it does feel like piling on.
A little bit.
I get it, right? The Angel Hernandez is retired, and
30-year career.
There's a lot that goes into why he is suddenly gone here in the middle of the season, and we could explain all that to you. Just know this was not just Angel deciding he didn't want to be an ump anymore. It's a lot deeper than that. But look, here's the other side to this. Now that he's gone, people will be like, gosh, 30-year career, I feel bad for the guy. Like, legitimately terrible at his job. I've never met the man. I don't know if he's a bad person.
Right.
I don't know if he's a good person. No, and so I have no comment on that. He was legitimately bad at his job.
Yeah, and the robots are coming, and there are other umpires who are probably struggle as much as he does, and so now they will be much more in the spotlight.
We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. We'll keep taking your Giants phone calls. What do you mean, Jack in Berkeley? Chappie ain't that great? All right, let's talk this out. Coming up next, your calls, 888-957-9570. The last couple of the weeks have meant what to you as a Giants fan? This is Willard and Dibbs.
From the failure of an umpire.
Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
You mentioned just play catch. That's the part that's been a struggle for young Marco through his short stint this year with the big club. How do you handle that, Bernsey?
Move him to the outfield. I'm serious. You think I'm kidding? I'm not. I mean, eventually that's where I think he's going to end up.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Is it that easy? I kept thinking to myself, and Grandy and I even shared a little look on this one. I think we had the same thought. He's like, if you can play shortstop, you can play anywhere. And I was like, but what if you can't play shortstop?
Ah, there's that, right?
Then can you still play anywhere? Because if you look at Marco Luciano right now, that's not the first sentence that comes to my mind of like, well, he can play shortstop. I'm like, no, he looks like he can't play shortstop.
That's kind of the point of the whole discussion,
if you can't play shortstop, then where else can you maybe play? And I don't know, like there are people who can hit the ball and cannot play defense in the major leagues.
Right.
The Giants have a few of them. They've had a few of them the last few years. Jock Peterson was one. I think that they feel Jorge Soler is another.
Yeah.
At times, Darren Ruff looked like one. Ruff is not always on the move. I don't know. Look, we're not there yet with Marco, obviously. But I don't know. I don't know what the next move is. I'm with you. The way they're playing him, it feels like they are preparing to move him down.
Right.
And they've got him right now because sometimes you need somebody that you could just put over there at shortstop until Nick Ahmed comes back. But by the way, with the way this is constructed right now, you don't even need Luciano to do that. Tyler Fitzgerald is back tonight. He can play shortstop. Tyro Estrada in a pinch can play shortstop. I mean, hell.
Wisely's over there.
Wisely is going to be your starting shortstop for a little while. My goodness, the way Marco has looked this last week, you could probably get that out of Wilmer Flores.
Easy.
You could.
At short?
He plays third and second.
Right. A little easier than short.
Yes.
From a movement standpoint.
Again.
And Wilmer is not on the move.
No, he's not. But can he execute a ground ball that's hit right to him? I bet that he could.
Yeah.
I bet that he could.
Well, Bernsey seems to think that 30 minutes of fungos and put him on the jugs machine for a week, and he's ready to go. So, as opposed to
how?
Well, that's why I was asking. Like, does he need a month back in AAA to learn the outfield?
This is. Oh, you mean in the outfield? I'm sitting here. Sometimes we do this. We act like we see someone for 10 seconds, and then we go, "Oh, you know what he needs." Do you think the Giants are just asleep at the wheel? Like, send him back down so he can work at shortstop. What do you think he's been doing for 5 years?
Right, working at shortstop.
And this is what it looks like when he gets here? You know what I thought Bernstein's best point was? He's hitting the ball because he's just so thrilled to not have his glove on that like he feels great at the plate, which tells me that this is, and it has to be, this has got to be psychological. Nobody's that bad in the bigs with the glove. Nobody's that bad that you literally can't touch the ball with your glove every time it comes to you. These have been some of the worst errors I've ever seen at this level. There's no way he's that bad. If he had that in him, they would have said he was a DH when he turned 20.
Right. Well, then what is it?
I have no idea.
It's either they haven't coached him up enough, or he hasn't gotten any better, or it is mental.
He's got a block.
Well, if the block is that he's a ninth inning choker, then stop playing him in the ninth inning. And that was your suggestion late last week.
That was my idea.
Like, you can be your 1 through 7, and we'll give you a quality start. If you go 6 innings and you have 3 or fewer errors, then you get a quality start at short.
I love it.
I mean, is that what we're doing here with our starting shortstop?
Yeah, we'll give him some wins. We'll give him some wins, and Wisely or Ahmed can come in and get a save.
This would be like having a quarterback who can't play in the fourth quarter. Brock Purdy is, hey, touchdown Niners, it's 20-17. And for the fourth quarter, here comes Josh Dobbs, because Brock Purdy can't play in the fourth quarter because he tightens up.
Look, the bottom line is if they can get anybody else to even hit half as much, they'll take it. And so as long as Wisely is swinging the bat like this, well, then there's no issue here. There's obviously no issue. Like, they're going to put Wisely out there if he keeps getting 2 hits every night. I don't know if that's going to continue, but this is the big leagues. And so as much as a lot of us want to go, come on, you got to live with the rookie mistakes because that bat, it's just tantalizing. No, this is too excessive.
Yeah.
Yes, you can live with some bumps in the road. This is way too excessive. You can't drop every ground ball that's hit to you in the 9th inning. You're on a team that's trying to win. They're trying to compete. They're trying to go to the playoffs and do something this year.
And you're a team that is trying to be pitching and defense. And the offense has been banana land of late. You're averaging 7.6 runs a game over the last 10, 76 runs in 10 games. You've won 8 of those, and you've actually won 9 of 11. The bats have been hot, but let's be fair. The bats will cool off at some point.
Sure.
When you face good pitching. Maybe it's tonight against Zach Wheeler, a very good pitcher, and then you're going to be in a spot where you don't want to be giving up 90 feet or giving up surefire double play ground balls because you've got inexperience over there at short.
You can't do it. Logan Webb is a sinker baller pitcher. He is a ground ball pitcher. You have got to turn to when the ball comes to you. This is the major leagues. So, I would eliminate the whole thought of, just, live with it because it's not like we're going anywhere this year anyway. That's the thought that I can't stand. So you got to get rid of that thought. I'm not saying I want to send the guy down, but I'm at a loss. The idea that I had last week, I mean, if Wisely's hitting, no, Wisely's the better option. If he stops hitting and Ahmed's not back, I'd still be willing to put the guy out at short, but not in the 8th or 9th inning. And that's a real hamstrung situation.
Yeah.
If you've got someone who's a starter that you literally feel like, and we're not allowed to use him in the 8th or the 9th, it's like going into every game with a roster that's smaller than your opponent.
Exactly.
Because you have to hold a shortstop for the 8th or the 9th inning.
And think about that, because you're already holding a catcher, spot
right,
for the who knows what inning because of just pure emergency. And already you have a team that carries, 12 hitters? You have a bench of 4 guys. Sometimes it's 5 guys. It's not much bigger than that because you want all the arms you could possibly have when you're in a spot, especially tonight. You're going with an opener. So tonight, the expectation would be 5 pitchers, I would guess. If I put the over-under at 4.5 pitchers tonight being used, if things go well, you might only need 4.
Yep.
But you probably would go over 4.5 when you know that you're throwing an opener, and then you take the other 4 starters who won't pitch, and then you've got Doval, who you probably would like to avoid if you can. He's thrown so much of late, and so now you're getting down to a little bit of a roster crunch on the pitching side, and from the player position side, you don't want to have to burn a roster spot for a guy just because you don't think that he can catch the ball. In late innings.
They've got 13 tonight. They've got 13 offensive players tonight. Yeah.
So that means you have 4 on your bench. Because you're going with 9.
Correct.
So you got 4.
Yeah.
So
that's it.
A shortstop, a catcher.
And one of them's the catcher.
Yeah.
One of them's the catcher that you have to hold. You have to hold to the end on that one.
Yeah, so one of them would be Wilmer, I would imagine, right? Because he's not starting at first.
That's correct.
And then you've
Tyler
got
Fitzgerald is not starting, so
right.
that's a second one. And then
Casale would be the third.
Right. And then
Luciano would be the fourth because he's not starting at shortstop.
Yeah, Marco Luciano.
So if you started Luciano, then you would be down to 3, presuming that you're not going to want him to play all 9 innings of defense.
That's kind of the issue right now while you're going with Wisely. Wisely's a left-handed bat. If you do get into the late innings, let's say you're down 4-2, here comes Wisely to the plate, 2 men on, 2 men out, and the Phillies pull a lefty out of the pen. What do you want to do?
Hot shot?
Yeah. Come on, hot shot.
What do?
You hit Marco Luciano, but what if he ties the game? Does he then run out to shortstop for the top of the ninth in the 4-4 tie? Ah, crap.
Yeah, nervous.
I mean, they're going to be butting the ball at him on purpose the way it's going right now.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Let's go to Jack in Berkeley. He's got something offensive to say. Hi, Jack. You're on with Willard and Dibbs. What's going on, man?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey, what's happening?
Well, I've heard not just you guys, but multiple stations and outlets and even friends of mine who seem to be head over heels for what Matt Chapman is doing for the Giants right now. And I'm hoping to bring some calm to this whole firestorm that has started with the hot week that he had, hot 2 weeks, I guess, past few weeks. Everybody getting so excited. The guy's already made 7 errors in 50 games, right? Which has already surpassed the most errors he's made in a season since 2018, which to me is already a glaring red flag. We're already over here, getting all pumped up for Luciano's misplays in the field and whatnot. Yet we have Matt Chapman, who, he made a great play to save the game the other night. And aside from that, it's perplexing me to hear, guys like Kruko, Bernsey a few minutes ago, a couple other people say this is the best third baseman I've ever seen field, which just absolutely shocks me. The guy started hot with the bat the same way he has this year, last year with Toronto, right? I believe he won hitter of the month in May 2023. And then the guy fell off the face of the earth after that and really couldn't hit a lick. Much less, I don't really know what he did in the field in Toronto after that. I wasn't watching a lot of Blue Jays games, but it's shocking to me of how many people I've heard say that they think Matt Chapman is the best fielder they've ever seen. He's essentially our defensive savior when he, quite honestly, has not been great on defense in terms of the season overhaul.
Yeah,
I'm wondering if people are so stoked about that because of the Snell signing seemingly going in the dumpster thus far, Luciano's errors, which you just touched on, and just the defensive collective effort not being that great to where Chapman seemingly stands out. I'm curious about why everybody thinks Chapman is really heating it up for this team, and I don't mind taking this off the air.
Yeah, well, we'll do it on the air, but thanks, Jack. Here's what I would argue, very, very firmly. I would argue that you're flipping the sample size in the wrong direction. So Jack just made a whole argument about, he had that one great play last week to end the game, but outside of that, he just a bunch of errors. No, you're flipping the sample size. You're taking 7 errors, which I'll grant you at this point in the season is uncharacteristically high, But the large sample size is not the errors. The large sample size is the absolutely insane plays that he makes consistently, has all year, and there is just a bucket full of A to A+ level plays over there. You're making it sound like he made one play, and then outside of that, it's a lot of errors. I'd say it this way. Yes, he's made 7 errors. He's booted a couple that he wouldn't normally boot, but outside of that, I could give you a video of 40 plays this year that'll knock your socks off, and you're only mentioning the one that really, really uber stands out as he admitted, the best play he's ever made in his entire life. Matt Chapman was signed to be a clubhouse leader, to be an anchor over at third base. Has he been perfect on either side of the ball? Not even close. But he has been the most consistent and best thing that has happened over there at third base for the Giants in the last handful of years.
Yeah.
I mean, certainly since, Longo had, he had some good years, some okay years. But look, it's been bumpy at times. To flick that off as if it's been a problem, I would argue you're not watching closely enough at what he's doing over there at third base.
He's been spectacular, not only this year, but for the better part of his career. He's won 4 of the last 8 Gold Gloves at third base in the American League. And you have to go back to the aforementioned Evan Longoria to find a guy who won multiple Gold Gloves at third base in the American League. And then Eric Chavez, who won, count them, 6 in a row over at third base for the Oakland A's in the early 00s. But since then, it's been Matt Chapman as the dominant third baseman in the American League. And yeah, few plays this year that were less than stellar, but the play he made the other night, and that's why I wanted to bring it up to Burns, because I know that he flipped his wig on the internet over it, to charge in and be able to barehand it and in one motion, step and throw, cross body, knowing that you had no time, and the great stretch from Lamont to prevent that game from being tied. Unbelievable game. That was a game-saving walk-off throw.
And you're almost understating it. Like that that's not a makeable play. That is not a makeable play. And he found a way to make it. And Lamont needs to be really pumped up here too, because that wasn't just saving it from being a tie game. If Lamont doesn't catch that ball, the game's over. The game's over. It's going down the right field line, and the Mets are winning the game. So the fact that Chapman even had the cojones to try that play was rather gutsy, because there's a very high likelihood of throwing that ball away and then you lose. If you eat it, the game is tied and you got a chance to go to the next batter. So I already love the cojones to even try that play, let alone execute it, and then have Lamont not only not like stop the ball, but catch it and keep your foot on the bag. I mean, that's a defensive play that's up there with Gregor Blanco in the Matt Cain perfect game. That's that level of a defensive play.
Right.
It's that memorable.
Well, and especially considering the, time, the down and distance, as we like to say in football, that is a one-run game and the bases are loaded. So like you said, if you eat it, it's tied. Hopefully you go to the 10th inning. If he throws it another foot wide, late light Lamont, who had to stretch out and grade 2'd his hamstring on the play, doesn't even get a chance to glove it, and you lose the game. So the risk reward was not in his favor, yet he pulled it off. It was incredible.
Yeah. So look, there have been a couple plays over there this year where you're like, oh, that's a little surprising the Matt just did that.
Yeah.
But it goes so far beyond that one play. I would just say this: go watch the whole Pittsburgh series. Go watch, and you know what? Luciano would look even worse if it weren't for Chapman.
Good point.
There were a handful of plays in Pittsburgh that should have been Luciano's balls. And, sorry. I mean, for crying out loud, why you got to look at me like that?
I didn't look anywhere. I looked at Grandy. That's all.
Don't worry, I wasn't rolling at that moment because I'm cutting Eric Burns.
You're doing great in there,
good
Grandy.
job.
You're doing
good job.
great.
They should have been ground balls that had been gloved by Marco Luciano.
Is it so hard to speak more eloquently?
It is. Matt Chapman, his range is so high for a third baseman that he was able to get over and cut a few of them off that he had no business getting to. And then the throw that he's able to put together at times, like, just watch him play third base. Yes, uncharacteristic with a couple errors this year, but he makes really hard plays look easy, and you can see it. You can see the glove to hand to release to arm strength. All of it is just, it's very, very high level.
And he's a mainstay, and that's the kind of thing you were looking for this offseason.
Thank you.
This is all what we were all clamoring for was, let's get players who can play every day. Chapman plays every day. He's been sturdy, and he's been reliable. And, a couple of errors here. But if you want to put his great plays up against the errors he's made, I'll take the great plays every single time and twice on Sunday compared to the few errors he's made.
The bat cooled off. Pavlovich said after the Pittsburgh series, he goes, the Giants are going to get National League Player of the Week 2 weeks in a row because they got Matos last week. And then this week, the way that series started, where he went 2 for 5, and then, let's see.
Homered in 3 straight.
Homered in 3 straight, had 5 hits in the series, drove in 7, had unbelievable defense, and then, even though he went 0 for 3 with a walk on Friday night against the Mets, he has that play to end the game, and Pavlovich goes, dude, he's going to win National League Player of the Week. And then after that, he went 1 for 8 the rest of the way and had an error, and so Luis Ariz won the award that was just announced a few hours ago.
Who I don't believe he got out once.
I don't think
he
doesn't make outs.
Yeah.
He's
hitting 400 since he went over to the Padres. I know that. So
Luis Ariz last week, 0 for 4 on Friday, picked 17 for 36.
Not bad. Not bad. That's a shade under 5 bills.
1 strikeout.
Oh, jeez. I mean,
36 at bats in 2024. He struck out 1 time.
1 time. I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's stupid. That's stupid. Somebody got to call the Marlins if they're giving players like that away. Good Lord.
Yeah. Well, they were in sell mode as of April 10th.
When are they not?
Right. Occasionally they put together a little thing.
In the history of the Marlins, they either win the World Series or they're in sell mode.
That's it.
That's
pretty accurate.
Yeah.
I mean, they've won 2.
It's a weird franchise.
They've won 2 World Series, right? In 30-something years, and they've been sellers 28 times.
Yeah. Edgar Renteria and Josh Beckett and sell. That's it.
That's it.
Yeah. And usually both. If you win the World Series, then they really, really sell. You should see what they do in the offseason after they win it all. Anyway, listen, none of these free agents have been perfect. None of them. Soler really struggled. He's starting to swing a bat. Chapman absolutely really struggled, was hitting 205 for a long time. Now he's touching up toward 240. Blake Snell, we don't need to say all that. But listen, you look at the offseason, and then Jung-Hoo Lee is out for the year. But I look at all 4 signings, and I can still completely see the thought process behind them and still have a lot of optimism in terms of where those are going to go next.
Yeah, and for Soler, that is the one that I'd like to see get going first. And I mentioned it before about Blake Snell. His career splits are pretty consistent. When he gets to July 1st, that's when he becomes dominant pitcher. Now, normally his April, May, and June are better than this. His April and May this year have been nothing short of disastrous, with an ERA above 10. And I know he's waiting on the birth of his child, and so he may end up missing his next start. I think his next couple of weeks are going to be pretty uneven as well because of what he's going through off the field and on the field. He hasn't really sharpened his craft just yet. So I'm going to withhold judgment on Snell until we get to July because, as I mentioned in our show thread earlier, his ERA in July, August, September, and a little bit of October is 2.5, and that's over the entire course of his career. He's been great in the second half.
The Soler thing would just change the lineup. It would change the lineup so much because you still look at this. It's a moment of optimism for the Giants for sure. They've won 9 of 11, the infusion of youth, and they're hitting the ball. Okay? So that's all wonderful. Doesn't it still feel like you need a feared hitter?
Yeah.
A feared hitter. Every lineup that comes to Oracle Park, almost all of them. I mean, the Rockies were just here. They don't have one either, but they're the Rockies. They're terrible. there's usually two, quite frankly. Usually at least two hitters in every lineup where you're like, oh gosh, you gotta watch when they're coming around. Right? From Tatis and Machado and Bogarts and then, there's Betts and Freeman and Shohei. Look who's here tonight with the Phillies and Schwarber and Bryce Harper and you can go on and on. They've all got and the Giants, it's just like if Soler was actually that 30 to 35 home run guy, we'll see if he ends up that way. Not looking like it. He's looking more like it might be about a 20 home run season for Jorge Soler. But if you could have that guy or two, and the hope is that was what Chapman and Soler would be, and they have for moments in this run, but for the most part this year they have not been. Yeah. And Soler hit 196. I know the month of May is not quite over. He's got a few games left. He's hitting 196 in May with a total of 4 extra base hits.
Yeah. And
month of May.
This offense, as I mentioned, 76 runs in the last 10 games. It's been a lot of timely hitting, singles and doubles. They are 9th in the league in runs, 19th in home runs. So you talk about having a feared hitter in the lineup. They don't yet have that guy. In OPS, they're slightly above the league average. I think they're 13th in OPS. So they've got some guys producing, and they're starting to get a little bit of punch in the lineup, but they don't have that one feared guy. Nobody in double digits in home runs, and that's what has you in 19th. So as much as we were decrying their lack of offense early, they're now getting it. They're stringing hits together. They're getting timely walks. They're starting to look more athletic with the younger guys as well.
So you can go one of two ways with all the points you just made, right? You can sit here, and I think that this is fair, to be frustrated by some of the things that have happened with the Giants. Remember what Dave Fleming said on this radio station only about a week and a half ago. He said right out loud, he goes, if I were the Giants front office, I'd be pissed with the way they're pitching. I mean, flat out said it. They look at these names. They should be pitching better than they are. And even during the win streak, pitching has been touch and go. They're winning a lot of these games because, as you said, they're averaging over 7 runs a game all of a sudden.
Yep.
And you're going to win most of the time when you average over 7 runs a game. However, couldn't I look at it a little bit of a different way? I'm pretty confident that in the next 2/3 of the season, they're going to pitch better than they have so far. Now, I think that you could argue that they will probably hit better. Not better than they have the last 11 games.
Right.
But better than they have collectively, in that the middle of the order guys still haven't really, really popped. Matt Chapman's had a good 2 weeks. Soler's not really got it going. Yes, the Wade thing is a problem, but I could argue that the offense has left a little bit out there as well in the first 55 games. Add all of that up, where you look at most of the Giants season and most of the players, and you're like, it's kind of like stop, start, not great. They have a winning record.
Yeah.
And they are sitting in the second wild card position as we speak. The Braves have lost Ronald Acuna. The Dodgers have lost 5 games in a row. The Cubs have lost 5 games in a row. All of that, and they are squarely in position to still have a really good season.
Dodgers ended their losing skid earlier today. They've got a doubleheader in New York, so that has now been put to bed. The lead back to 5.5 over the Giants and Padres.
Did you see how that game went down?
No.
Mets had a 2-0 lead very late, and they blew it in the 9th inning, just like they did to the Giants in that series as well.
Did they bring in Diaz?
No, it was Adam Ottavino.
Yeah, that bullpen was not good.
No, and they've now lost 8 of 10.
Yeah.
And the Mets find themselves 9 games under. So we talked about buyers and sellers as we sit about 6 weeks away from the trade deadline. And
Pete Alonso?
Well, that's what I'm thinking, because I kind of disagree with your assertion about, or your assertion rather, about the Giants offense. I think the Giants offense is about, with the last 10 games that they've been hot. Before that, they were super cold. I think their numbers and where the majority of these guys are is about where you'd expect them. A few hitters above expectation, a few hitters below. But Dave Fleming was absolutely right when he talked about the biggest disappointment. They are 25th in the league in earned run average, Mark. 25th. They're only ahead of bottom feeders: Houston, Miami, the Angels, the White Sox, and the Rockies.
Like, I'm looking at the National League. They're
awful.
Forget earn run average.
Yeah.
Runs allowed, runs against.
Earned or total?
Just runs, like in the run differential category. You know how many teams in the National League have allowed more runs than the Giants? Do you know how many teams?
Probably just the one I mentioned. Miami.
No, there are two. You think about it for a sec, you'll get the other one.
Oh, Colorado.
There you
Yeah,
go.
it has to be.
That's it. That's it. So, but that goes to my point. If you do that, if you give up 260 runs so far, only the Marlins and Rockies have given up more. Yet you're 28-27?
Right.
And you're in the playoff picture right now? They've got to pitch better. There's no question that they're going to pitch better. Those names cannot pitch worse. They can't. Blake Snell is not going to do this for 2/3 more of the season. He can't.
If he does, he opts in.
That's a good point. Good point. Alex Cobb and Robbie Ray are going to add something. I don't know what. Kyle Harrison is, developing. He seems like each few weeks he's getting more and more consistent. Hicks has been fantastic. Webb looks fine to me. The bullpen, I think the roles are starting to define, and they're going to keep picking up new people. The Rodriguez find is tremendous. So, they're going to pitch better. And they navigated this somehow to still have a winning record and sit where they do in second place and in a wild card spot.
Yeah. That road trip was massive to get out of there with a 4-2. And I know you could think, they could have gone 6-0. They could have maybe be sitting on an 11-game win streak right now. If a couple of things,
11-game losing streak too.
That's the other side of it. Yeah. So they went 4-2 on a road trip. They won some games in rally dramatic fashion, which was huge. And I just look at, what the future holds. I do think that they will pitch better. Even if the hitting regresses a little bit toward the mean, you should still be able to win ball games. But these next 5 are big because Philly, you got 2 more against a very good Philly team. And then the Yankees, who I believe are number 1 in ERA in Major League Baseball. They can hit, they can pitch. That team is nasty coming in.
They have given up almost 100 fewer runs than the Giants have this year.
Wow.
174
That's 2 a game,
runs.
basically.
Yeah. And that is absolutely tops in baseball. So, it's a hell of a measuring stick week. It's another reason I come in pretty excited today, though.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a start. You come off a road trip like that, you don't get an off day for travel. All of the emotion of those games, they all went into the late innings, all 6 of them. You won 4 of them somehow. You lost 2 of them somehow. Whoever was supposed to win after 7 innings lost all 6 games.
Right.
You're on a complete, you're on a bender. The Giants are on a bender. You come home, you put Blake Snell on the mound against the damn Phillies, and you blow an early lead, and suddenly you find yourselves down 4-3, and then you do what you did the rest of that baseball game. I don't know, man. That's a pretty good win yesterday to start off this homestand, because let's be real, every Giant fan out there, if you had offered them 3-3 before this week, you'd take it.
Oh, in these 2 series, yeah.
Yes. 3. If you can get 3 of the 6, you'd take it. I don't know if you feel that way now since you got the first one, but you're not wrong. It's Zach Wheeler tonight, turn right around for an early one tomorrow, and then here come the Yankees, who are fantastic. And Oracle Park is going to have a unique sound this weekend because Yankee fans have not seen that team in this town for a long, long time. And I don't know if you've taken a little gander what it costs to get into the building this weekend.
I haven't, but I'd imagine it's pricey.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
It's a lot. And so it's going to have a different sound.
Yeah.
This will be a different environment. I think the tickets will sell really well the rest of the way. So, they're going to have to be ready to play some adult baseball.
No doubt.
This week.
It starts tonight with Zach Wheeler, who gave up 4 hits in 7 innings when these 2 teams met in Philly. He struck out 11, and it was domination. And I know that offense was different than this offense, but Philadelphia, for that 4-game series, the 4-game set, Mark, beat the Giants 29-11 in those 4 games.
Oh, that was
back in Philly.
That series
felt like the low point.
Well, I don't know if it was the Dodgers series, just like for God's sakes, but
which one?
Well, mainly the first one, but obviously after game 2 of the second one, when it felt like they were just not going to beat the Dodgers ever all year long, and that was the day of the rant. Like, I mean, that was as frustrated as I've been in a decade, let alone this year.
The rant that launched him to 9 of 11 now.
9 of 11.
Yeah. Stay hot. You got anything to say today before tonight?
Yeah, you're welcome.
You better rant it up.
No, we're letting it ride, brother.
Okay, we're letting the rant live. All right.
The rant is still working.
Okay.
Still working. I don't need a new one until this one stops working.
If they lose 4 or 5, maybe you can rant it up heading into next week.
We'll talk to you Monday morning. Okay. Stop putting bad juju out there.
I'm not. I'm just saying. Just trying to make sure you stay sharp.
Oh, this is interesting.
What happened?
Let's go live to Lucas.
Oh, boy.
Who has an update.
League pass, Luke.
On the Draymond Green, Stephen A. Smith beef.
You know me, I got my ears to the league at all times.
Which, again, for those of you who don't know, that well, the beef has been cooked. It's been out there, and it's been partially continuing on this show, where Stephen A. came on last week and said that what Draymond said about him was utter bullshit.
Oh,
and now we go live to Lucas for this update.
Yeah, so it all started with Draymond saying he lost respect for Stephen A. with the whole suspension thing. Draymond on their TNT pregame show today could play the sound. It's really one sentence. He said, "I said something that didn't come out the way I said it, so I want to apologize to Stephen A. Said that publicly. I was wrong for that." Stephen A. saw it, heard it, went to Twitter and said, "Apology accepted, my brother." So just like that, beef squashed.
Okay, that's not where I thought that would go. That caught me a little off guard. I thought there was going to be some more back and some more forth.
Interesting.
There you go.
I mean, they have both been fans of one another.
Yeah.
For their whole careers. Interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll tell you what, it's an interesting development for those who thought it was all a publicity stunt to begin with. Because if it was, then I would argue there was still some more meat on the bone.
Oh, for sure. You doubled down, right?
Well, and Draymond right now is over here on the TNT side of things. Stephen A. is on ESPN. They could have done a whole thing that went all the way through the NBA Finals and beyond.
Right.
Let's be real. That's where Draymond is going when he stops playing for the Golden State Warriors. Not TNT.
Right.
Doesn't sound like that's going to do a whole lot for him in the future. But media. NBA media. Not new media, old media.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Old media, but he'll still have his new media podcast. And I wonder what he meant by when he said it didn't come across the way I intended it. Because he pretty much said straight out that he had lost respect for him.
Well, again, going into the depths of what he said, he was upset because he felt that Stephen A. Smith is one of the people who knows the person Draymond Green. And then when the suspension happened and media gets going the way that it does and everyone has their opinion and people are talking about Draymond and technical fouls and the Warriors and mental health, and these are people who've never met Draymond, he felt like Stephen A. got swooped up into that bucket and just rolled with it like everybody else, and he expected something different from him because he knows Draymond personally. So to then go like I've lost, I don't know. I'm with you. I thought it was pretty clear.
Yeah.
I thought it was pretty clear how both sides felt.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know.
I didn't expect him to claim, in essence, that he was misquoted or he was misunderstood by what he said.
No, I don't think he's saying misquoted or misunderstood. He's saying it came out wrong. I think he's taking accountability for poor word usage.
That's good.
I guess.
Yeah. There could have been a lot more back and forth. Like you're saying, we're going to need something to fill the dead air over the next, wait for it, 9 days. If Dallas wins tonight, we've got 9 days with no NBA playoff basketball because the finals don't start until June 6th.
I'm not surprised by Indiana. I am so disappointed with the Minnesota Timberwolves.
It's because Finchie's in the second row.
I mean, what is Karl Anthony Towns doing?
Meow.
What is that? Like I've been high on that guy this year. 0 for 9 from 3. I know Clay went 0 for 10, but He's a three-point shooter, so he gets to keep trying. What was that? The Timberwolves franchise looks like it used all of its energy for Game 7 in Denver and came out with it exhausted, and therefore they settle. Every single possession, except for one guy, Naz Reid. That's the only guy who I still like. I'm like, dude, you're trying. You're trying to go to the hole and make something happen. Anthony Edwards and Karl Anthony Towns are playing in the Western Conference Finals the way most of my friends play at the Y. Just stand out at the three-point line and don't get hurt. Oh,
Karl Anthony Towns, better three-point percentage this year in the regular season than the Chef.
Oh, really?
41.6 from three.
Speaking of the Chef, Lucas sent me a little note. He's like, I got an update on the Draymond Stephen A beef, and I looked at it really quick, and it looked like the Draymond Steph beef. And I'm like, oh, crap.
Oh, no, they got a beef.
Beef between – I saw – Steph throwing beef out at Bottle Rock over the weekend, but
and I believe congratulations are in order for the Curry family. I think that they
baby did arrive.
Welcomed baby number 4.
They didn't announce it. Like it's been a couple weeks already.
Oh yeah. I just saw it on the social media.
All right, Escape. Book your stay at Inn at the Tides in Bodega Bay. Enjoy sweeping views, clean, fresh, cool ocean air. In your room, a chilled complimentary bottle of wine awaits, and breakfast is served at the Tides Wharf. It's beautiful. Been there. It's wonderful. I wholeheartedly recommend. Book today at inatthetides.com. Back with more on Willard and Dibbs, including that tribute to the great Bill Walton next. Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway.
Y'all take it easy. Have a good one. Enjoy the game tonight.
On 95.7 The Game.
I'm just over here on social media enjoying all the shots that are being taken at Angel Hernandez on his way out the door.
Man, mean-spirited, but also very, very funny.
Very funny. This one guy just wrote Angel Hernandez selfie, and it's a picture that barely has the side of his face in the camera window. There's another one who says Major League Baseball called Angel to congratulate him on his career, but he missed the call.
Oh, boy.
Nah.
I saw one where he had signed on the dotted line to officially make his retirement official, and he signed like way above and to the right of the dotted line.
Saw that one too. That was a good one.
Will Clark is on with our buddy Eric Burns, who was just on the show an hour ago. And Will told a whole Angel Hernandez story, and I'll just give you the quick summary of it. But Will says, I'm up at the plate, Angel's behind the dish, and it's like a 1-1 count. And he goes, ball comes in about 6 inches outside, and Angel, strike two. Will looks at him and goes, Angel, is that as far out as he can go? And Angel goes, yes, that's as far out as he can go. All right, fine. Next pitch is another 3 inches further outside. Angel, you're out, rings him up. Will looks at him and goes, Angel, you said he couldn't go out any further. Angel goes, I'm sorry, Will, that one moved on me a little bit. All right. He goes, I don't say anything. I walk off the field. I head to the dugout. That night, we're out getting some food and drinks. I see Angel and his boys at the same restaurant. I call the server over. I say, will you please pay for those beers over there? I'd like to pay for the beers of that entire table over there. She goes, okay, no problem. He gets up and walks over to Angel Hernandez. He goes, hey, Angel, what's going on? Angel goes, hey, Will, thanks for the beers. He goes, cool. See you at the ballpark tomorrow. Awkward pause. Angel looks at him and goes, aren't you going to say anything else? Will goes, no. See you at the ballpark tomorrow. That's it. Heads for the exit. He says from that moment for the rest of his career, his strike zone was the size of a quarter. He goes, cost me $20 in beers to basically have Angel Hernandez in my pocket for the remainder of my career.
That's so funny.
He's telling the story to Burns, and Burns is laughing his butt off. He goes, that's a great story, but it also explains why he's so horrible.
Oh, my God.
So horrible at his job.
For $20 worth of beer.
$20.
Just all of a sudden now Will Clark drawing walk after walk. Just spitting on pitches that are outside on the corner, God, not worrying about it.
He bought Angel Hernandez for a round of brewskis.
That's awesome.
What a ridiculous story. Oh, God.
I'm sure there's a lot of that sort of bias that creeps into a lot of this. And, NFL, NBA, MLB, they're human beings. You can't help, and you see the certain referees in football, Pat Mahomes or Tom Brady gets knocked down and the ref's over there and helping him up. And there's a certain amount of mutual respect that goes on. And I'm sure it does creep in some ways subconsciously when you've got players you like or players you don't like.
Totally.
Think about Chris Paul or Joey Crawford and Tim Duncan.
Sure.
All kinds of relationships where.
Right. Look at the way we watch sports.
Yeah.
I started rooting for Minnesota. Why? I don't know. I just did. I'm like, that's cool. Let's root for Minnesota.
Because you don't want to root against Kyrie and Luka, so you end up rooting for the other team.
Right. So if you're a human and you just have these random things that you start like, I like that one, I don't like that one. Why? I don't know. I just do. Does that come out in the way that you call a game? It'd be hard not to.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, you've seen it when I was reffing your kids' games. If there are kids who are giving me the Iguodala palms up, then, if there's a close call involving a kid who's already a fifth grader who's giving me the business, you're not getting that call, Logan.
Did you send my kid to the line? Did he get some free throws?
He might have. He might. Well, it's funny is if I know a person and I have their kid and if I'm refereeing, if the kid needs a little nudge and it's not going to affect the outcome of the game, I'll get the kid to the foul line.
Okay.
Your kid didn't need it.
He didn't need it.
Your son didn't need it.
He doesn't need it.
Your son was out there, and your team was in control. They won that game, I believe.
I think they did.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have let you hear the end of it if they didn't.
No, and I'm not gonna change the outcome of a game, but if I know somebody and I got their kid out there, I'm going to get their kid to the foul line in a B game. Come on, what are we doing?
Somebody make a free throw. Speaking of the foul line, how about a little Bill Walton on the way out
Let's
the door?
do it.
First of all, story that Roxy Bernstein shared from the morning roast.
He had this special way of letting people think that they are the most important person in the world to him and that everybody's his best friend. And our relationship grew over the years, and he was phenomenal. But there's no person that loved life and loved people and loved learning more than Bill. He was such a curious person about others and so giving. Whether the countless times, I mean, every game we would do, there would be a line of maybe 50 people. Sometimes he was there for over an hour. And everybody in that line got a piece of Bill, whether it was they just wanted an autograph, whether they wanted to just give him a fist pound, whether they wanted to take a picture. And Bill did not leave until everybody was taken care of. And he was so genuine. There was nothing fake. And I think that's why people just gravitated toward him. Bill Walton made people feel better about themselves. And I'm a better person because I was friends with Bill.
Love it. Love it from Roxy Bernstein. Mutual friend for both of us as well. That's awesome to hear. And then there's this. Remember, we were talking about it earlier today. When Bill Walton was broadcasting with Bill Walton.
What?
Well, there was a play-by-play announcer, and then there was Bill, and then there was Frank Caliendo.
Oh, that's right.
Doing Bill on ESPN.
Bill Walton is here, along with Bill Walton.
How great is this? Enjoying ourselves, enjoying the energy happening here inside the arena, outside, the beautiful, the landscape that is Arizona. But inside, how loud can it? The look on your face, Bill, is that of utter frustration.
Finally, some inspiration. The negativity that I have to fight every single moment. And now someone here who can shine the light. Someone who can appreciate the beauty of a saguaro. Somebody who knows about the grandeur of the Sonoran Desert. Somebody who knows that rivers can flow uphill.
You never know when to talk when he's going, do you? You never know when there's going to be a break. He continues to go the entire time in the three. What was that three? I wasn't even looking. I wasn't paying attention to the game.
I wasn't either. There was a 2 by Alonzo Verge.
Oh, it's so good. That's so good.
Yeah.
Bill Walton and Bill Walton.
Yeah.
And somebody was playing basketball behind him. I don't even know who.
And Dave Pash on the silent play-by-play. Knowing not to jump in and try to ruin that moment. He's awesome.
That poor guy, but also incredibly lucky guy to be with Bill Walton all the time. But yeah, there would be 3 game minutes go by, and Dave would just be sitting there like, I'll update everybody on what happened when he's done.
Yeah.
But he's not done. I'm going to let him roll.
Exactly. And probably never done. And if you're watching the game, you're seeing what's going on. And, you don't need him to fully break down what's going on. But, man, hearing that just hits me because he's now gone. So you're going to miss out on that. And I do find, or I kind of see the irony in his passing coming at the same time that the Pac-12 is officially going away. And Roxy actually, I saw he gave a very heartfelt tribute before Bill had passed. I think it was on Saturday at the Pac-12 baseball final. And Roxy's like, he even gave a tribute to Bill Walton, and he was talking about the Pac-12 and the end of days for the conference.
Yeah.
And I know that hits you a certain way, having worked there a bunch, but I do see
it hits me in the bank account.
Well, and I see the irony of Bill passing the same weekend that the Pac-12 ends.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt about it at all. Well, rest in peace, big fella, Bill Walton, age 71. Want to mention before we go that we're giving away a Steph Curry autographed jersey starting next Monday, June 3rd. Just make sure you're listening. Here are your 3 times. 7:30 with the roast, 12:30 with Steiny and Goof, 4:30 with us. For details on how you can win the Steph Curry autographed jersey, great gift for your husband or dad for Father's Day, or if you are a lady, you could just steal it and keep it for yourself. That is fine as well. Grandy, what are you doing? What are you doing here in a few minutes?
We'll hear from Hunter Pence. You guys had him on earlier.
Indeed.
And then you just played a portion of Roxy on with the Morning Roast. You'll hear that as well to help us remember Bill Walton.
Okay, perfect. Here comes Grandy, full hour best of the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromise. Want to do it again tomorrow?
I'm into it.
Okay, let's do it again tomorrow. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
At Tropical Smoothie Cafe, summer is our season. And we're kicking it off with a free 12-ounce Island Punch smoothie for National Flip Flop Day. Grab your flip-flops and head to your local cafe on May 29th from 2 to 7 p.m. Terms and conditions apply.